traversing into the Marvel Universe. Each day teeters on the precipice of life and death. Fortunately, I have awakened a system and acquired the bloodline of a Saiyan. The Avengers? I have no interest. Thanos, you may claim your gems, but do not provoke me, lest you find yourself calling me father. Chapter 1. The foremost in Marvel, returning to my place. Peter, Harry, see you at school tomorrow. Lynn, you've had too much to drink. Harry and I are leaving now. Take care, and see you tomorrow. Peter Parker and Harry Osborn exchange farewells before departing in Harry's luxury vehicle. Lynn, whose full name is Lynn Howe Jackson, celebrates his 18th birthday today, marking the 18th year since he traversed into this world. He hails from an ordinary Earth, devoid of superheroes and calamities that, in a twist of fate, Lynn Howe met an untimely demise, and upon awakening, found himself in this universe one that had captivated audiences worldwide through the Marvel film series. Lynn Howe can be considered a Native American, however. His countenance bears the features of the East. Were it not for a paternity test, both his father, Jason Jackson, and his mother, Mina Romanoff, would have doubted his lineage, yet the test confirmed Lynn Howe as their biological son. Standing at 6 feet tall, Lynn Howe swayed slightly as he returned to his room. Perhaps he had indulged a bit too much tonight, as his face flushed and his head felt heavy, compelling him to seek the comfort of his bed for a restful slumber. Upon entering his room, he lay down and closed his eyes when suddenly his mind went blank and a voice resonated beside him. Congratulations, host, on reaching the age of 18 and fulfilling the system's requirements. The system shall now officially activate. Next, the system will infuse the host with the bloodline of the warrior race, the Saiyans. In the next moment, Lynn Howe felt an inexplicable warmth surge through every vein and artery of his body. Concurrently, his physical attributes began to undergo a profound transformation with each wave of warmth coursing through him. Every muscle and nerve experienced a qualitative leap, a process that lasted over an hour. Once the infusion of the Saiyan bloodline was complete, the haze induced by his earlier drinking dissipated, and Lynn Howe suddenly sat upright. He approached the mirror, gazing at his seemingly more robust physique, almost in disbelief. It turned out that the systems described in the novels he once read truly existed, and this phenomenon was occurring within his own life. He could distinctly feel the changes within his body. Brimming with exhilarating power, he had an instinctive notion that now, with a single punch, he could effortlessly shatter a tree. Moreover, a combat-oriented thought began to form within him. This was the purest essence of a Saiyan warrior's bloodline. Yet, with no opponents to engage, Lynn Howe reluctantly set aside this notion for the time being. System damn. After 18 years of waiting, you have finally arrived. Lynn Howe's fist slammed onto the table, effortlessly creating a gaping hole with his strike, a manifestation of the fervor and excitement surging within him. The bloodline of the warrior race, Saiyan, has been fully infused, and the host's various bodily functions and combat metrics are now being assessed. Host, Lynn Howe Jackson. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 85 kilograms. Maximum speed, 50 meters per second. Reaction speed and physical quality rating, D grade. Combat power, 198. Prior to the infusion of the Saiyan bloodline, combat power was merely 5. The system is now offering the host a novice gift pack. Would you like to open it? The voice of the system echoed once more in his ears. Lynn Howe rubbed his nose and replied, "A novice gift pack? Given its designation, it must contain something valuable. Let's open it." Ding. Novice gift pack activated. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 points and the skill of flight technique. Is that all? Lynn Howe felt a twinge of disappointment. Was this truly worthy of being called a novice gift pack? The 500 points were still an enigma to him. And as for the flight technique, it was a commonplace skill in the Dragon Ball universe, a mere ability to soar through the skies. He had expected something far more impressive from the novice gift pack. Ding! The host's luck has reached an extraordinary level, triggering a hidden reward from the novice gift pack. Time skip technique. What? Did I hear that correctly? Time skip technique. Lynn Howe was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had felt disheartened, and now it felt as though fortune had smiled upon him, nearly overwhelming him with astonishment. The time skip technique was the exclusive skill of Hit, the universe's most formidable assassin in Dragon Ball Super. During the Universe 6 and 7 martial arts tournament, Hit employed this technique to leave Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta utterly disoriented. To put it succinctly, in the Marvel Universe, the time skip technique was akin to a game-breaking power. However, despite its formidable prowess, the time skip technique came with a caveat. Its efficacy could only be maximized by those of great strength, for true masters could determined victory within mere moments. And the time skip technique was a martial art that allowed one to leap through to me a potent weapon for skilled fighters. Additionally, the time skip technique had a derivative ability known as time space, which enabled one to store the time previously traversed and create an independent realm, allowing free movement within this space, aptly named time space. All right, I declare that the foremost being of the Marvel Universe has returned to his rightful place. Lin Hao wore a confident smile. With the acquisition of the flight technique and the time skip technique from the novice gift pack, a torrent of knowledge regarding these skills flooded his mind. He had essentially grasped the fundamentals of both techniques, yet the time skip technique could only be employed in dire circumstances at present, allowing him to leap merely 0.1 seconds through time, and its usage would impose significant strain on him. Nevertheless, for one who had just acquired such a remarkable ability, he felt immensely satisfied. Initially, he was consumed by concern over how he would confront the villains of the Marvel Universe should they ever emerge. However, it now appears that such worries have dissipated should Thanos and his cohort provoke him. Lin Hao would ensure they experience the bitter taste of defeat. Though his current combat prowess stands at a mere 198, insufficient even to contend with the formidable Hulk, Lin Hao remains steadfast in his belief that, with this system at his disposal, he will inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of the Marvel cosmos at present. It seems this system is tailored specifically to provide him with elements from the Dragon Ball universe. The warrior lineage of the Saiyans, the mastery of flight, and the technique of instant transmission are all gifts from that realm. It is noteworthy that the combat power within the Dragon Ball universe is by no means inferior to that of Marvel. In fact, it may surpass it in certain respects. Commencing the allocation of a novice combat mission to the host. Engage in a battle and emerge victorious. Mission reward, 50 points. Time limit, 3 days. Penalty for mission failure. Deduction of 100 points. Deducted points may result in a negative balance, to be rectified from future mission rewards. Points can be redeemed in the system store for items and martial skills. Chapter 2. Novice Combat Mission. The novice combat mission required him to complete a battle and emerge victorious within a time limit of 3 days. Truly, the bloodline of the warrior race, the Saiyans, was evident as he was immediately tasked with a combat challenge. Lin Hao scratched his head. The novice combat mission seemed exceedingly manageable for him at this moment. The infusion of Saiyan warrior blood had elevated his combat power to an impressive height of 198. For context, an average adult male possesses a combat power of merely 5, and even those in the military, including special forces, typically hover around the low teens. With a combat power of 198, coupled with the aerial techniques and instant movement he acquired from the novice gift pack, accomplishing a battle and achieving victory was nearly effortless. However, another dilemma arose. He could not simply find someone at random and challenge them to a duel, as that would be utterly foolish. What items were available in the system shop? After pondering for a moment, Lin Hao resolved to explore the system shop first. The mission rewards were points, which could be exchanged for items in the shop, so he needed to ascertain if there was anything worth acquiring. With that thought, Lin Hao instinctively closed his eyes, and a vivid image materialized in his mind. It depicted a realm filled with floating orbs of light, varying in size, each marked with the number of points required for redemption. A system prompt indicated that his current points stood at 500. Let me take a look, he mused. These 500 points were derived from the novice gift pack, and he then directed his attention to the glowing orbs. Bulma's capsule, 200 points. Dragon Fist, 500 points. Sharingan, 600 points. Dr. Gero, 600 points. As he casually glanced, he was astonished to discover that the system shop housed not only items from the Dragon Ball universe, but also artifacts from the martial arts novels, anime, and various cinematic works of his previous life. From Bulma's capsule to other various trinkets, Lin Hao's interest waned as his gaze shifted. As he delved deeper, the images expanded in his mind, and the hovering orbs began to grow larger. Iron Broken Tooth, all forms 3,000 points. Sword of the Brave, 5,000 points. Pure Lotus Demon Fire, 8,000 points. As he continued to explore, the items in the system shop perpetually astonished him. It became clear that this system was not exclusive to the Dragon Ball universe. Rather, it was a cosmic system encompassing myriad worlds. The items priced in the thousands of points promised to significantly enhance Lin Hao's prowess, yet their exorbitant cost rendered them unattainable for now. With only 500 points at his disposal, he could afford only a few impractical items, such as Bulma's capsule. Suddenly, within the radiant expanse of the system shop, a colossal orb of light manifested before Lin Hao's eyes, and upon closer inspection, he nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. Ultimate Freedom Technique, 80,000 points. Lin Hao nearly let a curse slip from his lips. Upon regaining his composure, he discovered that he had exited the system store space. Clutching his chest, he gasped for breath, muttering to himself, "I need to calm my emotions." if the earlier encounter with the pure Lotus Demon Fire had left him astonished. The realization of the transcendent ultimate technique left him utterly speechless. These so-called divine artifacts paled in comparison to the transcendent ultimate technique, a martial art that even the god of destruction, Beerus, had not fully mastered, a profound state of being, if you will. The point exchange value for the transcendent ultimate technique was an astounding 80,000. In light of this, Lin Hao's current possession of 500 points seemed woefully inadequate. More importantly, this infernal novice task only rewarded 500 points. At this rate, it would take an eternity to accumulate the requisite 80,000 points. However, Lin Hao remained unfazed. The transcendent ultimate technique awaited him, and with patience in completing the tasks assigned by the system. He was confident that one day he would claim it as his own. He envisioned standing atop the pinnacle of the Marvel Universe. Glancing at the clock, it was already midnight. Yet, he had no intention of resting. Instead, he donned his attire and opened the window of his room. Midnight marked the peak of criminal activity in New York. The transcendent ultimate technique had ignited his enthusiasm, and with a time limit on the novice task, completing it sooner rather than later would be advantageous. Thus, Lin Hao resolved to venture into the streets of New York, hoping to encounter a criminal incident to fulfill his novice task. With determination, Lin Hao leapt from the window, activating his flight technique. Initially, he struggled to control his trajectory, but after a few moments of adjustment, he found himself adeptly maneuvering through the air. After all, the principles of flight had been imparted to him by the system. He simply needed to acclimate to wielding this newfound ability with ease. Soaring through the night sky of New York, Lin Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. He had not anticipated that on the night of his 18th birthday, his life in the Marvel Universe would undergo such a transformation. While the ability to fly might be commonplace in the Dragon Ball world, in the Marvel Universe, it was a rare gift. Only a select few, like Iron Man, Stark, and Thor, possessed the ability to fly. Even the formidable villain Thanos could not take to the skies. Suddenly, a dimly lit alleyway caught Lin Hao's attention. In this secluded spot stood a frail woman, surrounded by 4 or 5 burly figures who had cornered her. You've picked the wrong person to mess with, Lin Hao thought, thrilled at the prospect of finally encountering a fight. This criminal incident presented the perfect opportunity to resolve his novice combat task. Although these thuggish robbers might be lacking in skill, any engagement with him would qualify as combat. Adjusting his angle, he swooped down from the sky. Filthy scoundrels! Hand over your money, and perhaps my friends will spare you. Should you dare to resist or cry out, your charming little face will surely be marred. In a dimly lit alley, a bald black man brandishing a spring-loaded knife menacingly addressed a white woman before him. The scar on his face, the tattoos adorning his muscular arms, and his imposing stature all suggested he was not a person to be trifled with. Before the formidable bald man and his companions, the white woman appeared exceedingly vulnerable. Clutching her handbag tightly, she pleaded, "Sir, please, you cannot take this money. My father is gravely ill, and he needs this sum for treatment. If you take it, you will condemn him." Her eyes were filled with dread. Though she trembled with fear, she resolutely held on to her bag, determined to protect the money that was crucial for her father's medical care. Without it, not only would he lack the funds for treatment, but he would also be turned away from the hospital. While the white woman seemed pitiable, the criminals had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions. To them, it mattered not what the victim's money was intended for. Their sole concern was whether they could seize it. With a swift motion, the bald man struck the frail white woman, sending her crashing to the ground. Her cheek instantly swelling with the impact. He crouched beside her, pressing the sharp knife against her pale face, revealing a menacing grin filled with dark teeth as he sneered. "I couldn't care less what you intend to do with your money. Let me state this clearly. Hand it over, or I will send you to meet your father in heaven. You will not ascend to heaven. It is you who belong in the depths of hell, unworthy of paradise." Chapter 3. Those who will enact justice. Who speaks? Who dares to utter such words? In the shadowy alley, the voice rang out like a tolling bell, startling the 5 robbers, who turned abruptly to survey the alley's entrances, yet saw nothing. "Brother Wei, could it be we misheard? This is the territory of our Tiger Shark gang, and it is well past midnight. There shouldn't be anyone here," one of the robbers whispered to the bald man known as Brother Wei. However, Brother Wei shook his head vehemently. "No, that cannot be a mere mishearing. The voice was undeniably real. Even if I misheard, did none of you hear it as well? You fools, I am above you." Another mocking voice echoed, prompting Brother Wei and his gang to look up in astonishment. There, on the rooftops, a figure silhouetted against the moonlight leaped down from over 30 feet high and landed gracefully before them. The gang, incredulous, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What the hell? Am I seeing things?" A flying man, leaping from a rooftop over 30 meters high and landing unscathed before them. Brother Wei and his companions had never encountered such an individual. A sense of foreboding stirred within Brother Wei's heart, yet as a leader, he swallowed hard and feigned composure, saying, "Mate, which path do you tread? This is the territory of our Tiger Shark gang. I advise you to steer clear of trouble and leave at once. Do not bring calamity upon yourself." As he spoke, Brother Wei and his companions discreetly unsheathed their spring knives, adopting a combat-ready stance. From their movements, it was evident that they possessed extensive combat experience. Even though Lin Hao stood at a distance, they were prepared for battle. Their demeanor and resolve were far beyond that of typical street thugs. In this era of New York, numerous gangs existed, and conflicts were commonplace. A ruffian must always be ready for a fight, for otherwise, they might find themselves fatally pierced by an adversarial gang member in the blink of an eye. Over the years, the number of lives lost to spring knives in New York was hardly less than those claimed by firearms. The Tiger Shark Gang? What is that? Is it formidable? Lin Hao remarked with a hint of mockery. Indeed, it is formidable. You should inquire about us. We are one of the 3 major gangs in New York. Cross us, and you shall not fare well, so I strongly advise you to mind your own business. Brother Wei arrogantly declared, seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in Lin Hao's words. One of the 3 major gangs in New York? Let me take a wild guess. You must be ranked 3rd, Lin Hao responded. At this, Brother Wei and his companions were taken aback. How did you know? You are aware of our Tiger Shark Gang? No. I do not know your so-called Tiger Shark Gang. Lin Hao shook his head. I merely made an educated guess. If the Tiger Shark Gang were the top gang, you would claim to be the largest in New York. If you were second, you would assert you were the second largest. But you said you were one of the 3 major gangs, and I could infer you are indeed ranked 3rd. You are a devil. Brother Wei glared ominously at Lin Hao, though the dim alley obscured his view of Lin Hao's features. The current situation demanded he maintain his composure. Even if the Tiger Shark Gang is ranked 3rd, you should be aware of its power. It would be wise not to provoke us. Step aside at once. Otherwise, the Tiger Shark Gang will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. And what if I refuse to step aside and instead send you to meet your maker? Lin Hao's voice was icy. Previously, he might have hesitated to provoke such gang members, but circumstances had changed. He had not only inherited the bloodline of the warrior race, the Saiyans, but also mastered the art of flight and temporal manipulation, boasting a combat prowess of 198. Dealing with a few petty thugs was trivial, even with their spring knives in hand. Seeking death, with a low growl, Brother Wei lunged forward in a swift motion, thrusting his spring-loaded knife towards Lin Hao's heart with unerring precision. His movements were fluid and decisive, revealing his extensive experience in such deadly endeavors. His intention was unmistakable, to pierce Lin Hao's heart and ensure his demise. Brother Wei's agility was remarkable, and had he confronted an ordinary individual unprepared, the outcome would have surely been fatal. Even if one were to reach the hospital in time after being stabbed in the heart, survival would be a tenuous hope. However, Lin Hao stood before him, a warrior imbued with the blood of a battle-hardened Saiyan. As the knife approached Lin Hao's heart, he reacted with lightning speed, seizing Brother Wei's wrist and executing a swift maneuver. With a sharp crack, Brother Wei's wrist was broken, causing the knife's blade to redirect and plunge deep into his own abdomen. This entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. The onlooking thugs, witnessing Brother Wei's advance towards Lin Hao, mistakenly believed he had succeeded when the sound of the knife-piercing flesh echoed. They jeered, "Foolish one. Do you see what becomes of those who provoke our Tiger Shark Gang? Oh, what is this fate?" Lin Hao gently pushed Brother Wei's forehead, causing his massive frame to topple to the ground. The remaining 4 thugs' eyes widened in shock. Brother Wei. The shift in circumstances transpired so rapidly that the remaining 4 thugs struggled to comprehend the situation, retreating in terror. Who are you? They stammered. One who enacts justice upon you, Lin Hao replied. In less than a minute, the 4 remaining thugs received varying degrees of punishment. Some had broken hands, others broken legs, and some bore bruises upon their faces. Together with Brother Wei, they lay on the ground like defeated dogs, some unconscious, others reduced to hoarse whimpers of despair. As for Brother Wei, the knife had merely grazed his abdomen. With prompt medical attention, he would likely recover within 10 days to 2 weeks without life-threatening risks. Sir, thank you immensely for your assistance. A Caucasian woman finally regained her composure and expressed her gratitude to Lin Hao. You saved me. Without this money, my father would be at a loss for what to do. I am truly grateful. Madam, there is no need for thanks. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. Lin Hao produced over $3,000 he had retrieved from Brother Wei and his companions, likely the spoils of their robberies that very night. Using such ill-gotten gains for benevolent purposes felt most appropriate. He handed the money to the woman. Here, take this to help your father recover. I hope for his swift healing. The woman, her expression torn, wrestled with her emotions before ultimately accepting the dollars Lin Hao offered. Overcome with gratitude. Sir, thank you. I am at a loss for words. I cannot express my appreciation enough. After the woman departed, Lin Hao took out his phone and dialed for the police. Is this the police station? Indeed. A gang confrontation has just erupted in the 3rd block. I am not fully apprised of the particulars, but you may wish to come and observe for yourselves. I have already alerted the police. And Lin Hao was poised to employ his aerial escape technique to vacate this tumultuous locale when a sultry, magnetic voice wafted from behind him. Sir, perhaps it is not yet time for you to depart. Chapter 4. Am I such a casual man? Lin Hao slowly turned, only to find a shadow had materialized in the alleyway behind him. The darkness of the night rendered the figure indistinguishable, yet from the voice, Lin Hao could ascertain the identity with considerable certainty. His eyes narrowed slightly. What if I insist on leaving? Then I shall be compelled to use force to ensure you remain. As the words left the shadow's lips, it sprang into action with remarkable speed. Agile and nimble, the figure closed the distance between them in the blink of an eye and launched a flying kick aimed directly at Lin Hao's head. Utilizing the wall beside the alley for propulsion, Lin Hao raised his arm in defense and countered, and thus commenced a fierce battle within the alley. The shadow's agility and combat experience were exceptionally formidable, although it did not match Lin Hao in raw power. Its extensive experience and dexterity rendered Lin Hao unable to gain any discernible advantage, leading to a subtle feeling of being pressured. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's superior strength ensured that the conflict remained a stalemate. This standoff persisted for several minutes until Lin Hao seized an opportune moment and delivered a powerful punch straight at the shadow. The figure hastily attempted to defend. Yet Lin Hao's strike sent it reeling backward for several meters before it regained its footing. Let this be the end, Lin Hao declared, having successfully repelled the shadow. He waved his hand dismissively, chuckling lightly. Agent Natasha Romanoff, what brings you here? Surely my skirmish with a few petty thugs does not warrant your attention from S.H.I.E.L.D., nor do you merely seek to engage me in combat? From the recent encounter, Lin Hao had confirmed his suspicions. The familiar visage, alluring red lips, and voluptuous figure unmistakably belonged to the renowned super spy from the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. However, for Natasha, Lin Hao's words struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her utterly astounded. She fixed her gaze upon him, a serious expression crossing her exquisite features. You know me? For a spy to reveal her identity, especially one as illustrious as Black Widow, was nothing short of a disgrace. Of course, I recognize the famed Black Widow. It is merely you who do not know me, Lin Hao replied with a smile, his curiosity piqued. You are not here to apprehend me, or to engage in a brawl, are you? Not at all. Natasha shook her head, still intensely scrutinizing Lin Hao. She was certain this was their first encounter, and her identity as a spy had always been shrouded in secrecy. How could this individual possess such intimate knowledge? Natasha found herself perplexed, unable to discern precisely where the issue lay. In this predicament, everything about her was laid bare before Lin Hao, while her knowledge of him remained scant. For a spy, such a situation was exceedingly perilous. It seems you have something to discuss with me. Perhaps we should find a more suitable venue for our conversation, Lin Hao suggested with a smile. The police are on their way, and remaining here while awaiting their arrival would undoubtedly lead to complications. Noticing Lin Hao's lack of hostility and sensing no murderous intent emanating from him, Natasha relaxed slightly and nodded her head in agreement. I would be most pleased, given the late hour and the scarcity of options. Lin Hao led Natasha to a nearby bar. During their walk, she inquired about him, prompting Lin Hao to offer a brief introduction. Upon arriving at the bar, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Lin Hao ordered 2 glasses of brandy, and they toasted before he got straight to the point. So, what is it that you wish to discuss? With a charming smile, Natasha replied, Actually, it's nothing too serious, Mr. Lin. Do you enjoy dancing? Perhaps we could converse while we dance. It would be my honor, Lin Hao responded, slightly taken aback. But he accepted her invitation and allowed her to guide him to the dance floor. Natasha's delicate hand swiftly encircled his waist, and she then placed his hand on her slender hips, swaying gracefully to the music. Mr. Lin, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you, Natasha whispered enticingly in his ear. The intoxicating fragrance of her presence nearly swept Lin Hao off his feet. Regaining his composure, he replied with a calm smile. What makes you say that? Is there something particularly noteworthy about me? Knowing that I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., you still dare to draw so close? Do you realize that in this moment, I could end your life? Natasha purred with a seductive smile. Lin Hao, however, remained unfazed and chuckled. Is that so? I beg to differ. Before you could act, you might find yourself already deceased. If you doubt that, you are welcome to test it. With a sudden, playful laugh, Natasha leaned in closer, placing a hand on Lin Hao's shoulder. Mr. Lin, tell me, how did you discern my true identity? If memory serves, this is our first encounter. Should you enlighten me? Pausing briefly, she then took hold of Lin Hao's hand, guiding it slowly toward her more prominent assets. There might just be a reward for you. A reward? Lin Hao felt a slight tremor in his voice as he became aware of Natasha's intentions. Indeed. I believe no man would refuse such a reward. As she continued to lead his hand closer, it was mere inches away from her enticing form. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the situation shifted dramatically. Natasha's grip suddenly tightened, launching an unexpected assault toward her own assets with astonishing speed, leaving her no time to react as Lin Hao's hand withdrew. The smile on Natasha's face abruptly vanished. With an impassive expression, Lin Hao remarked, "Is this the reward you spoke of?" Lin Hao's sudden assault left Natasha with no time to react. Initially, she intended to employ her infallible strategy, the art of seduction, to extract information from him. However, Lin Hao defied all expectations and struck unexpectedly. What could she do now? Having already resorted to using her allure, she had no choice but to suppress her murderous intent and smiled, saying, "Indeed, as long as you confide in me, the rewards will be far greater. If you desire, I could accompany you tonight." With a hearty laugh, Lin Hao responded, leaving Natasha perplexed. "What are you laughing at? Are you imagining too much? Do I seem like a man who is so easily swayed? I would never spend the night with a woman I've known for less than a day." He released his grip from Natasha's slender waist and made his way back to the bar, prompting Natasha to reluctantly follow. After ordering a glass of brandy, Lin Hao turned to Natasha and said, "You need not employ any elaborate tactics with me. Just be straightforward. Are you seeking to recruit me into Saiyan? At his words, Natasha's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did you know? Who are you, really?" Chapter 5. The combat experience and martial arts of Sun Wukong. Natasha narrowed her beautiful eyes dangerously, fixating on the man before her. Why did he seem to know everything about her? Her identity and mission were supposed to be strictly confidential, yet before Lin Hao, she felt utterly exposed. "Who am I?" "Just an ordinary citizen of New York, a student at Midtown High," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly while sipping his brandy. Simultaneously, Natasha's words confirmed his suspicions. She had likely taken an interest in him due to his earlier confrontation with those thugs, recognizing his prowess and hoping to recruit him into Saiyan and the Avengers. It appeared that the Avengers initiative was already in motion, with Iron Man's involvement surely facilitated by Natasha's influence. "No. My instincts tell me you are not as simple as you appear." Natasha shook her head firmly. "An ordinary high school student possesses such skills? Can an average student leap from a 30-meter rooftop and land unscathed? Is that the reason you are fixated on me?" Lin Hao countered. "Yes," Natasha nodded. "Since you are already aware, I will be candid. Saiyan is undertaking an Avengers initiative aimed at recruiting extraordinary individuals to join the Avengers as protectors of humanity. Your performance tonight has revealed your potential and strength." Natasha no longer concealed her intentions and spoke directly. Indeed, her interest in Lin Hao stemmed from his display of abilities. Had she been in his place, she doubted she would have the courage or capability to leap from 30 meters without injury. Through their earlier encounter, she had gleaned enough to ascertain that Lin Hao's strength was certainly on par with, if not superior to, her own. No. Lin Hao shook his finger lightly and chuckled. "This plan sounds appealing, but I harbor no interest in Saiyan's Avengers initiative. I lack the desire to protect the world. I simply wish to lead an ordinary life. But your abilities dictate that you cannot remain an ordinary person forever. When enemies and disasters descend, you cannot stand idly by," Natasha articulated with precision. Lin Hao shrugged with a smile. "Perhaps, but even if enemies arise, isn't Saiyan here? With Saiyan safeguarding us, I believe I can rest easy. Are you truly not considering it?" Natasha pressed, as this was her mission, and she hoped to persuade Lin Hao to join Saiyan in the Avengers. "I believe I have made myself quite clear. I am still a student, and my focus should be on my studies rather than engaging in constant conflict," Lin Hao replied as he exited the bar. "Of course, if you wish to find me, feel free to visit Midtown High. I would be delighted to treat you to a drink or a meal. It would be nice to be friends, wouldn't it?" As he reached the bar's entrance, he added, "All right, I must head back to rest. I have classes tomorrow." Watching Lin Hao's retreating figure, Natasha bit her red lip in frustration and shouted after him, "Mr. Lin, I will come to find you again." It was not until Lin Hao disappeared from view that Natasha finally withdrew her gaze. She felt a mix of emotions. Yet Lin Hao remained disinterested in her proposal. However, Natasha was unwilling to concede. As a super agent, retreating was not in her nature. "One day, I shall win you over." Upon returning home, it was already 2 in the morning. As soon as he entered, the system's voice echoed in his ears. "Congratulations, host. For completing the novice combat mission, you have earned 50 points. Combat power has increased by 10. Your current point balance is 550, and your combat power is 208. Moreover, due to your Saiyan heritage, daily combat missions will commence from today. You may complete 1 daily combat mission each day, earning 30 points and 5 combat power. The decision to accept the daily mission lies with you. If accepted, it must be completed, or double points will be deducted as a penalty." A daily combat mission? How excellent, Lin Hao thought. With the introduction of this daily task, his points in combat power would steadily grow each day, although the increments seemed modest. Even the smallest gains accumulate over time, leading to substantial rewards. However, through his encounter with Natasha that evening, Lin Hao recognized his own deficiencies, namely his lack of combat experience and martial arts skills. In terms of combat power, he far surpassed Natasha, yet he had gained no advantage in their encounter. Beyond his inherent strength, what he lacked most was experience and technique. It was akin to a swordsman without a sword, significantly diminishing his actual capabilities. Had Lin Hao possessed ample combat experience and martial arts prowess, he believed that his duel with Natasha would have resulted in a decisive victory. It appears that this issue must be resolved promptly. Otherwise, possessing such formidable combat prowess yet being unable to harness even half of one's potential is indeed a lamentable situation. After some contemplation, Lin Hao resolved that this matter required urgent attention. Although he had commenced daily combat tasks, engaging in encounters akin to those of this evening, his opponents were merely weaklings with a combat power of 5, rendering the acquisition of substantial combat experience and martial arts skills nearly impossible. To swiftly enrich his combat experience and enhance his martial arts, he needed to seek a formidable expert for prolonged battles, such as the Hulk or Captain America, who would serve as exemplary adversaries. However, where could he possibly find the Hulk and Steve? Setting aside the challenge of locating them, would they even consent to spar with him upon being approached? This was evidently a rather unrealistic expectation. After much deliberation, Lin Hao ultimately decided to explore the system marketplace. Upon re-entering the vibrant realm of the system marketplace, he furrowed his brow at the dazzling array of energy orbs. How long would it take to find what he sought? System, do you have any manuals regarding physical techniques or martial arts? The system promptly responded. 3 manuals concerning physical techniques and martial arts have been selected for the host. No sooner had Lin Hao spoken than 3 orbs floated before him. Tai Chi, 100 points. Wing Chun, 100 points. Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts, youth stage, comprising 8 phases, 500 points. Upon seeing the last option, Lin Hao's gaze fixed intently. While Tai Chi and Wing Chun were commendable in their own right, they paled in comparison to the wealth of combat experience and martial arts possessed by Sun Wukong. Having engaged in countless battles throughout his life, Sun Wukong's accumulated combat experience and martial arts expertise were exceptionally profound. Though it pertained only to his youth stage, it was more than sufficient for Lin Hao at this juncture. Very well, I shall choose this one. Chapter 6. The Emergence of the Green Goblin upon expending 500 points. Lin Hao acquired Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts, youth stage. Host current points balance, 50. As the system confirmed the selection, a torrent of information akin to a tidal wave surged into Lin Hao's mind. This knowledge encompassed all the combat experiences and martial arts techniques contained within the realm of Dragon Ball, specifically those honed during Sun Wukong's childhood battles against Demon King Piccolo and prior to his marriage to Chi-Chi. Even these experiences were ample for Lin Hao to thoroughly digest. Given that Sun Wukong had faced innumerable battles throughout his life, even if he were to obtain all of Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts techniques at once, it would still be a challenge to assimilate them fully. The youth stage delineated by the system was perfectly suited for Lin Hao's current circumstances. At this moment, Lin Hao felt a profound transformation. He was no longer a mere novice in combat, but rather a seasoned veteran, despite no increase in combat power. He could distinctly sense that he was now several times stronger than when he had fought against Black Widow Natasha. This was the remarkable enhancement brought forth by Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts. The 500 points spent were indeed worthwhile. System. How many points are required to acquire all phases of Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts? Experiencing the remarkable enhancement in strength brought about by Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts techniques, Lin Hao found himself irresistibly drawn to acquire the entirety of Sun Wukong's mastery. However, upon consulting the system, he was met with the staggering requirement of 350,000 points to attain the 8 stages. The revelation struck Lin Hao like a thunderbolt, leaving him both stunned and disheartened. While Sun Wukong's prowess was undeniably formidable, the cost in points was exorbitant. Reluctantly, he decided to put this aspiration on hold, realizing it was prudent to first fully absorb the lessons from the juvenile stage before contemplating future endeavors. In the month that followed, Lin Hao diligently completed the daily combat tasks assigned by the system, simultaneously digesting the first stage of Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts. Although he had acquired this knowledge, actual combat practice proved to be far more vital. Throughout this month, apart from the daily combat tasks, the system did not assign any additional missions, perhaps indicating that he was still within the novice phase or that enemies had yet to materialize. Nonetheless, for Lin Hao, the daily combat tasks provided a steady influx of 30 points and an increase of 5 in combat power, a situation he found quite acceptable. He understood that the absence of foes was merely temporary. When adversaries finally appeared, the rewards from the system would surely be bountiful. Reflecting on Natasha's visit a month ago, inviting him to join SHIELD, it was evident that the Avengers initiative was now underway. He pondered who would make their entrance first, the Green Goblin or Loki. As night fell, Lin Hao stood atop a skyscraper in New York, murmuring to himself. Today marked the full moon since he activated the system, and he had completed his combat tasks for the day. Suddenly intrigued, he commanded, "System, evaluate my physical attributes and skill ratings." The system responded, assessing Lin Hao's qualities. Host, Lin Hao Jackson. Age, 18. Maximum speed, 500 meters. Reaction speed and physical fitness. Level. Combat power, 358. Current points balance, 950. Due to the host's consistent completion of daily combat tasks over the past month and his outstanding performance, the system awarded him a perfect attendance reward of 200 points and an increase of 50 in combat power. Thus, his current points balance became 1150, and his combat power rose to 408. As the system's announcement concluded, Lin Hao felt a palpable surge of strength coursing through his body. Indeed, he had grown stronger. This unexpected boon delighted him. Ah, what a pleasant surprise. My efforts this past month have proven worthwhile. Although the perfect attendance reward was not excessively generous, Lin Hao felt content. It was certainly better than receiving nothing at all. He understood the importance of contentment, well aware of the old adage that happiness lies in satisfaction. Compared to a month ago, Lin Hao's strength had undeniably multiplied several times over. While his combat power had only doubled, his actual capabilities had increased by several magnitudes. It was now time to return and rest. Just as he was about to perform the sky dance technique, a piercing cackle echoed through the night, shattering the tranquility with an eerie sharpness that sent chills down his spine. What was happening? Lin Hao gazed in the direction of the sound, only to witness a sudden burst of flames erupting on the distant street. A resounding explosion reverberated through the night sky of New York. As a shadow soared swiftly through the air, it seemed that this very explosion was the creation of that elusive figure. It was in the direction of Oscorp. And in that moment, Lin Hao realized, the Green Goblin. Alarm surged within him. As he recalled the Spider-Man trilogy from his previous life, he remembered how Norman Osborn, the father of Harry Osborn, had become a mere test subject, ultimately leading to the Green Goblin seizing control of his body. This tragic turn of events had transformed Spider-Man, Peter Parker, and Harry from the best of friends into bitter enemies, culminating in Norman's demise by his own glider and Harry's tragic end. Without further contemplation, Lin Hao swiftly employed his aerial technique, propelling himself toward Oscorp. However, upon reaching the skies above the corporation, the Green Goblin had vanished, leaving only the remnants of the explosion and a panicked crowd below. In the distance, the wailing of police sirens echoed ominously. The enemy's appearance triggered the system's main combat mission, defeat the Green Goblin. Mission rewards, 800 points, 200 combat power, time limit, 1 month. Penalty for mission failure, deduction of 1,600 points. The deducted points may fall into the negative. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback. If the main mission was to defeat the Green Goblin, did it not mirror the conclusion of the Spider-Man trilogy from his past life? The only difference being that Harry's animosity had shifted from Peter to himself. Yet, both Harry and Peter were among his closest friends in this world. If possible, he genuinely wished to avoid repeating the tragic fate of the Spider-Man trilogy. He yearned to alter this outcome. System, is there not an alternative solution? Must I truly defeat the Green Goblin? Lin Hao inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. Considering the host's current relationships with Peter Parker and Harry Osborn, the system now presented 2 completion conditions for the mission, allowing the host to choose. The first condition, defeat the Green Goblin. The second condition, assist Norman Osborn in overcoming the Green Goblin and reclaiming control of his body. Chapter 7. The Combat Power Index of Spider-Man. Now that's more like it. I choose the second option. The system proved to be quite accommodating. The second choice was indeed appealing. If he could help Norman triumph over the Green Goblin and regain control, he would undoubtedly gain a formidable ally. Furthermore, this approach would avert the tragic conclusion of the Spider-Man trilogy, a truly advantageous resolution, as the difficulty of the second condition surpassed that of the first. The mission rewards were increased, adjusted to 1,000 points and 300 combat power. Conversely, if the mission were to fail, a deduction of 2,000 points would ensue. Not a problem. This is splendid. It's a strategy that achieves multiple objectives. A smile graced Lin Hao's lips, emboldening him to proceed with vigor. However, a nagging feeling surfaced. Something was amiss. Suddenly, Lin Hao pondered if he had overlooked a crucial detail. After a moment of reflection, he realized with dismay, how could I have overlooked such an important detail? Since the Green Goblin has made his appearance, it signifies that Peter has already been bitten by the super spider and has thus acquired spider-like abilities. According to the timeline established in the Spider-Man trilogy, the Green Goblin was supposed to emerge only after their high school graduation. However, They are currently merely in the first semester of their sophomore year, suggesting that there should be a considerable time before the Green Goblin's arrival. Perhaps this Marvel universe that he has traversed differs somewhat from the Marvel films of his past life. Nonetheless, this is no longer of great consequence. The Green Goblin has indeed manifested, and pondering further would be of little utility. As for the reason he is 18 and just now entering his first year of high school, it stems from Lin Hao's childhood hardships, which delayed his education by 2 or 3 years compared to his peers. The next morning, at the entrance of Midtown High, a friendly greeting rang out. "Hey, Lin." "Good morning." Turning around, Lin Hao saw Peter Parker waving as he approached, and he reciprocated the gesture. "Peter, good morning. Has Harry not arrived yet? Perhaps he has only just risen to wash up." Lin Hao quipped lightly, then scrutinized Peter with a keen eye, casually remarking, "Peter, I've noticed something different about you. It seems you have undergone a slight transformation." "Really? What makes you say that?" Peter replied with a confident smile, his demeanor markedly altered. Once a shy and insecure boy, he now radiated the confidence of one who had found his footing. The contrast between the two personas was stark. During this time, Lin Hao had been engrossed in studying the system and completing daily combat tasks, thus neglecting to pay much attention to Peter and Harry. "How should I put it? It's just a feeling," Lin Hao replied with a light chuckle, choosing not to unveil Peter's secret. Even without Peter's admission, he had already deduced the truth. As they conversed, a Rolls-Royce glided to a halt, and Harry along with his father Norman emerged from the vehicle. Lin Hao and Peter strolled over. "Hey, buddy. You almost arrived late again today." Harry chuckled noncommittally and introduced them to his father. "Dad, these are the Peter Parker and Lin Hao Jackson I often mention. Pleasure to meet you, Parker and Lin. I believe this is the highlight of my day," Norman said with a warm smile, extending his hand for a handshake with Lin Hao and Peter. "Uncle Norman, it's a pleasure to meet you as well," Peter responded courteously. Lin Hao grasped Norman's hand, fixing his gaze directly into Norman's eyes, and said with a gentle smile, "Uncle Norman, I have learned a bit about Oscorp Industries that you founded. I wonder if we might have the opportunity to intern at your company after graduation?" At this, Norman appeared momentarily taken aback, but soon waved his hand generously, replying, "Of course, you are both Harry's friends, and it would be no problem for you to intern at Oscorp after graduation." Having frequently heard Harry speak of Peter and Lin Hao, and recognizing them as commendable students at Midtown High, he welcomed Lin Hao's request, albeit with a hint of surprise. "That sounds incredibly cool, Uncle Norman. Could you perhaps show us around Oscorp? It would be beneficial to familiarize ourselves with the company beforehand, allowing us to integrate seamlessly upon graduation," Lin Hao suggested. Lin Hao continued his pursuit, aware that having accepted the mission, it was imperative to resolve the Green Goblin matter swiftly. Fortuitously, he encountered Norman escorting Harry to school today, and Lin Hao was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. "Wow, that's truly remarkable. You are the most outstanding and proactive student I have encountered. I shall extend an invitation to you when I find the time," Norman exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Lin Hao and Peter expressed their desire to visit Oscorp Industries, which Norman was more than willing to facilitate, though he was currently preoccupied with pressure from the board of directors. Thus, he planned to agree for now and extend an invitation to Lin Hao and Peter once his affairs were settled. "Uncle Norman, why not this weekend?" Lin Hao interjected confidently. Turning to Peter, he inquired, "What do you think of this idea?" "Certainly, I am free this weekend," Peter responded, seemingly in perfect harmony with Lin Hao's thoughts. As Lin Hao and Peter conversed, Norman was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that they would propose a visit to Oscorp this very weekend, which placed him in a difficult position. Just then, Harry chimed in, "Dad, let us finalize this. I would like to join as well. It has been quite a while since I visited your company." "Not a problem. You all can come this weekend," Norman replied, his initial hesitation fading upon hearing Harry's eagerness. Their relationship had grown somewhat distant of late, and Norman was keen to find an opportunity to mend it, lest their father-son bond continue to weaken. "Harry, focus on your studies at school. I must return to the office now. Lin, Parker, we shall meet this weekend." After bidding farewell, Norman departed in his Rolls-Royce from Midtown High School. Once Norman left, Peter, ever the chatterbox, began to ramble excitedly, pulling Harry along. "Harry, this is fantastic. I have always wanted to tour your father's Oscorp Industries." Amidst Peter's incessant chatter, Lin Hao's curiosity was piqued regarding Peter's combat prowess. In the Marvel films of his previous life, Spider-Man's abilities ranked among the top, even within the Avengers. He wondered just how formidable Peter's fighting capability was now that he had recently acquired his spider powers. "System, could you assess Peter's combat power index?" Lin Hao thought to himself while observing Peter. Beep, assessing Peter Parker's combat power index soon. The system's feedback resonated in Lin Hao's ears. According to the system's evaluation, Peter Parker's combat power index is 380. Maximum speed, 200 meters. Strength, 10 tons. Physical attributes and various skills. Level, As the System S report reached Lin Hao, he couldn't help but marvel at Peter's combat capabilities. Although slightly inferior to his own, Peter's strength was undoubtedly superior. And this was merely the nascent stage of Peter's spider abilities. Once he fully mastered them, his combat prowess would experience a significant surge. The affluent rely on technology, while the destitute depend on mutation. Indeed, the statement holds true. The affluent Tony Stark relies on technology, while the less fortunate Peter Parker must depend on mutation and systems. In biology class, as the professor had yet to arrive, the classroom buzzed with whispers and conversations. And Lin Hao and his companions were no exception. Lin, with just half a month until summer break, what do you plan to do during the holidays? Peter inquired. His curiosity piqued as he gazed intently at Lin Hao. Pondering for a moment, Lin Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully before responding, well, if possible, I would like to intern at Oscorp Industrial Park. Such an invaluable experience would be quite rare, wouldn't it? He then turned to Harry, a smile gracing his face. Harry, what do you think? Could you help me navigate some connections with your father? Taken aback, Harry quickly replied, Lin, didn't you say you would wait until after high school to intern? Why the sudden eagerness to join my father's Oscorp? An internship is never too early. I consider it a head start, Lin Hao replied with a cheerful grin. Huh, astute thinking. Harry chuckled, placing a hand on Lin Hao's shoulder. I'll mention it to my father, and we can go together during the summer break. Hey, classmates, have you heard? Recently, a phantom has emerged in New York City, dedicated to combating crime. Yes, I've heard. Allegedly, he only appears at night, cloaked in a dark trench coat and sporting a cowboy hat. Over the past month, he has thwarted no fewer than 30 criminal incidents, vanishing without a trace. A newspaper has dubbed him the Phantom, an avenger of crime. Since the Phantom's arrival, crime rates in New York have plummeted by over 60% in just a month. I wonder what his motives might be. I witnessed him just a few days ago. The sight of him in that black trench coat was utterly captivating, though I regrettably did not catch a glimpse of his face. If I had the chance, I would gladly marry him. Nearby, a group of students animatedly discussed the Phantom's exploits. One particularly infatuated girl with golden eyes expressed her admiration, prompting derisive glances from her peers. One classmate teased, "Oh dear, you're smitten. Who knows if he even fancies your type?" Hey, fellow students, are you not aware? There's not just this Phantom. There's also a Spider-Man, equally dedicated to fighting crime. Both of them have been the talk of New York, dominating the headlines. I personally prefer Spider-Man. Watching him swing through the streets of New York is simply thrilling, exclaimed another girl, her face alight with admiration. One during the day, the other at night. Goodness, why do I feel that these two are such a perfect match? The lively discussion continued, their voices raised, leaving Lin Hao and his friends unable to ignore the chatter. Suddenly, Peter turned to Lin Hao and asked, Lin, do you know who this Phantom is? Lin Hao shook his head and replied, I have never met him. I have only seen news about him. Do you know that Spider-Man, Peter? Peter also shook his head. Observing the lively conversation between Lin Hao and Peter, Harry expressed his confusion. What's going on? It seems like you both are quite interested in these two individuals. Harry, it appears that a significant portion of New York citizens are intrigued by them, not just us. Lin Hao cleverly redirected the source of the inquiry. Peter nodded in agreement. Lin is right, Harry. Aren't you interested in them? Well, a little, Harry admitted. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York, Fury sat at his desk, gazing at the newspaper headlines featuring reports on Spider-Man and Ghost. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Natasha, what do you know about these two? Do we have any information on them? Natasha, with her captivating and alluring eyes, looked at Fury and replied slowly. Perhaps I have some information regarding Ghost. At these words, Fury straightened his posture and asked solemnly, have you encountered him? Perhaps. A month ago, I encountered a skilled individual in New York's 3rd District. His abilities were on par with mine, but he seemed to lack complete control over his powers, perhaps due to inexperience. We fought, and it should have been my loss, but due to his inexperience, we ended up at a stalemate. After a month, I might no longer be his equal. Natasha took a deep breath and continued, coincidentally, when I encountered him, he was assisting a lady in dealing with several robbers. I suspect that Ghost might be him. Natasha, you did an excellent job this time, Fury said with satisfaction after hearing her account. He continued, did you invite him to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? I did, but he expressed disinterest in our plans. Moreover, there is something peculiar about him. Reflecting on that night, Natasha still could not forget the humiliation Lin Hao had inflicted upon her. She had intended to use her charms to extract information, but ended up being outsmarted by a high school student. Not only did she compromise herself, but she also failed to gain any information, losing both her dignity and her advantage. What was peculiar? Fury inquired, suddenly intrigued. Natasha paused for a moment before elaborating. It was strange. I'm certain it was my first encounter with him, Yet he directly addressed me by name and knew my background, which astonished me. He even mentioned my mission before I had a chance to invite him. It was truly frightening. I have no secrets before him. With a sudden movement, Fury stood up. Incredulous, is that so? Chapter 9. Dr. Lizard Fury contemplated for a few minutes before making a decision. Natasha, make another attempt to invite him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. If he declines, we must bring him in. This individual knows too many of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s classified secrets. We need to ascertain how he acquired such knowledge. I will assign personnel to assist you. I understand. On the weekend. Today marks the day when Lin Hao and Norman have arranged to visit Osborne Industries. Lin Hao, accompanied by Peter, makes their way to the headquarters of Osborne Industries located in Manhattan. As they step through the entrance, they discover that Harry has been waiting for them. Hey Lin, Peter. Over here. Harry waves enthusiastically to greet them. Under Harry's guidance, they each receive a visitor's pass. Harry, where's your father? I haven't seen him, Lin Hao inquires casually, glancing around in search of Norman's presence. My father is currently in a board meeting. He'll join us once it's over, Harry responds with a smile. Leading the trio into the biotechnology research department of Osborne Industries. Hi, Harry, are these two your classmates? A sweet voice captures their attention. Following the sound, Lin Hao sees a lady in a lab coat approaching them, adorned with a radiant smile. Yes, this is Lynn Jackson and Peter Parker. Harry introduces them with a grin. He then turns to Lin Hao and Peter, saying, Lin, Peter, this is Lucy, the head of the biotechnology department. She will guide us until my father arrives. Hello, Mr. Lin, Mr. Peter. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lucy Dan, but my friends call me Lucy. She warmly extends her hand. Lin Hao responds graciously, Lucy. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. Hey, Lucy, nice to meet you, Peter adds, shaking her hand, and thus they have all been introduced. Following Lucy, the three arrive at the biotechnology lab, where an array of instruments are displayed and numerous individuals are diligently at work. Lin Hao finds himself bewildered by the machinery and lacks any interest. His sole purpose for visiting Osborne Industries is to find an excuse to get closer to Norman and address the Green Goblin issue. In contrast to Lin Hao's nonchalance, Peter and Harry exhibit genuine interest and surprise. The only aspect that piques Lin Hao's curiosity is a holographic projection device situated in the center of the lab. Such technology was merely a concept in his past life, confined to the realm of cinema. Yet here, he witnesses it in reality. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, and he may very well witness even more advanced technology in the future. While holographic projection devices are relatively commonplace in this world, they are not something just any company can afford. Only powerful firms like Osborne Industries and Stark Industries can afford such sophisticated equipment. Oh, who do we have here? A voice calls from behind. Lin Hao turns to see a middle-aged man, bespectacled and possessing a genteel demeanor, walking towards them. Apart from his refined presence, the most striking feature about him is his noticeably empty right arm. Ah, Harry, it's been a while since I've seen you. The man approaches Lin Hao and the others, introducing himself. You two must be Harry's classmates, correct? I am Dr. Curtis Connors, and it is a pleasure to welcome you to my laboratory today. I suspect you might be taken aback by my right arm. To the untrained eye, I may appear to be a disabled individual who has lost his right limb. However, I do not consider myself disabled in the least. Dr. Connors, with an optimistic smile, remarked, I am a scientist, a leading figure in the field of genetic herpetology, which is precisely why I am employed at Oscorp Industries. Dr. Connors is the principal investigator of this laboratory, Harry discreetly informed Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded slightly. He was no stranger to Dr. Connors, as he was the very same individual who portrayed the Lizard in the Spider-Man series. It seemed prudent for Lin Hao to remain cautious around Dr. Connors. After all, one could never tell when he might transform into the Lizard due to his experiments, putting Norman and Harry in jeopardy. Soon, Dr. Connors personally guided Lin Hao and the others on a tour of the facility. As he elucidated his work, he also shared his aspirations. Peter listened with keen interest, while Lin Hao appeared somewhat disenchanted. The trio spent the entire morning touring until late afternoon, nearly covering half of the biotechnology building. It was only then that Norman made his tardy entrance. His expression was evidently less than favorable, perhaps due to Harry's presence. With a note of apology, Norman explained, Lin, Peter, I sincerely apologize for the delay. Please forgive me. Uncle Norman, it's quite all right. We have nearly completed our tour for today, and I have learned a great deal. Lin Hao reassured him, harboring no resentment. In truth, he could surmise the reason for Norman's tardiness. A board meeting had likely stretched from morning until afternoon, and it was probable that the board members were pressuring Norman. Seeing that Lin Hao and Peter bore him no ill will, Norman managed to smile. Thank you for your understanding. As a gesture of my apology, I would like to invite you both to dinner tonight. That sounds splendid, Uncle Norman. It is indeed an honor to be invited to dine with the president of Oscorp Industries. Peter readily accepted the invitation, and Lin Hao felt no inclination to decline, considering Norman's gracious offer. Then it is settled. We shall meet at the Venus restaurant this evening, Norman declared. Uncle Norman, there's no need for such formality. Personally, I prefer dining at home. Might I have the privilege of sharing a meal at your residence? Lin Hao suggested with a smile. Suspecting that Norman's discontent from the board meeting hinted that the Green Goblin might soon rear his head, seizing the day seemed prudent. Tonight would be an opportune moment to act. If he could dine at Norman's home, his chances of success would significantly increase. Therefore, he needed to prepare accordingly. Ah, Lin. That is a splendid proposal. Since you have suggested it, we shall dine at my home tonight. Peter, you are welcome to join us as well. With that, Norman excused himself, having some matters to attend to. Departing from the Osborne Industries headquarters, Lin Hao made his way home, for he needed to prepare for the evening's undertaking, to devise a method that would enable Norman to triumph over the Green Goblin and seize control of his own body without inflicting harm upon him. Chapter 10. The Holy Water. Was there a way to empower Norman to vanquish the Green Goblin and gain dominion over his body while sparing him any injury, all the while harnessing the Goblin's formidable might? Secluded in his room, Lin Hao pondered deeply. The Green Goblin's strength was not to be underestimated, rivaling even that of Spider-Man. Should Norman gain the ability to wield the Goblin's power at will, he would undoubtedly acquire a steadfast ally. Yet, the very essence of the Green Goblin was steeped in malevolence, having taken possession of Norman's body and wreaking havoc at his whim. Convincing him to abandon his wicked ways would be no simple task. As Lin Hao rested his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed in concentration. A sudden spark illuminated his thoughts. As if a gentle spring breeze had dispersed the fog, he had found a solution: holy water. He recalled the tale from Dragon Ball, where the inhabitants of Earth had been infected by Baby, transforming into mindless puppets under his command. It was only through the intervention of the Supreme Kai's holy water that they were freed from Baby's negative influence and restored to their former selves. Could this holy water also be effective against the Green Goblin? It might eradicate the Goblin's nefarious thoughts without harming Norman, perhaps even allowing him to master the Goblin's power seamlessly, truly a threefold benefit. With this newfound inspiration, Lin Hao promptly entered the system marketplace and inquired, "System, do you possess holy water for exchange?" In no time, a luminous orb materialized before him, inscribed with the words, "Holy water, 1 drop 180 points. Is this what you seek, host?" Lin Hao's eyes gleamed at the sight of the inscription. "Indeed, that is it. I wish to exchange for 1 drop of holy water." Upon successfully spending 180 points, he received the coveted drop of holy water. As the system's notification chimed, Lin Hao opened his eyes wide. In his hand lay a small glass vial containing a single drop of crystalline holy water, unmistakably extraordinary. Though parting with 180 points for just a drop of holy water stung his heart, if it proved effective against the Green Goblin, it would be well worth the cost. Despite the discomfort of his expenditure, Lin Hao felt reassured that this was the only viable solution he could conceive to eliminate the Goblin's malevolent thoughts without harming Norman. A series of knocks echoed from outside his door, accompanied by a warm voice calling, "Lin, what are you hiding in your room for? It's time to come down for dinner." Coming. Lin Hao swiftly tucked the vial of holy water into his pocket, opened the door, and was greeted by his mother, Mina Romanoff, a native New Yorker with flowing golden hair and a gentle visage. She radiated warmth and beauty. Mina looked at Lin Hao with affectionate concern and smiled. "Darling, you've been cooped up in your room for too long. If you don't step outside for some fresh air, you'll surely suffocate." "Mother, I assure you I am well. It is merely that the summer break has commenced, and I find myself inundated with a plethora of revision." Lin Hao casually fabricated an excuse to deflect the matter and proceeded downstairs with Mina. "Lin, I heard you visited Osborne Industries today. Is that true?" Lin Hao's father, Jason Jackson, inquired as he sat watching television. Surprised, Lin Hao replied, "Yes, father. How did you come to know about this?" It seemed he had not mentioned it to him, so how was he aware? With a mysterious smile, Jason replied, "A friend of mine works at Osborne Industries and happened to see you today, thus informing me." He then rose and headed towards the dining table, stating, "Everyone's here. It is time for dinner." On the television, a live broadcast reported, "The Green Goblin is attacking the Fulton Hotel in Queens, New York." As anticipated, the valiant Spider-Man has appeared to confront him, while the police are en route to provide support. As Lin Hao descended the stairs, he caught the alarming news, and his attention was immediately drawn to the screen, where footage of Spider-Man battling the Green Goblin at the Fulton Hotel unfolded. The Green Goblin was maneuvering on a glider, while Spider-Man engaged in an intense aerial skirmish, and the scene was chaotic, punctuated by the blaring of police sirens emanating from the television. "This is dire." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Hao understood that the Green Goblin had emerged sooner than he had anticipated. Without a moment's hesitation, he informed his parents and rushed out the door. Given that the sun had not yet set, Lin Hao opted for a taxi to avoid drawing attention. However, his home was quite distant from Queens, and a cab would take at least an hour to arrive. He hoped the event would not have concluded by the time he arrived. Upon reaching the Fulton Hotel in Queens, he discovered that the police were already managing the scene, with both Spider-Man and the Green Goblin having vanished. The area was in disarray, marked by the remnants of an explosion, indicating that the previous confrontation had been quite fierce. It appeared that I must seek out Peter now. As he had arrived late, Lin Hao decided to visit Peter, noting that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. He made his way to Peter's home without delving into the earlier events, simply inviting him to accompany him to Harry's residence. Upon arriving at Harry's house, Harry warmly welcomed Lin Hao and Peter, exclaiming, "Hey, my friends. It is a pleasure to have you over this evening." After a brief embrace among the three, Harry led them inside. Harry's residence was an opulent villa, lavishly decorated both inside and out. After casually surveying the surroundings, Lin Hao turned and asked, "Harry, where is your father? Has he not returned yet?" "He is upstairs. I will go fetch him," Harry replied, preparing to ascend the stairs. Just then, Norman's voice resonated from the second-floor corridor. "Is that Lin Hao and Peter? You have arrived quite early. I have just instructed the butler to prepare dinner. Please wait a moment, and it will be ready shortly." "Not to worry, Uncle Norman. We are in no rush," Lin Hao reassured him. Lin Hao smiled faintly. Perceiving that despite the considerable distance between him and Norman, something seemed amiss with Norman, perhaps the Green Goblin had just relinquished control of his body. As Norman descended from the upper floor, he greeted Lin Hao and Peter, inviting them to sit and engage in conversation. Their discourse was rather mundane, revolving around trivial matters and academic pursuits. Soon, the butler prepared a meal, and after dining together, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Throughout the evening, Norman maintained an air of composure, betraying no signs of unease. "Harry, have a good chat with Lin and Peter. Your father is feeling a bit fatigued today and will retire to rest," Norman remarked before heading upstairs to his room. Once Norman had confirmed his solitude, Lin Hao's expression abruptly shifted to one of seriousness. "Harry, there is a harsh truth I must share with you." Chapter 11. The plan. Noticing Lin Hao's sudden gravity, Harry, perplexed, inquired, "Lin, what cruel matter are you referring to? I fail to grasp your meaning." "I, too, am uncertain," Peter echoed, equally bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Hao's ominous words. What could be so cruel? To Harry, it appeared that no dire circumstances had arisen, yet Lin Hao's insistence puzzled him. "This is not the best place for such a conversation, Harry. Let us move to your room," Lin Hao suggested, glancing around cautiously. After a moment's contemplation, Harry acquiesced, sensing the gravity of Lin Hao's demeanor and beginning to feel a foreboding chill. Upon entering Harry's room and securing the door, Lin Hao wasted no time in addressing the matter directly. "Harry, are you aware of the Green Goblin?" "The Green Goblin?" Harry's brow furrowed as he replied. "I have heard of him. What about it?" "Excellent." Lin Hao inhaled deeply before continuing. "What I must disclose is that the Green Goblin is, in fact, your father, Norman Osborn." Peter, upon hearing this revelation, expressed disbelief. "How can that be? Lin, you must be mistaken. Uncle Norman could never be the Green Goblin." "Hey, Peter. Not only am I aware that Uncle Norman is the Green Goblin, but I also know that you are Spider-Man. Prior to our arrival here, you and Uncle Norman had an encounter at the Flushing Hotel in Queens," Lin Hao remarked, lightheartedly. For Harry, the shock and incredulity were overwhelming. He glanced at Lin Hao and then at Peter, beginning to question everything. "What is going on? Peter, is what Lin said true? Are you really Spider-Man? Is my father truly the Green Goblin?" Peter, too, was taken aback by Lin Hao's assertions. The unwavering confidence in Lin Hao's voice left him at a loss for excuses to refute the claims. Staring blankly at Lin Hao, he asked, "Lin, how did you find out? I don't recall mentioning it to anyone, nor have I exposed myself. So, does this mean you are acknowledging your identity as Spider-Man?" Lin Hao did not respond directly but redirected the inquiry towards Peter, hoping for his admission to reinforce Harry's belief in his secret identity. "Yes, you and Harry are my closest friends, and I have nothing to conceal. However, I implore you both to keep this secret and not to disclose it. Can you promise me that?" Peter observed and nodded at Lin Hao, stating, "Of course not. Let us not forget, we are the best of friends." Lin Hao responded with a smile. Upon hearing Peter's affirmation, Harry finally accepted the truth that Peter was indeed Spider-Man. In those fleeting minutes, it felt as though his entire life had transformed. His closest friend was the renowned Spider-Man of New York City, while his father was the infamous Green Goblin. "Lin, are you certain my father is the Green Goblin?" Harry still struggled to come to terms with the notion that his father was the villain. He gazed intently at Lin Hao, inquiring further. Lin Hao nodded with unwavering confidence. "Yes, I can assure you that your father is the Green Goblin." "How do you know this? Even the media is unaware of such details. How could you possibly know?" Harry pressed on, his curiosity mirrored by Peter's astonishment. Lin Hao smiled with self-assurance. Because I am Lin Jackson, the Phantom known to the press. You are the Phantom. Peter and Harry exclaimed in unison, utterly taken aback. They had never imagined that Lin Hao was the elusive figure combating crime that the media spoke of. Do not be astonished. If Peter can be Spider-Man and Uncle Norman can be the Green Goblin, why can't I be the Phantom? Lin Hao gestured for them to lower their voices. It took Harry several minutes to regain his composure. My goodness, what kind of circle do I inhabit? My two best friends are Spider-Man and the Phantom, while my father is the Green Goblin. In the next moment, Harry's expression shifted to one of confusion as he turned to Lin Hao and asked, Lin, you are the Phantom fighting crime, and Peter is the Spider-Man doing the same. Are you two planning to apprehend my father? Listen, Harry. I am not here to capture your father. I am here to redeem him. Tell me, do you wish for your father's redemption? Lin Hao grasped Harry's shoulders, fixing his gaze upon him. His fight against crime stemmed from the necessity to fulfill daily combat duties, with no one to battle. Lin Hao sought out criminals to complete his tasks. In truth, he did not possess Spider-Man's noble heart for justice. He merely desired to grow stronger to protect those he cherished. After all, this was the Marvel Universe, and he needed the capability to safeguard himself and his loved ones against formidable adversaries in the future. Of course I want to, but how can we achieve that? Harry asked, skepticism evident in his voice. I have my methods. I merely want you to understand that I harbor no intention of harming your father. I am here to assist you, do you understand? Lin Hao believed it was essential to clarify his intentions to prevent any misunderstandings with Harry. Otherwise, he would not have shared so much with him. All right, if there is anything I can do to assist, just let me know. I trust you. Harry nodded, still holding faith in Lin Hao. If the need arises, I will call upon you. Lin Hao smiled, and then turned to Peter, asking, Peter, you encountered the Green Goblin this evening. Do you feel you can defeat him? I cannot be certain. The Green Goblin seems to possess greater strength than I do. Peter pondered for a moment before offering a rather candid response. Lin Hao nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. The Green Goblin's strength was indeed formidable. Peter's combat prowess stood at 380, merely 28 points below his own. Given that the Green Goblin surpassed Peter's current capabilities, it was likely that his strength exceeded Lin Hao's as well. To ensure a secure outcome, Lin Hao understood that he must collaborate with Peter. Peter, listen, Lin Hao began, outlining his plan. Peter expressed no dissent, confidently thumping his chest and declaring, no problem. With Spider-Man and Ghost teaming up, how can we not subdue a single Green Goblin? Chuckling, Lin Hao remarked, Spider-Man doesn't sound quite right. How about I give you a name? Let's call you Spider-Knight instead. Spider-Knight? I like that name. From now on, I shall be known as Spider-Knight. Peter was pleased with this title, finding it undeniably cooler than Spider-Man. Suddenly, a system notification echoed in Lin Hao's ear. The Green Goblin has appeared. Startled, Lin Hao sprang to his feet. Peter, Harry, the Green Goblin has shown himself. It's our time to shine. Chapter 12. The deceptive system. The trio rushed to Norman's room on the second floor, only to find it eerily empty, save for an open floor-to-ceiling window. It appeared that Norman had succumbed to the Green Goblin's malevolent influence and exited through the window. This is bad. He has already gone. Realizing Norman was absent, Lin Hao quickly deduced that the Green Goblin had taken control of Norman's body, possibly to eliminate the shareholders of Oscorp. He turned to Peter and inquired, did the Green Goblin attack anyone at the Fuline Hotel this evening? Yes, I heard he targeted Oscorp shareholders. By the time I arrived, one of them had already been killed, Peter replied. Lin Hao nodded thoughtfully, then his next target must still be the shareholders of Oscorp. Harry, do you know where the Oscorp shareholders reside? I don't know, Harry shook his head. It seems we must follow him. He likely hasn't gone far. We need to pursue him immediately. Waiting to investigate their residences would be too late. By the time we ascertain their locations, they may already be dead. Although I'm not particularly inclined to save those scoundrels, I must complete my task. The holy water has been exchanged, so I need to fulfill my mission swiftly. Peter, you go ahead. I'll catch up shortly. Peter wasted no time, revealing his spider suit and shooting a web out the window, propelling himself into the night. Peter truly is Spider-Man. Harry marveled as he watched Peter vanish into the darkness. Lin Hao was preparing to employ his aerial technique to follow when Harry grasped his arm and asked, Lin, what about me? Harry, wait here for our news. Peter and I can handle this situation, Lin Hao replied without hesitation, then activated his aerial technique, soaring out of the window with a swift whoosh, disappearing into the night. Harry dashed to the window, where Lin Hao had now dwindled to but a mere shadow, disappearing from his sight in a matter of seconds. He stood there, transfixed, murmuring to himself, Lin, I now believe you are indeed a ghost. The ability to soar through the air, coupled with an astonishing speed, mirrored precisely the descriptions of phantoms found in newspapers, though today he was devoid of his black trench coat and cowboy hat. After Lin Hao had flown away, he sought the Green Goblin's figure but was met with futility. Searching for a person amidst the night of New York proved to be a formidable challenge, especially since the Green Goblin had emerged minutes before him, leaving Lin Hao uncertain of his direction. Just as Lin Hao was engulfed in confusion, a spark of inspiration illuminated his eyes, and he hastily contacted the system. System, please detect the Green Goblin's location. Pay 500 points to activate the location feature. Would the host like to proceed? The system's voice echoed in his ears, causing Lin Hao to feel exasperated. Does this also require 500 points? What a ripoff. He was at a loss. Why was every little thing demanding points? Activating a location feature for 500 points seemed extravagantly unreasonable. Given this trend, it appeared he would frequently need to spend points in the future. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to forego it, as his current point balance was meager, and it would be prudent to conserve what little he had. The system chimed in with a friendly reminder. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Lin Hao gritted his teeth in frustration, but then a sly smile crossed his face. Oh really? Today, I shall indeed exploit the system. He activated the combat power detection mode, suddenly recalling that just a few days prior, while at Midtown High, the system had detected Peter's combat power. He surmised this feature would not require points. If it could reveal combat power, then the Green Goblin would be exposed, as his prowess would undoubtedly stand out among the throngs of ordinary New Yorkers. Once Lin Hao made his command, the system fell silent for a moment before responding. The combat power detection mode has been activated, with a current detection range of 10 miles. To expand this range, points will be necessary. 10 miles. That is more than sufficient. Lin Hao grinned, confident that the Green Goblin had not ventured far. Why waste points when he could take advantage of a free feature? At that moment, the system felt a pang of frustration. As a grand multiverse system, it had been truly outwitted by an 18-year-old host. However, there was no recourse. The combat power detection function was a built-in feature of the system, and even as its own entity, it was bound to its own rules. Once the combat power detection mode was activated, a torrent of data flooded Lin Hao's mind, revealing a kaleidoscope of fluctuating combat power values that left him somewhat dizzy. System. Filter for combat power values above 100. The sheer volume of data was overwhelming, and a filter would simplify the task greatly. Soon after, the system's response came. The combat power detection feature has been adjusted. The current displayed values are for combat powers exceeding 100. As the filtering mechanism activated, Lin Hao immediately felt a sense of ease. Within his combat power detection range, there were hardly any opponents present. Soon, he pinpointed Peter's location. Nearly a few hundred meters away, Lin Hao proceeded to expand his detection range, hastening his efforts to locate the exact whereabouts of the Green Goblin. Beep. Combat power, 460. Distance, 6 miles. Upon gazing westward, the combat power detection function delivered a distinct feedback, indicating the affluent district of New York. Lin Hao swiftly locked onto his target, the Green Goblin. At last, I have found you. He signaled Peter and activated his aerial maneuvering technique, racing towards the Green Goblin with all his might. As the Green Goblin was also in rapid motion, it took Lin Hao several minutes to catch up. He arrived in one of the affluent areas of New York, Long Island, situated far from the city center. Known for its picturesque environment that starkly contrasted with ordinary residential areas. Only those with considerable economic means in New York could reside here. Boom. By the time Lin Hao arrived, the Green Goblin had already commenced his assault, launching a missile from his flying apparatus, igniting a luxurious villa in a fiery inferno. A shrill, maniacal laughter echoed through the night sky of Long Island as Lin Hao gracefully descended, landing on a rooftop not far behind the Green Goblin. Hey, Green Goblin. Your father has arrived. The Green Goblin slowly turned around, but as he did, a shadow struck. A powerful punch landed squarely on his face, sending him and his flying apparatus plummeting like a projectile. Chapter 13. Fierce battle with the Green Goblin. The assailant was none other than Lin Hao, who, seizing the moment the Green Goblin turned, executed his aerial technique and delivered a heavy blow. Look, another one seeking death, he remarked, as his punch seemed to inflict minimal damage. The Green Goblin, quickly regaining his composure, ascended once more in his flying device and launched an immediate counterattack against Lin Hao. System. Accept today's daily combat mission. Daily combat mission accepted. Please complete it before midnight. Lin Hao accepted the mission and proactively engaged in combat, confronting the Green Goblin head-on. As the two clashed, they fought with ferocity. The Green Goblin's flying apparatus unleashed several missiles aimed at Lin Hao, who remained calm, deftly evading the projectiles with his aerial maneuvering technique. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin lunged at Lin Hao like a ravenous beast. I am no longer a novice in battle. Had this been a month prior, the Green Goblin's attack might have succeeded. However, after absorbing the combat experience and martial arts of a youthful Sun Wukong, coupled with a month of rigorous training, Lin Hao had now evolved into a seasoned fighter. As the Green Goblin approached, Lin Hao leaped upward, evading the attack. then swiftly turned and delivered a crushing kick to the Green Goblin's back, catching him off guard and sending him crashing down from the sky once again. Bang! The Green Goblin crashed onto the rooftop of a villa, creating a gaping hole in the ceiling, and subsequently fell inside. Lin Hao followed closely behind, executing a flying kick aimed at him. Just as the Green Goblin regained his footing, Lin Hao's aerial assault sent him hurtling out of the villa. Lin Hao, seizing the momentum, pursued him relentlessly. However, as he dashed outside, an unexpected punch came hurtling towards him. In that split second, Lin Hao's eyes widened in alarm. With a resounding thud, he utilized his extensive combat experience and reflexes to cross his arms defensively, absorbing the blow. Nevertheless, the tremendous force propelled him back into the villa, where the Green Goblin entered, coldly taunting. "You think too highly of yourself, little brat." Lin Hao silently acknowledged the Green Goblin's prowess while swiftly rising to his feet. He had to retaliate without delay. A fierce exchange ensued, each strike executed with lethal precision. After numerous rounds, the villa itself was nearly reduced to rubble. Through this intense battle with the Green Goblin, Lin Hao truly grasped the thrill and peril of combat. He had been sent flying multiple times. Yet the Green Goblin had been dispatched by Lin Hao nearly twice as often. Had Lin Hao not absorbed the combat experience and martial arts skills from the youthful Sun Wukong, he might have been utterly overwhelmed by the Green Goblin, who possessed superior strength and resilience compared to him. Such ferocity in battle did not deter Lin Hao. Rather, it exhilarated him. His blood yearned for the intensity and danger of such confrontations. Perhaps this was the essence of the warrior spirit inherent in the Saiyan lineage, where combat reigned supreme. Amidst the clash, Lin Hao momentarily faltered, allowing the Green Goblin to land a hit, cornering him. The Green Goblin advanced menacingly, locking eyes with Lin Hao, and ominously proposed. "You possess remarkable strength, little one. Are you interested in an alliance? Together, we would be invincible." "An alliance? Are you trying to recruit me?" Lin Hao retorted, casting a calm smile at the Green Goblin's haunting mask, beneath which lay Norman's face. The Green Goblin turned away, stating, "Indeed, you may view it that way. If you would acknowledge me as your father, I might consider it." Lin Hao smirked, responding playfully. This infuriated the Green Goblin, who seethed, "You insolent brat, don't provoke me." Yet, Lin Hao remained unfazed by the threat, grinning as he replied, "And what will you do about it? I can kill you." The Green Goblin realized that persuading Lin Hao to join forces was futile, and in that moment, murderous intent surged within him. As he raised his fist, ready to deliver a fatal blow, Lin Hao struck first, sending him flying with a powerful punch. With a swift motion, Lin Hao sent the Green Goblin flying, leaping out of the villa and gracefully executing the sky dance technique to return to the air. The Green Goblin, piloting his flying apparatus, approached menacingly. After an intense exchange, both combatants were noticeably fatigued. Yet, Lin Hao felt an insatiable desire for more combat. However, this was not the time for lingering in battle. There would be ample opportunities to fight in the future. For now, he needed to execute the plan he had previously discussed with Peter. "An evening Spider-Man is already interfering with me, and now another one appears. It seems you two are working together," the Green Goblin remarked coldly, locking eyes with Lin Hao. "Congratulations, you've guessed correctly. But there's no reward for you," Lin Hao retorted, his words accompanied by another voice that echoed through the air. The Green Goblin instinctively turned to see Peter, clad in his spider suit, finally arriving. Utilizing the nearby skyscrapers, Peter swung into action, delivering a flying kick that struck the Green Goblin's chest with tremendous force. Whoosh! The Green Goblin had no time to react before being sent hurtling away, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. "Hey there, buddy, you sure took your time," Lin Hao teased, glancing down at Peter. "If I could fly like you, I would have arrived much sooner," Peter quipped. Lin Hao chuckled noncommittally. "Let us focus on the task at hand. Do you remember what I told you?" "Of course." With that, Lin Hao and Peter simultaneously charged towards the Green Goblin below. As Spider-Man and the Phantom united, even the formidable Green Goblin would struggle against their combined assault. Each of them could easily engage him for an extended period, let alone their collaboration. Hee, look who finally showed up." The Green Goblin emerged from the pit, his tone sinister. "Now that you're both here, I can take care of you in one go. Are you still half asleep?" "Not with your abilities," Lin Hao scoffed, already descending from the air to deliver a powerful punch to the Green Goblin's face, sending him tumbling several meters away. This marked the first collaboration between Spider-Man and the Phantom. Under their combined might, the Green Goblin found himself nearly powerless to resist. Attempting to guard against Lin Hao, he left himself vulnerable to Peter, and vice versa, forcing him into a state of extreme defensiveness as they alternated their assaults. Thud! Another strike from Lin Hao sent the Green Goblin flying once more, crashing through several trees before colliding violently with the wall of a villa. Even the resilient Green Goblin found himself wounded. Recognizing the moment was ripe, Lin Hao called out, "Buddy, it's your turn to act. Don't worry. I've got this." With that declaration, a web shot from the air, pinning the Green Goblin firmly against the villa wall. Chapter 14. Rampage Mode. Trapped by Peter's web. The Green Goblin found himself immobilized against the wall. Lin Hao and Peter followed closely behind, with Peter striking a pose and boasting, "Easy peasy." The two individuals exchanged a high five, symbolizing their harmonious collaboration. Lin Hao's strategy was deceptively simple: to join forces with Peter in order to incapacitate the Green Goblin. They would then utilize Peter's webbing to immobilize him, allowing Lin Hao to administer the sacred water. After all, this sacred water was a rare commodity, costing a staggering 180 points for just a single drop. He needed to ensure that Norman, whose body was under the goblin's control, would consume it without fail. Otherwise, the endeavor would be fruitless. As Lin Hao and Peter approached, the Green Goblin struggled in vain against the webbing that bound him. The resilience of Peter's webs was unparalleled. Even the goblin found it a formidable challenge to escape their grip. "You beast, does forcibly controlling another's body amuse you?" Lin Hao advanced, gripping the goblin's throat and coldly rebuking him. Despite the gravity of the situation, the Green Goblin remained unfazed, his voice dripping with malice as he retorted, "What is your aim? It seems we have no enmity between us." As the Green Goblin spoke, a glint flickered in his eyes beneath the mask. "My goal is straightforward: to expel you from Uncle Norman's body. If you were not controlling him, I would have no interest in you." Lin Hao replied with an icy demeanor. "You think you can drive me out of Norman's body? Just the two of you little brats?" The Green Goblin laughed sinisterly, mocking them. Unperturbed by the goblin's taunts, Lin Hao shrugged. "You are correct. It is indeed just us, and I am on the verge of success. You shall soon vanish from this world. Oh, I would very much like for you to succeed in expelling me from Norman. However, if this is all the strength you possess, then the victor tonight will be me." As the Green Goblin finished his taunt, a menacing aura enveloped the air. In an instant, the goblin's glider swooped in, catching Lin Hao and Peter off guard, sending them flying over 100 meters. Seizing the opportunity, the Green Goblin effortlessly freed himself from Peter's webbing, having merely pretended to struggle before. He mounted his glider and ascended into the air, launching two explosive projectiles towards the direction from which Lin Hao and Peter had fallen. With a thunderous explosion, flames erupted skyward, and the Green Goblin erupted into maniacal laughter, his chilling cackle echoing throughout Long Island. "What are you laughing at? You seem rather pleased," a voice laced with mockery interjected. The Green Goblin slowly turned to find Lin Hao standing behind him, arms crossed and a smirk plastered across his face. He had anticipated this very maneuver from the goblin, fully aware of his treachery. Thus, as he was propelled by the glider, he swiftly adjusted his position using levitation techniques and soared back into the fray, completely unscathed by the goblin's explosive projectiles. The Green Goblin's eyes widened in disbelief. His previous assault had not even grazed Lin Hao. "You seem quite surprised," Lin Hao remarked with a hint of amusement. Lin Hao playfully taunted the Green Goblin, who gritted his teeth, realizing that this adversary was rather troublesome. It was prudent to first deal with Spider-Man and return to settle accounts with him later. Having made his decision, the Green Goblin ceased further entanglement with Lin Hao, launching two homing missiles towards him before swiftly steering his glider towards Peter. Lin Hao easily evaded the missiles, only to realize that they were indeed tracking him. As long as the missiles failed to reach their target, they would not cease their pursuit. "Is that so?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, dismissing the homing missiles as mere trifles. With the extraordinary agility afforded by his aerial maneuvering technique, evading the missiles posed no challenge. As he guided the missiles away, he observed the ongoing battle between Peter and the Green Goblin. Under the oppressive might of the Green Goblin, coupled with his ability to maneuver freely in the air, Peter found himself at a significant disadvantage. Relying solely on his webs and the sparse high-rise buildings in the vicinity, which were predominantly villas, his movements were severely restricted. Consequently, he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the relentless assaults of the Green Goblin. Even with the enhanced resilience granted by the Super Spider, Peter was no match for the Green Goblin, who was far from harmless. In this aerial disadvantage, Peter had already endured numerous powerful strikes from the Goblin. "Cackling Spider, I shall dispose of you first, then deal with your dear friend." The Green Goblin cackled ominously. He leaped from the sky, delivering a devastating knee strike that sent Peter crashing into a villa, creating a gaping hole in the structure. Before Peter could recover, the Green Goblin ascended back onto his glider, launching a formidable missile directly at the villa where Peter lay. Should the missile detonate, even Spider-Man would suffer severe injuries, as modern weaponry is beyond the endurance of flesh and blood. At that moment, Lin Hao successfully led the two homing missiles into a dead end. With a swift maneuver, he ascended into the sky, leaving the missiles no time to adjust course, resulting in their collision with the wall and subsequent explosion. As Lin Hao soared above, he witnessed the unfolding scene, and he knew that remaining passive would lead to Peter's grievous injury or even death due to the explosion. In that instant, a wild thought flashed through Lin Hao's mind. He could absorb the impact of the missile. With his strength, he believed that enduring a missile strike would not necessarily be fatal. Additionally, he wished to test whether the Saiyan phenomenon of gaining strength after recovering from severe injuries would apply to him. He held a Sins of Bean in his mouth, an item he had exchanged for 300 points in the system's marketplace. Thus, he could both save Peter and experiment with the Saiyan recovery effect. Even if it did not work, he could swallow the Sins of Bean at the moment of impact, instantly healing himself, ensuring he would not find himself in a perilous situation. Although spending 300 points to purchase a celestial beam caused him some discomfort, if it truly enhanced his strength significantly, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile investment. And it also saved Peter in the process. At this moment, Peter had no time to evade the incoming projectile. After all, someone had to intercept the Green Goblin's missile. Why not let it be him? In a fleeting moment, Lin Hao made his decision, executing the sky dance technique to its utmost potential. Like a moth drawn to a flame, he collided with the missile that had been aimed at Peter. The next instant, a deafening explosion erupted as the missile detonated in midair, a sight that Peter witnessed with wide eyes. As the sound of the explosion reverberated, tears welled in Peter's eyes. Lin, why did you do this? Thud. Lin Hao fell helplessly onto the rooftop of the villa, the explosion nearly reducing him to a charred husk. His body was marred with ghastly wounds, presenting a pitiful sight. Ah, the moth drawn to the flame. How touching is this brotherly bond. I almost feel remorse for wanting to eliminate you. The Green Goblin chuckled as he surveyed the scene from above. At that moment, Lin Hao felt as though his eyelids were weighed down by a great mountain, heavy and burdensome. The injuries he sustained made even the slightest movement of his fingers a Herculean task. Dazed, he gazed at the clear night sky of New York, where a full moon hung high amidst the stars. Peter had removed his Spider-Man mask, weeping as he looked at him. Bang, bang, bang. As Lin Hao contemplated swallowing the celestial bean, his eyes suddenly widened, and his heart raced violently, causing his chest to heave. At that moment, his consciousness began to fade, the blue of his irises gradually disappearing until only the whites remained. Lin Hao's combat power surged at an astonishing rate. Unknowingly, he swallowed the celestial bean, and his injuries visibly healed at an extraordinary pace. 500, 800, 1000. Ultimately, Lin Hao's combat power reached 1200 before it finally stabilized, engulfed by a savage, bloodthirsty aura that dominated his being. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat power, Berserk Mode 1200. Physical qualities and skills rating, level. The system's voice echoed in his ears. Yet Lin Hao was oblivious to it. In an instant, he soared into the air with lightning speed, his once blue eyes now devoid of color, as he descended upon the Green Goblin. Simultaneously, the Green Goblin's pupils constricted. Despite the distance between them, he could still sense the ferocious, bloodthirsty energy radiating from Lin Hao. A wave of danger washed over him, and the Green Goblin swallowed hard, forcing a facade of calm. Oh my, it seems I've stirred up quite a formidable beast. Even so, you cannot defeat me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Hao's figure abruptly vanished as if he had teleported, reappearing before him in the blink of an eye. With a powerful uppercut, he struck the Green Goblin's chin, causing a sharp sound as the latter staggered. Before the Green Goblin could regain his composure, Lin Hao delivered another vicious elbow strike, sending him hurtling towards the ground at supersonic speed, creating a deep crater upon impact. Peter stood in stunned disbelief. My goodness, Lin, what has happened to you? Chapter 15. The Devil Among Devils. Peter was astonished, sensing an aura of extreme danger emanating from Lin Hao, one that the Green Goblin could not even aspire to. Every hair on his body stood on end, a clear indication of the spider sense detecting peril. After Lin Hao sent the Green Goblin flying with a single punch, he did not redirect his aggression towards Peter. It appeared that despite his brutal and bloodthirsty demeanor, Lin Hao had not completely lost his sanity. If he were to fully succumb to madness, his targets would not be limited to the Green Goblin alone, but would likely include Peter as well. Peter could not fathom what had transpired within Lin Hao. Just moments ago, he had been gravely injured, yet now he had erupted with a strength that had multiplied several times over, leaving Peter feeling as though he had encountered a ghost. Damn it, little brat. The Green Goblin crawled out from the rubble, his injuries limiting his mobility. Although it was Norman who had been hurt, this had indirectly caused a significant reduction in his own strength as he was controlling Norman's body. Should Norman perish, he too would cease to exist. Regret began to seep into the Green Goblin's thoughts. He realized he could not rectify the current situation, which could prove fatal for him. If he did not manage Lin Hao's rampaging form properly, he might indeed be forced to expel him from Norman's body, resulting in his own obliteration. The Green Goblin once again activated his flying apparatus, while Lin Hao stood suspended in midair, seemingly waiting for him. Lin Hao suddenly let out a ferocious roar, a whirlwind of violent energy swirling around him, instilling a sense of dread within the Green Goblin. Huh, do you think I have no means to deal with you? He sneered ominously. If you dare, don't hide. Following this taunt, several missiles were launched from the flying device, hurtling directly towards Lin Hao. Having sustained injuries that severely hampered his movement, it was evident that engaging in close combat was no longer an option for the Green Goblin. Lin Hao's recent punch had inflicted tremendous damage upon him. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to long-range tactics from his flying apparatus. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For missiles streaked towards Lin Hao at supersonic speed. In response, Lin Hao moved as well, showing no intention to evade. Charging straight towards the oncoming missiles like a reckless warrior. Lin, don't be impulsive. You'll die. Peter's pupils constricted as he witnessed the scene. Although Lin Hao's strength had surged dramatically, he was still flesh and blood. How could he possibly withstand a direct assault from such weaponry? The earlier event served as a stark reminder of that truth. However, before Peter could finish his words, Lin Hao encountered the 4 powerful projectiles launched by the Green Goblin in the blink of an eye. The 4 formidable shells detonated in midair, their explosions illuminating half of New York City's night sky with a brilliant blaze. The ensuing billowing smoke and shockwaves forced Peter to retreat a considerable distance to avoid the impact. Lin, he cried out in despair, gazing at the towering flames and smoke ahead. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming hatred for himself, lamenting his inadequacy. If he were capable of defeating the Green Goblin, Lin Hao would not have to take such perilous risks and would not find himself in this dire predicament. Yet, just as Peter was on the brink of despair, a figure suddenly emerged from the flames, racing toward him with astonishing speed, seemingly unscathed. In that instant, Peter was rendered speechless, his sorrow giving way to an exhilarating clarity as the fog of despair lifted. He laughed heartily. Haha, Lin, I knew you wouldn't perish so easily. You are remarkable. Are you human or a demon? In stark contrast to Peter's exuberance, the figure that burst forth from the flames shocked the Green Goblin, leaving him incredulous. Could it be that someone could withstand the explosive force of 4 shells with mere flesh and blood? This was no ordinary person. This was a demon among demons. Lin Hao surged from the explosion, racing toward the Green Goblin. In a moment of desperation, the Green Goblin discarded his flying apparatus, hoping that it might provide some semblance of defense against Lin Hao. The front of the apparatus bore 2 curved blades, perhaps his only weapon for victory. Seeing Lin Hao charge forward without flinching, the Green Goblin's eyes widened in realization. Yes, just like that. Meet your maker. In an instant, Lin Hao collided with the Green Goblin's flying device. The Green Goblin believed the blades would cleave Lin Hao in 2, but he was sorely mistaken. Lin Hao delivered a mighty punch, obliterating the flying apparatus, and without losing momentum, he surged toward the Green Goblin with unstoppable force. In that fleeting moment, Lin Hao appeared to the Green Goblin as a demon from hell, savage and bloodthirsty, unstoppable in his advance. In the blink of an eye, after shattering the flying device with a single blow, Lin Hao executed a powerful kick to the Green Goblin's abdomen, causing the villain to spew forth a stream of green blood, his mask dislodging to reveal Norman's face. With a resounding crash, the Green Goblin, propelled by Lin Hao's kick, smashed through the 3-story luxury villa, ultimately landing in the grand hall of its first floor, a gaping hole above him where Lin Hao stood in the sky. This strike inflicted severe injuries on the Green Goblin. He attempted to rise once more, but his strength was all but spent. With a final, pitiful gasp, he coughed up more blood and succumbed to unconsciousness. Having vanquished the Green Goblin, the brutal and bloodthirsty aura surrounding Lin Hao dissipated at lightning speed. His once blank eyes gradually returned to normal, but an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him. Lin Hao blinked wearily before plummeting from the sky. Lin, I'm coming. At that moment, Peter swung in from the distance, catching Lin Hao just in time. Lin Hao, with his eyes tightly shut, had evidently succumbed to unconsciousness. After carefully placing Lin Hao down, Peter recalled the plan Lin Hao had previously shared with him, suddenly slapping his forehead in realization. How could I forget? The holy water. Since Lin Hao was in a state of unconsciousness, it fell upon Peter to administer the holy water to Norman. However, after searching Lin Hao's person thoroughly, Peter could not find the sacred liquid. Determined, he scoured the area and eventually discovered the holy water on the ground where Lin Hao had been lying. It gleamed conspicuously in the darkness, making it nearly impossible to overlook. With the holy water in hand, Peter approached Norman, who was also unconscious. He pried open Norman's mouth and dripped a drop of the holy water from the glass vial into the corner of his lips. Outside, the wail of police sirens and the sound of an ambulance filled the air as Peter lifted both Lin Hao and Norman, disappearing from the scene. Chapter 16. A surge in power thus unfolded the events. Outside the hospital corridor, Peter recounted the previous night's happenings in detail to Harry. Harry, grappling with disbelief and guilt, struggled to accept that his father was indeed the Green Goblin. He felt remorse for the risks Lin Hao had taken for his father while he remained helpless at home, unable to assist in any way. Now, both Lin Hao and his father, Norman, lay unconscious in the hospital room. Norman's injuries were severe. The doctors revealed he had fractured 2 ribs. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was relatively unscathed, needing only rest, yet Harry remained anxious for both Lin Hao and his father. Why can't I do anything? Why must I rely on you all? Harry struck the wall with a heavy fist, the pain in his knuckles pale in comparison to the anguish in his heart. Suddenly, he grasped Peter's shoulders. Peter, tell me the truth. Am I utterly useless? No, I do not share that sentiment, Peter replied, shaking his head with a serious expression. Harry, everyone has their own strengths. Yours simply lies elsewhere. With a reassuring smile, Peter comforted Harry. There is no need for despondency. The ordeal is behind us. So why dwell on it? As Peter consoled Harry, Lin Hao gradually opened his eyes, feeling as though he had merely awoken from a slumber, devoid of any discomfort. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host, for completing the main battle mission against the Green Goblin. Rewards, 1,000 points, 300 combat power. Daily battle mission from yesterday completed. Rewards, 30 points, 5 combat power. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat power, 1480. Physical attributes and skill ratings, level. Points balance, 1,700. Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Hao bolted upright. The main battle mission has been completed? Now, Lin Hao leisurely recalled the events of the previous night. He had intended to test whether the Saiyan's remarkable recovery from severe injuries could be applied to himself. After enduring the impact of a cannonball, he found himself gravely wounded. He vaguely remembered gazing at the sky, where a full moon illuminated the night, before gradually losing consciousness. The subsequent events were a blank in his memory. He could not recall what had transpired after that moment. However, given that the main combat mission had been accomplished, it was likely that something significant had occurred. Moreover, his combat power had astonishingly surged from 408 to 1480 overnight. This was of utmost importance. The sudden escalation in power nearly made Lin Hao burst into laughter, for it seemed his experiment had succeeded. Completing the main combat mission against the Green Goblin would typically only elevate his power to just above 700. Yet now it was double that amount. What did this indicate? It suggested that the Saiyan's ability to dramatically increase combat power after sustaining severe injuries was indeed applicable to him. The success of the experiment made Lin Hao feel that enduring the explosion of a cannonball the previous night was undoubtedly worthwhile. Upon inquiring with the system, Lin Hao learned that his Saiyan bloodline had caused him to enter a berserk mode upon witnessing the full moon, although he had not transformed into a great ape. According to the system's explanation, the absence of a tail had prevented this transformation. Otherwise, he would have completely lost his rationality. While he had not morphed into a great ape, the berserk mode had its advantages and disadvantages. In Dragon Ball, Saiyans who saw a full moon transformed into great apes, multiplying their combat power tenfold. While he experienced only a threefold increase, yet he had managed to retain his sanity. After hearing the system's account, Lin Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that he had not inadvertently harmed Peter, which was the best outcome he could have hoped for. Stretching his limbs, Lin Hao was soon visited by Peter and Harry, who entered the room. Upon seeing Lin Hao wake, Peter expressed his concern. Lin, how do you feel? Is there anywhere that you are uncomfortable? Shall I call a doctor? You're here. I'm perfectly fine, Lin Hao replied, waving his hand dismissively. I merely took a nap. How could there be anything wrong? But what about Uncle Norman? Is he all right? He sustained some minor injuries, but I believe he should be fine, Peter reassured him. Harry approached Lin Hao, expressing his gratitude. Lin, I don't know what to say, but thank you. Lin Hao smiled brightly, responding, what is there to thank? We are friends, there is no need for such formality. Rising from the hospital bed, Lin Hao felt better than ever, far surpassing his previous peak condition. And he saw no reason to remain hospitalized. Noticing Harry's guilt-ridden expression, Lin Hao patted him on the shoulder, signaling him not to dwell on it too much. Then he added, all right, let us not be downcast. Let us go check on Uncle Norman. Norman was situated in the adjacent hospital room. As the three approached, they found him still in a state of unconsciousness, both of his hands encased in plaster, indicating he had likely sustained fractures. After inquiring with the nurse, they learned that Norman might remain in a coma for several days before regaining consciousness. This prompted Harry to stay in the room to keep his father company. While Lin Hao and Peter stepped outside, Lin, I feel compelled to tell you that you were truly remarkable last night, especially when you bravely withstood 4 powerful blasts. Peter exclaimed with excitement as he waved his fists after exiting the hospital room. Did I hear correctly? I withstood 4 blasts? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's pupils suddenly constricted in disbelief. Before losing consciousness, the shockwaves from the Green Goblin's blast were enough to incapacitate him. Had he truly seen the full moon transform into a rampaging force that could disregard even the Green Goblin's devastating projectiles? This was utterly absurd. Indeed, don't you remember? As they bantered, they reached the entrance of the hospital, where a woman clad in a sleek black outfit, exuding both competence and allure, caught Lin Hao's attention. This figure was no stranger to him. She was Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., whom he had met a month prior. "Hey, Mr. Lin, could we have a private chat?" Natasha sauntered over, her hips swaying enticingly, and playfully winked at Lin Hao. Before Lin could respond, Peter interjected with a knowing smile. "Lin, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I want to interrupt you." Before departing, Peter discreetly advised Lin how to take it easy. Lin smiled helplessly, realizing Peter had misunderstood the situation. He certainly did not perceive a visit from Natasha as a good omen. It could very well be related to last night's events. "Ms. Natasha, what brings you here?" Lin Hao suddenly grasped the situation and chuckled. "Oh, I believe I have an inkling. Are you looking to share a meal or catch a movie? Not a problem. I'll treat you. Haha, Mr. Lin, you truly understand me. In that case, I want to hold back." Chapter 17. Natasha's ultimatum in an upscale restaurant. Natasha led Lin Hao into a lavish private room, evidently prearranged, as they did not require a reservation. Lin Hao chose not to reveal his awareness of the situation, having already surmised the purpose of Natasha's visit. As the saying goes, one does not approach the Three Treasures Hall without cause. Natasha likely sought him out due to the previous incident, though there was also the possibility that last night's turmoil had caught the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Defense and Logistics Agency of the United States, given the extensive destruction and significant impact in New York. "Mr. Lin, what do you enjoy eating? How about a cheesesteak?" Lin Hao, however, feigned indifference and remarked, "Agent Natasha, one does not approach without purpose. Sharing a meal cannot be your true intention, can it? Just speak plainly. There is no need for subterfuge." Natasha's gaze shifted, and she decided to be forthright, stating directly, "Indeed, Mr. Lin, you are a straightforward individual. I hope you will reconsider joining the Avengers initiative of S.H.I.E.L.D. I am aware that the specter causing such a stir in New York is you. Since you have an interest, why not join us?" Natasha spoke earnestly, expressing her desire to recruit Lin Hao into S.H.I.E.L.D., for this world is in dire need of heroes. And Lin Hao is an exemplary candidate. "Ms. Natasha, I believe I have made my stance quite clear during our last conversation. I am not interested in this plan. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Upon saying this, Lin Hao intended to rise and depart. Natasha, however, could not remain still. Just as she was about to call out to him, a voice laced with a playful arrogance, reminiscent of a dandy, echoed through the room. A slightly slender man in a black suit emerged from another door of the private booth. One hand casually tucked into his pocket while the other held a glass of red wine, exuding an air of perpetual charm. "Hey there, Ghost, since you've arrived. There's no need to rush off, is there?" As Lin Hao recognized the face before him, his eyes widened in surprise. Was this not Tony Stark, the Iron Man? Stark had also come? This was an unexpected development. The man who famously professed his love 1,000 times had materialized before him. He remained as suave and unrestrained as ever. To recruit him, even Stark had made an appearance? It seemed they were quite determined to have him on board. "Buddy, perhaps we could sit down and discuss this further. What do you think?" Stark gestured for Lin Hao to take a seat once more. Lin Hao, with a nonchalant smile, returned to his previous position, intrigued to discover what Stark wished to convey. "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Tony Stark, am I right?" Lin Hao stated. Not as a question, but with certainty. Stark raised an eyebrow. "You know me? Who does not know Iron Man, Tony Stark?" Lin Hao replied with a grin. "Oh, it seems that fame is not without its advantages. Since you recognize me, I believe we can have a renewed discussion, yes?" Stark said, puffing out his chest with a smile. "Discuss what? If it pertains to my joining the Avengers, then I believe there is no need for further conversation. I can clearly inform you that I have no interest in the Avengers. My belief is in freedom, not constraint. Joining the Avengers would mean that S.H.I.E.L.D. and its leadership would forever impose restrictions upon me. The feeling of being constrained is utterly displeasing. Do you understand, Mr. Stark?" Even while conversing with Stark, Lin Hao remained resolute in his choice. The depths of S.H.I.E.L.D. were too murky, and he had no desire to wade through such waters. Stark, upon hearing this, shrugged in resignation. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Indeed, there is not a shred of leeway. Lin Hao replied firmly. "Excellent, Ghost. I appreciate your straightforwardness. I have never been one to force anyone into anything. Since you are disinterested, let us consider this matter concluded." Stark rested his chin on his hands, a glint of cunning dancing in his eyes. "I am a businessman. There is a saying in the trade, when a deal falls through, maintain goodwill. While we may cease discussions regarding your joining the Avengers, I do have a few inquiries. Would you be willing to answer them truthfully? What questions do you have? Feel free to ask, and I shall respond if I can." Lin Hao gestured dismissively. Stark clapped his hands and, with a smile, inquired, My question is, prior to this, how did you come to know the secrets of Shield, such as Natasha's identity and her missions? You seem to possess this knowledge the very first time you met her. I am quite curious about how you acquired such information. Can you enlighten me? Huh. I anticipated that you would ask this question. Lin Hao chuckled, correctly surmising that Stark was indeed troubled by it. Thus, he felt compelled to respond. Stark raised an eyebrow. And after a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao began to articulate. Since you have inquired, I shall not hesitate to reveal that what I know far exceeds your expectations. For instance, you, Tony Stark, son of Howard Stark, heir to Stark Industries, the world's largest arms manufacturer, possess a fortune in the billions and have countless romantic entanglements. You are, without a doubt, a quintessential playboy. During one of your arms dealings, you were betrayed and found yourself imprisoned in a cave, where, using a trove of scrap metal, you ingeniously constructed the first generation of the Iron Suit. One must concede, the title of genius is indeed fitting for you. Upon hearing this, Stark was taken aback, as was Natasha. These details, known only to a select few within Shield, were otherwise obscure to the public. Yet, Lin Hao articulated them with remarkable clarity. Perhaps he was right. Lin Hao's knowledge surpassed their wildest imaginations. Who, indeed, was this individual? Natasha mused silently, recognizing the potential peril he posed. If he were not to join the Avengers, he would undoubtedly become a significant challenge for them in the future. With a mysterious smile, Lin Hao rose and leaned close to Stark's ear, whispering, "If I am not mistaken, your palladium poisoning has progressed quite severely, leaving you in a state of despair. Perhaps I possess the means to remedy your palladium toxicity. Do come find me when you have the time. As you said, in business, if a deal cannot be struck, at least there is courtesy. Although I must decline your invitation, I believe we can pursue other avenues of collaboration, cannot we?" With that, Lin Hao laughed heartily and departed, leaving Stark seated, utterly astonished. Chapter 18. The scene of the elderly man. Did Mr. Stark truly allow him to leave like that? After Lin Hao's departure, Agent Natasha finally spoke up. Initially, she had accompanied Stark, along with a dozen elite agents from Shield. If Lin Hao had declined to join Shield, they would have had to take action to apprehend him. Yet now, Lin Hao had brazenly walked away right under their noses, and Stark had made no effort to intervene. What kind of situation was this? Even if negotiations had faltered, they could have simply resorted to force. There was no need to adopt such a passive stance in an attempt to win him over. This was not the typical modus operandi of Shield. This enigmatic young man was far more complex than he appeared on the surface. Stark's eyes were profound and contemplative. Without delving into other matters, the mere mention of palladium poisoning was enough to astonish him. Few were privy to his affliction. Yet this Lin Jackson effortlessly unveiled his history upon their first encounter. Not only was he aware of Stark's endeavors in crafting the armored suit within a cave, but he also possessed knowledge of Stark's palladium poisoning. How did he come by such information? Stark found himself utterly perplexed. This Lin Jackson was formidable. Stark had an instinct that he was destined to become a dominant force. A mere Shield and Avengers could hardly accommodate such a towering presence. Stark rendered a high commendation. Natasha, however, was taken aback. While others might remain oblivious, she understood well that Stark, who prided himself on his genius and harbored lofty aspirations, had an outlook more elevated than the summit of Everest. Even though outsiders perceived her as an exceptional agent, Stark regarded her as inadequate. For someone with such lofty standards to bestow such praise upon Lin Jackson was unprecedented. Was this individual truly as extraordinary as Stark claimed? Natasha felt a flicker of skepticism. Far more formidable than you can imagine. I perceive immense potential within him. Even during our recent attempt to apprehend him, we might not have succeeded. Conversely, we could have left him with a negative impression. Should that occur, the Avengers might find themselves at odds with him. Fortunately, the situation has not yet spiraled into dire straits. Ms. Natasha, please convey to Fury that no aggressive actions should be taken against Lin Jackson. We must not allow him to perceive the Avengers as adversaries, Stark advised earnestly. Mr. Stark, I struggle to comprehend your perspective. Is Lin Jackson truly as enigmatic as you suggest? Can he inspire such trepidation in you? Moreover, must the entirety of Shield refrain from provoking him? Stark may think this way, but Fury might not share the same sentiment. Do you still not grasp it? Even if he does not join the Avengers today, he harbors no hostility towards us. If we cannot be colleagues, we can at least be friends. Ensure that you communicate this clearly to Fury. Should he provoke Lin Jackson, I, Tony Stark, will withdraw from the Avengers. Additionally, during your leisure, you might frequent his vicinity. You could forge a friendship with him. Your charms are your forte. Trust me, it will not lead you astray. I understand. Natasha responded solemnly. She had never witnessed Stark, typically irreverent and carefree, display such earnestness. Perhaps it was indeed time to contemplate becoming friends with Lynn Jackson rather than foes. With a wave of her hand, a dozen S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had been lying in wait in the private room emerged, and Natasha led her entourage out of the restaurant. Lynn Jackson, I shall ascertain your true nature. Stark's gaze narrowed. Having resolved the matter with the Green Goblin, Lynn continued with his classes as usual. During a break, he sat beneath a tree, engaging in light conversation with his friends. Harry, how is your father's recovery progressing? The prognosis is promising. The doctors have successfully reattached his ribs, and he is currently in the recuperation phase. He should be ready for discharge by the time summer vacation arrives. The gloom that had enveloped Harry in recent days dissipated, revealing a joyful smile. Lynn, I cannot thank you enough for all the assistance you have provided to my father and me. Once he is discharged from the hospital, we will express our gratitude properly. He continued, I should also extend my thanks to you, Lynn. You saved my life that night. You are my savior. Peter, too, was filled with immense gratitude. The events of that fateful night vividly etched in his mind. At a moment of peril, Lynn Howe had selflessly shielded him from a deadly explosion. Could you two refrain from constantly bringing up those matters? We are friends, and it is only natural for friends to help one another. Who knows? Perhaps one day I will find myself in trouble and will need your assistance. Lynn Howe quipped, playfully draping an arm over their shoulders. If that day ever arrives when you require my help, I would not hesitate to risk my life. Not a single wrinkle would mar my brow. Harry retorted, I doubt you will ever find yourself in need. You are far too formidable. I, Peter Parker, would gladly declare you the strongest. They shared laughter, enjoying the simple pleasure of sitting in the campus breeze with their closest friends. Suddenly, an odd sound pierced the air. The trio looked up in unison to witness the iron pole at the center of the playground, adorned with the American flag, bending before their eyes. To their astonishment, all nearby metallic objects were being forcibly drawn away by an unseen force, plunging Midtown High School into chaos. What on earth is happening? Harry gasped, utterly bewildered by this supernatural phenomenon. Without a doubt, Peter's senses were heightened. His spider sense was tingling with danger. Old Man was a showman, while others might be oblivious. Lynn Howe was acutely aware that the individual capable of such remote control over all metals could only be one, Magneto, the man who could manipulate the Earth's magnetic field. This was his signature entrance, always making a grand spectacle, ensuring that everyone knew of his arrival, hence the quip about him being a showman. Yet, Lynn Howe pondered, what could Magneto possibly want at Midtown High School? Boom. A sudden thunderous crash reverberated throughout Midtown High, drawing the attention of the trio. They turned to see a massive piece of metal plummeting to the ground, propelled by a scarlet force, which had caused the earlier commotion. Peter sprang to his feet, and Lynn Howe followed suit, now fully aware of Magneto's objective at the school, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. The crimson energy unmistakably bore her signature. Wanda was attending Midtown High? How had he remained oblivious to this for nearly a year? There was no time for further contemplation. He had to investigate. Let us go and see. Chapter 19. Special Mission. The entirety of Midtown High School was engulfed in a state of panic, as thousands of students frantically screamed and fled the premises. The eastern campus was in utter disarray. Towering several meters above the ground was a middle-aged man, clad in a black bodysuit and cape, adorned with a peculiar black iron helmet, exuding an aura of regal authority. On the ground, a man and a woman stood defiantly against him. The woman possessed a delicate and attractive visage. While not strikingly beautiful at first glance, her allure grew with each look, particularly accentuated by her voluptuous figure and an enticing cleavage that left many men weak at the knees. The man bore an elongated face with a pointed chin, his physique neither particularly frail nor undeniably robust. Wanda, Pietro, I have searched for you for so long, Magneto stated, his expression unyielding as he looked down upon the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Quicksilver. Pietro, join me in returning to the Brotherhood of Mutants. I do not wish for our family to reach a point of violent confrontation. This world belongs to mutants, and you, my children, are not only my offspring, but also members of our kind. Ordinary humans will never accept you. Only the Brotherhood will embrace you as family. Sister, what shall we do? Pietro inquired, glancing at Wanda. For him, location was inconsequential. Wherever Wanda was, he would be there too. No, I shall never return, Wanda declared, her gaze deep and resolute as she looked skyward. Father, I do not deny that it was you who brought us into this world, but I am well aware of the actions taken by the Brotherhood over the years. Forgive me for my inability to accept your deeds. I do not aspire to the grand ambitions you possess. I merely wish to lead a simple life. Before you arrived, Pietro and I lived quite well. I have grown fond of this place. Please do not disrupt our lives. Alas, Magneto sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Such ungrateful children. If you refuse to come with me, do not blame your father for resorting to force. As his words hung in the air, Magneto waved his hand, causing all nearby metal to converge, with Wanda and Pietro positioned at the epicenter. Faced with Magneto's onslaught, Wanda did not choose to surrender. She spread her arms wide, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that surged forth like a tidal wave. All the metal hurtling towards them was seized by Wanda, ultimately molded into a singular mass, showcasing the formidable power of her chaos magic. With a decisive push of her hands, the metallic sphere, which she had shaped, hurtled violently towards Magneto. Remaining unfazed, Magneto effortlessly dissipated the colossal metal sphere with a mere flick of his hand. Subsequently, he reached out, causing several nearby cars to ascend into the sky. Before they plummeted towards Wanda and Pietro's position, a sight that horrified the onlookers nearby. "Wanda, let your father witness the true strength of your chaos magic," Magneto murmured to himself as a fleet of vehicles approached. Wanda, gritting her teeth, raised her delicate hands, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that forcefully held down the cars. "Sister," Pietro exclaimed in a panic. Although Wanda had managed to catch the vehicles hurled by Magneto, she bore immense pressure that caused her feet to sink deeply into the ground. She clenched her jaw, determined not to let the cars fall. "Sister, hang in there. I'll help you." Pietro lacked Wanda's chaotic magic, yet he understood his own advantage, his speed. The cars were evidently insufficient to immobilize Wanda, but it was clear that their father, Magneto, was exerting pressure on her. At this rate, Wanda would soon be unable to hold on any longer. In the next moment, Pietro vanished from his spot. Up in the sky, Magneto observed Wanda's struggle, his gaze deepening as he pondered something inscrutable. Suddenly, a glint of menace crossed his eyes, and he thrust his hand again, causing Wanda's feet to sink further into the ground. Pain etched across her face as she neared her breaking point. Despite possessing formidable chaotic magic, she had yet to fully master it, and against a seasoned adversary like Magneto, she was still somewhat inexperienced. Experience, after all, is a powerful teacher. Suddenly, a fist struck Magneto's face with force. He hadn't even comprehended what had occurred, only sensing a shadow dart past him. However, the blow did not inflict any significant damage. "Pietro, are you also defying me?" Magneto inquired, glancing at the ground where Quicksilver had just landed. The latter had used his supersonic speed to leap from a nearby rooftop and deliver a punch to Magneto. Yet, despite his velocity, Quicksilver's attack lacked the strength to harm Magneto. He understood that his role was merely to create a distraction. "Father, I will not allow you to bully my sister," Pietro declared with unwavering determination, before vanishing once more. In that instant, Magneto raised his hand for a magnetic field control. Though Pietro's speed was extraordinary, it could not withstand Magneto's expansive magnetic influence. He plummeted to the ground, embedded deeply and unable to move. "Lin, should we intervene? That old man is far too arrogant. I long to teach him a lesson." Lin Hao and his companions had been watching the confrontation unfold. Peter clenched his fists in frustration, eager to rush in and confront Magneto. "Don't act impulsively. I don't want to see you get killed," Lin Hao cautioned, restraining Peter's urge to charge forward. Magneto was not to be trifled with. After all, he was a level 4 mutant with immense power. Teaching him a lesson would not be an easy feat. "We'll have to see how this unfolds." Lin Hao's lips curled into a confident arc. Though Magneto was formidable, in Lin Hao's eyes, he was merely a fragile sorcerer. The sorcerer might possess tremendous output, yet once engaged in close quarters, he would become akin to fish on a chopping board, vulnerable to slaughter. Furthermore, Lin Hao's primary intention was to rescue the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Should Wanda fully develop her abilities, she would undoubtedly reach a level of greatness. If he could recruit her to his side, she would undoubtedly become a powerful ally. Additionally, Lin Hao, in his previous life, was an admirer of Wanda's beauty and prowess. He had to rescue her from Magneto, that wretched old man. For who could know what he might do to Wanda once he took her back? Ding. Special side mission. Rescue the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver from Magneto. Reward, 300 points. 1 Dr. Gero character card. Failure penalty. Deduction of 600 points. It seems the system also desires me to save Wanda. Magneto truly lacks any compassion. Peter, let us go. Chapter 20. Intercepting Magneto after a fierce battle, Wanda and Pietro were ultimately no match for their father, Magneto. At that moment, the New York police arrived on the scene. Dozens of armed officers unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Magneto hovering in the sky. However, the metallic bullets were virtually ineffective against him. Hundreds of rounds fired simultaneously were suspended in midair, restrained by Magneto's magnetic control just before they could strike him. Without a glance back, Magneto willed the bullets to return to their origin. Clang, clang, clang. This scene terrified the officers, who hurriedly sought cover, yet the casualties remained severe. Ignoring the insignificant ants, Magneto shoved Wanda and Pietro into a sedan, standing atop the vehicle as it ascended into the sky, departing with nonchalance. With no obstacles in his path, Magneto left New York City. His speed was not particularly swift. After all, he was confident that even if the NYPD deployed helicopters to intercept him, he would remain unperturbed, allowing him to fly leisurely. Unbeknownst to him, two individuals were stealthily tailing him, gradually closing the distance. Beyond the city limits, Magneto soon arrived at a vast mountainous plain. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Hao accelerated his aerial maneuver, darting ahead of Magneto. "Hey, Eric, perhaps you are not quite free to leave just yet." A figure suddenly appeared before him, prompting Magneto to halt. He regarded Lin Hao with a disdainful gaze and coldly remarked, "Kid, do you not know the meaning of death? How dare you obstruct my path?" Lin Hao smiled slightly. "Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? The one oblivious to danger is undoubtedly you. Release Wanda and Pietro, and I might consider sparing your life today." In response, Magneto let out a derisive laugh. The youth of today truly lack awareness of their limitations. "You spare me my life? Are you still dreaming? Do you believe you can rescue them from my grasp? Have you weighed your own capabilities? Today, not only will you fail to save them, but you shall also perish here. It seems you have grown increasingly muddled with age, still failing to grasp the situation at hand. In light of this, I do not mind enlightening you on the concept that there are always beings beyond beings and realms beyond realms." Before Lin Hao's words had fully left his lips, he had already set his plan into motion. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he advanced, delivering a devastating kick aimed at Magneto's head. He was acutely aware of Magneto's formidable prowess. However, in a strict sense, Magneto was a sorcerer, and close-quarters combat was undoubtedly his Achilles heel. To confront him, Lin Hao had to engage in hand-to-hand combat. With a swish, Magneto, being a seasoned veteran, manipulated the Earth's magnetic field to elevate himself further into the air, effortlessly evading Lin Hao's strike. Simultaneously, with a flick of his wrist, he sent the car hood that was suspended in the air crashing down toward Lin Hao. Unflinching, Lin Hao countered with a powerful punch, sending the car hood flying away, and then he called out to the ground, "Peter, it's your time to shine. Here I come, Spider-Man to the rescue." A strand of webbing shot up from the ground, ensnaring the car floating in midair. With a determined pull, Peter freed the vehicle from Magneto's grasp, causing it to plummet towards him. "You two little fools are merely courting death." Realizing the dire situation, Magneto grasped that Lin Hao's earlier strike was not aimed at him, but rather to force him to relinquish control of the car, granting Peter the opportunity to save Wanda and Pietro. Yet, how could the illustrious Magneto, founder and leader of the Brotherhood of Mutants, allow two children to thwart his efforts? With a swift motion of his right hand, he severed the webbing holding the car with a shard of the previously detached hood, allowing the vehicle to once again spiral uncontrollably toward the ground. Inside the car, Wanda began to panic, desperately attempting to pry open the door, only to find it had been locked tight. Quicksilver, trying to comfort her, urged her not to be afraid. Despite Wanda's immense strength, she was still merely an 18-year-old high school senior, and being trapped in a falling car would send anyone into a state of alarm. The fact that she managed to suppress a scream was commendable. Humph. Magneto raised his hand once more, using his magnetic control to lift the car behind him. Casting a cold glance at Lin Hao, "Do you truly believe you can rescue them from my grasp?" "You are sorely mistaken." With a rapid succession of movements, Magneto tore off the car's rear, transforming it into sharp projectiles aimed at Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao, buoyed by his aerial prowess, effortlessly evaded Magneto's onslaught. As Magneto sought to manipulate the metals for another attack, he realized that he had run out of metallic materials at his disposal. If he continued to dismantle the car, it would inevitably collapse, endangering Wanda and Pietro. "What's the matter?" The great Magneto, bereft of metals to command, Lin Hao taunted nonchalantly. Why would he wait until Magneto ventured beyond New York City to strike? The answer was simple. If he attempted to engage within the confines of the city, the metals surrounding them would serve as weapons against him. However, they were now 30 miles from the metropolis, and controlling metals from such a distance would require immense effort. Not to mention that Lin Hao would not grant him that opportunity. "Do you think that without metal I cannot contend with you?" Magneto raised his hand and pushed forward. "In the absence of metal, I still possess the power of magnetic control." In that instant, Lin Hao concentrated deeply, allowing his consciousness to sink into the depths of his being. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Time flash. Crack. At that moment, time and space experienced a fleeting pause of 0.1 seconds. As the time flash halted time, Lin Hao surged forward with the speed of lightning, arriving before Magneto just as he was about to unleash his magnetic abilities. A massive hand, resembling a steel claw, tightly gripped Magneto's throat. At that moment, the overwhelming pressure on his throat caused Magneto's brain to rapidly suffer from oxygen deprivation, causing his magnetic control powers to swiftly wane. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the powerful hand clasped around his throat and the figure of Lin Hao before him. How is this possible? How did you accomplish this? Who are you truly? At this moment, A wave of fear surged within Magneto. The illustrious Magneto. Caught off guard and ensnared by a mere teenager, his magnetic control disrupted? The lack of oxygen rendered him incapable of concentrating enough to wield his powers. I said I would teach you that there are always greater forces beyond men. Do you believe it now? Lin Hao smirked coldly. Shall I grant you a chance at mercy? With just a slight increase in pressure, your neck will snap, and you, Eric, shall meet your maker. Chapter 21. The guiding path. With his throat in a vice-like grip, Magneto struggled to breathe, realizing that his only option was to yield. He had no doubt that continued defiance would result in Lin Hao genuinely breaking his neck. Little brother, Wanda and Pietro are in your hands. I concede. Grant me my life. He understood that he was no longer a match for Lin Hao. Despite his reluctance, he remained rational, recognizing that he held no bargaining power. For his life was entirely at Lin Hao's mercy. A wise man recognizes the times. It seems you possess some wisdom after all. Lin Hao smirked coldly, casually releasing Magneto from his grasp. Begone. Should you ever dare to threaten Wanda again, I shall ensure that your life is forfeit in the name of Jesus. Magneto's eyes darkened as he took several deep breaths to regain his composure. He cast a baleful glance at Lin Hao, too intimidated to utter a threat, and retreated in defeat. He feared that should he speak further, Lin Hao might employ that previous technique once more, a move he could not withstand. Acknowledging his inferior strength, Magneto decided to retreat, recognizing his defeat. Are you all right? Lin Hao inquired as he gently set the car back onto the ground. I'm fine. Thank you for your help. I truly appreciate it. Wanda expressed her gratitude, while Pietro stepped forward. Thanks, man. We'll make sure to repay you someday. Wanda and Pietro appeared somewhat disheveled. However, while Wanda merely faced a significant drain from her chaotic magic, Pietro bore numerous external injuries. Nevertheless, he seemed to be in relatively stable condition. Although Magneto had been harsh with them, it was clear that Wanda and Pietro, as his children, would not suffer his full wrath. Since they were all classmates from Midtown High, the notion of repaying favors seemed rather absurd. Lin Hao chuckled lightly. Upon hearing this, Wanda and Pietro expressed mild surprise. You are also a student at Midtown High? Lin Hao nodded with a smile. Indeed, not only am I a student, but my friend is as well. Hey there, I'm Peter Parker, a freshman at Midtown High. It's a pleasure to meet you, Peter exclaimed, executing a high jump and landing gracefully, enthusiastically shaking hands with Wanda and Pietro. After a round of introductions, they established a preliminary acquaintance. So you are seniors. No wonder. Despite having been at Midtown High for nearly a year, I had never encountered you, Lin Hao realized, understanding from their introductions that Wanda and Pietro were indeed in their final year. Hey, Peter, the rumors swirling around about Spider-Man must be about you, right? I never imagined such a renowned hero would be a student at our Midtown High, Pietro remarked, appearing to resonate well with Peter, jovially resting his arm on his shoulder. Peter, however, lowered his voice, slightly alarmed. Let us keep this between us. I'd rather not expose my identity. Haha, you needn't worry about that. We shall certainly keep your secret. We hope you can keep ours as well. Then I presume Lin must be the Phantom? I heard about the incident on Long Island recently. Pietro turned his gaze towards Lin Hao, who responded with a nod, acknowledging the truth of the matter. They were all aware of each other's identities, leaving little to conceal. Your identities are no longer secrets. Today's uproar in the East Campus was quite significant. If you return to Midtown High, the individuals tasked with hunting mutants will likely come after you. You can no longer safely attend Midtown High, Lin Hao cautioned, shaking his head. Their confrontation with Magneto had been so public that concealing their identities was no longer feasible. Wanda nodded in agreement, lamenting, yes, our identities have been exposed. It is our father who has disrupted our lives. Pietro appeared somewhat despondent, realizing that their once peaceful existence had been shattered by Magneto. The prospect of regaining a tranquil life seemed increasingly daunting. Sister, what shall we do from now on? Must we remain fugitives forever? I don't know. Wanda crouched down, cradling her head in her hands, her expression one of confusion and uncertainty about the path ahead. Lin Hao smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on Wanda's shoulder, softly stating, remember this, with great power comes great responsibility. As mutants, from the moment of your birth, your lives were destined to be anything but smooth. Wanda, could you tell me why you chose to leave your father Eric's Brotherhood of Mutants? My father, in his fervent belief that mutants should do everything possible to defend their rights, has resorted to the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent, committing unspeakable atrocities. He seeks to dominate humanity, convinced that humans are obsolete and unworthy of ruling the world. However, this does not justify his heinous actions. I cannot comprehend his deeds. To me, every one of them is marked by cruelty and malevolence. Thus, I have no desire to return to the Brotherhood of Mutants, for I refuse to stain my hands with the blood of innocent humans once more. When I left the Brotherhood with Pietro, It was precisely to extricate myself from the conflict between him and humanity, yet today his arrival has disrupted our lives. I am at a loss as to the path I should take next. As Wanda spoke, tears began to flow unbidden. Lin Hao, feeling deeply moved, reflected on Magneto's grand ambitions. Yet, he had never considered the inner thoughts of Wanda and Pietro. Despite being mutants, they remained mere adolescents, devoid of Magneto's ambitions and wicked intentions. If you would trust me, I can offer you a path, Lin Hao said after a moment of contemplation. What path? Wanda and Pietro turned their gazes toward Lin Hao. With a gentle smile, Lin Hao continued, join us and become our allies. I will not ask you to kill, nor will I demand that you save the world. My principle is simple. I do not harm those who do not harm me, should one wrong me. I shall respond in kind. Even if Eric seeks to reclaim you, he must first seek my counsel. Here, no one shall disrupt our lives, not even the United States. Wanda and Pietro were taken aback by the confidence and strength required to utter such words. Regardless of the power dynamics, no one could underestimate the weight of his assertion. Previously, they might have scoffed at Lin Hao's claims, but now, even their father, Magneto, had been forced to retreat by Lin Hao, providing undeniable proof of his capability to contend with Magneto. Sister? Pietro looked at Wanda, always aligning his opinions with hers. As long as Wanda made a statement, he would follow her lead without hesitation. After much contemplation, Wanda slowly turned her gaze to Lin Hao, her eyes resolute. With a soft voice, she declared, I believe in you. I do not know why, but despite this being our first encounter, I sense a feeling of security in you. Therefore, I choose to join you. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Lin Hao smiled broadly and extended his hand. Wanda, Pietro, welcome to our ranks. Chapter 22. The Green Goblin possesses Harry. Can you make your way back on your own? Now that Wanda and Pietro had decided to align with Lin Hao, the matter was resolved quite satisfactorily. Not only had they been rescued from Magneto's grasp, but they had also gained two formidable allies. Though Quicksilver's mutant ability may seem ordinary, Lin Hao was confident that, when harnessed properly, Quicksilver could undoubtedly outmatch most of the superheroes in the Avengers. His supersonic speed is not something that just anyone can possess. As the saying goes, in the realm of martial arts, speed is unmatched. Wanda needs no introduction. Her chaos magic is undoubtedly among the most formidable in the entire Marvel Universe. However, she has yet to fully master the power of this chaos magic. I find myself unable to move. The recent exertion has drained my energy, and I have sustained injuries, making it impossible to forcefully utilize my super speed any longer. Pietro helplessly shrugged, and Wanda nodded in agreement, expressing her own fatigue. I feel the same. I have exerted too much energy earlier and am now utterly exhausted. Not to worry, aren't there two of you? Peter remarked. We are also a pair. Lin and I will escort you back. He asserted that this was not a significant issue. With his strength, carrying one person back to New York City posed no challenge. Even though they were a good 20 to 30 miles away, Lin Hao pondered for a moment, realizing this was the only viable option. Otherwise, Wanda and Pietro would have to walk back to New York, which would surely leave them utterly spent. Pietro, take me with you, he declared first. Peter had no objections, feeling quite comfortable conversing with Pietro. Lin, then you shall take Wanda with you. Let us be on our way. After Peter and Pietro departed, Lin Hao wasted no time, turning to Wanda and saying, hold on tight. It's time for us to return. Wanda hesitated for a moment, her cheeks flushing, yet she stepped forward and embraced Lin Hao tightly. A fragrant breeze enveloped him, and instinctively, Lin Hao glanced over, momentarily captivated by the enchanting sight before him. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the allure of the Scarlet Witch. Wanda, steady now, we shall set forth. Lin Hao smiled gently, wrapping an arm around Wanda's slender waist. With a swift incantation, he activated his flight magic, propelling them at an astonishing speed. Upon returning to the skies above New York City, they found Midtown High School cordoned off, swarming with police cars and hundreds of officers managing the scene. It seemed today's incident had escalated significantly. Lin Hao, however, had little concern for such matters. He sought out Harry and recounted the earlier events. Harry, patting his chest with a grin, proclaimed, leave this matter to me. I happen to own a vacant villa in Manhattan. Let us have Wanda and her brother stay there temporarily. Although it usually stood empty, it was cleaned weekly, and they could simply move in with their belongings. Thank you for your assistance, Lin Hao replied. Presently, he had no means to accommodate Wanda and her brother. It was evident that he could not invite Wanda to stay at his own home. Even if his parents were agreeable, his house lacked sufficient rooms, and he certainly did not possess wealth comparable to Harry's. Thus, arranging for Wanda and Pietro's lodging fell to Harry. After settling Wanda and her brother, Harry suddenly received an urgent call from the hospital, likely concerning Norman. Congratulations, host, for completing a special side quest. You have earned a reward of 300 points and a character card for Dr. Grotto. Your current balance of points is 2,000. At that moment, the system's voice made its delayed entrance. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. A character card for Dr. Grotto? What purpose does that serve? The prior circumstances were urgent, and Lin Hao had not paid much attention to the rewards of this mission. Although it did not yield a direct enhancement in combat prowess, it did grant him a character card of Dr. Gero, the purpose of which Lin Hao had yet to discern. Before he could delve into his inquiries, Harry had already concluded his phone call. Harry, what is the situation? Lin Hao approached, noticing the gravity of Harry's expression. Yes, the doctor said my father has regained consciousness, but his condition is not optimistic and is beyond their control. They advised me to visit him. Then let us go and ascertain the situation, Lin Hao replied. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, he bid farewell to Wanda and the others, instructing them to rest while he and 2 others made their way to the hospital. Upon arriving at the floor where Norman was hospitalized, they encountered Norman's attending physician. Harry hurriedly approached. Doctor, what has happened to my father? I am uncertain how to explain. You should see for yourself, the doctor replied. Removing his mask, his brow furrowed slightly. Harry rushed into the ward, where 2 nurses were engaged in cleaning duties. On the bedside table lay a medical basin containing a pool of green substance, which was still slowly writhing, resembling slime. Mr. Harry, this is what Mr. Norman expelled after regaining consciousness. We cannot currently identify this substance. The doctor pointed at the green mass. Could this be the Green Goblin? Has the holy water separated the Green Goblin from Norman's body? Lin Hao murmured. It was indeed plausible. Norman had been possessed by the Green Goblin due to a research project conducted by Osborn, and no one knew what had infiltrated his body during that research. As Lin Hao pondered, Harry slowly approached, reaching out toward the green substance in the basin. Harry, don't. Lin Hao snapped back to reality, eyes wide with alarm. Before he could finish his warning, Harry's hand had already made contact with the green mass. As his skin brushed against it, the substance seemed to latch onto Harry, crawling up his arm and ultimately entering his body through his mouth. The sight sent the 2 nurses in the room into a panic, screaming as Peter rushed forward, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Harry, crashing against the wall. Damn it, Lin Hao exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. He could not comprehend why Harry would touch that green substance. He had merely lost his focus for a moment, and now, it appeared that Harry might be the next to be possessed by the Green Goblin. Of course, there remained a second potential outcome. It was also possible that due to the holy water, the Green Goblin had lost its malevolent intent, allowing Harry to not only gain its powers but also maintain his rationality, preventing the goblin from seizing control of his body. Now it remains to be seen what fate awaits Harry. Should it be the second outcome, all will rejoice, but if the first, Lin Hao may find himself compelled to expend a great deal of points to acquire the holy water. Chapter 23. The Visit of Stark. Harry, what is the matter? Are you all right? The doctor exclaimed. Quick, someone help my son. Norman, in the adjacent bed, was also alarmed. Lin Hao hurriedly instructed the nurse to move Norman's bed further away, as Harry was on the verge of an outburst, given that Norman had yet to recover. Any entanglement in Harry's predicament would be dire. Uncle Norman, do not worry. I am here, Lin Hao reassured him, urging him to remain calm. At that moment, Harry was curled on the floor, cradling his head, while the attending physician kept a safe distance, fearful of a sudden attack. Harry? Lin Hao approached cautiously, his body tense and poised to intervene should Harry make any sudden movements. However, Harry remained motionless, clutching his head tightly, devoid of any further action. System. Assess Harry's combat power index. Upon Lin Hao's command, he received the system's feedback. Target. Harry, combat power index. 150, 180, 200, 300. Harry's combat power index surged dramatically, ultimately stabilizing at an impressive height of 860. Combat power of 860? Has he just surpassed Peter by a factor of 2? Lin Hao felt a jolt of surprise. The Green Goblin had assumed a new form, resulting in a terrifying doubling of his combat prowess. After a considerable time, Harry finally stood up. Yet Lin Hao sensed something was amiss. Harry's demeanor had transformed. Previously, he had exuded a charming and genteel aura, but now there was an air of confidence and pride, prompting Lin Hao to regard him with curiosity. Harry, what has happened to you? Do you feel any different? Lin Hao inquired, gazing intently into his eyes. He was aware that Harry had fully embraced the Green Goblin's power, yet he remained uncertain whether Harry was still himself or merely a vessel for the goblin. I am fine, Lin. Why do you gaze at me so? Harry paused, a look of confusion on his face as he regarded Lin Hao. Lin Hao scratched his head. Are you Harry, or the Green Goblin? Are you not under the Goblin's control? No. I feel a tremendous force coursing through me, an exhilarating power. This must be akin to what you and Peter experience. It is truly indescribable, Harry said with a smile, examining his body with satisfaction. Displaying none of the signs of being possessed by the Green Goblin, Lin Hao began to understand that when Norman was possessed by the Green Goblin, His combat power remained undetectable until the goblin seized control of his body. Yet now, Harry's combat power was unmistakable, indicating that through an unexpected turn of events, he had acquired the Green Goblin's strength, purified by the holy water. Though this has somewhat altered his character, the overall conclusion is quite satisfactory. Even if Harry were truly possessed by the Green Demon and controlled by it, Lin Hao now possesses the complete assurance to bring him to justice. Despite Harry's combat power having surged to 860, Lin Hao's prowess stands at an impressive 1480, decisively overshadowing Harry in terms of strength, not to mention, he still holds the formidable time manipulation technique as a trump card. Harry, you nearly frightened me to death just now. Peter dismissed the earlier incident, considering Harry's light shove inconsequential. After confirming that Harry was unharmed, Norman sighed in relief. Given that Norman's injuries had yet to fully heal and he required hospitalization for further treatment, Lin Hao and the others soon took their leave. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower in New York, within the Iron Man suit research laboratory, Stark was diligently engrossed in the study of the latest generation of armor when he was suddenly seized by a wave of excruciating pain in his chest. Various mechanical components were sent tumbling to the floor, and the intense agony contorted Stark's face. Sir, your palladium toxicity has deepened significantly. If a solution is not found soon, you may have less than 3 years to live, Jarvis's voice echoed, casting a somber shadow over Stark's expression. Jarvis, I am well aware of my physical condition. There is no need for your reminders. At that moment, memories of a past incident flooded Stark's mind. During an explosion, shrapnel had become embedded near his heart. As his heart beat, the shrapnel would inch closer, posing a grave threat to his life. Thus, he required an energy device to continuously draw the shrapnel away. For him, the device was internal, leading to palladium poisoning, whereas for others, the energy device merely powered the Iron Man suit and was not housed within their bodies. This is why so few were aware of his palladium toxicity. However, as time progressed, he could no longer ignore the peril it posed. Even with the energy device keeping the shrapnel at bay, the palladium poisoning could ultimately claim his life. Suddenly, Stark recalled his recent visit with Lynn Jackson and the words he had spoken before leaving. After a moment of internal conflict, he gritted his teeth and said, Jarvis, locate an individual named Lynn Jackson. Certainly, sir. Lynn Jackson has been located at 43 Highland Street, 5th District, New York City. Please chart the quickest route. I must go there immediately. At that moment, Lin Hao was at home when a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was momentarily taken aback to find Iron Man Stark standing before him. A subtle smile crept onto his lips. Had Stark been unable to resist seeking him out so soon? Hey, Mr. Stark. What brings such a busy individual like you to my humble abode today? Lin Hao teased with a grin as he ushered Stark inside. Fortunately, his parents were at work during this midday hour. Had they witnessed Stark visiting their home, they might have jumped for joy, given their admiration for him. Mr. Lin, I wish to inquire whether your previous assertion about a solution to my palladium poisoning holds any truth. Stark, without preamble, revealed a hint of anguish in his voice. Lin raised an eyebrow. It seemed his palladium poisoning had flared up again. After a moment's contemplation, Lin inquired, You came to see me for this matter? Indeed, Mr. Lin. If you can remedy my palladium poisoning, I am willing to pay you a sum of $100 million as both your fee and for the treatment, Stark proclaimed, presenting an astronomical figure right from the outset. $100 million? Mr. Stark, is your life truly worth only that? Lin replied with a slight smile. At these words, Stark was momentarily taken aback, unable to counter. Indeed, his life was worth far more than a mere $100 million. The very title of CEO of Stark Industries alone commanded a greater value, not to mention his identity as Iron Man. At that moment, Stark couldn't help but marvel at Lynn Jackson's apparent youthfulness, which belied a sharp acumen for negotiation. However, Stark had little time for such thoughts. If Lynn truly possessed a remedy for his palladium poisoning, he would willingly accept any terms, even if it meant being taken advantage of. Name your price, Mr. Lin. Stark bit down on his resolve. Ha, Mr. Stark, do you perhaps harbor some misunderstanding? I am not interested in your money. I can resolve your palladium poisoning. But in exchange, all I require is a favor from you, to be called upon when the time arises. How does that sound? Is this condition acceptable to you? Lin replied, his tone light and jovial. A favor? Is it really that simple? Stark pondered, slightly incredulous that Lin would forego payment. Indeed, you heard correctly. Owing me a single favor is all that is necessary for me to alleviate your palladium poisoning. Deal. Chapter 24, Dr. Jero. Mr. Lin. I am quite curious about the method you intend to employ to resolve my palladium poisoning. Stark could not contain his curiosity, but Lin merely smiled enigmatically. Mr. Stark, that is not something you should concern yourself with. I have my methods, and all you need do is await the results. If he could expel the Green Goblin from Norman's body, surely Stark's palladium poisoning would be a trivial matter in comparison. Very well, I shall await your good news, Mr. Lin. I hope you will not disappoint me, Stark said with a subtle smile before waving goodbye and departing. Once Stark had left, Lin returned to his room, contemplating Stark's palladium poisoning. Even if he managed to cleanse it with holy water, the energy device embedded in Stark's chest would continue to introduce palladium into his system, merely addressing the symptoms without tackling the root cause. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lin. I almost forgot about this. Dr. Gero's character card. Dr. Gero, the scientist behind the Red Ribbon Army in Dragon Ball, was the creator of Androids 16, 17, and 18, and was also Android 20 himself. His expertise lay precisely in this realm. Lin was confident that if Dr. Gero were involved, he would undoubtedly possess the means to resolve Stark's palladium poisoning. It seemed that the system's reward of a character card for Dr. Gero was, indeed, serendipitous. System, activate Dr. Gero's character card. Utilizing the character card of Dr. Gero. The system feedback echoed in Lin Hao's ears. Suddenly, before him, a myriad of shimmering lights appeared, cascading from above. In the span of a mere minute, an emaciated old man with long white hair, clad in a jacket and adorned with a black hat emblazoned with the words of a crimson-ribboned legion, materialized before Lin Hao. The character card of Dr. Gero had been successfully activated. Dr. Gero is at your service, he said, inclining his head with an air of utmost loyalty. To Lin Hao's astonishment, the figure before him was indeed a normal human, not the modified android number 20. The post-transformation Dr. Gero possessed strength that could rival even the newly transformed Super Saiyan Vegeta and his son. Clearly, the system would not bestow upon him such an extraordinarily powerful version of Dr. Gero. Nevertheless, Lin Hao was content. Dr. Gero was not merely a combatant for him, but a repository of invaluable technology. At that moment, a bold idea ignited within Lin Hao. He succinctly relayed Stark's predicament to Dr. Gero. After pondering with a hand stroking his beard, Dr. Gero analyzed the situation. To utilize a palladium energy device to extract the shrapnel from within his body, this individual possesses quite the ingenuity. However, this method would only facilitate the continuous infiltration of palladium into his system, ultimately leading to systemic palladium poisoning and a grim fate. Thus, I entrust you with the task of finding alternative kinetic cores to replace the palladium. Yet, Dr. Gero expressed the limitations imposed by this world, stating that he could not substitute the palladium at this time. The palladium energy device was, for now, the most viable solution. In the short term, I cannot replace the palladium, but I can enhance the palladium energy device, significantly reducing the risk of palladium poisoning. He need not worry about palladium toxicity for at least the next 50 years. 50 years? That is still acceptable. Whether Stark could live for another 50 years remained uncertain. But even without a definitive cure for the palladium poisoning, this was more than adequate. In the following days, Dr. Gero immersed himself in relentless research within Lin Hao's quarters. By the fifth morning, his endeavors culminated in success. Dr. Gero presented a circular energy device, stating, I have succeeded. The palladium energy device I created will only allow a minimal amount of palladium to leak. The total palladium leakage over 50 years may equal the total amount produced by Mr. Stark's own energy device within a month. Well done. I shall treat you to a grand feast as a reward, Lin Hao replied, satisfied as he accepted the glowing palladium energy device from Dr. Gero. Its design surpassed Stark's own creation, embodying the genius of a mad scientist capable of producing androids. At that moment, Stark called, Mr. Lin. I truly do not wish to intrude upon your time. Before Stark could finish his sentence, Lin Hao chuckled and interrupted, Mr. Stark, I am aware of your intent. The new energy device is ready. You may come and collect it now. Has it truly been completed in just 5 days? How did you manage that? I merely intended to inquire about the progress. Stark's eyes widened in disbelief at the other end of the line. Could it be possible to have developed a device that completely resolves palladium poisoning in merely 5 days? Indeed, you heard correctly. If you do not come to retrieve it today, I might just dispose of it, Lin Hao teased. Mr. Lin, hold on, I am on my way. A half-hour later, Stark arrived once more at Lin Hao's residence. Observing Stark's impatient demeanor, Lin Hao rolled his eyes and casually tossed the energy device to him, stating, Mr. Stark, here's what you sought. Stark hastily caught the energy device, and upon glancing at it, his eyes filled with astonishment. Such technology exists? Mr. Lin, how did you accomplish this? Stark rambled on about numerous technical aspects that Lin Hao found perplexing, essentially inquiring about the advantages of this palladium energy device compared to his own research, leaving Lin Hao rather bewildered. Actually, this was not my own invention, but rather the work of a certain Dr. Glow. You may regard him as my subordinate, Lin Hao replied thoughtfully. Dr. Glow? Lin Hao snapped his fingers, and Dr. Glow descended from upstairs, standing obediently behind Lin Hao. This is Dr. Glow, Lin Hao said with a smile, then gestured, Dr. Glow, this is Mr. Stark. Please greet him. Hello, Mr. Stark, I am Dr. Glow. Dr. Glow stepped forward and extended his right hand. Stark paused momentarily. Hello, I am Stark. It is a pleasure to meet a genius such as yourself. They shook hands, marking their acquaintance. Stark, grinning widely, remarked, Mr. Lin. I did not expect such talent among your ranks. I wonder if you would mind allowing him to work at Stark Industries. I could offer him a substantial salary. In response, Lin Hao smiled and shook his head. I am afraid that is not possible, Mr. Stark, but we can pursue other forms of collaboration. Other forms of collaboration? Stark inquired, puzzled. Lin Hao simply smiled softly. You will understand in a few days. For now, you may return. And do not forget the favor I have done for you. Of course, Stark replied with a knowing smile. I greatly appreciate your new energy device with this. The issue of palladium poisoning should be nearly resolved. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Due to the recent upheaval caused by Magneto at Midtown High, the school announced an early summer break, which meant that Lin Hao, Peter, and their companions would not need to attend school for the next 2 months. With the announcement of an early summer vacation at Zhongqing High School, Norman was discharged from the hospital. Although his hand had yet to fully recuperate, he insisted on leaving. Fully aware that his early release was likely motivated by the crisis at Osborn Group, the organization had become a veritable shell of its former self. With nearly all shareholders actively opposing Norman, eager to oust him from his position, his injury could not serve as an excuse for evasion. He was obligated to address the pressing issues plaguing Osborn Group. Upon his release, Norman sought out Lin Hao directly. Lin, Harry has informed me about everything. I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Without you, I might have truly become a mere shadow of myself, Norman expressed, his arm resting on a firearm. His expression heavy with concern. Lin Hao shrugged lightly, a smile gracing his lips. Uncle Norman, is your visit merely to convey this? I suspect there is more to it. Indeed, my purpose extends beyond this matter. I believe I have not yet discussed the situation at Osborn Group with you. Norman acknowledged with a nod. You have not. But I am acutely aware of the current predicaments facing Osborn. The newly appointed military general refuses to allocate funding for Osborn Industries research, and the operational funds are in jeopardy. Additionally, the board has unanimously decided to sell Osborn Industries, effectively seeking to remove you for their own gain. Am I correct, Uncle Norman? Lin Hao inquired. Reflecting thoughtfully on the issues at hand, Norman's expression turned to one of disbelief. What you say is entirely accurate, but how did you come by this information? These matters are top secret within Osborn Group. How I know is of little consequence. What matters is how you intend to resolve the issues facing Osborn Industries. Lin Hao replied. With a heavy sigh, Norman confessed, that is precisely why I sought you out today, Lin. I recognize you are no ordinary high school student. You should be capable of assisting me in salvaging the situation at Osborn, correct? Frankly, I would prefer to hand Osborn over to you rather than to those wily old foxes, provided you help me eradicate the traitors within. I would grant you 51% of Osborn's shares, making you the largest shareholder of Osborn Industries henceforth. A smirk appeared on Lin Hao's lips as he rose from his seat. Uncle Norman, let us convene a board meeting tomorrow morning. Those rebellious shareholders will not escape the impending reckoning. Really? Norman could scarcely believe his ears. Could it truly be so? Uncle Norman, make haste to prepare. It would be prudent to gather some dirt on those disloyal shareholders. If you cannot, it is of little concern, Lin Hao concluded before taking his leave. Once home, he called Stark. Hello, Mr. Stark. Do you recall the collaboration I mentioned a few days ago? Indeed. Has the collaboration arrived so swiftly? Stark responded with a hint of interest. Lin Hao smiled. Yes, and tomorrow also marks the time for you to repay your favor. He then detailed his plan to Stark, who exchanged a knowing smile. Mr. Lin, you are indeed no ordinary individual. Tomorrow, I shall assist you in orchestrating something significant. The following day, in the boardroom situated on the highest floor of the Osborn Industrial Headquarters, a board meeting was convened. All shareholders, including Norman, were present. However, the gazes directed at Norman were laden with an unusual intensity, as if they were anticipating his announcement of resignation. Yet, Norman appeared oblivious to their scrutiny, with a smile. He addressed the shareholders, stating, I have called this board meeting to announce that Osborn is on the verge of surpassing Exploration Aerospace, thereby becoming the military's largest supplier. This will inevitably lead to a reduction in costs and an increase in profits for all of you. At this moment, a bald shareholder named Max interrupted, Norman, I must remind you that during the board meeting 2 weeks ago, we unanimously decided to sell the company. You are required to resign within a month. And with only 2 weeks remaining, what are you still daydreaming about? Indeed, Norman, perhaps your recent hospitalization has caused you to forget some crucial matters. I must reiterate that Exploration Aerospace does not wish for this transition to be delayed any longer, so you must resign today. Your time is up. The shareholder wearing gold-rimmed glasses sneered coldly at Norman. The other shareholders regarded Norman with indifference, clearly revealing that apart from him, they were all cut from the same cloth. I am afraid it is not Norman who is finished, but rather you. Just then, the door to the conference room swung open, and Lin Hao strode in. Hands in his pockets and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. All eyes shifted to Lin Hao, and the shareholder opposite Norman exclaimed in anger. Who is this brat daring to intrude upon Osborne's board meeting? Where are the security guards? Throw him out. I have never heard such a peculiar request. Let us comply and see him out, Lin Hao replied. With his words, 2 security guards rushed in, heading straight for the gold-rimmed glasses shareholder. Seizing him and dragging him out of the conference room. Are you staging a rebellion? I instructed you to remove that brat over there, not me. The shareholder roared in protest, struggling against their grasp. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively, and the guards brought him before Lin Hao, who lifted his chin with one hand and, with an innocuous smile, inquired, Do you wish to know why they are ejecting you? Why? Lin Hao adjusted his collar and proclaimed, I forgot to inform you that just last night, Osborne Industrial secured a $30 billion investment, acquiring more than 51 of the company's shares. Therefore, you so-called board members no longer possess the authority to unilaterally decide to sell Osborne Industrial. Lin Hao's statement was directed not only at the shareholder with gold-rimmed glasses but rather aimed at all shareholders present, excluding Norman. Impossible. Osborne is barely surviving. How could anyone invest $30 billion? The shareholders expressed disbelief, considering Lin Hao's claims to be mere bravado. Instead of directly refuting them, Lin Hao simply snapped his fingers. Apologies for the oversight. Due to the urgency of my investment last night, I was unable to notify everyone in advance. I wonder if there are any objections regarding my investment of $300 billion? Chapter 26. A powerful alliance accompanying the voice was none other than Iron Man, Tony Stark. Impeccably dressed in a tailored black suit and sporting a pair of sunglasses, exuding an air of charm mixed with nonchalance. Upon recognizing the guest, the shareholders gasped in astonishment. Tony Stark? It appears you are all quite taken aback. My approach to business has always been guided by personal inclination. Last night, I invested $300 billion and subsequently transferred the entirety of the 52% shareholder stake in Osborne Industries to Mr. Lin Jackson. Thus, he is now the largest shareholder of Osborne Industries, and whether the company sells to Exploration Aerospace is entirely at his discretion. At this revelation, the shareholders redirected their gazes toward Lin Hao, their expressions a blend of shock and disbelief. Who is this young man? Capable of persuading Tony Stark to transfer shares worth $300 billion into his name? Do you still harbor any doubts? Lin Hao scrutinized the shareholder in the gold-rimmed glasses, whose mouth hung agape, voice trembling. This cannot be. It's not true. The old man must be confused due to his age. What are we waiting for? He just requested to be thrown out, so why not act? I have always taken pleasure in fulfilling others' requests. Lin Hao gently waved his hand, and 2 security personnel stood at attention, promptly escorting the shareholder out of the boardroom. As the shareholder was removed, the remaining members dared not utter a sound. Before Lin Hao, who possessed 52% of the shares, they were nothing more than a farce. There is no need for false hope. The main event has only just begun. Uncle Norman, it is your turn. Lin Hao glanced at Norman, who produced a stack of documents and slammed them onto the conference table, stating coldly, These documents contain evidence of your disclosure of Osborne Industries' confidential information to Exploration Aerospace. You have violated Osborne's interests and committed the crime of leaking trade secrets. I trust one need not elaborate on the severity of this offense. At this moment, bald shareholder Max appeared flustered, pleading, Norman, please, don't do this. I am not involved. Your pleas are futile. You must inquire whether Director Lin is inclined to show you mercy. I hereby declare that Max and the other shareholders are complicit in the crime of leaking Osborne's trade secrets, which means you will not only face imprisonment, but also the confiscation of all your shares. Lin Hao's cold gaze swept across the room. None of you shall escape. Seeing that you are all of considerable age, you may as well spend the remainder of your lives in prison. Should anyone wish to celebrate a milestone birthday, do inform me. I shall generously arrange a grand celebration for you within those walls. Upon hearing this, the countenance of everyone present drained of color. I suspect you are all contemplating fleeing as soon as you leave here. I have already stated that none of you should harbor any illusions. There is no escape for any of you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Hao commanded dozens of police officers to rush into the conference room, apprehending all members of the Osborne Industries Board. Stark, who had been observing the scene, couldn't resist a mocking remark. What a splendid performance. If you harbor any resentment towards me for this, I eagerly await your revenge. Take them away. Soon, the police had arrested Max and the other shareholders, who now faced an unrelenting judgment ahead of them. Fortunately, Stark had utilized the intelligence division of SHIELD to uncover evidence of these individuals leaking Osborne's commercial secrets. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to hold them accountable. Even in dismissing them, one would typically need to compensate them for their shareholdings. However, now, Not only was a significant sum saved, but their shares were also entirely confiscated. Such a flawless resolution was beyond compare. Mr. Lin, Mr. Stark, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance in ridding me of these scoundrels, Norman exclaimed with overwhelming excitement. Lin Hao and Stark waved their hands dismissively, signaling him to refrain from such formality. Mr. Lin, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. The subsequent matters are yours to handle. Stark began to depart when Lin Hao called out to him. Mr. Stark, have you forgotten the collaboration I mentioned? Oh, what collaboration might that be? Stark halted, intrigued. Your investment in Osborn was a favor. Now it is time to discuss our collaboration. Lin Hao took a seat in the president's chair, smiling as he continued. Do you recall Dr. Jarrow? Of course, he is a genius who surpasses even me. Well, what I propose is this. Would you be interested in merging Stark Industries and Osborn Industries into a new and more formidable conglomerate? I may not possess wealth like you or Uncle Norman, but I can contribute through technological equity. Your Iron Man suit, Dr. Jarrow excels in this domain. And I believe that with his involvement, your suit could achieve a qualitative leap. Additionally, I possess capsule technology that can reduce vehicles, helicopters, and even houses into portable capsules the size of a finger. Once this technology is unveiled, the value created is something you can surely fathom, Mr. Stark. Furthermore, on the Osborn side, I can equally provide biotechnological advancements. I have a miraculous healing remedy known as the Senza Bean, as long as one is not deceased. It can instantaneously restore all injuries. Even if we cannot replicate the exact efficacy of the Senza Bean with Osborn's biotechnological prowess, achieving 70 to 80% similarity should not pose a problem. The value generated from this technology is equally incalculable. Mr. Stark, I wonder if this piques your interest. Both Stark and Norman were left speechless. The capsule technology and Senza Bean technology were entirely new to them. If Lin Hao's claims were indeed as extraordinary as they sounded, there was no doubt these technologies could astonish the world. Mr. Lin, is everything you say true? Stark asked, calming his emotions, though still skeptical. Would I have any reason to deceive you? I shall leave it at that. Whether you wish to collaborate is entirely at your discretion. Mr. Lin, I admire your confidence. And I believe in your words. As you have stated, once these two technologies are unveiled, they will astound the world. I choose to collaborate with you. Stark Industries shall unite with Osborn Industries. Mr. Stark. One thing you must understand is that this union means the formation of a new company from Stark Industries and Osborn Industries, where we shall share both glory and downfall. You must consider this carefully. Indeed, I have given it considerable thought. Chapter 27. The arrival of Loki the following day. A piece of news that shook all of New York swept through the city. Stark Industries and Osborn Industries announced a formidable alliance, creating an unprecedented industrial conglomerate. Thus, Halington Industrial Group Limited was born. Both Osborn Industries and Stark Industries are titans in New York, and with their union, other companies of similar nature in the city face a grim future. Following the merger, Lin Hao realized his technological stake. He first sent Dr. Pigro to Stark Industries to participate in the research of Stark's armored suit. Subsequently, he exchanged 200 points in the system marketplace for a capsule from Bulma, which he entrusted to Stark for study. If Stark could decipher the principles behind Bulma's capsule technology and realize its universal application, the value generated would be immeasurable. Mr. Lin, this capsule technology is beyond my comprehension. How did you manage to develop it? Stark exclaimed. It's remarkable. Once the capsule technology matures, humanity's technological advancement will ascend to a new level. Partnering with you has undoubtedly been the most prudent decision of my life. With the capsule in hand, Stark eagerly embarked on his research. Meanwhile, Lin Hao spent 600 points in the system marketplace to acquire a mystical bean, a divine remedy capable of instantly healing all injuries. The cost of redeeming such a bean would double with each transaction, so if Norman and his team at Osborn Industries could thoroughly understand its properties, Lin Hao could save considerable points in the future. While he might ensure his own safety without the need for the bean, he could not guarantee that his friends would remain unscathed. After the merger of the two companies, they quickly found their footing within a mere month. During this time, Lin Hao had no need to worry about company affairs. With Stark and Norman at the helm, what could possibly go awry? Instead, he utilized this period to train Harry and the others, as Harry had just acquired the Green Goblin's powers and was still unfamiliar with them. In addition to Harry, Peter, Wanda, and Pietro made significant progress under Lin Hao's guidance, and Lin Hao himself was also advancing. The four would spar with him nearly every day, and thanks to his Saiyan bloodline, he grew stronger with each battle. In just a month, his combat prowess experienced a remarkable leap. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat power, 6,000. Physical qualities and skill ratings, level. Points balance, 2,800. This was merely at the level, and he wondered what the pinnacle might be. Lin Hao gazed at his palm, murmuring to himself. In just a month's time, Lin Hao's combat power surged from 1480 to an impressive 6,000, a transformation that left him thoroughly satisfied. Although the journey was fraught with challenges, every sacrifice proved worthwhile. Brother Lin, Peter, and Harry are in trouble. Pietro burst into the villa in Manhattan, his expression tinged with urgency. What? Speak slowly. It's not the end of the world, Lin Hao replied leisurely. They encountered a formidable adversary and were injured. My sister is stalling him. I came back to seek your assistance, Pietro conveyed succinctly. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Sensing the inevitability of this moment, he had anticipated that Peter and Harry would eventually find themselves in peril. Both Peter and Harry possessed a genuine desire to be superheroes, often taking to the streets after training to combat crime and uphold justice. Now, it seemed they had finally met their match. However, Lin Hao was curious about who could possibly injure both Harry and Peter and why Wanda was there to hold them back. Where are they? I wish to see who dares to harm my companions. Follow me. Under Pietro's guidance, the two arrived in the outskirts of New York. Along the way, Lin Hao noticed numerous S-H-I-E-L-D vehicles, clearly heading to the same location as himself. Could it be? Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, a realization forming in his mind. Soon, they reached the outskirts, and from above, Lin Hao observed a vehicle on a clearing, accompanied by a downed helicopter. Nearly 10 individuals were present, divided into 3 factions. One faction consisted of Peter and his companions, while another faced them with 3 members. The final group was led by S-H-I-E-L-D-S Commander Fury, accompanied by 2 of his subordinates. Loki, it truly is you, Lin Hao smiled slightly. Recalling the scene from the onset of the Avengers when Loki seized the Tesseract and, using the scepter, controlled Hawkeye and Dr. Selvig to escape. Pursued by Commander Fury in a helicopter, he had not anticipated that Harry and Peter would involve themselves in this affair. Loki, known as the god of mischief, employed cunning tactics, and given Harry and Peter's naivety, it was not unfathomable that they would fall victim to his schemes. Lin Hao descended gracefully from above. Harry, Peter, how are you faring? We're fine, but this guy is too powerful. We're no match for him, Harry responded gravely. With both he and Peter nursing minor injuries that were unlikely to pose significant issues. It's getting rather lively. Are you here to seize the Tesseract as well? Loki inquired, turning his gaze towards the newly arrived Lin Hao, a sly smile on his face. Let me make one thing clear. The Tesseract belongs to S-H-I-E-L-D, and I would advise against any attempts to lay claim to it. Commander Fury interjected, casting a warning glance at Lin Hao. Without turning around, Lin Hao replied impassively, It seems you lack the authority to speak here. Perhaps when you have gathered the Avengers, you may earn the right to voice your opinions. You. Who are you? This is a matter for S-H-I-E-L-D, and you need not interfere, Fury retorted coldly. It appears that you are not part of the same faction. I sense your distinctiveness. Are you interested in joining forces with me? Once I dominate the Earth, you shall stand second only to me. Loki grinned widely. Second only to you? You may be mistaken. I am here to teach you a lesson. And as for the Tesseract, its fate remains to be seen. Lin Hao glanced at Loki, and a surge of information instantaneously flooded his mind. Target: Loki. Combat value: 50,000. Truly deserving of the title God of Mischief, his combat prowess was nearly tenfold that of Lin Hao, yet he remained undeterred. Despite Loki's formidable strength, he often forgot his identity as a sorcerer, insisting on engaging in close combat. As long as Lin Hao could evade his mind scepter and spell attacks, Loki would be as defenseless as an infant in his hands. Given Lin Hao's current speed, this was entirely feasible, not to mention he possessed the ability of time manipulation. Teach me a lesson? You think you are worthy? Loki scoffed, raising his mind scepter, unleashing a shockwave towards Lin Hao. Chapter 28. The beating of Loki. Lin Hao leapt into the air, deftly dodging the shockwave from Loki's scepter, then dove directly towards him. Observing this, Hawkeye, under the control of the mind scepter, aimed his firearm at Lin Hao and fired, but Lin Hao disregarded it entirely. With his current combat capabilities and physical resilience, a mere handgun posed no threat to him. You dare to think you can teach me a lesson? I am Loki, the god of mischief. Loki sneered, choosing to engage Lin Hao in close combat, instead of utilizing his mind scepter and spells. Lin Hao smirked. Opting for hand-to-hand combat was akin to seeking one's own demise. If Loki had fully employed his mind scepter and magic, Lin Hao might have encountered some difficulties, but in close quarters, he could easily best 10 Lokis. Bang! Before Loki could finish his sentence, Lin Hao was already before him, delivering a powerful punch directly to Loki's face. Thud! The blow sent Loki flying, landing with a thump. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Harry and Peter gaped in disbelief, their jaws nearly dropping. The Loki they had struggled so hard to defeat was effortlessly sent flying by Lin Hao's single punch. Director Fury was equally bewildered. The Loki who had just wreaked havoc in H-I-E-L-D-S underground laboratory was so easily subdued? The god of mischief, is it? One punch. The king of Asgard, is he? Another punch. Lin Hao struck Loki repeatedly, as if he were a mere punching bag. And Loki found himself unable to muster even the strength to retaliate. To his horror, he realized that his princely Asgardian physique could scarcely endure the force of this man's blows. After a relentless barrage, a trickle of blood appeared at the corner of Loki's mouth, and his mind's scepter had long since fallen to the ground. After administering a thorough beating, Lin Hao discarded Loki onto the ground like refuse, spitting disdainfully, "What a weak god of mischief. You truly disgraced your brother Thor." Hawkeye stood by, utterly astonished. What kind of formidable individual could render Loki utterly powerless? He swallowed hard, nearly paralyzed with fear. Initially, he had intended to intervene and rescue Loki, but upon witnessing Lin Hao's formidable presence, he found himself devoid of the courage to act. Harry and Peter transformed into mere bystanders, enthusiastically exclaiming in admiration, "You have harmed my friend. This is the lesson I impart to you. Should there be a next time, I shall break your limbs and deliver them back to Thor." Loki, having endured a thorough beating, dared not utter a sound. He realized that the man before him was not to be trifled with, prompting him to temporarily retreat and await an opportunity to reclaim his dignity once the Chitauri army descended through the portal he would open. "Let us go." Loki, fearing Lin Hao might strike again, called for Hawkeye and Dr. Sivagal to get in the car, hastily making their exit. "The Tesseract," Commander Fury shouted after the speeding vehicle. Yet Lin Hao remained indifferent. Why not retrieve the Tesseract? As Loki's car vanished into the night, Commander Fury sternly confronted Lin Hao, who merely shrugged in response. "Why should I reclaim the Tesseract? It was you who advised me against meddling with it. Furthermore, I am not a member of S-H-I-E-L-D, nor am I obliged to heed your commands." "You." Commander Fury nearly fainted with frustration. The opportunity to regain the Tesseract had just slipped away when Loki was subdued. Yet this individual seemed unconcerned with its significance, allowing Loki to escape unscathed. "Sir, if your failure to retrieve the Tesseract today leads to a catastrophic future for Earth, you will be held accountable," Fury ominously warned. "The Tesseract is your lost possession. What is it to me? If you have the ability to misplace it, surely you possess the capability to recover it. Only the weak and incompetent shift blame onto others," Lin Hao replied, shrugging off the accusation. Lin Hao's reluctance to pursue the Tesseract stemmed primarily from its overwhelming power, which he felt incapable of harnessing with his current abilities. He had consulted the system, which had responded that it would not interfere in any matter of the real world, let alone assist him in merging with the Tesseract's formidable energies. The Tesseract was a perilous burden. Even if he were to acquire it, he would be pursued by both S-H-I-E-L-D and Loki's brother Thor. While he held no fear of S-H-I-E-L-D, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications, especially since they had not provoked him. "Lin, you were absolutely incredible just now. You dealt with Loki in no time," Harry exclaimed. "It appears we have a significant gap in our abilities compared to you. We must intensify our training." Lin Hao shot them a disapproving glance. "From now on, refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. The responsibility of maintaining world peace lies with S-H-I-E-L-D, understood? Don't worry, Lin. Harry and I will steer clear of any trouble in the future. When faced with an overwhelming adversary, we'll simply make our escape." Peter chuckled. "Wanda, let us return." With Loki's appearance, it seems the arrival of Thor, the Hulk, and Captain America is imminent. The original Avengers, along with the formidable trio, may soon assemble. However, Lin Hao found it curious that Loki's entrance had not triggered any combat missions. Could it be that the system deems Loki too weak, unworthy even of the main combat missions? Goodness, if that were the case, Loki's plight would indeed be dire. However, Lin Hao remains unperturbed. As long as there are tasks available, the system will undoubtedly issue them, for such systems are not prone to malfunction. After Lin Hao and the others departed, the reluctant Director Fury picked up his phone. "Coulson, notify all those who did not participate in the rescue to activate Level 7 alarm. The war has commenced." In a remote suburb, Natasha found Banner in the gym. Commander Fury located Captain America, Steve. Coulson also encountered Stark at Stark Tower. A tempest of blood and chaos was brewing. Chapter 29. The onslaught of Magneto in the deep of night. Lin Hao sat on the balcony of his room, gazing at the starry expanse over New York. Lost in thought, having been here for 18 years, he found himself reminiscing about Earth in his previous life. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door jolted Lin Hao back to reality. "Who is it?" "It's me, Wanda." "Wanda?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "Come in." Dressed in pajamas, Wanda approached Lin Hao, leaning her hands on his shoulders, her lips parting gently. "Mr. Lin, can't you sleep?" "I'm not tired yet," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. "Sometimes I wonder, why does my father do this? Why can't we mutants coexist peacefully with humans? Just like us. Lin Hao certainly understood the reasons, as it involved a multitude of grievances and complexities. Magneto and Professor X were once allies, but their paths diverged. One sought to dominate humanity, while the other aspired for peaceful coexistence between mutants and ordinary humans. Neither was in the wrong. They merely held differing perspectives. Yet, Lin Hao would not divulge this to Wanda. Perhaps you should ask your father. He might provide the answers you seek. I think I already know the answer, Wanda declared, as her hand transformed into a blade, swiftly aimed at Lin Hao's throat. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air, yet the anticipated spectacle of bloodshed did not ensue. The chair remained empty. Ms. Raven, to be frank, your acting leaves much to be desired. First, Wanda would never address me as Mr. Lin, but simply Lin. Secondly, Wanda has always been reluctant to mention Eric. You may believe your performance flawless, but it is riddled with flaws. Lin Hao's voice resonated from behind Raven, as Wanda gradually morphed into a woman with chestnut hair and deep blue attire. The Mystique from the X-Men series, Raven. You are indeed formidable, but tonight, you shall surely meet your demise, including your companions. Mystique abruptly turned to strike at Lin Hao. However, could her speed ever compare to his? The moment she pivoted, Lin Hao delivered a powerful kick, sending her hurtling from the second floor of the villa, crashing to the ground and leaving a deep crater in her wake. I do not believe that your ragtag band of mutants could ever stand against Wanda and Peter. Lin Hao leaped from the second floor, and at that very moment, a tempest arose, causing nearby metal to contort. Silently, several figures emerged in the villa's courtyard, unmistakably members of the Brotherhood of Mutants led by Magneto, Eric. Mission combat task activated. Defeat Magneto Eric. Reward: Eyes of Death. Penalty for failure: deduction of 2,000 points. Hey, isn't that the old man we drove away last time? Peter and Wanda also stepped forward, with Peter immediately mocking Magneto. However, Wanda and Pietro regarded Magneto with grave expressions, realizing that their father had no intention of letting them off easily. You reckless boy, last time you got lucky because I was careless. This time, you shall have no means of escape. The mere mention of the previous encounter stung Magneto's pride, as he had been bested by two youths who collectively were younger than he. It was an utter disgrace. Aside from Wanda and Pietro, others would be shown no mercy. Should Wanda and Pietro resist, I would not hesitate to have you educate them properly. Magneto clearly wished to forego any further banter with Lin Hao, issuing a direct command. The members of the Brotherhood, led by Quicksilver and Mystique, swiftly engaged in battle, surrounding Wanda and Peter, while Quicksilver's target was none other than Lin Hao. He teleported beside Lin Hao, and the moment his hand rested on Lin Hao's shoulder, he vanished from the spot, reappearing high in the air. Enjoy your final moments of life. Quicksilver grinned sinisterly, then released his grip, intending to let Lin Hao plummet to his demise. However, to his astonishment, Lin Hao exhibited no inclination to fall, instead standing firmly suspended in midair. Surprised? I can fly? Lin Hao grinned back, and in that instant of Quicksilver's astonishment, he delivered a powerful kick to Quicksilver's back. The force of the blow sent Quicksilver spiraling out of control, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Overestimating yourself, Lin Hao remarked, brushing his nose thoughtfully as he descended gracefully. Quicksilver's teleportation ability was indeed formidable, but only against those with slow reflexes. For someone quick-witted like Lin Hao, he was merely a target. Meanwhile, in the villa's courtyard, Wanda and Peter had already engaged in combat with the Brotherhood, with various mutants showcasing their powers, creating an intensely chaotic scene. Ignoring the insignificant Quicksilver, Lin Hao focused solely on Magneto Eric, the true leader of the Brotherhood and his mission's objective. It seems your strength has progressed, yet before me, you remain an ant. Magneto coldly stared at Lin Hao. It appears you have not learned from our last encounter. Tonight, I shall ensure you grasp the taste of hitting a brick wall, Lin Hao retorted fiercely. This time, I will not grant you any chance to react. As the words fell, Magneto raised his hand, unleashing a formidable magnetic field. The terrifying magnetic reaction caused Lin Hao to lose control, forcefully thrusting him against the wall, while several solid metal strands ensnared him tightly, pinning him to the surface. I have warned you, before me, you are merely an insect. With the magnetic field under his command, Magneto smirked disdainfully. In an instant, a piece of metal transformed into a sharp spear, hurtling towards Lin Hao's head at breakneck speed. What are you so pleased about? Surely, you do not believe you can slay me? Lin Hao retorted with a mocking smile. With a slight exertion, he freed himself from the metallic restraints, rendering them trivial against his combat prowess of 6,000. The moment he broke free, Lin Hao seized the incoming metallic spear and hurled it back along its original path. Magneto effortlessly deflected the spear, immediately following up with another magnetic control aimed at Lin Hao. I want to fall for the same trick twice. Having been well prepared, Lin Hao executed his aerial maneuver, soaring into the air and evading the reach of Magneto's magnetic control. Magneto pursued him. Raising his gaze towards Lin Hao, "You will regret opposing me." Chapter 30, The Art of Utilizing Chi. I never regret my actions. Lin Hao had no desire to engage in futile banter with Magneto. He activated his aerial technique and launched his assault. Begone! With a gentle push of his palm, Magneto unleashed another wave of magnetic control, the immense magnetic force sending Lin Hao flying hundreds of meters away. Following that, Magneto raised his hand once more, summoning a multitude of metal fragments from the ground into the air. Under his command, these metallic shards surged forth like a torrential rain of bullets aimed at Lin Hao. Ascending to greater heights, Lin Hao skillfully dodged the onslaught of metal debris, then suddenly dove downwards, charging directly at Magneto. Bang! Just as Lin Hao was about to close the distance, a sudden rebound force propelled him away, preventing him from reaching Magneto. A magnetic field? Lin Hao paused, realizing that Magneto had learned from their previous encounter, establishing a powerful magnetic barrier around himself. It seemed that the previous encounter had left a significant impression on him. "Do not underestimate my intelligence. Even if you attempt that trick again, you shall not approach me." Under Magneto's control, the metal fragments coalesced into a tempest, sweeping towards Lin Hao with a devastating force. Wherever the metallic storm passed, buildings crumbled beneath its might. Magneto was now truly showcasing his mutant abilities. "Then I shall not approach you." Lin Hao retreated a distance, acknowledging that he indeed needed to master some range techniques. Otherwise, facing an opponent like Magneto could prove rather challenging. With his combat strength now reaching an impressive height of 6,000, Lin Hao realized that he was on the verge of mastering Chi. Suddenly, he recalled the method taught by Son Gohan to Son Goten and Videl for controlling Chi during the Buu saga of Dragon Ball, to concentrate and cultivate Chi in the palm. Lin Hao focused intently, gathering Chi in his palm, and soon, a glimmer of blue-white light began to manifest gently within his grasp. This is effortless and straightforward. As Lin Hao intensified his efforts, a fist-sized energy ball, radiating a bluish-white glow, coalesced in his palm. At that moment, Magneto's metallic tempest surged forth. Lin Hao let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Old man, come and experience my energy ball." With a swift motion, he released the energy sphere, which collided with Magneto's metallic whirlwind, resulting in a thunderous explosion that shattered the tempest into fragments, sending flames and thick smoke spiraling into the sky. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Magneto harnessed his powers, controlling nearly all the metal within a radius of several hundred meters, causing nearby skyscrapers to gradually collapse. This scene unfolded like the harbinger of an apocalypse. The tremendous commotion sparked panic throughout Manhattan, prompting the police to respond. However, upon arrival, they realized they were utterly powerless to intervene. On the ground, Peter and Harry ceased their skirmish with the Brotherhood of Mutants, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed skyward. The Brotherhood remained relatively composed, accustomed as they were to Magneto's formidable displays. They sensed the tide was turning against Lin Hao. Indeed, it appeared that Eric had begun to take the situation seriously. They could only hope Lin would survive this encounter with Eric. The Brotherhood mourned for Lin Hao, acknowledging that only the Professor could rival Magneto in strength. "I must help him," Wanda exclaimed, her face etched with concern, fully aware of her father's terrifying abilities. Given the current circumstances, she realized her father was beginning to unleash his true power, and perhaps Lin could not withstand his onslaught. "Wanda, don't go." Peter quickly pulled her back, shaking his head. "Trust Lin, he can handle this. Your presence may only complicate matters." Suddenly, a series of resounding booms echoed through the night sky, prompting everyone to look up. There, Lin Hao and Magneto engaged in a genuine clash. Magneto launched a metal assault against Lin Hao, who retaliated with a barrage of energy spheres, deftly countering Magneto's metallic onslaught, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Are these two truly extraordinary beings? We are not even in their league. Harry was left in awe, though he had acquired the power of the Green Goblin. He felt Lin Hao's might in stark contrast to the epic battle unfolding before him. This level of combat was beyond his reach. He understood that had he been in Lin's position, he would have perished at Magneto's hands countless times over. Exhilarating. Bring it on. Lin Hao hovered midair, launching energy ball after energy ball. The intensity of this battle invigorated him, awakening the primal warrior spirit inherent in his Saiyan bloodline. Conversely, Eric was growing impatient. He had not anticipated Lin Hao's prolonged resistance. It seemed as though Lin was reveling in the fight. This was not the outcome he desired. He sought nothing less than absolute domination. "This time, I will end you." As Magneto's gaze sharpened, an overwhelming magnetic force began to emanate from him, enveloping Lin Hao in a multitude of metals, creating a formidable barrier in midair. It appeared he intended to utilize his mastery over the magnetic field to crush Lin Hao. Has impatience set in? Lin Hao smirked slightly, exchanged for the Kamehameha technique. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully paid 1,000 points and acquired the Kamehameha Manual. As the system's voice resonated in his ears, a torrent of profound information surged into Lin Hao's mind, detailing the essentials of the Kamehameha technique. Once the transmission concluded, his hand slowly moved towards his waist. There was no need to look. That boy was already defeated. At the moment, Magneto encircled Lin Hao with the magnetic field. The Scarlet Witch spoke ominously. Many had once sought to vanquish Eric, yet their fates ended in death. Mystique remained expressionless. To her, Lin Hao was already a corpse. I can no longer sit idly by. Lin needs my assistance. Wanda could no longer remain passive. She had just utilized her chaos magic to elevate herself when the Scarlet Witch suddenly teleported before her, forcing her back. Beautiful Miss Wanda. Where do you think you're going? To aid that boy against your father? If Eric were to discover your actions, he would surely be heartbroken. The Scarlet Witch taunted cruelly. That is none of your concern. Step aside. Wanda's formerly blue eyes suddenly glimmered with a crimson hue. With a swift gesture, she unleashed a torrent of crimson chaotic energy, sending the Scarlet Witch flying. What is that? Peter exclaimed. And Wanda looked up to see dozens of dazzling pure white lights suddenly illuminating the sky. These luminous beams pierced through Magneto's magnetic barrier, casting a radiant glow across the night sky of Manhattan, making it incredibly eye-catching against the dark backdrop. Chapter 31, Kamehameha and the Eye of Death. It is Lin. He is about to counterattack. Peter shouted in excitement, and Wanda halted her advance to support him. Above, she sensed a tremendous energy coalescing. Such powerful energy. It seems we have all underestimated that young man. Truly terrifying, he appears no older than 18, yet possesses such formidable energy. As mutants, the Brotherhood could all perceive the immense energy in the sky, which continued to intensify. And so what? Regardless, Eric shall not be defeated. Mystique remained steadfast in her belief in Magneto. Although she too sensed the formidable energy, her trust in Magneto led her to dismiss the possibility of Eric's defeat. At this moment, Lin Hao, the focal point of the events, was oblivious to the discussions below. He was wholly focused on channeling the Kamehameha technique, which was on the verge of completion. This was his first attempt at the Kamehameha, thus requiring a longer period for assembly. In a desperate struggle, I shall show you the true extent of our disparity. With a disdainful gaze, Magneto clenched his fist, causing a torrent of metal to converge into a metallic river, sweeping through the sky with immense destructive force, aimed directly at Lin Hao. Die! As Magneto's command echoed, a powerful magnetic field accompanied the metal river, appearing within 100 meters of Lin Hao, causing his clothes to flutter violently. Come! As Lin Hao uttered his final word, the Kamehameha technique was fully concentrated, and with a sudden thrust, it erupted from his palm. At that moment, countless eyes below beheld the Kamehameha streaking across the sky, colliding with Magneto's metallic river. Contrary to expectations of an explosive confrontation, the Kamehameha pierced through the metallic river with unstoppable momentum, carving a path through its very center. Wow! The spectacle left Peter and others in awe. Meanwhile, the Brotherhood of Mutants appeared tense. Mere moments ago, they had mocked Lin Hao, now rendered speechless. Boom! Moments later, the energy-laden Kamehameha completely penetrated the metallic river, shattering the magnetic field surrounding Magneto, and struck the unprotected Magneto directly. The explosion illuminated the night sky over Manhattan once more, and a figure plummeted from the center of the blast. That figure, of course, was Magneto himself. Delightful! Lin Hao exclaimed, exhilarated. This was the kind of battle he had long sought. Although the Kamehameha consumed considerable energy, it remained within an acceptable threshold, ensuring he wouldn't be rendered powerless. With Magneto's defeat, the metal in the sky fell to the ground, creating a wasteland spanning hundreds of meters. Though the Kamehameha did not claim Magneto's life, it had certainly taken half of it. As Lin Hao descended, he looked down upon Magneto, lying amidst the rubble. A Kamehameha orb coalesced in his palm, aimed at Magneto's head, his tone icy. Eric, I warned you that you would learn the taste of kicking a hard surface. For Wanda's sake, I shall spare you today. But should there be a next time, I promise to kill you without hesitation, along with your Brotherhood of Mutants, leaving no one alive. Do you understand? You were not this powerful last time. How have you grown so formidable in such a short time? Magneto's face bore wounds, his voice filled with disbelief and a hint of resentment. He could hardly fathom his consecutive defeats at the hands of a mere 18-year-old. Think it over, Lin Hao retorted, dismissing Magneto with a final word before soaring back to his villa. Upon his return, the members of the Brotherhood instinctively recoiled a few steps, their gazes towards Lin Hao now tinged with apprehension. You have disturbed our peaceful slumber, Lin Hao remarked coldly. With a swift glance, he unleashed a barrage of Kamehameha orbs, striking Red Devil, Mystique, and others, all of whom staggered back, spitting blood. Consider this a lesson. Should you dare return, I shall send you to meet your maker. Although Mystique and the others harbored resentment in their eyes, they dared not voice their anger. After all, Even Magneto had been defeated. How could they possibly contend with Lin Hao? Get lost. Lin Hao's roar sent Mystique and her companions scurrying away, fearing that if they lingered any longer, he might not hesitate to strike them down. Lin, when did you learn that technique? Could you teach us? One exclaimed. Indeed, Lin, you have been too secretive. With such formidable skills, why have you kept them from us? Hurry, share the knowledge. Peter and Harry gazed at Lin Hao with eager anticipation. Lin Hao chuckled softly. Truth be told, I only just mastered it myself. I'm still in the exploration phase. How could I possibly teach you? My goodness. You actually learned a new technique during your battle with Magneto? You're practically a monster. You're not human, they exclaimed. Lin, speak up. How do you utilize that energy blast you fired from your palm? Lin Hao chose to ignore Peter and Harry. To be honest, he wanted to teach them. But if they couldn't grasp it, what was the point of wasting his time and energy? Although the battle with Magneto had caused extensive destruction, their villa had suffered minimal damage, just a small breach in the balcony of his second-floor room that could easily be repaired. In stark contrast, the area surrounding them had been reduced to ruins for hundreds of meters to a mile. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission battle task. You have acquired the Eyes of Death. Subsequently, a torrent of information akin to an ocean surged into Lin Hao's mind, and a hellish eye, resembling a black hole, slowly manifested in the center of his pupils. Lin Hao blinked and returned to normal. The Eyes of Death, a power akin to that of Shiki Ryugi. All things that are born must eventually meet their end, and this end is termed death. The conclusion of an entity is predetermined from the moment of its inception. When something flows from its origin, its demise is already dictated by that very source. If a pair of eyes could connect to the root and perceive the death of things, it would be known as the Eyes of Death. As the name suggests, the Eyes of Death allow one to directly see the endpoint of all things, which is death. When an attack is directed at this point of death, it is an assault upon the laws of causality. In other words, it is akin to Odin's spear in Norse mythology, which, once thrown, is destined to pierce the heart. With the Eyes of Death, Lin Hao's power undoubtedly ascended to new heights. However, it is worth mentioning that the potency of the Eyes of Death, much like the Kamehameha, grows with the strength of the user. Bestowing the Eyes of Death upon a fighter with a mere combat power of 5 would be nothing short of wasteful. Chapter 32, Capturing Loki. Lin. Thank you so much today. Without you, my brother and I might have returned to that dark, forsaken place long ago. My father is incredibly powerful. I am no match for him. Wanda expressed her gratitude in the villa's living room. No, your potential surpasses that of anyone else. Trust me, there will come a day when Eric will no longer be your opponent, Lin Hao reassured Wanda. In truth, he was speaking candidly. Wanda was capable of withstanding Thanos, who wielded 5 Infinity Stones while simultaneously disrupting the Mind Stone. The power of chaos magic was extraordinarily formidable, making her one of the most powerful beings even within the Marvel Universe. Perhaps I too sense a formidable power within me, yet at present, I am unable to harness it to unleash its full potential. I shall assist you, for only by strengthening oneself can one ensure their own safety, is it not so? Lin Hao remarked with a smile. Why do you wish to help me? Wanda inquired, gazing intently at Lin Hao. To aid a beautiful lady is my solemn duty. Lin Hao replied earnestly. Wanda was amused by Lin Hao's words. Her laughter was enchanting, akin to the breathtaking bloom of a rose. Rising gracefully, she bestowed a fleeting kiss upon Lin Hao's cheek, her smile radiant. Dear Lin, rest well in sweet dreams. Once Wanda returned to her chamber, Lin Hao gently caressed the spot where she had kissed him, chuckling softly. Receiving a fragrant kiss from Wanda makes this evening worthwhile. The following day, Stark arrived early, looking somewhat bewildered. Mr. Lin, your escapades last night were nothing short of wild. You have wreaked havoc within a radius of several hundred meters. Mr. Stark, perhaps you have misidentified the culprit. I am not the instigator of this chaos, Lin Hao replied innocently. Who is the perpetrator? Stark queried, puzzled. A mutant. One known as Eric, Lin Hao stated nonchalantly. Did you come here solely for this matter? This is but one of my concerns, presently. I have no time to deal with Eric. You are aware that Loki has stolen the Tesseract. I have come to invite you to join me in apprehending Loki and reclaiming the Tesseract, which possesses the power to annihilate Earth. In comparison, Eric is insignificant. Stark articulated swiftly. Capturing Loki falls under the jurisdiction of S.H.I.E.L.D. I cannot interfere, Lin Hao shrugged. However, I could provide you with Loki's location, and perhaps enjoy the spectacle as well. That would be splendid. Ever since Loki absconded with the Tesseract, he has vanished. Fury is preparing to launch the helicarrier for a global search. Let me clarify. Capturing Loki is your responsibility, and I shall not intervene. Of course. Should he foolishly provoke me, I will ensure he learns a lesson. Stark agreed without hesitation. After reaching a consensus with Stark, Lin Hao briefed Peter and Wanda before departing with Stark. Mr. Lin, do you have knowledge of Loki's current whereabouts? Stark inquired from the pinnacle of Stark Tower. Saiyan. DS helicarrier should be closing in on him now. Lin Hao smirked. Germany, Stuttgart, Hanover 28. Is this information reliable? Stark asked, somewhat skeptical. As soon as Stark finished speaking, he received a communication from the Saiyan helicarrier. A location appeared on his holographic display, precisely matching Stuttgart, Hanover 28 in Germany. Well then, Mr. Lin, you are remarkably astute, pinpointing the exact location, Stark exclaimed, astonished, having thought Lin Hao had merely mentioned a random place, only to discover that Loki truly was in Germany. Let us proceed. Loki's scheme is undoubtedly grand. As Lin Hao and Stark arrived in Germany, they found themselves amidst a confrontation between Captain America, Steve Rogers, and Loki. Despite Steve's valor, he was at a disadvantage against Loki's formidable powers. However, Stark's timely intervention with 2 repulsor blasts swiftly subdued Loki. Try moving again, you reindeer, Stark declared, as he and Lin Hao descended slowly, with Stark's repulsors aimed squarely at Loki, who sat on the ground. Mr. Loki, we meet again. You seem to have recovered quite well, Lin Hao remarked with a teasing smile. Loki, somewhat intimidated, glanced at Lin Hao and exclaimed, It's you. Mr. Stark, who is he? Lin Jackson. A distinguished guest I specifically invited, Stark replied. Distinguished? I fail to see how he resembles anything of the sort. Steve questioned, regarding Lin Hao with skepticism. Soldier, you are mistaken. He surpasses you in prowess. Loki seized the opportunity to taunt Steve, who bristled at the insinuation. Are you suggesting that I am inferior to him? Clearly. You must acknowledge the undeniable truth of your inferiority, Loki continued, a glint of cunning in his eyes as he stoked the flames of discord. Lin Hao recognized Loki's intention to sow discord among the Avengers, yet he was not one to fall into such traps, particularly as he was not a member of their ranks. Captain, I believe you should investigate nearby. You may yet find Hawkeye, Lin Hao suggested, diverting the conversation. Is Barton here as well? Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, inquired as she and Agent Coulson descended from the aircraft, her concern for Hawkeye evident. Mr. Lin, long time no see. He acknowledged with a nod before continuing. Indeed, we must act quickly. Otherwise, he may depart before we locate him. Lin Jackson, you ought not to voice such statements. Loki glared at Lin Hao, clearly irked as his scheme was laid bare. Upon witnessing Loki's reaction, Natasha quickly grasped the situation. It appears there is truth to this. Captain, we cannot afford to act rashly. We must retrieve Barton. Steve, dismissing the earlier exchange, nodded in agreement, and he and Natasha separated to search for Hawkeye. While they scoured the area, Stark escorted Loki aboard the aircraft. Approximately half an hour later, Black Widow and Steve returned, but they had not located Hawkeye. It seems you have returned empty-handed, Loki mocked, a grin spreading across his face. If you wish to avoid my wrath, I suggest you silence yourself. Natasha shot him a cold glare. The aircraft then took off, and Steve began to ponder the peculiar ease with which Loki had been captured. Stark shared this sentiment, though they remained unaware of Loki's underlying schemes. Lin Hao was acutely aware of the situation, yet he had no intention of exposing the truth. Although his combat prowess had escalated to an impressive 6,000, it remained woefully inadequate within the Marvel Universe. The adversaries he would soon face would be even more formidable. The Battle of New York from the first Avengers film might provide him with a significant boost in strength. Thus he needed to ensure that Loki's plan unfolded, igniting the conflict in New York. While Stark and Steve were engaged in conversation, the sky suddenly erupted with thunder and lightning. Chapter 33, We Are Different. Where did that thunder come from? Black Widow questioned, somewhat perplexed, as the night did not seem to bear the signs of an impending storm. Loki, however, straightened his posture, and Steve teasingly inquired, What's wrong? Are you afraid of lightning? I dislike that guy when the thunder strikes, Loki replied, and as his words faded, a sound resonated above the fighter jet, signaling the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder. Stark donned his Iron Man mask and had just opened the hatch when Thor, with his flowing locks and Mjolnir in hand, made a spectacular entrance. With a single blow, Thor sent Stark flying, and without a word, he abducted Loki. Unwilling to concede, Stark pursued them, while Steve leapt from the hatch with a parachute. Is that guy also from Asgard? Black Widow turned and asked. I believe so. Lin Hao nodded in affirmation. Mr. Lin, aren't you going to lend a hand? Black Widow inquired. Assist? Agent Natasha, I think you might be mistaken. He is Thor, the Asgardian god. They do not fear me, so why should I fear them? Lin Hao replied earnestly. However, fret not, soon enough. The three of them will return with Loki, aboard the Saiyan helicarrier. Lin Hao, Captain America Steve, Stark, Dr. Banner, Thor, and Black Widow convened to discuss Loki's intentions. Lin Hao struggled to comprehend the complexities of their conversation regarding quantum effects, as his background was in biology. leaving him utterly bewildered by astronomy and physics. Nevertheless, he was quite clear about Loki's scheme. Dr. Banner is here to assist us in tracking the Tesseract, he stated. At that moment, Commander Fury, who had just concluded his confinement of Loki, returned and immediately spotted Lin Hao. It's you. How did you end up here? I invited him, Stark interjected. Commander Fury, he is the ghost I mentioned to you, Black Widow clarified. What? He is the ghost? No wonder he has the strength to defeat Loki, Fury remarked, slightly taken aback. It was difficult for him to connect the notorious figure known as the Ghost, who had recently made headlines in New York, with Lin Hao. However, after witnessing Lin Hao effortlessly overcome Loki that night, he was convinced. Ghost? Such a peculiar name. Thor quipped. Even if you were the Ghost, I must reproach you. Had you retrieved the Tesseract that night, we would not be facing so many issues now. Commander Fury expressed his frustration. Commander Fury, given how events have unfolded, I believe discussing that is futile. Instead, let us converse about how you lost your left eye. Lin Hao leaned back, smiling at Commander Fury. Your left eye must have been scratched out by a cat. Am I right? How did you know? Fury exclaimed, astonished. It was in 1995 that his eyes were clawed out, a matter now 17 years past. At that time, this fellow had only just been born. How could he possibly be aware of this event? So, your eyes were indeed scratched out by a cat. That is quite pathetic. Upon hearing Commander Fury's admission, Thor, the god of thunder, erupted in laughter. The others stifled their chuckles, while Commander Fury's face turned a shade of green. Friend, I must admit, I find you rather admirable. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Thor, hailing from Asgard. Thor extended his hand in camaraderie. I know of you, Thor. I am Lin Jackson. But you may call me Lin. Lin Jackson responded with a smile as he shook Thor's hand. Subsequently, Lin Jackson exchanged introductions with the other members of the Avengers, and they all became acquainted. Since I am here, I might as well share Loki's scheme with you, Lin Jackson began. Loki's intentions are notoriously elusive. Who knows what he is truly thinking? Natasha remarked. Actually, it is not so convoluted. Loki was captured to serve as bait and an informant. His ulterior motive is to sow seeds of doubt among you, leading to infighting and betrayal. This way, he faces no obstacles on Earth and can pursue his desires unimpeded. Lin Jackson spoke with calm assurance. Mr. Lin, while I do not oppose your first assertion, we are a team and shall never descend into discord. Commander Fury stated with gravity. The others remained silent, and Lin Jackson smiled. Is that so? If you doubt my words, we shall see how it unfolds. Not to mention that they were bound to quarrel soon. In Captain America 3, the Avengers were split into two factions, waging civil war. I concur with his perspective. Steve declared at that moment. Very well, I believe we should now attend to our duties, Stark interjected, steering the conversation away. He then departed with Dr. Banner, and the others resumed their respective tasks. Lin Jackson made his way to the place where Loki was imprisoned. At that moment, Loki had his back turned to Lin Jackson. But in an instant, he spun around, surprised to see Lin Jackson. It's you again. It seems you possess knowledge of everything. Indeed. I am aware of all that you know and all that you do not. Perhaps you could even refer to me as a prophet, Lin Jackson replied, casually taking a seat with a serene smile. Loki smirked slightly. Is that so? You are indeed quite arrogant. You are merely an ordinary human on this earth. While I am a god, if anyone is to be called a prophet, it is I, not you. Perhaps we may discuss your plans. Why did you allow yourself to be captured and confined here? Whom do you wish to incite doubt and discord among? Lin Jackson inquired with a light chuckle. You must be aware that this place is under constant surveillance. Our conversation will likely be known to Fury and the others. Silence. Loki panicked. Choosing to concede. I acknowledge your status as a prophet, but I believe we can converse about other matters. About what? It seems we share little common ground. You are fully aware of everything. Why conceal it from them? Regardless of your motives, we are at least half allies, are we not? Loki posed his query with cunning precision. You have erred, at least for now. I cannot consider us even half as partners. As for why I choose to conceal certain truths, I believe it is unnecessary for you to know.
I have suddenly realized that you share a trait with me. You exhibit arrogance and vanity, yearning for the attention of all. Do you not?
Loki fixed his gaze intently on Lin Hao, who suddenly smiled. Firstly, you are indeed arrogant, while I possess confidence. Moreover, I must inform you that I am not like you. You thrive on ostentation, desiring the spotlight because you are acutely aware that you are not Odin's true son. You hail from the ice giant lineage. Thus, it is your brother Thor who rightfully deserves the throne of Asgard. This knowledge breeds a sense of injustice within you, prompting your need for attention as you seek validation and yearn for the throne, wishing for all to remember your name. As for me, my fate is not as tragic as yours. I am blessed with a loving family, and I am surrounded by good friends and partners. I do not crave attention or seek validation. Thus, we are fundamentally different. Upon hearing this, Loki was left astounded, stepping back in disbelief. Who exactly are you? Chapter 34, The Battle of New York. Did I not mention previously? I am a seer, Lin Hao replied with a wave of his hand and a light chuckle. Loki squinted. You truly know everything? That depends on your interpretation. I shall reveal no more, Lin Hao stated. Just before departing, he suddenly turned back, his gaze piercing as it met Loki's. Let me remind you one last time. Do not attempt to harm those around me, or I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Subsequently, Lin Hao arrived at the studio of Stark and Dr. Banner, where Commander Fury and the Avengers were embroiled in a heated argument, each inflicting verbal wounds upon the other, one moment targeting Stark, the next Dr. Banner, and then Fury himself. Is this what you call teamwork? You are merely creating chaos and accomplishing nothing. Lin Hao stepped in after observing their quarrel for some time. The group turned in unison, bewildered, unsure how it had escalated. Though it seemed the discord stemmed from Fury's intent to utilize the Tesseract to create weapons of mass destruction. Do you recall what I just stated? Lin Hao fixed his gaze on them. Stark was the first to respond. Mr. Lin, you are right. Loki aims to incite discord among us. Everyone. This is not the time for accusations. Our priority must be to locate the Tesseract. Fury also calmed himself. Lin Hao smiled and began a countdown. 3, 2. Mr. Lin, what are you counting down? Natasha asked in confusion. 1. As Lin Hao pronounced the final number, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, causing the entire aerial carrier to shake violently, with the studio feeling the effects shortly thereafter. Alarms blared, and a report came from the control room. Commander Fury, the turbine is damaged. If not repaired promptly, we will crash. Hawkeye has arrived. What are you waiting for? Prepare to greet your adversaries. Fury bellowed, everyone, arm yourselves and prepare for battle. Amidst the hurried responses of the crowd to Hawkeye's presence, Lin Hao leisurely sat in the control room, content to merely observe the unfolding drama. He felt no compulsion to engage in the fray, believing that S.H.I.E.L.D. could manage its own affairs without his interference. After a fierce battle, Loki ultimately fled, leaving the Hulk and Thor plummeting to the ground, while Agent Coulson and numerous other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents met their demise. Nevertheless, Hawkeye's return to the Avengers was marked by a stark realization. He had lost all value to Loki. Seizing the chaos of the moment, Lin Hao discreetly departed the flying aircraft carrier, making his way to the pinnacle of Stark Tower, fully aware that the climactic battle of the first Avengers film was about to unfold there. Ah, you have arrived, greeted Dr. Grawl, emerging from the laboratory with a visage of utmost reverence, akin to the most devoted of servants. Dr. Grawl, how is the research on Stark's Iron Man suit progressing? Lin Hao inquired with a subtle nod. According to Mr. Stark's specifications, the latest generation of the Iron Man suit is the Mark XLI, Grawl replied. Oh, such swift advancement? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, recalling that Stark donned the Mark 7 suit during the first Avengers battle. The leap to the Mark XLI in merely a month indicated that Dr. Grawl had indeed made significant contributions to Stark's endeavors. At that moment, Loki, wielding the scepter of the Mind Stone, appeared. Upon seeing Lin Hao, he paused, then exclaimed in surprise, Are you my nemesis? Indeed, I might very well be your bane. Lin Hao replied nonchalantly as he poured himself a glass of wine. Have you come to thwart my plans? Loki asked with caution. Lin Hao chuckled. I am aware that Dr. Selvig is on the rooftop above us, and the portal to the cosmos is about to open. If I intended to stop you, you wouldn't have escaped the aircraft carrier. Then it seems we are allies? Loki flashed a grin. Not necessarily. Lin Hao shook his finger. I have matters to attend to. But rest assured, this Dr. Grawl is under my protection. I trust that when I return, he will remain unharmed. You need not worry. If you do not impede my plans, I shall ensure that Dr. Grawl is well treated, Loki conceded, knowing he dared not harm Grawl, especially with Stark's imminent return. Before long, Lin Hao needed to alert Peter and Wanda about the impending conflict, as the battle in New York was about to commence in Manhattan. And their villa was conveniently located there, making it impossible for them to remain uninvolved. Upon returning to the villa, Peter, visibly anxious, remarked, Lin, I sense something momentous is about to occur. Indeed, a great battle is imminent, right in Manhattan. Prepare yourselves for combat. Your safety is paramount. Should the Chitauri dare to provoke you, do not hesitate to retaliate fiercely, Lin Hao instructed, as a brilliant column of energy surged skyward above Stark Tower, heralding the slow emergence of a circular cosmic portal. The Chitauri army poured through the portal, descending upon New York like a swarm of locusts. Enemies have emerged, and the primary battle mission has commenced. Annihilate the Chitauri forces and destroy their mothership. The rewards are as follows. Eliminating a single Chitauri soldier grants 1 point and 10 combat power. Defeating a Chitauri Leviathan rewards 50 points and 500 combat power. Failure to complete the mission results in the forfeiture of all rewards, along with a deduction of 5,000 points, which may lead to a negative balance. As the system's voice echoed in his ears, Lin Hao felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of the rewards. Although dispatching a Chitauri soldier only yielded minimal rewards, the sheer number of Chitauri made the cumulative total substantial, an impressive bounty indeed. This opportunity promised to be the most lucrative reward he had encountered since acquiring the system. Indeed, Lin Hao's choice proved fortuitous. This conflict was destined to elevate his prowess significantly. Rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin, he remarked, the show is about to begin. Peter, Wanda, guard our home. Ensure the Chitauri do not pilfer it, as it is worth millions. Wanda and Peter nodded in unison, asserting, with us here, no one can harm our home. All right, I'll be back shortly, Lin Hao declared. After giving his instructions, he activated his flight technique and soared towards Stark Tower, effortlessly dispatching any Chitauri soldiers who dared to obstruct his path. Upon entering the battlefield, Lin Hao found that the Chitauri soldiers were no match for him alone. With each energy blast he unleashed, several unfortunate Chitauri met their demise, and his task rewards soared with each victory. After vanquishing nearly dozens of Chitauri soldiers, the Chitauri Leviathan finally emerged through the cosmic portal, descending slowly. On the ground, Captain America Steve Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, and Hawkeye Clint Barton were engaged in a fierce battle against the Chitauri forces, while in the sky, Stark had captured the attention of the Leviathan. Lin Hao landed on the street where Steve and the others were stationed, followed closely by Thor and Dr. Banner arrived on a dilapidated motorcycle. Hey, buddy, you made it. Thor greeted Lin Hao. Am I not welcome? Lin Hao responded with a grin. Most certainly welcome, Mr. Lin. Your presence increases our chances of victory. Black Widow smiled slightly. Have you located Dr. Banner? Natasha inquired, as Stark's voice resonated in her ear. He's here, and Mr. Lin is with us, she replied. Excellent. Let us prepare for a celebration. Stark exclaimed as he quickly drew the Leviathan's attention from a distance. Black Widow appeared astonished. I don't think this warrants a celebration. Dr. Banner, it's time for you to unleash your fury, Steve urged, directing his gaze towards Banner. Just as Banner was about to charge forward to transform into the Hulk and deliver a powerful blow to the Leviathan, Lin Hao interjected, Dr. Banner, may I take this Leviathan off your hands? To others, the Chitauri Leviathan might seem a monstrous threat, but to Lin Hao, it represented a golden opportunity for 50 points and 500 combat power, an offer too enticing to pass up. Of course, feel free, Banner replied. Dr. Banner gestured with his hand, prompting Lin Hao to step forward, while Stark guided the Chitauri Leviathan into their midst. As the colossal creature approached within 100 meters, Lin Hao unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, resulting in a spectacular explosion that scattered its remnants across the ground. Steve stood in astonishment. Is this guy also a god? Oh, it seems he has long surpassed me. Black Widow shook her head, recalling their first encounter when she could hold her own against Lin Hao. But now she doubted she could withstand even a single move from him. As Steve began to devise a battle strategy, Lin Hao interjected, asserting, you may handle the smaller ones as you wish, but those larger Leviathans must be left to me. A single Chitauri Leviathan equated to the reward of 50 Chitauri foot soldiers. Thus, rather than hunting down numerous smaller foes, targeting the Leviathans proved far more pragmatic. Lin Hao's primary objective was the Leviathan, with the foot soldiers as a secondary concern. With Loki's command for all to engage, several more Chitauri Leviathans emerged from the cosmic portal. Thor ascended a tall building, preparing to summon lightning to decimate the Chitauri forces and the Leviathans. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted below, as an energy-infused energy blast soared skyward, targeting the newly emerged Chitauri Leviathans and foot soldiers. The explosion blossomed like fireworks. The tremendous destructive force of the blast obliterated the Leviathans and dozens of foot soldiers. Thor glanced down, recognizing the handiwork of Lin Hao. Is this fellow mad? So fixated on the Chitauri Leviathans? Thor was utterly bewildered. The battle raged on, and within a mere half hour, Lin Hao had dispatched 20 Chitauri Leviathans and hundreds of foot soldiers, accumulating rewards that filled him with exhilaration. Yet, this was merely a fraction of the true prize, which lay beyond the cosmic portal, the Chitauri mothership. Although Lin Hao's involvement alleviated much pressure on the original Avengers, the sheer number of Chitauri forces was overwhelming, and no reinforcements could be summoned in the immediate future. Lin Hao understood the unfolding narrative all too well. He then departed the battlefield, soaring towards a specific location in New York, the Sanctum Sanctorum. On the rooftop, the Ancient One, clad in a yellow robe, was clearing the bodies of nearby Chitauri foot soldiers when suddenly, a massive green figure appeared out of thin air. It was the Hulk, the fusion of Banner and the Green Giant, having traversed time through a quantum tunnel from 5 years in the future. You seem to have arrived 5 years too early. The Ancient One remarked softly, hands clasped behind her back, as she observed the Hulk. At that moment, the Hulk was attempting to persuade the Ancient One to lend him the Time Stone. As the Sorcerer Supreme, My duty is to protect the time stone. If I were to grant it to you, it would disrupt the timeline and irreparably alter history, the Ancient One stated firmly, her position unwavering. May I have a moment of your attention? Lin Hao's voice resonated, prompting both Master Gui and Dr. Hulk to turn around in unison. Who might you be? They inquired. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is that my presence should not disrupt the course of history. Am I correct, Master Gui? Lin Hao replied with a serene smile. Master Gui, after a brief calculation, nodded slightly, astonished. Indeed, your arrival will not influence the future trajectory of history. And I cannot foresee your destiny. You mentioned earlier that the primary duty of the Supreme Sorcerer is to guard the Time Stone, which is accurate. However, his journey from Earth 5 years hence to this moment signifies a mission of great importance to the timeline. I am aware you await someone, specifically Doctor Strange. You have foreseen your own conclusion, hence your intention to groom him as your successor, as he is, in your eyes, the most exceptional sorcerer. Additionally, I can inform you that this Dr. Hulk has traversed time to seek your Time Stone, and Doctor Strange is also involved in this endeavor. You may harbor concerns that lending the Time Stone could alter history, yet his ability to traverse time means he can return it once he has fulfilled his purpose, thereby maintaining the integrity of the future. Do we know each other? Why assist me? It seems you possess even greater knowledge than Master Gui, Dr. Hulk queried, perplexed. You are overthinking it. I merely wish to expedite your departure, as I have matters to discuss with Master Gui. Lin Hao nonchalantly responded. Dr. Hulk remarked. Is this Strange's decision? Sir, perhaps you are correct. I trust in Strange's judgment. Master Gui paused momentarily before reaching a decision. Her fingers clasping together as a radiant green time stone materialized before her. Take this and fulfill your mission. With gratitude, Dr. Hulk accepted the time stone, exclaiming, Thank you. Master Gui, and my sincere thanks to you as well, sir. Until we meet again, go forth, we shall reunite in 5 years. Upon acquiring the time stone, Dr. Hulk activated the PIM particles and vanished in an instant. No sooner had Dr. Hulk departed than another figure materialized out of thin air. Chapter 36. Lin Hao's mission this time. It was Captain America, Steve Rogers, returning the stone. He regarded Lin Hao with a meaningful glance, as if he wished to convey something but hesitated. Master Gui, I am grateful for the time stone. Matters have been resolved, and I shall refrain from superfluous words as I must proceed to my next destination. Master Gui retracted the time stone, patiently waiting for Steve to take his leave before turning her attention to Lin Hao. She scrutinized him intently. You are quite peculiar. Why is it that I cannot foresee your future? You should recognize the 2 individuals who just departed. Why do they not know you upon returning from 5 years in the future? Could it be? Master Gui trailed off, seemingly grasping at a revelation. What could it be? Lin Hao inquired, intrigued. You exist solely in the present world. The future from which they traversed does not contain you. Only when this world's time advances 5 years into the future do you become a presence in that realm, which explains why I cannot foresee your future. Perhaps, though I am uncertain. Lin Hao shrugged, admitting his own lack of understanding. Perhaps it is indeed as Master Gui has stated, yet none of this holds significance. You are extraordinary. Master Gui narrowed her eyes dangerously. Haha, that is of little consequence. You merely need to recognize that I harbor no malice towards this world. This I can assure you. What brings you to seek my assistance? Master Gui shifted the conversation, inquiring. I would like to request a favor. Lin Hao replied slowly. You should be able to predict that in approximately 10 minutes, SHIELD will launch a nuclear missile towards Manhattan. Therefore, I ask you to open a portal, allowing me to send the missile into the cosmos to obliterate the Chitauri army. It seems you, like myself, possess the ability to foresee the future. However, this task is Stark's responsibility. The missile is his to handle, and my involvement is unnecessary. Master Gui politely declined Lin Hao's request. Lin Hao remained unperturbed, smiling lightly as he said, Is that so? You are correct. Stark can indeed manage the missile. However, as he sends the missile into the cosmic portal, Natasha will have already acquired the Mind Stone to close the portal. At that moment, Stark's Iron Man suit will lack sufficient energy to return, and he will be trapped within the cosmos, unable to return to New York. Yet you will open a portal for him, enabling his timely return before the cosmic gateway closes. Am I right, Master Gui? Lin Hao gazed at Master Gui with a smile, continuing, You may well be correct. This could indeed be Stark's mission, but I have my own. Ultimately, you will open a portal. Whether for me or for Stark, the outcome remains the same. The result will be the annihilation of the Chitauri mothership by the missile. And I believe this will not significantly affect the course of history. Upon hearing this, Master Gui paused, a flicker of surprise evident in her eyes. After a moment's reflection, she responded slowly, You are not an ordinary person. As you have stated, this may indeed be your mission. Regardless, the outcome will not change. I will open the portal for you. Thank you very much. Lin Hao suddenly turned around, observing in the distance over the waters of New York a nuclear missile, brimming with destructive energy, hurtling towards Manhattan. Lin Hao nodded towards Master Gu Yi and then activated his flight spell, soaring towards the missile. Simultaneously, Stark was racing towards the missile at breakneck speed, though ultimately, he was slightly delayed. Before he could arrive, Lin Hao had already reached the missile and grasped it firmly. Mr. Lin? Stark came to an abrupt stop, gazing at Lin Hao, who was rapidly flying towards New York with the missile, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, aboard the hovering aircraft above, Commander Fury's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing Lin Hao seize the missile. Is it him? What does he intend to do? In the control room of the Sky Mother ship, a palpable tension enveloped everyone present. They were unfamiliar with Lin Hao. Yet the thought of him unleashing a nuclear bomb upon Manhattan sent shivers down their spines, for it would spell catastrophic ruin for New York City. Every breath was held, and beads of cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as the fate of New York rested entirely in the hands of that young man. As Lin Hao grasped the nuclear bomb, soaring several miles through the air, a portal suddenly materialized in the sky. Without hesitation, Lin Hao flew directly into the portal, which opened above the cosmic gateway adjacent to Stark Tower. Upon entering, he gradually released his grip on the bomb. Even after relinquishing it, the bomb's kinetic energy remained undiminished, hurtling swiftly into the cosmic portal. Witnessing this, Commander Fury could not suppress a subtle smile. That clever lad, well done. Inside the control room, the staff erupted in jubilant cheers, embracing one another as if celebrating a hard-won victory. Devoid of the Iron Man suit's protection, Lin Hao was unable to traverse the cosmic portal himself, for that realm was a vacuum of space. He also could not guarantee his ability to forcibly alter the bomb's trajectory, necessitating the assistance of Master Gu Yi to open a portal for him. Fortuitously, he succeeded. As the bomb vanished into the cosmic portal, Natasha stood on the rooftop of Stark Tower, clutching the Mind Stone, preparing to close the portal. In that fleeting moment before the portal sealed shut, Lin Hao caught a glimpse of the bomb obliterating the Chitauri mothership. The terrifying shockwave ruthlessly annihilated the vessel. Yet no sound reached his ears, for in the vacuum of space, sound cannot travel. With the explosion of the Chitauri mothership, the cosmic portal closed decisively. The remaining Chitauri foot soldiers in Manhattan were suddenly bereft of their energy support, collapsing en masse. Congratulations, host, for completing the primary combat mission, annihilating the Chitauri forces and destroying the Chitauri mothership. A total of 3,000 Chitauri foot soldiers and 100 Chitauri leviathans have been eliminated, granting you 8,000 points and 35,000 combat power. An additional reward of 2,000 points and 5,000 combat power has been awarded for the destruction of the Chitauri mothership. Your total rewards for this mission are 10,000 points and 40,000 combat power. The voice of the system resonated in his ears, and Lin Hao distinctly felt an immense surge of energy coursing through his body, his aura escalating with remarkable intensity. Clenching his fists, he could sense the formidable power yearning to be unleashed. With a triumphant shout, he reveled in the thrill of battle. The fierce encounter of the Avengers' first conflict had elevated his strength nearly sevenfold, an enhancement he had scarcely dared to envision before this moment. Chapter 37. Wanda's affection as the battle of the first Avengers came to a close. Nearly everyone retained a vivid memory of the figure who dispatched the nuclear missile into the portal of outer space. In the aftermath, Commander Fury had sent emissaries to invite Lin Hao to join the Avengers, yet he graciously declined, unwilling to serve anyone or be manipulated by Fury. In the year following the conflict, the Manhattan area commenced its reconstruction. Fortunately, Lin Hao's villa remained unscathed during the battle, guarded by Peter and Wanda, who ensured that the feeble Chitauri forces could not approach. A year swiftly passed. During this time, the companies of Lin Hao, Stark, and Norman flourished at an astonishing rate. Under the diligent efforts of Dr. Jarrow and Stark, capsule technology was finally mastered. Simultaneously, Osborn Industries achieved a breakthrough with the mystical beans, developing a new medication, aptly named Saiyan, which bore effects somewhat akin to the beans. Though its efficacy did not match that of the mystical beans, it reached 70% of their restorative power. As long as the injuries were not excessively severe, Saiyan could facilitate rapid healing. For instance, it could staunch bleeding instantly and mend wounds within an hour, provided they were not critical. It is crucial to note that Saiyan is effective solely for physical injuries and holds no power against viral diseases. Otherwise, during the Dragon Ball era, Son Goku, afflicted with heart disease, would not have required advanced technology from Trunks to restore his health. A single mystical being would suffice. Nevertheless, Saiyan became a commercial success. With the patents for capsule technology and Saiyan secured, the company formed by Stark Industries and Osborn Industries, Hallinan Industries, saw its market value soar, becoming the highest valued private enterprise in the United States. Furthermore, during this year, with Stark's assistance, Wanda and Pietro obtained American citizenship, freeing them from the previous necessity of evading police checks. They also prepared to return to Midtown High School to resume their senior year. With no formidable adversaries emerging throughout the year, Lin Hao could only rely on daily battle missions to enhance his strength. Consequently, his progress was relatively slow. After the Avengers' first battle, his combat power had reached 46,000, and now it hovered around 50,000. However, he had amassed a substantial amount of points, 20,000 in total. Despite the seeming abundance of points, Lin Hao was in no hurry to squander them, as he was still far from the 480,000 points required for the advanced technique known as the Ultimate Freedom Skill. As for Peter and Harry, during this year, they traversed the corners of New York, combating crime. Lin Hao recognized their noble hearts, committed to upholding justice and saving the world. Despite advising them several times, they remained resolute in their pursuits. And Lin Hao decided to let them be, as long as they did not provoke adversaries beyond their means. In contrast, what was Lin Hao engaged in? Originally, Lin Hao intended to seek a friendly spar with Dr. Banner this evening, but Wanda's invitation to dinner swiftly diverted his attention. With the allure of a beautiful companion, the prospect of sparring faded into the ether. As they emerged from the cinema, the clock struck 10:30, and they strolled leisurely along the streets of Brooklyn, resembling a couple in the throes of romance, though they were not. "Lin, there's a store over there. Shall we buy something to eat?" Wanda said, her large eyes sparkling as she pointed to the shop across the street. "Absolutely, but you must be cautious. Don't indulge too much, or you might end up looking like a hefty matron," Lin Hao teased. Wanda nodded, and together they ambled into the shop. It was a quaint establishment, modest in size, perhaps 100 square meters, owned by a couple nearing 50. Ultimately, they purchased 2 bottles of beverages along with some cookies and chips. At the checkout, the kindly shopkeeper's wife beamed at them, saying, "Young man, your girlfriend is truly stunning. Aha, Andy, you have an eye for beauty. And might I add, you are not lacking in charm yourself. Your distinct features, that garlic-like nose, and captivating eyes suggest you were quite the beauty in your youth." Lin Hao naturally reciprocated her compliment. Giggling, the shopkeeper's wife replied, "You are quite the charmer, young man. No wonder this lovely young lady has taken a liking to you. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness together." Meanwhile, Wanda listened to their exchange, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. There was something endearing about her shy demeanor. After completing their purchase, Lin Hao and the shopkeeper's wife exchanged pleasantries before departing. "Lin, was what you said just now true?" Outside the store, Wanda's blush had yet to fade, her big eyes shimmering with anticipation as she awaited Lin Hao's response. "Which matter are you referring to?" Lin Hao replied, his earnest gaze causing Wanda's face to redden further. After 3 seconds, she could no longer maintain eye contact. Suddenly, Lin Hao burst into laughter, pulling Wanda close with a gentle embrace around her enticing waist and affectionately saying, "Silly girl, if you wish it to be true, then it is true." Startled by Lin Hao's sudden embrace, Wanda felt her heart race as her ample bosom pressed against his chest. In her moment of bewilderment, her lips were unexpectedly captured in a warm and sweet kiss, rendering her utterly still. "You look absolutely adorable when you're shy," Lin Hao said, breaking the kiss while lifting her chin playfully. Wanda buried her head into Lin Hao's chest, her lips curling into a sweet smile. However, just then, they were abruptly jostled aside as 4 or 5 imposing figures strode past them, entering the shop. Upon entering, those individuals brandished firearms, aiming them at the shopkeeper and his wife. It appeared they were there to commit robbery. "Dang it. If you're going to rob the place, why push me?" Lin Hao was infuriated. The pleasant atmosphere had been completely shattered by their intrusion. Wanda also noticed the turmoil occurring in the store. She looked up at Lin Hao and said, "Lin, let us assist them. They're good people." Even if Wanda had not spoken, Lin Hao would have intervened. After all, the shop owner's wife had just bestowed her blessings upon him, and now, witnessing them being robbed by a group of assailants, he could not stand idly by. Furthermore, the mere act of them pushing Lin Hao had disrupted the ambience between him and Wanda, making it impossible for him to let them go unpunished. Inside the store, the owners trembled in fear under the threat of 2 guns. "Hand over all your money, or I will send you to hell. Do not attempt any tricks." The leader of the assailants roared menacingly. "What a lovely day for a burial, wouldn't you agree?" Chapter 38. Peter's life. Lin Hao entered with an innocuous smile, strolling leisurely, with Wanda following closely beside him. "Young man, you should leave quickly. They only want money, and I can give it to them. Don't involve yourselves." The shop owner's wife, in a state of panic, urged them to flee. These armed robbers were desperate criminals, and any escalation could lead to tragedy. Gun violence was all too common in America. "Heh, the girl is quite pretty. We'll keep her, and you can leave. Otherwise, I'll shoot you." The leader of the assailants leered, a grotesque expression on his face. "Oh, it seems you are unaware of the current predicament. I can assure you that you are surrounded. Now, Drop your weapons, and I will accept your surrender, Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly, arms crossed over his chest. Huh, did he just say he'll accept our surrender? I must be mistaken. The others chuckled, but the leader, with a serious demeanor, replied, Dude, stop wasting time. We are here to rob, not to play games. You're unfortunate to have crossed paths with us. Once I kill you, I will take good care of your girl. Kill him, at the leader's command. The four accomplices raised their guns and fired at Lin Hao in a barrage of bullets. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Lin Hao did not collapse in a pool of blood. Instead, the bullets struck him as if they were hitting steel, ricocheting off harmlessly. It appears you do not require an opportunity to surrender, Lin Hao stated just as he vanished from sight, only to reappear in an instant, now wielding 5 guns, those belonging to the assailants. What? Who are you? The robbers were finally alarmed, realizing that their firearms were ineffective against Lin Hao. In the blink of an eye, they had failed to comprehend how their weapons had been seized. Until now, the leader of the group of black men finally realized that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle tonight. He abandoned all dignity and hastily knelt down to beg for mercy. Brother, we were merely trying to make a living. I implore you to forgive my foolish actions. I promise to turn over a new leaf and become a better person. The leader had already knelt down, and the other men, disregarding their pride, also fell to their knees in supplication. Whether or not they would be forgiven was a matter for the divine. My task was solely to escort them to meet their maker. There is always something detestable about the pitiable, and Lin Hao felt no sympathy for them. Had they not encountered him tonight, it might well have been the shopkeeper and his wife who lay here lifeless. Bang, bang, bang. 5 bullets were fired in unison, each one piercing the skull of a different assailant, leaving all 5 dead. Even if Lin Hao had chosen not to kill them, the arrival of the police, upon discovering the firearms in their possession, would have resulted in their execution by gunfire. Lin Hao merely granted them a swift end. Ah, you've killed someone. The shopkeeper's wife was left pale with fright. She had never anticipated that someone who appeared so amiable could take 5 lives before her eyes without a flicker of hesitation. Lin Hao shrugged. They deserved it. Do not worry, I will be fine. You should call the police and have them come to clean up the scene. Having given his instructions, Lin Hao departed the shop with Wanda. Shortly after their exit, the police arrived rather late to the scene. Wanda, what is wrong? You seem a bit distracted. Upon leaving the store, Wanda's expression remained somewhat bewildered, as if she were lost in thought. Lin, was it truly necessary to kill them? She asked, her conscience troubled. Despite her formidable chaotic magic, she was still just a 19-year-old girl at heart, possessing a certain innocence. Although she had committed numerous misdeeds alongside Magneto, those actions were largely the result of being brainwashed. Lin Hao chuckled softly. How can I put it? Some individuals are like this. They possess opportunities for survival, yet fail to seize them, only to regret their choices too late. There are no pills for regret in this world. Just imagine, had they not encountered us tonight, what fate would have befallen the shopkeeper and his wife? You are still too naive. Remember this. Mercy towards one's enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Be ruthless when the time calls for it. For only then can one survive in this world. Do you understand? After hearing Lin Hao's words, Wanda felt a sense of relief. Perhaps he was right. Had they not crossed paths with Lin Hao, the shopkeeper and his wife might not have seen the dawn of another day. Are you tired? Let us return and rest. Embracing Wanda, Lin Hao employed his aerial technique and soared into the night sky of New York, heading directly towards their villa in Manhattan. Upon returning to the villa, Lin Hao found it eerily empty. Neither Peter, Harry, nor Pietro were present. Frowning, he asked, Wanda, do you know what those 3 have been up to lately? Lin Hao found it peculiar. This situation had persisted for more than just a day or two. For the past week, he had not seen Peter and the others at this hour. They seemed to be tracking a criminal in an underground fighting arena, Wanda remarked. Tracking a criminal in an underground fighting arena? Damn. Lin Hao suddenly recalled something, his excitement surging as he shouted. This scene felt eerily familiar. Was it not because Peter let a criminal escape that Uncle Ben was tragically shot? Perhaps they were not pursuing that particular criminal. Yet Lin Hao had an instinct that something was about to transpire. He was uncertain of Uncle Ben's fate in this world. But he would exert every effort to prevent this tragedy from occurring. Once again, Lin Hao ventured outside and soon noticed a crowd gathered on a street. He descended swiftly and squeezed into the throng, where he found a lifeless body sprawled on the ground. It was Uncle Ben. No, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. Peter gazed down at Uncle Ben, who lay breathless, tears streaming down his cheeks. He was engulfed in sorrow. And Lin Hao understood that he was blaming himself. Ultimately, Lin Hao failed to avert Uncle Ben's tragedy. Perhaps this was Peter's destiny. For it was Uncle Ben's death that made him comprehend the truth. With great power comes great responsibility. Chapter 39, Sandman. This was Peter's fate, perhaps also Uncle Ben's. Peter. Please accept my condolences, Lin Hao said softly as he approached him. He too felt profound sorrow at Uncle Ben's demise. Uncle Ben was a remarkable man, always willing to help and imparting life lessons to Peter. He regarded both Peter and Harry as his own kin, making Uncle Ben one of the most respected figures in Lin Hao's life aside from his parents. Yet, without Uncle Ben's death, who would guide Peter? This was an inevitable path for Peter's growth. Had Uncle Ben lived, Lin Hao would not have hesitated to offer guidance. Alas, he arrived too late, and Uncle Ben ultimately succumbed to his injuries. Lin, I am damned. I truly am. Peter lamented. It is I who harmed Uncle Ben. It is I who allowed the thief to escape. After entrusting Uncle Ben's body to the authorities, Peter wiped his tears, consumed by anguish and regret. I want him to pay in blood. Suddenly, a fierce glint ignited in Peter's eyes, a murderous intent gradually enveloping him. This was the first time Lin Hao witnessed such a profound aura of vengeance emanating from Peter. Uncle Ben's death was a devastating blow to him. The one who killed Uncle Ben will not escape. Lin Hao consoled Peter before inquiring, weren't you with Harry and Pietro? Where did they go? They went to pursue the criminal. I happened to see Uncle Ben collapse here, so I separated from them, Peter replied. I will kill him. The fury radiating from Peter was palpable. With a swift release of webbing, he disappeared in an instant. Lin Hao shook his head helplessly. Perhaps this was the only way for Peter to truly mature. After Peter's departure, Lin Hao activated his combat detection mode and discovered Pietro's presence in the outskirts of New York. Alongside Pietro, there was a formidable force that rivaled Harry's strength. Seeking a secluded corner, Lin Hao employed his flying technique, soaring through the air at incredible speed. At this moment, Pietro was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal creature composed entirely of sand. Despite Pietro's vigorous assaults delivering significant blows to the sandy behemoth, they proved to be inconsequential to its existence. Each time Pietro broke one of its limbs, a multitude of sand particles would converge to swiftly reconstruct it. Even when he managed to create a gaping hole in its head, the sand would immediately fill the void, as if the creature possessed an immortal essence. This wretched opponent was indeed formidable. Just as Pietro inflicted damage upon the creature, it would rapidly regain its form, leaving him frustrated. Was his effort all in vain? Pietro, perhaps you should consider using fire against it, Lin Hao suggested, hovering effortlessly in the air. This enormous sandy entity was evidently the Sandman, William Baker, or perhaps the very criminal Pietro had mentioned. Brother Lin, what brings you here? Pietro exclaimed with excitement upon recognizing Lin Hao. If I hadn't come, you would have been battling this monster all night. Lin Hao quickly procured a bucket of gasoline from a nearby location and doused the Sandman with it. Although the creature was large, its size significantly hampered its speed, making it an easy task for Lin Hao to pour the gasoline over the clumsy giant. Upon smelling the gasoline, the Sandman panicked and swung its massive sandy arm toward Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao remained steadfast and retaliated with a powerful kick, shattering the arm that was nearly 2 meters thick. Roar! The Sandman, unwilling to concede defeat, commanded the swirling sands to envelop Lin Hao. A trivial trick, Lin Hao scoffed, unleashing a ki blast that pierced through the sandstorm and struck the Sandman's core. With a resounding explosion, the ki blast ignited the creature's form. Flames quickly spread across a significant portion of the Sandman's body, and the areas ignited began to visibly transform into glass. Aya! The Sandman howled in agony, yet found himself powerless, as his very essence was sand, vulnerable to both water and fire. He had no means to extinguish the flames consuming him. Gradually, the Sandman's limbs turned to glass, while other ignited regions followed suit. Pietro scratched his head, suddenly realizing, why didn't I think of this method? Sand turns to glass when exposed to fire. Lin, you're remarkable. With no water source nearby, fire was the only viable strategy against the Sandman. In no time, the Sandman diminished back to its original sandy form, yet the flames that engulfed it showed no signs of extinguishing. I yield. I yield. The Sandman pleaded for mercy, prompting Lin Hao to assist in dousing the flames. What crimes has this creature committed? Lin Hao inquired. He robbed a bank, absconding with millions of dollars. The police were powerless against him, so it fell to us to intervene, Pietro recounted honestly. Lin Hao nodded slightly, feeling exasperated with Pietro and Peter's antics. They were always seeking to play the role of superheroes in combating crime, and he feared that one day, they would invite disaster upon themselves. Where's Harry? Wasn't he with you? Yes, where's Harry? Upon Lin Hao's inquiry, Pietro finally realized that Harry was missing. His expression was one of bewilderment, clearly unaware of Harry's whereabouts. Lin Hao, momentarily speechless, found it astonishing that it took Pietro so long to grasp that Harry had been absent for quite some time. Reluctantly, Lin Hao activated his combat power detection mode once more in search of Harry's trace, yet despite scouring all of New York, he could not find any indication of Harry's combat power. It became evident that Harry was lost. After several meticulous searches, Lin Hao ultimately confirmed that Harry had indeed vanished. Given that the incident had only recently transpired, it was improbable that Harry had left New York. The inability to detect his combat powers signified that something must have gone awry. What shall we do, Lingo? Pietro asked anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao turned his gaze toward the Sandman sitting on the ground. Baker, do you wish to perish? No, I do not wish to die. If I die, my daughter will be beyond salvation. The Sandman's instinct for survival was palpable. Since you desire to live, I expect you to answer my questions truthfully. Lin Hao stated coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. What was your purpose in luring Pietro to the outskirts? Has Harry been captured by your accomplices? Who are they? And why do they wish to abduct Harry? Faced with Lin Hao's barrage of inquiries, the Sandman fell silent, appearing hesitant to speak. I will give you 10 seconds to consider your response. Answer my questions, or meet your demise. Do not kill me. I will speak. The Sandman, no longer daring to withhold the truth, finally divulged everything. It turned out that he had lured Pietro to the outskirts to separate Harry from him. And even Uncle Ben's death was part of their scheme. Their objective was to disperse the three of them and then capture Harry. And what else? Lin Hao continued to press. Moreover, Dr. Connors has set his sights on Harry. He conspired to capture him in order to extract the powers within him, thus making himself stronger. We are a total of 6 individuals, and Connors refers to us as the Sinister Six. The Sinister Six? Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Each member of this group possessed mutated abilities, making them formidable opponents against ordinary individuals. Even Harry, who had acquired the Green Goblin's powers, had fallen into their hands. Underscoring their might, he surmised that Dr. Connors had learned of Harry's Green Goblin powers, which was why he sought to extract them for research. The past year had been so tranquil that Lin Hao nearly overlooked Dr. Connors, the lizard, whose malevolence had indeed resurfaced. That is essentially the whole truth. I have revealed everything. May I now be released? The Sandman trembled. Certainly, but before that, you must lead us to Dr. Connors' laboratory. Otherwise, tonight will mark your end. Time was of the essence. Harry had already fallen into the clutches of Dr. Connors. And Lin Hao could not guarantee that Harry would survive until the dawn of another day. Under the guidance of the Sandman, Lin Hao and his companions arrived at a secluded villa in Brooklyn. The lighting was dim, and even the interior of the villa was not brightly illuminated, creating an atmosphere that was both eerie and foreboding. Meanwhile, within a clandestine chamber of the villa, an array of instruments lay scattered about, and 6 individuals occupied the space. At the center, an experimental bed held Harry, who was ensnared by various tubes and firmly bound, rendering him incapable of escape even if he were to awaken. Our era is on the cusp of arrival. Dr. Connors flashed a sinister smile. Apart from him, the other 5 occupants included Dr. Octopus, the Vulture, Hunter Craven, the mysterious figure, and Electro. It became evident that the nefarious sextet was comprised of Dr. Octopus, and aside from Lizard Dr. Connors, with the addition of Sandman. They represented the malevolent group from Lin Hao's past life in the Marvel Universe. However, this iteration of the Evil Six was distinct, now boasting 7 members. Bang! Just as Dr. Connors prepared to activate the machinery, the door was abruptly flung open, and Lin Hao strolled in nonchalantly. Ladies and gentlemen, I offer you a piece of advice. Surrender Harry to me, and I shall spare your lives this evening. Following Lin Hao, Pietro and Sandman entered as well. It's you. Connors recognized Lin Hao at a glance. A year ago, Lin Hao and Peter had visited Oscorp Industries, where they had crossed paths, leaving Connors with a faint recollection of him. Beck, have you betrayed us? Dr. Octopus, with his 4 mechanical arms, glared sharply at Sandman, evidently aware that without Sandman's guidance, Lin Hao and his companions would never have discovered this location. I am not the one who betrayed you. Sometimes, circumstances force a hand. Lin Hao retorted with a cold smirk. Humph, you insolent brat. I had no intention of troubling you, but since you've come to me, I shall send you straight to hell. Dr. Connors realized the situation was irrevocably compromised. Further dialogue was futile. The only course was to eliminate Lin Hao and Pietro to ensure their plans could proceed. Send me to hell? Huh, with your ragtag assembly of rotten potatoes? Lin Hao casually pulled up a chair, crossed his legs, and leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He then mockingly regarded Dr. Connors and the others, brazenly declaring, "Who among you possesses the greatest combat prowess? Or perhaps you would prefer to attack me collectively, thus saving you the trouble of coming at me one by one. How dare you look down upon us? I shall teach you a lesson." Dr. Octopus, incensed, could no longer restrain his fury, provoked by Lin Hao's arrogance. Subsequently, his formidable mechanical tentacles lunged toward Lin Hao, aiming for his neck. Lin Hao deftly pivoted, retreating several meters with both chair and person in tow, narrowly evading the strike as the tentacles crashed to the ground, shattering the floor beneath them. With the initial assault thwarted, Dr. Octopus pressed on, this time sending 2 mechanical tentacles in tandem, cutting off Lin Hao's escape. Yet, Lin Hao remained composed. As he once more propelled himself into the air, executing a graceful somersault before landing softly. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus's tentacles collided with one another, entangling in a chaotic tangle. Is this all you are capable of? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, while Dr. Octopus seethed with rage. You dare to mock me? He vowed to teach this arrogant young man a lesson. Subsequently, Dr. Octopus launched an even more ferocious assault, nearly obliterating half of the laboratory, yet Lin Hao remained unscathed. Seated comfortably in his chair as his cigarette burned to its end. It was time to settle the score. Discarding the cigarette, but Lin Hao rose slowly from his seat. Not turning back as he commanded, Pietro, bring Harry back. Pietro nodded, and in an instant, he vanished, only to reappear with Harry in tow. Dr. Connors glanced sharply at the experimental bed, where Harry had once lain. He was now gone, infuriating Connors. After much effort to capture Harry. How could Lin Hao so easily rescue him? You should not have interfered in my affairs. In your next life, remember not to provoke me. Immediately, Dr. Connors began to transform. His body swelled, muscles bulging, and his skin turned a vivid green. The arm he had lost regenerated, now ending in a clawed appendage, while his feet morphed into talons. His face grotesquely elongated, transforming him from a man into a lizard-like creature, with a menacing grin, revealing sharp fangs. He became a fearsome sight. With a fierce leap, the transformed Connors charged at Lin Hao, intent on tearing him apart. Lin Hao, hands clasped behind his back, surged forward as the lizard doctor lunged, delivering a powerful elbow strike to Connor's abdomen. The impact echoed as the creature, towering over 2 meters, was sent flying, crashing into several instruments. In his lizard form, Dr. Connors temporarily possessed superhuman strength, agility, and reflexes on par with Spider-Man. However, to Lin Hao, he posed no more threat than an infant. The strike earlier had utilized less than 20% of Lin Hao's strength, yet it was sufficient to deliver a substantial blow to the lizard doctor. Now, having fully mastered the combat techniques of a youthful Sun Wukong, Lin Hao felt undaunted, even against formidable superheroes like the Hulk. Chapter 41. The terrifying Lin Hao. The lizard doctor regained his footing and emitted a threatening hiss at Lin Hao before charging with all his might. His speed was remarkable, likely too swift for an ordinary person to evade, but Lin Hao was no ordinary individual. Just as the lizard's claws were about to grasp him, Lin Hao effortlessly sidestepped, delivering a kick to the creature's foot, causing it to stumble and fall. However, the lizard doctor was quick to react. He adjusted his balance mid-air, preparing to roll and land gracefully. Yet, Lin Hao swiftly delivered another kick, this time to the lizard's rear. This caused the creature to lose all control, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. The force of Lin Hao's kick sent the lizard doctor tumbling several times before crashing into the wall, creating a gaping hole. Oh, with such meager abilities, you dare to threaten to send me to hell? I suggest you abandon the title of Dr. Lizard and instead adopt the moniker of Dr. Disgrace. Lin Hao taunted with a venomous glee. Hiss, Dr. Lizard. In a fit of rage, lunged at him, yet to Lin Hao, his movements were devoid of strategy, merely a display of the superhuman strength conferred by his mutations. This battle posed no challenge for Lin Hao. He stepped forward, and as Dr. Lizard realized he had grasped nothing but emptiness, he slowly lowered his gaze, only to find Lin Hao nestled within his embrace. Lin Hao looked up, offering a seemingly benign smile that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. His palm spread open, and a gleaming orb of pure white energy materialized in his hand. Dr. Lizard's pupils dilated in sudden apprehension. In the next instant, the energy orb detonated, propelling Dr. Lizard through the air, crashing into the laboratory and creating a gaping hole, before he finally landed on the ground, wisps of black smoke rising from his form. Hiss! In agony, Dr. Lizard writhed on the floor, while Lin Hao continued his taunts. What's wrong? Is this level of pain enough to make you cry for your mother? At this moment, Dr. Lizard had lost all will to fight. Lin Hao's energy orb had dealt a significant blow. Indeed, after struggling on the ground for some time, Dr. Lizard gradually reverted to his original form. Now it is your turn. Lin Hao turned to face the remaining foes, Dr. Octopus, the Vulture, Hunter Craven, the Mysterio, and Electro. Among them, only Dr. Octopus and Electro presented a semblance of challenge, yet they still paled in comparison to Lin Hao. Attack together and eliminate him. Dr. Octopus understood that Lin Hao would not spare them. Thus, the only solution was to kill Lin Hao to resolve the matter once and for all. Otherwise, after today, there would be no place for them in New York. Dr. Octopus led the Sinister Six toward Lin Hao, the five encircling him, each deploying their unique abilities to bring about his demise. Lin Hao remained motionless, and suddenly, his eyes took on an eerie transformation. His irises shifted from their original blue to the depths of black holes, while the whites morphed from white to blue. The mystic eyes of death perception, abilities akin to those of Shiki Tano and Arcuade Brennestud. Once activated, the mystic eyes of death perception revealed to Lin Hao an array of lines and dots, resembling chaotic doodles, superimposed upon Dr. Octopus and the others. These lines indicated points of vulnerability where he could easily sever their existence, while the dots represented their demise. The death point signifies the conclusion of an entity, a conclusion defined not by the mystic eyes, but by the nature of the entity itself. Everything that has a beginning must also have an end. Thus, in the eyes of one who possesses the mystic eyes of death perception, a death point will manifest. When the wielder of these eyes attacks the death point of an entity, it constitutes a causal attack. Simply put, evasion is futile. The moment an offensive is launched against the death point, the opponent meets their end before they can react. This is the true power of the mystic eyes of death perception. Generally speaking, ordinary individuals possess numerous vulnerabilities, while those who are truly immortal exhibit few, if any, such weaknesses. Although employing the mystic eyes of death perception against the likes of Dr. Octopus may seem excessively forceful, Lin Hao, having recently acquired this extraordinary ability, yearned to test it against a foe. Unbeknownst to him, a knife had materialized in his hand. He surged forward, wielding it to sever the death points of Dr. Octopus. Without pausing, he continued his assault, leaving Vulture, Mysterio, Hunter Cliven, and Electro no chance of escape, as he swiftly extinguished their life forces. This entire sequence unfolded within mere seconds. When Lin Hao landed, the 5 adversaries lay lifeless in a pool of blood, utterly oblivious to the manner of their demise. Witnessing the rapid downfall of Dr. Octopus and his cohorts, Sandman swallowed hard, realizing that his earlier decision to surrender had been profoundly astute. Otherwise, he too would now be just a cold corpse. This individual was truly terrifying. Sandman recognized the prowess of Dr. Octopus and his allies. Yet they had succumbed to Lin Hao as if they were mere infants, devoid of any means of resistance. From this moment forth, the notorious Sinister Six would cease to exist. These individuals were the epitome of malevolence, and Lin Hao felt no burden in extinguishing their lives. Most were driven by pure malice, acting out of dissatisfaction with society and fate. To avert future complications, Lin Hao resolved to eliminate them. Dr. Lizard was no exception. After dealing with Dr. Octopus and the others, Lin Hao approached Dr. Lizard, who had reverted to human form and was barely clinging to life. In your next life, remember not to provoke me. Lin Hao echoed the earlier words of Dr. Lizard. In the midst of Dr. Lizard's desperate gaze, Lin Hao prepared to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a thick, black substance enveloped Dr. Lizard's body, triggering a transformation. Venom? Lin Hao was taken aback. The viscous substance was unmistakably Venom, which had chosen Dr. Connors as its host. Hiss. As Venom took hold, the once human Dr. Connors reverted to Dr. Lizard, but this time, empowered by Venom. His form expanded dramatically, reaching nearly 10 meters in height and shattering the villa's roof, with razor-sharp claws extending to 7 or 8 meters. Main battle mission initiated. Defeat Dr. Lizard. Reward: 1,000 points. Instant teleportation. Mission failure penalty: deduction of 4,000 points. Chapter 42. Fierce battle with Dr. Lizard. The might of Venom is indisputable. The fact that Venom, possessing an ordinary photography enthusiast, could effortlessly overpower Spider-Man illustrates that the more malevolence and negativity a host harbors, the greater the power they wield. Regrettably, Dr. Lizard embodies the very essence of this type of individual. The original Dr. Lizard was already malevolent, and with Lin Hao's disruption of his plans, his negative emotions deepened, granting him an even greater surge of power. After transforming into a colossal monster, Dr. Lizard wreaked havoc, reducing the entire villa to ruins. Lin Hao and his companions managed to evacuate the premises just in time. From Dr. Lizard, Lin Hao sensed an overwhelming aura, if he was not mistaken. The current Dr. Lizard's combat power index might surpass his own. Beep, beep, beep. Target detected. Dr. Lizard, combat power index, 70,000. Lin Hao was astounded, exclaiming an expletive from his past life. What manner of monster is this? The original Dr. Lizard's combat power index barely exceeded 3,000, yet with the symbiosis of Venom, it had astonishingly escalated to 70,000. Unsurprisingly, Dr. Lizard's current combat prowess exceeded Lin Hao's by a staggering 20,000. Truly, it is the impoverished who rely on mutation while the affluent harness technology. After decimating the structures within a radius of several hundred meters, Dr. Lizard turned his attention towards Lin Hao, who hovered above the ground. With a hiss, Dr. Lizard spat a glob of saliva at Lin Hao, who prudently evaded the attack. He could not ascertain the effects of Dr. Lizard's saliva, so avoidance was the wisest course. With a swift motion, Lin Hao narrowly escaped the saliva, only to turn and witness a gaping hole in the ground, from which wisps of white smoke ascended. It was corrosive? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, realizing that the newly reborn Dr. Lizard was more formidable than he had anticipated. Subsequently, Dr. Lizard extended his claws, which rapidly elongated and spread towards Lin Hao from all directions. Lin Hao was not one to remain idle. He ascended higher into the sky and released nearly 10 energy orbs, which detonated upon striking Dr. Lizard, resulting in a series of explosions. Yet, astonishingly, Dr. Lizard emerged unscathed, and the explosions only served to enrage him further. With a menacing grin, he bared his jagged fangs, unleashing a beam of energy laser aimed directly at Lin Hao in the sky. Lin Hao quickly employed his aerial evasion technique. However, the energy beam seemed to possess a tracking mechanism, relentlessly pursuing him and cleaving through the buildings in its path. This is intriguing. Undoubtedly, the current Dr. Lizard is a formidable opponent, and without employing his Time Flash or the Death Eye, Lin Hao found it difficult to confront him directly. However, he was not anxious. Since his battle against the Avengers won, he had not faced such a powerful adversary. The might of Dr. Lizard stirred the combative instincts deep within him. Against lesser foes like Dr. Octopus, he favored swift, decisive strikes. Yet, with the venom-empowered Dr. Lizard, he preferred to engage in a battle of skill, viewing it as a personal trial. Lin Hao maneuvered into Dr. Lizard's blind spot, feet firmly planted, and descended with great speed. Clang! Lin Hao's kick struck the back of Dr. Lizard as though it had collided with a steel plate, inflicting no substantial damage upon the creature, but leaving Lin Hao's foot somewhat numb. The turtle shell was indeed formidable. Lin Hao grimaced. Dr. Lizard's defensive capabilities had evidently been significantly enhanced. While it was true that the current Dr. Lizard possessed both formidable offensive and defensive strengths, he was not without his vulnerabilities. His massive size inevitably constrained his speed, a significant advantage for Lin Hao. Seizing a vehicle from the ground, Dr. Lizard hurled it toward Lin Hao, relying on nearby objects to combat him, as he lacked the ability to fly. However, these projectiles posed no threat to Lin Hao, who effortlessly evaded them. With a flick of his fingers, he taunted, "Hey, monster, can you aim a little better? Or perhaps your vision needs a checkup. I recommend you see an ophthalmologist." The words incited Dr. Lizard's fury once more. With a powerful leap, he soared over 100 meters into the sky, intending to bring Lin Hao crashing down. Just as Dr. Lizard lunged towards him, Lin Hao deftly sidestepped, leaving the creature to miss once again. Subsequently, Lin Hao unleashed a series of energy blasts that struck Dr. Lizard's back. The explosions generated a force that caused Dr. Lizard to lose his balance midair, plummeting like a meteor and demolishing several floors of a towering building upon impact. The commotion attracted the attention of the New York police, prompting 5 armed helicopters to encircle Dr. Lizard. Without hesitation, they opened fire. The barrage of gunfire stirred up clouds of dust, and Lin Hao foresaw the inevitable fate of the helicopters if his energy blasts could not penetrate Dr. Lizard's defenses. The ordinary bullets would scarcely serve as more than an edge. Indeed, a beam of energy lashed out from the dust, resulting in 3 of the helicopters being obliterated, their crews perishing alongside them. Dr. Lizard then emerged from the smoke, his claws ensnaring the remaining 2 helicopters before they too met a catastrophic end upon impact with the ground. With the police helicopters dispatched, Dr. Lizard turned his gaze skyward towards Lin Hao, emitting a hissing sound. His mouth widened, green light emanating from his throat as he began to gather a formidable energy. It seemed this farce was nearing its conclusion. This time, Lin Hao resolved not to evade. He placed his hands on his waist, channeling the energy that began to coalesce into a radiant white glow. "Brother Lin, are you about to use that move again?" Pietro murmured as he looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, stood atop a skyscraper, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Hao. At the pinnacle of Stark Tower, Tony Stark also observed the direction of Brooklyn, where the pure white light illuminated half the sky. What an extraordinary energy! Why have I never witnessed this technique before? On the rooftop of the Sanctum Sanctorum in New York, Master Wong gazed toward Brooklyn, suddenly proclaiming, "For those from parallel universes, this place is destined to be your stage for brilliance." Meanwhile, Lin Hao had successfully gathered his Kamehameha energy, and Dr. Lizard had reached the pinnacle of his power. In the next moment, as if they were in perfect synchrony, Lin Hao unleashed his Kamehameha, while Dr. Lizard expelled a 1-meter-wide beam of energy. The clash of white and green was as cataclysmic as Mars colliding with Earth. Chapter 43. The Fate of Venom. The 2 forces, capable of obliterating much of New York, collided in the air. The Kamehameha and Dr. Lizard's energy beam fiercely eroded each other, resulting in a momentary stalemate. However, as time progressed, Dr. Lizard's green energy beam began to gain the upper hand, steadily pushing upwards toward Lin Hao's position. Countless onlookers in Brooklyn watched in astonishment. "Come on, Lin. Defeat him," Pietro shouted anxiously from the ground, not wanting to witness Lin Hao's defeat. Sensing his advantage, Dr. Lizard exerted himself further, the speed of his upward push noticeably increasing with the continuous infusion of green energy. "It's time to end this." Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as a surge of even more potent energy flowed into his Kamehameha. Suddenly, the energy surged to double its size, and Lin Hao, who had previously been at a disadvantage, instantly reversed the tide, overpowering the energy beam with an unstoppable force, rendering Dr. Lizard powerless to counter. In the end, the Kamehameha forcefully pushed Dr. Lizard's energy beam back into his own body, propelling the energy straight through his mouth. Gulp! Dr. Lizard was momentarily stunned, before a brilliant white light ignited within him. With a resounding explosion, his massive form detonated. The shockwave from the explosion swept across hundreds of meters, hurling all people and vehicles into the air, while flames illuminated the night sky of Brooklyn in a spectacular display. Ah, what a relief! Lin Hao inhaled deeply, the fresh air invigorating him. Although it had taken a toll on his energy, he felt immensely satisfied with the battle. Congratulations, host, for completing the main battle mission. Reward, 1,000 points. Instant teleportation. Points balance, 13,800. Instant teleportation. What a remarkable reward. Compared to the flight technique, instant teleportation was infinitely superior. This ability surpassed even the teleportation powers of mutants, who could only teleport over short distances. Whereas instant teleportation allowed one to move as long as they could sense someone's presence. Clearly, despite the fatigue of the night, every moment had been worth it. Lin Hao returned to Pietro's location, where Harry had just awakened, startled by the earlier commotion. His face was somewhat pale. Lin, thank you for saving me, Harry expressed sincerely, though a hint of guilt flickered within him. Had it not been for his own arrogance, they might not have found themselves in such peril, necessitating Lin Hao's intervention. There is no need for thanks. It would be preferable for you to refrain from causing me any further trouble in the future. Lin Hao did not wish to admonish him, for one's character is inherently fixed. Even if he reprimanded Harry, what would it achieve? Harry nodded, accepting Lin Hao's suggestion. Yet Lin Hao was aware that they would undoubtedly find themselves in more predicaments in the future. Brother Lin, look, isn't that the substance from earlier? Pietro suddenly remarked, pointing to a puddle of viscous black liquid on the ground, evidently the venom left behind by Lizard Doctor after his defeat. Such a substance. It would be best to eliminate it. Just as Lin Hao was preparing to dispose of the venom, Harry abruptly halted him, murmuring, Lin, wait. My intuition tells me I need it. Oh? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, choosing not to impede Harry. He too was intrigued to see what would transpire once Harry was infused with the venom. Perhaps it could prove beneficial for him. Akin to when Harry was possessed by the Green Goblin, which had granted him formidable power. Harry then crouched down, extending his hand towards the venom. The liquid offered no resistance, crawling up his arm and ultimately entering his body through his mouth. Gulp! As the venom was absorbed, Lin Hao distinctly sensed Harry's aura beginning to surge dramatically. Eventually, it reached a certain pinnacle before coming to a halt. At that moment, Harry's formidable presence had reached at least half of Lin Hao's own. Beep, beep, beep. Detecting target. Harry, combat power index, 28,000. Is Harry endowed with a devouring physique? Lin Hao was taken aback. Previously, under his guidance for a year, Harry's combat power index had remained around 2,500. Yet, after consuming the venom, it had skyrocketed to 28,000. This nearly caused Lin Hao, who had painstakingly attained a combat power of 46,000 through the trials of the Avengers' first battle, to choke on his own breath. There was no need for inquiry. The venom was undoubtedly assimilated by Harry, much like the Green Goblin before. Although Harry's 28,000 combat power paled in comparison to Lizard Doctor's 70,000, at least he had not succumbed to the venom's control, nor had it altered his thoughts. This was indeed a substantial enhancement of his capabilities. Harry had turned adversity into advantage. Lin, I feel stronger than ever, Harry exclaimed jubilantly, throwing a few punches in the air, exhibiting a markedly greater vigor than before. It is a good thing to grow stronger in the future. I will have less to worry about on your behalf. Lin Hao felt a sense of joy for Harry, as he relished witnessing those around him grow in strength. Their empowerment signified the burgeoning strength of their small team, and Lin Hao firmly believed that one day, their collective might would rival any faction within the Marvel Universe. Lin, from what you're saying, it seems as though we are the ones holding you back, Harry jested. In truth, it appeared they were indeed a hindrance to Brother Lin. Pietro, providing no respite, punctured Harry's confidence, prompting Lin Hao to burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Pietro sighed, saying, Brother Lin, Harry, if only I possessed strength like yours. Aside from speed, I seem to be utterly lacking. Speed is your greatest asset. There is a saying, in the realm of martial arts, nothing is invincible, only speed remains unbroken. If you harness your abilities well, I firmly believe your strength is no less than that of Harry or Peter. Lin Hao imparted this profound wisdom. Take the Lizard Doctor. For instance, although he gained formidable power after being possessed by venom, he suffered a significant flaw in speed, despite being capable of overpowering dozens of Quicksilvers. If Quicksilver chooses to evade him, the Lizard Doctor would find himself utterly helpless. This exemplifies the advantage of speed, Even if one cannot win a fight, one can certainly outrun their opponent. I will strive to grow stronger, Quicksilver declared with unwavering resolve. That night, the curtain fell amidst the demise of the Lizard Doctor and the Sinister Six. The following day, a rare visitor arrived at Lin Hao and his companion's villa. Chapter 44. The moment of arrival at noon. While Lin Hao was engrossed in studying teleportation in his room, Peter knocked on his door. Lin, you have a visitor. Understood. I will be right out. Lin Hao scratched his head, pondering a visitor? This is a perfect opportunity to test my teleportation. After defeating the Lizard Doctor possessed by venom the previous night, he finally had time to delve into the intricacies of teleportation. He had been working on it since morning and had nearly grasped the concept. Teleportation primarily involves sensing an individual's aura before executing the move. Techniques such as teleportation over infinite distances require a target point. Otherwise, if one could teleport without a designated point, it would be rather extraordinary. With that, Lin Hao placed his fingers on his forehead, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the auras within the villa. As he concentrated, the entire scene of the villa vividly materialized in his mind. Besides the familiar auras of Peter and the others, he sensed an extraordinarily powerful presence, Thor, the god of thunder. What brings Thor to seek me? He wondered, but decided to address the visitor first. Lin Hao then initiated his teleportation, his figure vanishing from the room only to reappear in the villa's living room. Thor was surveying the surroundings when Lin Hao materialized before him, startling him. Wow, your entrance is incredibly cool. How do you do that? Well, I just learned it myself, Lin Hao replied with a smile. Mr. Thor, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Come now, are you suggesting I can't drop by to visit you without a reason? Thor playfully placed his Mjolnir on the table. Of course you can. Would you care for a beer? Lin Hao rose and approached the refrigerator, retrieving 2 bottles of beer. He tossed one to Thor, who caught it with a knowing glance. You understand me well. I do enjoy my beer. Lin Hao chuckled inwardly, reflecting. Of course I know your fondness for beer. Otherwise, how would we have seen the Thor with the grand beer belly in Avengers? Endgame. Hey, buddy. Your hammer is really impressive. May I hold it for a moment? Peter suddenly expressed interest in Thor's hammer. Of course, as long as you can lift it, Thor replied. Is your hammer very heavy? As Peter stood in confusion, his hand already grasping the hammer's handle, he attempted to lift it, only to find that no matter how much force he exerted, the hammer remained immovable. It dawned on Peter that something was amiss. He then employed his other hand, placing a foot on the table and heaving upward with all his might. Yet, the mighty Mjolnir lay undisturbed upon the table, despite straining with all his strength. Turning his face crimson and his veins protruding, the hammer remained tranquil and unyielding. Ha ha ha, this hammer can be lifted by no one but me. The god of thunder chuckled, observing Peter's flushed and somewhat defeated expression. Let me give it a try. Harry, skeptical of this enchantment, stepped forward to attempt the feat, only to achieve the same result as Peter. Regardless of his efforts, Mjolnir would not budge. Quicksilver then tried his hand at it, encountering the same outcome. Wait a minute, if your hammer is so heavy, how can the table withstand its weight? Shouldn't it be crushed flat? Peter inquired, perplexed. When he attempted to lift the hammer, it felt as if he were trying to raise a mountain. No matter how he strained, it remained immobile. The hammer itself is not heavy. It is enchanted by Odin, the All-Father, such that only those worthy of the power of Thor may wield it, Lin Hao elucidated. Thor nodded in agreement. Lin speaks the truth, but how do you know this? I have much knowledge, Lin replied. Why don't you give it a try? I have a feeling you might be able to lift it, Peter suggested. Impossible. Aside from my father and me, no one can lift Mjolnir, Thor declared confidently. How can you know unless you try? Lin Hao, intrigued, was eager to discover if he could indeed lift the hammer. He rolled up his sleeves and placed both hands upon the hammer's handle, drawing the attention of Thor, Peter, and the others. Then, with a sudden surge of effort, Mjolnir felt as if it weighed an unimaginable ton. Lin Hao sensed an unprecedented heaviness, yet his intuition urged him forward. He could lift Mjolnir. Haha, I told you, no one but my father and I can. Thor was reveling in his certainty when, in that instant, Mjolnir shifted slightly under Lin Hao's exertion. Though subtle, it did not escape Thor's notice. Naturally, Lin Hao felt it as well, and he summoned his strength once more, lifting the hammer effortlessly into his grasp. Thor stood aghast, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Lin Hao holding Mjolnir, questioning his very existence. Peter and the others were equally astonished. They had first-hand experience of the hammer's weight, and despite their utmost efforts, it had remained unyielding. Yet now, Lin Hao had lifted it. How could he, not among those bound by Odin's enchantment, manage to wield Mjolnir? Thor pondered, as did Peter and the others. Lin Hao, however, had some insight, indeed. Aside from Thor and Odin, there were others who could lift the hammer, such as Thor's sister, Hela, the goddess of death, and Captain America, Steve. Perhaps it is due to his status as a traveler from another realm that he does not belong to this world, thus evading the constraints of Odin's enchantment. This hammer, it seems, is not as you described. It is not solely within the grasp of you and Odin. Lin Hao playfully wielded Mjolnir, jesting. Ever since lifting the hammer, it had lost its weight in his hands, becoming as manageable as an ordinary tool, allowing him to toy with it at will. How have you accomplished this? It is utterly astonishing, almost beyond belief. Thor exclaimed in astonishment. It is simply a matter of lifting it, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Lin, you are incredibly cool. I knew you could lift it. I was right, wasn't I? Peter said, giving a thumbs up, brimming with pride. After toying with Mjolnir for a while, Lin Hao placed it back on the table and returned to the matter at hand. All right, Thor, you must have a reason for seeking me out, so please, tell me what it is. Very well, let us discuss serious matters. I have come to invite you to Asgard, and to bring Loki back to face justice. Chapter 45, Welcome to Asgard. Why extend this invitation to me? In terms of camaraderie, your bond with Jane and Dr. Sivagul runs deeper. You could easily invite them instead. Lin Hao was perplexed as to why Thor wished for his presence in Asgard, although he found the idea of visiting rather enticing. It is Loki's request. He insisted that I must invite you. Regardless of the outcome, if I do not, he will not accompany me back to Asgard, Thor explained. Loki? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. His relationship with Loki was hardly significant. Indeed, while I could forcibly bring him back to Asgard, he is still my brother, raised alongside me, and I can indulge him in this request. He claims to admire you, and I, too, find something admirable in you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I sensed you were different from Stark and the others, though I cannot articulate how. Thor elaborated. If you are free in the near future, I can take you to Asgard to experience our culture, along with the 9 realms. Well, since your invitation is so earnest, I cannot refuse. Lin Hao quickly made his decision. Given the timeline, it appeared that Malekith would soon make his appearance. This journey to Asgard might offer an opportunity for growth, especially as his progress had been somewhat stagnant due to the recent tranquility. When do we depart? Splendid. We can set off immediately. Thor then went to fetch Loki, and soon Lin Hao, Thor, and Loki stood in the villa's courtyard. Thor shouted towards the sky, Heimdall, open the Bifrost. In the next moment, a beam of radiant, multicolored light descended from the heavens, enveloping the 3 of them. The vibrant glow vanished at light speed, leaving behind a peculiar pattern in their wake. After being taken by the Rainbow Bridge, Lin Hao experienced a surge of rapid motion, uncertain whether it surpassed the speed of light. In less than a minute, he, along with Thor and Loki, arrived at a resplendent golden hall. In the center of the hall stood a circular platform upon which a figure adorned in golden armor wielded a sword with an imposing presence. He was none other than Heimdall, the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge. Hey, Heimdall, Thor greeted him, to which Heimdall responded with a cool nod, then turned his gaze towards Lin Hao, saying, Mr. Lin Jackson, welcome to Asgard. Indeed, this is a splendid place, Lin Hao replied with a nod. Let us proceed, Thor suggested. Subsequently, he led Lin Hao and Loki across the Rainbow Bridge that connected to the realm of Asgard. Along the way, Lin Hao was filled with reflections. In his previous life, he could only witness such a scene in films, yet now he found himself immersed in it. Asgard, though devoid of the modern skyscrapers found on Earth, imparted upon him an aura of the divine. Asgard, often referred to as the realm of the gods. Mr. Lin, please take a moment in the back garden while I attend to Loki with my father, Thor instructed upon their arrival at the Celestial Palace, where 2 soldiers escorted Lin Hao to the back garden. The back garden of the Celestial Palace featured an open pavilion surrounded by mountains and water, with azure waters beneath a cerulean sky, a delightful place for leisure. Mr. Lin Jackson, you seem to appear rather bored, a sweet voice suddenly chimed in. Lin Hao turned to see Frigga, the queen of Asgard, and Odin's wife, who had quietly approached him. Is it not thanks to your esteemed son that I am here, yet left to my own devices? Is that not rather unreasonable? Lin Hao responded with irritation. Frigga smiled warmly and seated herself opposite him. Perhaps I should take you on a tour to make amends for Thor's oversight. It would be my honor. Lin Hao graciously accepted her invitation. Frigga guided him through many places, including the training grounds and the medical facilities, providing Lin Hao with a more profound understanding of Asgard. The 9 realms are soon to align. We refer to this as the convergence of celestial bodies. You should be fortunate enough to witness this spectacle, Frigga enthusiastically explained as they walked along the corridors of the palace. Lin Hao smiled faintly, casually remarking, Yes, this also implies that Asgard is on the brink of calamity. Calamity? What do you mean? Frigga inquired, puzzled. You shall understand in due time. It is not appropriate to elaborate further now, Lin Hao replied. He could not disclose that she would eventually fall victim to the last and most powerful dark elf warrior, Algrim, nor would she believe him if he did. From their brief interaction, Lin Hao had formed a favorable impression of Frigga, She was understanding and took the initiative to accompany him during Thor's absence, ensuring he was not left to languish in boredom. If circumstances allowed, Lin Hao hoped to rescue her from Algrim's grasp, perhaps preventing the tragedy that befell his own uncle while attempting to avert Frigga's impending doom. Mr. Lin, it seems you are concealing something from me, Frigga inquired earnestly. I harbor no secrets from you. All this is yet to transpire, and I am merely speculating, Lin Hao replied, seeking to evade further questioning from Frigga with a convenient excuse. Subsequently, Lin Hao resided in the Celestial Palace for a few days, during which Thor enthusiastically introduced him to the exquisite cuisine of Asgard and acquainted him with several of his friends. However, each night, Thor would venture out, and Lin Hao understood he was attending to the disputes among the 9 realms. The responsibility of maintaining peace among these realms naturally fell upon Thor, as Odin's heir. During the evenings, Lin Hao occupied himself with training to pass the time, finding it not entirely dull. Moreover, just yesterday, Thor had brought his girlfriend Jane Foster from Earth to Asgard. On this particular day, the guards of Asgard returned with a group of prisoners, and Lin Hao happened to be present. Among them was a burly man wearing a twisted mask, obscuring his features. Algrim, Lin Hao murmured, realizing that Algrim had emerged, signaling that Malekith was poised to launch an attack on Asgard. What? Mr. Lin, do you recognize him? Thor inquired, intrigued by Lin Hao's murmur. I do not. Lin Hao shook his head. Thor dismissed it without further thought, waving his hand and bellowing, take them all to the dungeons. The emergence of a formidable adversary triggered the main storyline combat mission, defeat Algrim and Malekith, with rewards of 3,000 points and 30,000 combat power. Failure to accomplish this task would incur a penalty of deducting 10,000 points. After the guards escorted the prisoners away, Odin, who had not appeared before Lin Hao in several days, finally made his entrance. Chapter 46. Confronting Odin. Father, what brings you here? This minor matter is one I can handle, Thor said with a grin, yet Odin's countenance was grave. In the authoritative tone befitting the All-Father, he declared sternly, Thor, return your mortal friend to his home. He has overstayed his welcome here in Asgard. I have already permitted him to reside here for a few days out of consideration for you. I will ensure his return in due time, no need for your concern. When is due time? You are not yet the king of Asgard, I am. You must adhere to my commands. Observing the banter between father and son, Lin Hao smiled wryly. It seemed Odin was somewhat rigid, yet his intentions were clearly for the welfare of Asgard. After all, this was a realm of gods, and as a mortal, Lin Hao truly ought not to be present. To be honest, my stay here has been rather monotonous. The scenery is lovely, but it can be rather dull and lacking in warmth, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed to it after prolonged exposure, Lin Hao jested. Upon hearing this, Odin's displeasure was palpable as he glared at Lin Hao and retorted, Are you implying that Asgard is devoid of humanity? Who safeguards the 9 realms? Who protects you? Is it not true that when the Chitauri invaded New York last year, where were the people of Asgard? Moreover, it was your dear son Loki who led the Chitauri in that assault. Lin Hao stood unperturbed, meeting Odin's gaze with defiance as he retorted forcefully. Do you think Thor is non-existent? It was he who intervened to stop Loki and brought him back to Asgard for judgment. Odin continued to argue. Thor. Lin Hao chuckled brightly. I acknowledge his formidable strength, but if it were solely relying on him, Earth would have long been overrun by Loki's Chitauri army. In saying this, Lin Hao not only recognized Thor's power without offending his dignity, but also countered Odin's assertions. Father, it was indeed Mr. Lin who deployed the nuclear bomb against the Chitauri mothership last year, annihilating the Chitauri forces. I was merely a bystander. Thor echoed Lin Hao's sentiments. For in the grand battle against the Chitauri, Thor's contributions were limited to clearing away a few minor foes and larger creatures. It was Lin Hao and Iron Man who apprehended Loki. Yet, one cannot deny the contributions and sacrifices Asgard has made for the 9 realms. Odin glared at Thor, desperately seeking to regain his standing. Mr. Lin, let us depart. Sensing the escalating tension, Thor swiftly took Lin Hao's arm and led him away, while Lin Hao chose to disregard Odin further. Upon leaving the Celestial Palace, Lin Hao and Thor arrived at the Crystal Palace, the abode of Frigga, the Queen of Asgard, where Jane Foster resided. Lady Frigga, do you recall the words I spoke to you a few days ago? Lin Hao inquired. The words from a few days past? You have spoken many. Which ones do you refer to? Frigga responded, perplexed. The 9 realms are on the verge of aligning, celestial bodies converging, and Asgard is to face a calamity. Lin Hao gestured toward Jane, stating, the source of it all lies within her. The ether particles within her being are the genesis of this impending disaster. Are you implying Malekith? Frigga's expression shifted to one of realization. Indeed, Malekith harbors unrelenting ambitions. To forge a dark universe, he must harness the power of the ether particles. Among the prisoners we apprehended earlier was Malekith, the most formidable dark elf and the last cursed warrior, who has already infiltrated Asgard. How is that possible? There is no entrance to Asgard aside from the Bifrost, and nothing has transpired there. Frigga shook her head in denial. That is a question for Loki. Just then, a commotion erupted from the direction of the Celestial Palace. Frigga gasped in shock. Something has happened at the prison. Could it truly be Malekith's men? Linhao nodded and turned to Thor. Thor, you should go. I will remain here to look after Frigga and Jane. Thor said nothing, summoning Mjolnir and soaring toward the celestial prison. Let us head to my chamber. Frigga, sensing the gravity of the situation, ushered Linhao and Jane into her room. With a serious demeanor, she addressed Linhao. Mr. Lin, you mentioned Loki. How is he involved? Though it may be harsh to say, since you have asked. I shall speak the truth. Malekith's infiltration of Asgard was facilitated by a hidden passage discovered by Loki, which connects Asgard to the Dark World. How can this be? Why would Loki do such a thing? Frigga found it hard to believe that Loki would bring an enemy to their very doorstep, although Loki was not her biological son. She had nurtured him with her own hands, and it was simply unfathomable that he would engage in such treachery. However, lamenting this now was futile. Malekith was attacking Asgard, and his objective was undoubtedly the Ether. Before Malekith arrived, preparations were imperative. Meanwhile, Malekith's flagship had already appeared in Asgard, heralding a fierce battle over the Ether. The conflict raged for roughly an hour when the door to Frigga's chamber swung open, and the figure of Malekith, who struck Linhao as almost terrifying, strode in with deliberate steps. In the room, Frigga and Jane Foster sprang to their feet, but Linhao had vanished without a trace. My belongings were left here. I have come to retrieve them, Malekith declared as he approached Frigga and Jane. Oh, I wonder what you are referring to. Firstly, I do not recognize you, and secondly, I possess nothing that belongs to you. Frigga feigned ignorance. Malekith's gaze shifted directly to Jane Foster, who cowered in the corner, and he coldly intoned. My possession lies with her. Hand her over, and I may spare your life. You would need to consult her regarding that. I cannot dictate her freedom, Frigga responded. As long as you do not interfere, her freedom is not for her to determine. Should you choose to meddle, then today shall be your last. With that, Malekith vanished and reappeared before Jane Foster, a smug smile spreading across his face as he regarded her closely. This tainted universe should have perished long ago. A new cosmos is on the verge of awakening. The Ether, after millennia, shall finally return to my grasp. Is that so? But before that, you must ensure that you can survive to leave this place. Jane Foster suddenly revealed a cunning smile, leaping into the air and delivering a swift kick aimed at Malekith's forehead. Malekith's pupils narrowed in shock. Chapter 47, Scheming against Malekith with a resounding thud. Jane's kick nearly contorted Malekith's face. Aspirations may be grand, yet reality can often be stark. Jane Foster then transformed back into Linhao's form. Moments earlier, Frigga had employed her sorcery to disguise Linhao as Jane Foster, while the real Jane was concealed nearby. After delivering a powerful kick that sent Malekith flying, Linhao was soon followed by Frigga. Devoid of the Ether, Malekith was no match for Frigga, who swiftly subdued him. Her blade rested against his throat, poised to take his life at any moment. Which, human boy, are you both conspiring against me? With the blade at his neck, Malekith finally realized he had fallen into the trap set by Linhao and Frigga. Congratulations, you are correct, but there is no reward, Linhao declared, drawing his own knife, as the eye of death opened within him. If he could eliminate Malekith, then this battle for the Ether would come to a decisive conclusion. Who are you? As Linhao observed the sudden shift in the pupils of Malekith, he sensed an overwhelming aura of death. Who am I? Naturally, I am the one who seeks your demise. Linhao's cold smile revealed his intent. He discerned Malekith's vulnerabilities, though they were not as numerous or apparent as those of Dr. Octopus. After all, Malekith had lived for countless years, even after Odin's father had defeated him. He had not been slain, resulting in fewer fatal points, merely 2 or 3. The existence of these vulnerabilities indicated that Malekith too had a day of reckoning. He was not immortal. Just as Linhao prepared to bring Malekith's fate to its conclusion, a formidable presence surged into his awareness. With a thunderous crash, the door to Frigga's chamber burst open, and Algorim, adorned with a bovine mask, charged in with astonishing speed, launching an attack on Linhao. Linhao quickly assumed a defensive stance. Algorim's power was immense, compelling him to proceed with utmost caution. From his perception, Algorim's strength was at least several times his own. Evading Algorim's strike, the latter did not pursue Linhao further, but redirected his aggression towards Frigga, rescuing Malekith from her grasp. Beep, 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 target detected, Algorim. Combat Power Index, 280,000. Truly, he was the mightiest of cursed warriors. Linhao marveled at Algorim's combat prowess, recognizing that in a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly fall short. Yet, in his eyes, he was not insurmountable. Now, I have reversed the situation. With Algorim's arrival, Malekith grew audacious, demanding, tell me, where are the ether particles? Otherwise, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. You may find that difficult to accomplish. Lin Hao interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Frigga, his demeanor unruffled. I believe I cannot, but Algrim can. Malekith did not contest Lin Hao's assertion, but gestured toward the cursed warrior standing beside him. You might still be misinterpreting my words. I mean, neither of you can succeed, even if Algrim was the strongest cursed warrior. Boasting an astonishing combat power of 280,000, Lin Hao was confident in his ability to slay him. What an arrogant young man. I can see your strength pales in comparison to Algrim's. I wonder where your confidence stems from. Malekith scoffed, issuing a direct command to Algrim. Eliminate them. There are always those oblivious to the gravity of the situation. If that is the case, I shall transform this place into your final resting ground. Algrim and Lin Hao engaged in a fierce confrontation, their clash instantaneous. In a flash, Lin Hao appeared at Algrim's right side, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. However, Algrim's reflexes were not to be underestimated. He grasped Lin Hao's fist and twisted it abruptly, delivering a kick to Lin Hao's abdomen. Unfazed, Lin Hao utilized a technique to propel himself upward, deftly evading Algrim's kick while planting his feet on Algrim's shoulders. Using this leverage, he unleashed a fierce side kick directly to Algrim's head. Having endured a forceful kick from Lin Hao, Algrim remained unscathed. With a swift turn, he charged at Lin Hao once more. Armed with his exceptional combat skills, Lin Hao found himself on equal footing with Algrim during their fierce exchange. In a matter of mere minutes, Lin Hao landed no fewer than 100 blows upon Algrim. Nevertheless, he could not breach Algrim's formidable defense. The latter's resilience was truly astonishing. After all, a battle prowess of 280,000 is not to be underestimated. For Lin Hao, with a mere 50,000 in combat strength, to penetrate Algrim's defenses was an uphill battle, unless he resorted to the mystic eyes of death perception to strike directly at Algrim's vital points. Once those points were severed by Lin Hao, no matter how great Algrim's power, his fate would be sealed, death. Mr. Lin, I am here. As the two engaged in their intense duel, Thor had already dealt with matters at the prison and arrived on the scene. He summoned a bolt of lightning with his mighty hammer, forcing Algrim to retreat, while unleashing another bolt that struck Malekith squarely in the face. Arc, the lightning inflicted severe damage upon Malekith. Recognizing the urgency, Algrim swiftly retreated, lifting the injured Malekith without hesitation and leaping from the balcony of the room. Where do you think you're going? Both Lin Hao and Thor pursued them. Thor hurled his hammer toward them, while Lin Hao unleashed dozens of energy projectiles, yet they were a moment too late. After leaping off the balcony, a spacecraft whisked Malekith and Algrim away, ascending rapidly toward their mothership, which soon vanished from Lin Hao and Thor's view. Consider yourselves fortunate to escape. Otherwise, I would have shattered your skulls with Mjolnir. Thor shouted in the direction of the disappearing mothership. Returning to the room, Jane Foster emerged, to which Thor inquired with concern. Mother, Jane, are you both unharmed? Frigga shook her head and smiled. We are quite well, thanks to Mr. Lin. Without his intervention, I cannot guarantee I would have survived Malekith and the Cursed Warrior. Mr. Lin, I cannot thank you enough. Inviting you to Asgard was indeed a wise decision. Thor expressed his gratitude, grasping Lin Hao's hand, only for Lin Hao to hastily withdraw it, a look of distaste on his face. Please, spare me the sentimentality. Let others see, and they might think we share an inappropriate bond. Frigga and Jane chuckled at Lin Hao's jest. Shortly thereafter, Odin, the All-Father, arrived with his entourage, albeit fashionably late. Upon seeing Frigga unharmed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. His gaze soon fell upon Lin Hao, and with a reproachful tone, he remarked, Why are you still here? Should you perish in this place, do not blame me for not forewarning you. It was Mr. Lin who drove away Malekith. Without him, I would have found it difficult to survive this ordeal. We ought to express our gratitude, not cast blame, Frigga interjected with a smile. Ah, how perceptive you are. My dear lady, unlike a certain All-Father who remains perpetually frosty, in comparison to Odin, Lin Hao harbored a greater fondness for Frigg, if only because she did not, like Odin, fail to utter a single kind word. Upon hearing this, Odin felt a twinge of embarrassment and, clearing his throat tactically, softened his tone. Very well, Mr. Lin. I apologize for my previous demeanor, and I am grateful for your protection of my wife. To express my gratitude, you shall henceforth be a distinguished guest of Asgard. However, in light of more pressing matters, the pursuit of Malekith took precedence. Lin Hao, not one to hold grudges, accepted Odin's apology, allowing the matter to fade into the past. As long as Malekith lived, the ether particles within Jane Foster would remain at risk. Wherever she went, Malekith would pursue relentlessly, unless, of course, His Majesty Odin could extricate the ether from her body, which was another matter entirely. This is not as simple as you suggest, Odin replied, his expression turning grave. I cannot remove the ether particles from Ms. Foster. Moreover, our battle today has left the palace in disarray, with countless warriors fallen. As the king of Asgard, I must attend to these aftermaths before I can turn my attention to Malekith. Things are not as insurmountable as you claim, Lin Hao countered as he walked. If you remain steadfast in Asgard, Malekith will undoubtedly return. He will not afford you the luxury of time to rebuild the palace and manage aftermaths. The only viable course of action is to take the initiative. Offense is the best defense. I cannot accept your counsel, Odin firmly rebutted. Today, I do not know what means you employed to drive away Malekith, but his power is formidable, and he is accompanied by the most powerful cursed warriors. If you venture into the dark world while I am unable to assist, it would be tantamount to walking into a trap. You would stand no chance against him, and I cannot sanction such a reckless decision, Odin resolutely declared. Furthermore, I will instruct Heimdall that the Bifrost shall remain closed to all until the palace is fully restored. With that, Odin offered Lin Hao no further opportunity for discourse and departed with his entourage. Mr. Lin, I am unable to alter Odin's decision, Frigg lamented. Shaking her head as she followed Odin away, Lin Hao fell into contemplation, aware that the essence of the ether was indeed the reality stone. Should Malekith acquire the ether, he could potentially reshape the universe, plunging it into darkness. At that juncture, even he would be powerless to intervene, including Peter, Wanda, and their parents. Thus, even if not for the sake of fulfilling a mission, Lin Hao felt compelled to thwart Malekith for the sake of his friends and loved ones. Mr. Lin, what occupies your thoughts? Thor interrupted Lin Hao's reverie. Lin Hao turned to Thor. Thor, would you dare embark on a venture with me? You must understand that the ether resides within your girlfriend. Malekith will not spare her. I am well aware of that. Yet my father has just declared that the Bifrost will not open to anyone during the palace's reconstruction. How then shall we leave Asgard? Thor expressed his frustration. Lin Hao smiled. I trust you can manage Heimdall. Furthermore, our journey to the dark world need not rely solely on the Bifrost. Are you suggesting Loki? Thor exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. It appears your reactions are not excessively sluggish. Lin Hao continued. You are the prince of Asgard. You may appropriately wield your power. Your father is preoccupied with matters of the past and cannot attend to us. Very well, I shall accompany you on this venture, for the sake of Jane Foster. Thor promptly made his decision, and thus Lin Hao and Thor began to devise their plan. Thor would deal with Heimdall, while Lin Hao would head to the prison. Hey, Loki, are you faring well here, Mr. Lin? Upon seeing Lin Hao, Loki instantly perked up. I knew you would come. So, your persistent invitation to Asgard was merely a ploy to have me rescue you? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed a breeze. But why should I rescue you? Do you not realize that because of your actions, your mother Frigga was slain by the cursed warrior? Lin Hao spoke earnestly, devoid of jest. Upon hearing this, Loki was momentarily stunned. No, this cannot be true. You are deceiving me. Although Loki held no affection for Odin, he indeed felt some attachment to Frigga. Deceive you? What purpose would that serve me? What benefit do I derive from this? Was it not you who directed the cursed warriors to the left staircase earlier? That path leads to Frigga's chamber. After hearing this, Loki took a couple of steps back, his eyes filled with sorrow. Hey, this is not the time for grief. Do you not wish to avenge Frigga? Observing Loki's sudden existential crisis, Lin Hao could not help but shake his head. What should I do? After a brief moment of sorrow, Loki swiftly regained his composure, and Lin Hao could distinctly sense the intense murderous intent emanating from him. Guide us through the secret passage from Asgard to the dark world. This is merely your way of atoning for your mistake. After we eliminate Malekith and the cursed warriors, whether you return to prison will depend on Thor. Lin Hao's tone suddenly turned sharp. But I hope, during this period, you will refrain from playing any tricks on me. Otherwise, I assure you, I will ensure your complete demise. Do you understand? Let us proceed. Loki's lips curled into a wild smile. In an instant, Lin Hao teleported into the prison. And with another swift movement, he brought Loki out. Is this possible? Is your side profession that of a magician? Loki was taken aback, expecting Lin Hao to break him out through force, and was instead astonished. Care to learn? I shall teach you, Lin Hao teased. But Loki took him seriously, insisting, buddy, you said so yourself. You must teach me this trick. If you continue to chatter in my ear, I will not hesitate to send you back right now. At this, Loki obediently closed his mouth. Upon exiting the prison, they encountered the palace guards, yet they posed no hindrance to Lin Hao and Loki. With ease, they subdued the guards and arrived at the grand hall of the palace. At that moment, the palace hall resembled a ruin, with a spaceship piloted by dark elves parked rudely within. Moreover, a group of palace guards obstructed the path of Lin Hao and Loki. Chapter 49. Taking the initiative in the dark world, it seems this route is no longer viable. Loki playfully waved his hand, but at that moment, Thor's comrades, the Warriors 3, arrived, positioning themselves in front of the guards. Mr. Lin, you all go ahead. We will handle things here. Let us move, Lin Hao said, leading Loki to circumvent the guards as they aimed to depart from another side. Just then, Thor arrived wielding his mighty Mjolnir, declaring, "Mr. Lin, my father has been delayed." "Good job," Lin replied. Odin needed to be occupied. Otherwise, if he intervened, it would be challenging for Lin Hao and his companions to escape. After all, Odin was the All-Father, a being of celestial strength, and Lin Hao's current power was insufficient to contend with him. "Hey, Loki, I must warn you. Should you dare to betray us, I will be the first to end your life." Thor stepped forward and seized Loki by the collar. Unfazed, Loki retorted with a smirk. "Then you might have to wait in line. Let us go, start this vessel, and depart." Thor gestured towards the spaceship. Suddenly, Lin Hao inquired, "Can you pilot this behemoth?" "No." Thor shook his head. Lin Hao shot him an exasperated glance, muttering, "Then don't boast about your hammer. I certainly don't wish to perish alongside you aboard this ship." Thor replied, "You go fetch Jane Foster. We'll commandeer a flying vessel outside." Under normal circumstances, without Loki, Lin Hao and the others would not require a flying ship, but unfortunately, Loki could not fly. Thor could carry Jane Foster and utilize Mjolnir's flight capabilities to escape. And he certainly did not want to be seen flying through Asgard with a grown man like Loki in tow. "All right, we'll regroup outside." With that, Thor swung his hammer and swiftly departed. Lin Hao gestured, "Let us move." Upon exiting, Asgard, which had finally calmed down after Malekith's departure, was now engulfed in battle once more, albeit this time it was a civil war, one faction led by Thor, the other by Odin's loyalists. However, Thor's allies would not withstand for long, so Lin Hao needed to act swiftly. After easily seizing a flying vessel, Lin Hao took Loki aboard and hastily departed in the direction of the Bifrost. Soon after, Thor arrived with Jane Foster, and the four reunited. "Loki, where is the secret passage?" Lin Hao inquired. "To the right," Loki indicated. As Thor prepared to turn, a series of rapid-fire attacks echoed from behind. The guards of Asgard were pursuing them in combat ships. Thor quickly maneuvered the vessel to evade the onslaught. Lin Hao turned and asked, "Thor, do you mind if I take them down?" "Not at all." With that, Lin Hao unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, successfully downing the pursuing ships. Seizing the opportunity, Thor executed a sharp turn, escaping the combat zone of Asgard. Guided by Loki, they arrived at a hidden passage in Asgard, crashing directly into a mountain. Thor panicked, exclaiming, "Loki, have you lost your mind? If it were that easy, anyone could do it." Loki grinned, expertly piloting the ship directly through a fissure in the mountainside. In an instant, darkness enveloped them, only to vanish moments later, revealing the vessel bursting forth from a spatial portal. They had successfully arrived. In this dim and desolate world, the sky is shrouded in dark clouds, and a chilling wind blows, causing discomfort. Lin Hao curiously surveys his surroundings, sensing a pervasive aura of malevolence in the air. "If only I could wield this power, imagine the heights I could reach," Loki laments, only to be met with a callous retort from Thor, "You would be destroyed." "But she isn't scathed, isn't she? Do you desire the ether particles?" Lin Hao turns to Loki, who counters, "Do you not wish for them?" Lin Hao smiles but refrains from answering. How could he not desire them? If he could endure and control the power of the ether particles, he would undoubtedly covet them. For the ether particles are akin to the reality stone, a gem capable of altering reality at will. Lin Hao's appetite for such power is insatiable, no matter the cost. He must make an attempt. He had missed the cosmic cube during the Battle of New York, as it required the Mind Stone to drive history forward. But this reality stone, he could reach for. "Mr. Lin, are we truly going to meet Malekith unprepared? I believe we should devise a plan." "What is your plan?" Lin Hao inquires. "The ether particles are a force that can reshape the universe, yet they are currently within Jane's body. We could strategize to extract the ether particles from her and subsequently destroy them." Thor articulates his plan, to which Lin Hao chuckles. "You are aware that the power of the ether can alter the cosmos. Do you think our combined might could annihilate the ether particles? If they were destroyable, your grandfather Bor would have obliterated them when he defeated Malekith. Let us not be naive, shall we? Then what are our alternatives?" Thor frowns. Lin Hao ponders briefly before continuing. "However, you are correct in one aspect. We must compel Malekith to extract the ether particles from Jane." As they traverse a wasteland, Lin Hao and his companions finally behold the mothership hovering in the air, the very vessel that had appeared in Asgard before. "Do you remember the plan I just shared?" "Imprinted in my mind." Thor replies with a grin. "Let us hope your scheme does not lead to our demise." Loki expresses his apprehension. Subsequently, the four of them ascend a small hill, where Malekith approaches, flanked by Algrim and a throng of dark elves. "It is you." Upon seeing Lin Hao and Thor, Malekith's demeanor darkens. "Hand her over to me, and I will ensure your deaths are swift." "I am afraid, Mr. Malekith, that I shall not heed your suggestion." Lin Hao retorts with a grin, mocking, "What I mean to say is, today, it shall be you who meets your end." Such arrogance. Malekith scoffs, gesturing for Algrim to advance toward Lin Hao and his companions, while the dark elves encircle them. At that moment, Loki suddenly betrays Thor, stabbing him in the side and seizing Jane Foster, swiftly making his way to Malekith. Malekith, I offer you the ether particles, but in return, I wish to witness the destruction of Asgard. Loki declares with a sly smile. Who are you? He is our ally, previously imprisoned in the dungeon, Algrim remarked, turning back. Very well, I accept your request. Without delay, Malekith controlled the ethereal particles to float from Jane Fortis' body. Seizing the moment, Lin Hao shouted, Loki, Thor, now. Chapter 50. Slaying Malekith's. Lin Hao's plan was straightforward. To strike down Malekith the instant he extracted the ethereal particles from Jane Fortis' core. Capture the leader first. Strike the serpent at its vital point. Lin Hao understood this principle well. Once Malekith was dead, the universe would no longer face a threat. He would then reclaim the ethereal particles and eliminate Algrim, bringing an end to the turmoil. As Lin Hao's command rang out, Loki, who had been feigning betrayal, suddenly lunged forth, tightly ensnaring Malekith. Simultaneously, Lin Hao's gaze shifted, activating his deathly gaze, as he brandished a dagger and advanced towards the ensnared Malekith. In a state of panic, Malekith struggled fiercely, landing blow after blow upon Loki, yet Loki held firm. Recognizing the perilous turn of events, Malekith cried out, Algrim. The formidable cursed warrior Algrim swiftly turned, propelling himself towards Lin Hao with utmost speed, for he understood that the true threat to Malekith was not Loki, but Lin Hao. His fist, as large as a cauldron, brimmed with terrifying power. Should it strike Lin Hao, even he would sustain grievous injuries, perhaps even risk his life. Thor. Lin Hao paid no heed to Algrim, for the opportunity was fleeting. Allowing Malekith even a moment longer would enable him to escape Loki's grasp, making it far more arduous to slay him thereafter. Suddenly, Thor, who had feigned injury due to Loki's sorcery, rose. He reached out, and the mighty hammer of the thunder god soared into his grasp. With all his might, Thor hurled the hammer towards Algrim. In an instant, the events unfolded within mere seconds. As the hammer hurtled toward Algrim, he had no time to react and was forcefully struck aside by its impact. Observing this, Lin Hao quickened his pace. His dagger glinted with a deadly radiance, aimed directly at Malekith's vital point. You escaped by luck in the Crystal Palace, but this time, let us see if anyone can save you. Lin Hao's murderous intent reached its peak, and Malekith, with nowhere to hide, glared fiercely. A mere knife dares to slay me? Utterly foolish. Even Boar could not kill me, let alone a mere human like you. But before Malekith could finish his sentence, his pupils dilated in sudden shock as Lin Hao's dagger mercilessly pierced his abdomen. Black blood gushed forth like a fountain, and the vitality in Malekith's eyes rapidly waned. Impossible. Why? Malekith gazed at Lin Hao with a mixture of resentment and disbelief. Unable to comprehend how a mere stab to his abdomen, a region that should not be fatal, could so easily extinguish his life. How could the illustrious leader of the Dark Elves, who had ruled for thousands of years, perish in his own homeland under such circumstances? You cannot kill me. As long as something breathes, even a god, I shall show you. Lin Hao gently prodded Malekith's head, his expression impassive as he remarked, rest in peace. Just because Boar cannot slay you does not imply I lack the ability. In mere moments, Malekith's eyes began to dissolve into black powder, followed by his face, and then his entire being. Within seconds, he transformed into a cloud of dust, scattering in the wind, marking the fall of a once mighty dark elf leader. Malekith. Upon witnessing Malekith's disappearance, Algrim succumbed to a furious rage. He gestured, and hundreds of dark elves descended from the mothership, each wielding a high-tech laser gun, surrounding Lin Hao and his companions. Eliminate them. At Algrim's command, the dark elves unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Thor and Loki hurriedly took defensive positions. Even they could not disregard the lethal power of the dark elves' advanced weaponry. Meanwhile, Lin Hao surged towards the ethereal particles suspended in the air. As he plunged into the mass of red ether, the particles enveloped him instantly, the relentless hail of laser fire striking him like stones sinking into the ocean, creating not even a ripple. Observing this, Algrim sensed impending doom and raced towards Lin Hao, attempting to forcibly extricate him from the ether. Boom. The moment Algrim's fist made contact with the ether, he was repelled by an overwhelming force. He had grossly overestimated his strength. Even as the most formidable cursed warrior, he was but a mayfly against the might of the ether. Inside the ether, Lin Hao felt an immense power coursing through him, so potent that he struggled to contain it. The ether infiltrated every corner of his being, and as it fully entered him, he began to descend slowly from the air. His skin took on a dark crimson hue, enigmatic and mysterious. In that moment, Lin Hao sensed an uncontrollable force surging throughout his body, a power so formidable it nearly threatened to rupture his flesh. Truly, the ether particles were extraordinary, as was the reality stone. Lin Hao could distinctly feel that this force within him possessed the potential to alter the very fabric of the universe. Yet, this tremendous power was a double-edged sword. Due to his current limitations, he could not fully harness the capabilities of the reality stone. Should he unleash its entirety, he risked being overwhelmed and destroyed by its own might before any cosmic changes could occur. Thus, he resolved to wield only a fraction of the reality stone's power. Even a mere fraction was sufficient for him to reign supreme within the Marvel Universe. Mr. Lin, how ungracious of you to seize this opportunity for gain. As Lin Hao completed the absorption of the ether particles, an unspoken stillness fell over the crowd. Loki, taken aback, muttered in disbelief, "Oh, you have not been destroyed by the ether particles?" Thor expressed his surprise as well. Lin Hao merely smiled faintly, his current state evidently answering Thor's question. "Human boy, return the ether particles, and I will grant you a swift death." Algrim, now enraged, was consumed by fury. Malekith had been slain by Lin Hao, and the ether particles had been seized by him. His murderous intent towards Lin Hao reached its zenith. If he did not kill Lin Hao, he could not face the deceased Malekith. He advanced towards Lin Hao, unleashing a devastating punch imbued with annihilating power, striking without hesitation. Yet, Lin Hao simply smiled, showing no intention of evasion, allowing Algrim's fist to come crashing down. Bang! When the fist collided with Lin Hao's face, it was not Lin Hao who was sent flying, but rather Algrim himself. Chapter 51. The powerful ether particles. Algrim was propelled back over 100 meters by the force of the reality stone, crashing heavily to the ground. Clouds of dust billowing around him. Shocked, he raised his hand, only to discover that the very fist he had thrown was now marred by significant corrosion. Do you still dare to challenge the power of the ether particles? Perhaps before this, you were indeed a worthy opponent in my eyes, but now, you are nothing more than an insect. Lin Hao smirked coldly. You think that possessing the ether particles makes you invincible? Even with the ether particles, should I wish for your demise, you shall still meet your end. Algrim, filled with resentment, cast a glance towards the dark elves surrounding Lin Hao, who promptly launched a black hole bomb at him. This bomb would create a powerful gravitational field, drawing in any matter and disintegrating it completely, leaving not a trace behind. Its destructive potential was indeed terrifying. Possessing the memories of his past life, Lin Hao was all too aware of the bomb's capabilities. But to him now, the so-called black hole bomb posed no threat whatsoever. Reality is under my command, Lin Hao declared, extending his hand to grasp the air. Instantly, the 8 black hole bombs halted in midair, a dark crimson energy radiating from him. After a few flickers, the bombs fell powerless to the ground. Observing this, several dark elves, who had previously surrounded Lin Hao, instinctively took a few steps back. This farce must come to an end. The beleaguered dark elf race still harbored hopes of resurgence. Now, I shall utterly eradicate you. Thor, Loki, make haste and leave this place. Lin Hao instructed as he turned to them, then soared into the sky. Pure white energy coalesced in the palm of his hand, emanating an aura tenfold more terrifying than before. Algrim gazed up at Lin Hao, filled with despair, murmuring, the dark elf race can ultimately escape this calamity. Malekith, I am sorry. He too felt the terrifying power in the sky. Even as the mightiest curse warrior, he recognized that he could not withstand that overwhelming force. Even the slightest contact with that power would spell his annihilation. After Thor and Loki stepped back, Lin Hao's gaze turned cold. Vanquish, Dark Elf clan. As the words left his lips, Lin Hao unleashed the Kamehameha from his palm, a devastating force accompanied by a long, pure white tail plummeting from the heavens. In the next instant, the Kamehameha detonated amidst the throng of dark elves, a thunderous roar echoing for miles. The explosion unleashed waves of energy that engulfed a 10-mile radius, obliterating every dark elf and their mothership alike. A mushroom cloud erupted, soaring tens of thousands of meters into the sky, heralding immense devastation. The energy storm raged for several minutes before gradually dissipating. As the dust settled, a colossal crater, 2 miles in diameter, was all that remained of the previously occupied area, void of any other presence. Lin Hao took a deep breath, relieved that it was finally over. However, an intense pain surged within him, a consequence of the reality stone's overwhelming power. Despite the power boost granted by the stone, he recognized the necessity of suppressing its might. Otherwise, he risked being consumed by it. Lin Hao understood this well. Even Malekith, with his profound understanding of the reality stone, had to restrain its power during use to avoid backlash. Using it alongside other infinity stones was an alternative, but given Lin Hao's current strength, even one reality stone was overwhelming. The combined force of 2 infinity stones would likely obliterate him. Thus, his only recourse was to temper the reality stone's power until he could gradually harness it, unleashing its full potential at a later time. Congratulations, host, on completing the main battle mission. You have defeated Malekith and Algrim, Earning rewards, 3,000 points, 30,000 battle power. Listening to the system's voice, Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. His journey to Asgard had yielded significant rewards. The acquisition of the Reality Stone had augmented his battle power tenfold, skyrocketing from an initial 50,000 to 500,000, plus the additional 30,000 from the battle mission reward, bringing his current battle power to an astonishing 530,000. This level of power surpassed that of Frisia's base form by 10,000. Yet, Lin Hao was acutely aware that despite his current battle power, he likely did not match Frisia's true strength, as even the base form of Frisia could obliterate planets with ease. At present, he was far from achieving such feats, unless he further mastered the powers of the Reality Stone. My heavens, Mr. Lin, is this truly your masterpiece? Thor and his companions returned to behold a colossal chasm, measuring at least 2 miles in diameter and plunging several dozen meters deep. The trio stood utterly astonished. Even Thor felt a sense of inadequacy, realizing he lacked the power to inflict such extensive devastation. It's quite remarkable, yet you could achieve it too, Lin Hao remarked with a faint smile. No. Mr. Lin, you jest. I possess no such capabilities. Thor dismissed Lin Hao's words as mere banter, fully aware of his own limitations. To create such a scale of destruction, one must possess immense strength. Thor had no concrete concept of the required power, though he knew his father, Odin, could accomplish such feats. Lin Hao chose not to elaborate further. Thor's abilities had yet to reach that echelon. However, with the passage of time, Thor's strength would undoubtedly increase, especially after his awakening. Although he would still fall short of his sister, the goddess of death, Hela, his combat prowess would surpass 1 million. Perhaps Lin Hao was underestimating him. The true extent of Thor's power would only be revealed in years to come, once Hela made her appearance. If only I were bestowed with such power, think of what I could achieve. Loki lamented once more. If it were granted to you, you'd barely survive half a month, Lin Hao retorted mercilessly. Given Loki's nature, if he were to gain the Reality Stone, he would recklessly wield its power against Odin, likely to be consumed by its backlash before he could ever defeat his father. Loki chuckled awkwardly, then shifted the topic. Mr. Lin, what did you think of my performance just now? Well enough, at least you honored your word. Lin Hao nodded slightly. With vengeance fulfilled, I hope Frigga can see from the heavens that her murderer has been vanquished. A sudden wave of sorrow clouded Loki's eyes. Loki, what nonsense are you speaking? Are you cursing our mother's death? Chapter 52. Suppressing the power of the Reality Stone, Thor abruptly seized Loki by the collar, his expression seething with anger. What? Wasn't Frigga slain by the cursed warrior? Loki was bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. You were slain by the cursed warrior, but our mother would not fall. Thor delivered a heavy punch to Loki's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Quickly regaining his composure, Loki turned to Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, are you deceiving me? Lin Hao finally burst into laughter. Ha! Loki, I never realized how easily you could be fooled. You are not fit to be the god of mischief. If I had not claimed that Frigga was dead, how would you have led us through the secret passage to the Dark Realm? How would you have so eagerly assisted in vanquishing Malekith? Lin Jackson, I will kill you. Loki felt an unprecedented humiliation wash over him. He scrambled to his feet, charging at Lin Hao, who coolly replied, Are you certain of that? Upon sensing the piercing intent in Lin Hao's gaze, Loki quickly regained his composure. All right. I concede that I cannot best you. Being deceived once is not without merit. It is, at least, a valuable lesson. With no means to retaliate, Loki could only swallow his pride and endure his unspoken grievances. I have always been a person who values reason. This time, your assistance has been invaluable, and you have caused no trouble. As a token of gratitude, I can ensure that you will not be taken back to Asgard by Thor. However, whether you are captured again in the future by Thor is no longer my concern. Upon hearing this, Loki finally smiled and said, Mr. Lin, I truly enjoy befriending individuals like you. You are simply my confidant. Regarding Lin Hao's decision, Thor had no grounds for objection. After all, Lin Hao played a significant role in saving Jane, and they had indeed defied Odin's orders to escape from Asgard. Whether or not Loki returned with them seemed of little consequence. At worst, he could find an excuse to placate Odin later. With matters settled, it was time for us to return. Thor then headed back to Asgard, asking Lin Hao to bring Jane Foster along. As for Loki, Lin Hao was unaware of his whereabouts and felt no need to inquire. His freedom to go wherever he pleased was his own prerogative. Due to the great distance from the dark world to Earth, Lin Hao could not sense any presence on Earth. However, at that moment, a cosmic convergence occurred. The 9 realms were unified, with gravity fluctuating between light and heavy. Lin Hao took Jane Foster on a few aerial circles and finally located the connection point to return to Earth. Upon their return, they found themselves above London. Thank you, Mr. Lin, Jane Foster said with a smile, brushing her bangs aside. No need for thanks. I must take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again on another occasion. Lin Hao replied, not lingering any longer. He needed to swiftly contain the power of the reality stone within him. Otherwise, it would unleash a backlash that Lin Hao would rather not face. Sensing Wanda's presence, he immediately teleported from London to his home in New York. Lin Hao's sudden disappearance startled Jane Foster, who wondered, how can he be even more enigmatic than Thor? She waved her hand at the spot where Lin Hao had just stood, confirming its emptiness. Puzzled, she scratched her head and left. In his Manhattan villa, Lin Hao's abrupt arrival also surprised Wanda. Lin? She exclaimed. Wanda, please guard the room and ensure no one disturbs me, Lin Hao instructed before darting into the room. Although Wanda was filled with curiosity about Lin Hao, she respected his request and subdued her inquisitiveness, quietly standing watch outside his door. Upon entering the room, Lin Hao immediately delved into his consciousness, feeling the immense power surging within him. A frown crossed his brow. Sometimes, possessing overwhelming power is not necessarily a blessing. He then extended his hand, and a reality stone, glowing with a dark crimson hue, floated above his palm. This was the reality stone, formed from the condensation of ether particles. The tremendous energy contained within it left Lin Hao both awestruck and apprehensive. Outside the room, Wanda suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of energy emanating from Lin Hao's chamber. Her eyes widened, and she bit her lip in concern, wondering, what powerful energy is this? What on earth is Lin doing in there? Lin Hao subsequently transformed the reality gem into a liquid state, allowing it to permeate through the surface of his skin and enter his body. Once inside, he directed the immense energy that coursed throughout him to converge toward his lower abdomen. Simultaneously, his skin emanated a dark crimson hue, mysterious and eerie. The process of suppressing the power of the reality gem was arduous and protracted. Lin Hao lost track of time as he tirelessly endeavored to contain its force. Each attempt at suppression felt like a grueling battle. Gradually, his shirt succumbed to the overwhelming power of the reality gem, revealing his robust upper body. Indeed, his physique was impressive, with well-defined muscles sculpting a perfect form, and his 8-pack abs were enough to captivate many a gaze. With each successive effort, Lin Hao managed to suppress the reality gem's power by increments, 10%, 30%, 40%, and 50%, until, after exerting all his strength, he finally subdued 60% of its might. However, the remaining 40% was still formidable, capable of inflicting great suffering upon him, and potentially causing a backlash. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Hao's forehead as he understood the gravity of his situation. Failing to suppress over 90% of the reality gem's power would result in dire consequences. The power of the reality gem was boundless, even with 90% suppressed. The final 10% posed a challenge to fully control. Get down. Lin Hao, eyes tightly shut and gritting his teeth, summoned his utmost strength to further suppress the power, achieving 65%. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. The remaining 35% was overwhelming for his body to bear. If he did not contain it, he would face backlash within a month. What to do? Lin Hao found himself in a dilemma. 65% was the limit of his current capabilities. And to exert further control over the reality gem's power, he needed a greater strength. Yet he remained stagnant at this level. His aspirations were at odds with his actual capacity. To harness more of the reality gem's power, he had to enhance both his strength and physical resilience. Then, a more troubling situation arose. Due to Lin Hao's earlier fervent suppression of the reality gem's power, the remaining 35% began to agitate. As if sensing danger, it surged wildly within him, with some even erupting from his body. In mere seconds, the dark crimson energy filled his room and continued to expand outward. Wherever this dark red energy traveled, reality itself was altered. The chairs and tables in Lin Hao's room transformed into stone, the bulletproof glass windows into wooden planks, and notebooks disintegrated into dust. If this dark red energy were allowed to proliferate unchecked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wanda, who had been vigilantly stationed outside Lin Hao's door, was suddenly startled. She sensed a disturbance within Lin Hao's room, and simultaneously, a dark crimson energy surged forth, reducing the door to mere powder. Lin. A sense of foreboding washed over Wanda as she beheld the anguish etched across Lin Hao's face. Alarmed, she rushed inside, unleashing her chaos magic to counteract the formidable energy of the reality stone. This energy was overwhelmingly powerful, beyond Lin Hao's control. It swiftly became evident to Wanda that Lin Hao was unable to withstand the immense power of the dark crimson energy, which was consequently spilling forth. I will not allow you to bear this alone. Though unsure whether her chaos magic could withstand this dark force, she could not remain a mere spectator in the face of Lin Hao's plight. In moments of her own distress, he had always appeared to guide her through. This time, she was determined to assist him. Resolute, Wanda extended her delicate hand, and a torrent of scarlet chaos magic surged forth, enveloping Lin Hao and restraining the dark energy from overflowing within him. As her magic cocooned him, a sudden force drew her closer, causing Wanda to embrace him tightly from behind. The warmth radiating from Lin Hao sent her heart racing. Simultaneously, this force ravenously siphoned her chaos magic, and the dark crimson energy emanating from Lin Hao stripped away the upper portion of Wanda's attire entirely. In that moment, panic surged through Wanda. Yet she recognized Lin Hao's need for her chaos magic to suppress the dark energy. With a blink, she wrapped her arms around him, burying her face in his back, willingly allowing him to absorb her chaos magic. With Wanda's support, the overflow of the Reality Stone's energy was finally contained. Lin Hao, engaged in his struggle against the Reality Stone, sensed the sudden influx of chaos magic and immediately understood it was Wanda's intervention. The power of chaos magic was formidable, capable of simultaneously annihilating the Mind Stone while contending with Thanos, who wielded 5 Infinity Stones. This alone demonstrated that the might of chaos magic far surpassed that of a single Reality Stone. If one were to consider the ability of chaos magic to distort reality, it may not rival that of the Reality Stone, yet it was by no means feeble. Lin Hao unabashedly absorbed the chaos magic to suppress the power of the Reality Stone, and since Wanda was willingly offering her strength, there was little resistance to the magic. With her assistance, Lin Hao finally amassed enough energy to subdue the power of the Reality Stone. In the Sanctum Sanctorum of New York, the Ancient One, who had been in a meditative state, suddenly opened her eyes. Is it the Reality Stone and chaos magic? Is it that individual? This state persisted for an indeterminate duration, and when Lin Hao managed to suppress the power of the Reality Stone to a mere 5%, he finally ceased his exertion. 5% is the extent to which he can currently wield power at will. Beyond that, circumstances become uncertain. Therefore, to err on the side of caution, Lin Hao suppressed the power of the Reality Gem by 95%. He intended to gradually unleash its potency when his strength became formidable. After this suppression, Lin Hao felt a noticeable enhancement in his abilities, and within him lingered remnants of chaotic magic. It was precisely this residual chaotic magic that augmented his strength further. As Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, he realized he was completely unclothed, his garments having vanished without a trace. Wanda, too, awakened in a similar state of undress. Upon discovering their mutual nudity, and the fact that she was tightly embracing Lin Hao, Wanda felt a sudden wave of embarrassment and instinctively tugged at the sheets to cover herself. With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Hao restored the disheveled room, which had been transformed by the overflow of the Reality Gem's energy, back to its original state. He then gently turned to Wanda, cradling her lovely face in his hands, and smiled tenderly, saying, "Wanda, thank you." Wanda blinked, her eyes downcast in shyness, replying, "It is what I ought to do." In that intimate moment, the two exchanged unreserved glances, enhanced by Wanda's flushed cheeks, reminiscent of a blooming lotus, utterly enchanting. Despite the surroundings, they shared a kiss, and Lin Hao, embracing Wanda, lay down, covering them with the blanket, allowing everything to unfold naturally. Under such circumstances, if Lin Hao were to exercise restraint, he would truly be a paragon of virtue. And Wanda showed no signs of resistance. Their union was entirely consensual and harmonious. An hour later, Wanda nestled against Lin Hao's chest, resembling a delicate kitten. Her eyes and face brimming with sweetness, asked, "Lin, will you always be by my side?" "Foolish girl, you are mine. I will undoubtedly remain by your side. And no one else shall intrude," Lin Hao replied, lifting her chin with a smile. Satisfied with his response, Wanda beamed even more radiantly. Unbeknownst to them, dawn broke, marking the arrival of a new day. "Wanda, though I am reluctant, we should probably head to school," Lin Hao said. Despite the whirlwind of recent events, he was still merely a high school sophomore who had missed several days of classes. His teachers would surely be displeased if he continued to be absent. After dressing and having a simple breakfast, the couple drove to Zhongqing High School. The atmosphere at the school was as lively as ever. Upon entering, due to Wanda being a senior and Lin Hao a sophomore, they were obliged to part ways. Just as they were about to head towards their respective classrooms, a bald man in a wheelchair approached them, wearing a smile. As he rolled forward, the entire campus fell silent, and Lin Hao felt a powerful mental influence attempting to seize control of his consciousness. However, this so-called mental control lacked the strength to dominate him. He merely resisted slightly, and the mental influence vanished without a trace. The one wielding mind control is none other than Professor Xavier. "Wanda, it is a pleasure to see you again," the professor said with a slight smile. "Professor?" It was evident that Wanda and the professor were not strangers. They were already acquainted. "Professor, do you have business with Wanda?" Lin Hao inquired. "Oh, you have not succumbed to my control?" Upon hearing Lin Hao's voice, the professor was slightly taken aback. His mind control abilities are the most formidable on Earth, He could even utilize a device in conjunction with his powers to extinguish all life on the planet. Yet, he found himself unable to dominate someone who did not appear particularly remarkable. To be frank, your mind control is indeed powerful, but regrettably, it holds no sway over me, Lin Hao remarked, stating a mere fact. The professor then scrutinized Lin Hao anew, his brow furrowing. You are no ordinary individual. Your strength is considerable. What is your relation to Wanda? She is my woman, Lin Hao replied. At this, the professor cast an incredulous glance toward Wanda, who nodded affirmatively. Very well. It seems there is no need for me to tread lightly. There is an urgent matter at hand concerning all mutants, Xavier said with utmost seriousness, devoid of any jest. What is it? Wanda asked in confusion. What could compel Xavier to personally seek Wanda at Midtown High? The Sentinel program. We mutants are facing the greatest crisis in history. Thus, we must rally all mutants to navigate through this peril. Xavier looked at Wanda earnestly. Wanda, even if you hide here, you cannot ultimately evade this crisis, which targets all mutants, regardless of their nature, good or evil. You are one of the most powerful mutants and the daughter of Eric. We require your strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao was taken aback, nearly forgetting the matter. The Sentinel program is an extermination initiative aimed at mutants, originating from Mystique's assassination of Trask in 1973. This incident led the government to deem the Sentinel program a necessary measure. After decades of research, the Sentinels now possess the ability to replicate any mutant's powers, making them the ultimate adversary of mutants. Last year, Eric had approached Wanda and Pietro twice, attempting to persuade them to return to the Brotherhood. Could this be related? Lin Hao pondered, recalling how Magneto had visited Wanda twice, only to be thwarted on both occasions. However, in Lin Hao's memory, Magneto was far from weak. After all, he was a level 4 mutant and had been defeated when Lin Hao possessed only 6,000 combat power, which seemed implausible. If the first time he caught Magneto off guard with a time manipulation move was understandable, what about the second instance? Indeed, the Sentinel program has been fully realized. We have engaged the Sentinels countless times and suffered heavy casualties. They can replicate all mutant abilities. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before we mutants face total extinction at their hands. Xavier sighed heavily due to the Sentinel program. Eric and I have set aside our differences to unite against our common foes. However, this adversary is exceedingly formidable, and we find ourselves retreating at every turn. My visit to New York comes with the peril of being discovered by the Sentinels. Wanda, Eric urged you and Pietro to return last year for your own sake. But he mentioned that he was thwarted by a young man at that time. Xavier then turned to Lin Hao, if I am not mistaken. That young man would be you, am I right? Lin Hao nodded. Xavier smiled. He spoke of you. And his decision to yield was grounded in his belief that you could protect Wanda, as well as to avoid drawing the Sentinel's attention, hence he chose to refrain from intervening. Lin Hao found this credible. He did not doubt Magneto's capabilities. Yet now, he felt confident that he could vanquish him, even if he were to unleash his full power. But the situation was dire, and they needed Wanda's assistance, which was why he had come. How is my father? Wanda asked with concern. Well, for the moment, he is fine, but the future is uncertain. Wanda, I think, she began, but Lin Hao interjected with a smile. I understand what you wish to convey. I also know you cannot evade this battle. Therefore, let us join forces to eliminate the Sentinels. He comprehended Wanda's plight. She was not only a mutant, but also Eric's daughter. Despite her past resentment towards his actions, it was evident that she could not bear to witness her biological father being slain by the Sentinels. Moreover, if she chose to stand idly by now, the Sentinels would eventually come for her as well. Are you suggesting you are willing to assist us? Wanda asked. Do not forget, you are my woman. How could I stand by when you are in peril? Besides, I relish the thrill of battle. It is through fighting that I grow stronger. Those Sentinel robots, with their pitiful combat capabilities, are nothing but scrap metal to me. I could defeat them with a single punch. Lin Hao's words brought tears to Wanda's eyes. Had Xavier not been present, she might have thrown herself into his arms. Young man, while your strength is commendable, the Sentinels are not so easily vanquished. Even if we were to assemble all mutants, we would still be easily overwhelmed by the Sentinels. This will be a brutal confrontation. Are you certain you wish to partake? Xavier cautioned. First, you may call me Lin. Secondly, I am not a mutant. To me, the Sentinel robots are merely a heap of slightly combat-capable scrap. Even though they have replicated certain mutant abilities, they cannot mimic every power. For instance, Storm, Jean, and Wanda's unique abilities cannot be replicated. They can only emulate those abilities that pertain to themselves, and their limits are not extensive. As for whether your and Eric's powers can be duplicated, I cannot say. Professor Xavier relied on Wanda to save the mutants, unaware that while her chaos magic is formidable, it is contingent upon the intensity of energy she commands. Currently, Wanda is unable to annihilate the Sentinels in an instant. Should Lin Hao choose not to intervene, it is likely that Wanda would face irretrievable consequences. Chapter 55. The onslaught of Sentinel robots. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, the professor fell silent. Professor, may I inquire if Jean is truly deceased? The atmosphere fell into a brief silence before Lin Hao spoke again. Indeed, Jean Grey has perished. Logan took her life with his own hands. Xavier replied with a slight nod. It seemed to align with what Lin Hao had known. The overwhelming power of Jean's Phoenix Force had led her to gradually succumb to darkness after her initial sacrifice, becoming the Dark Phoenix. The Dark Phoenix attempted to eradicate all of humanity, yet it was Logan, wielding his formidable regenerative abilities, who ultimately ended the life of the woman he loved most. Had Jean not met her demise, what fear would mere Sentinels evoke? She alone could have dealt with them effortlessly. Curious, the professor turned to Lin Hao and inquired, "How do you possess such profound knowledge regarding mutants?" Lin Hao jested, "What if I claimed to be a prophet? Would you believe me?" "I would indeed," Xavier responded, humorously taken by Lin Hao's jest. It was amusing to Xavier that he genuinely believed this to be the first encounter with Lin Hao, and throughout the annals of history, this individual had never existed. Yet he seemed to know everything. This realization prompted deep contemplation for Xavier, who, as a professor, had grown accustomed to the extraordinary abilities of many individuals over the years while establishing a school for mutants. Joking aside, where is your current refuge? We are in a state of constant flux, drifting from place to place, seldom lingering in one location for more than a few days before being discovered by Sentinels. Once detected, we must relocate, Lin Hao responded. Xavier felt a sense of resignation. Perhaps these were the most precarious days he had experienced in many years. It appears you are not as well off as you seem, Lin Hao teased, to which Xavier chuckled, brushing it off lightly. Let us first lift your mental control. We cannot delay the student's education. This is not a suitable venue for conversation. We shall find another. With that, Xavier released his mental hold, and those who had been immobilized regained their freedom, resuming their academic activities as if nothing had transpired moments before. As Lin Hao and his companions prepared to find a more suitable location for discussion, he suddenly raised his gaze to the sky, where a Sentinel transport aircraft had materialized above Midtown High School. Sentinels. Xavier's pupils contracted upon seeing the aircraft, the very machines that had claimed countless mutant lives. At that moment, three individuals emerged from seemingly nowhere, joining the professor's side, ready to confront the Sentinel robots. Bang, bang, bang. The transport's doors swung open, and 5 Sentinel robots, towering at 4 to 5 meters, leaped down, causing the very ground beneath Midtown High to tremble. The appearance of the Sentinel robots bore an uncanny resemblance to those from Lin Hao's previous life in the RoboCop series, crafted from extraterrestrial materials devoid of any metal. Even Magneto found himself powerless against these formidable Sentinels. Simultaneously, the Sentinel robots have broken free from human control, exhibiting advanced intelligence and self-awareness. Even though the professor could employ mind control to eliminate those responsible for creating the Sentinel robots, the situation has become irretrievable. A special combat mission has been issued: defeat the Sentinel robots, with a reward of 200 points and 2,000 combat power for each Sentinel vanquished. At the very moment the Sentinels appeared, Lin Hao heard the system's voice echoing in his ears, indicating that the appearance of the Sentinels had triggered a special combat mission once again. It seems that the confrontation with the Sentinels is inevitable. Furthermore, the rewards for this special combat mission are extraordinarily generous, surpassing those offered during the Battle of New York. As the Sentinel robots landed, students and professors at Midtown High fled in terror from the school. Wanda, do you possess the confidence to confront them? Lin Hao inquired, turning to her. With unwavering determination, Wanda fixed her gaze upon the Sentinel robots and declared, I can utterly obliterate them. As Lin Hao conversed with Wanda, the Sentinel robots launched an unprovoked attack, transforming their right hands into sharp, lethal spikes, charging directly towards Lin Hao and Xavier. As long as we are here, you shall not lay a finger on the professor. The trio that had rushed forward unleashed their powers, and Lin Hao quickly realized they were Iceman, Sunspot, and Firestorm. Firestorm, engulfed in flames, extended his hand, directing a torrent of searing fire, heated to 3,000 or 4,000 degrees, towards one of the Sentinel robots. Simultaneously, Sunspot and Iceman also sprang into action. However, their seemingly formidable assault failed to instill any fear or threat in the Sentinels. One Sentinel, encased in Firestorm's fiery attack, transformed into a frigid block of ice, steadily advancing toward Firestorm despite the extreme heat. Witnessing this, Firestorm intensified his flames, yet it proved futile, and ultimately, the Sentinel cleaved off one of his arms with a single strike. Meanwhile, Iceman found himself pushed back repeatedly by a Sentinel employing the same abilities against him. Sunspot was no exception. What appeared to be extraordinary mutant powers to ordinary humans became instruments for the Sentinels to overpower them. With the arrival of 2 additional Sentinel robots, Firestorm and his companions found themselves in dire straits, teetering on the brink of death at the hands of the Sentinels. At last, Wanda could no longer remain passive. "Get away from me," she exclaimed, unleashing a torrent of chaotic magic that effortlessly repelled 5 Sentinel robots, rescuing Firestorm and his companions from peril. Throughout the past year, under Lin Hao's guidance, Wanda has mastered chaotic magic to a degree far beyond her capabilities a year ago. Lin Hao had previously assessed Wanda's combat power, which had reached an astonishing 400,000, a feat that even he, prior to his journey to Asgard, could not rival. And this merely scratches the surface of chaotic magic. Once Wanda fully awakens her powers, she could curse the majority of mutants, stripping them of their abilities with but a single utterance. Such is the reality-distorting capacity of chaotic magic. 5 Sentinel robots were repelled, shifting their focus entirely onto Wanda. Upon detecting her mutant status, 2 of the Sentinels unleashed devastating beams of fire and ice toward her. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 encircled Wanda, effectively severing any means of retreat. Faced with the onslaught from the 2 Sentinels, Wanda hastily conjured her chaos magic with both hands to deflect their laser attacks. However, she found herself unable to contend with the impending assaults from the other 3 Sentinels. Sighing, Lin Hao realized he had to intervene. Chapter 56, The Assault on the Sentinels. Just as the 3 Sentinels prepared to deliver a lethal strike to Wanda, Lin Hao sprinted toward her with remarkable speed. He reached her side, placing a reassuring hand on her delicate shoulder. In the nick of time, as the robotic assault was about to descend, Lin Hao executed a teleportation, whisking Wanda away to safety. "Lin, thank you," Wanda exclaimed, her expression laced with anxiety. She had sensed the impending attacks from the other 3 Sentinels, yet was too overwhelmed by the laser beams to respond. Were it not for Lin Hao's timely arrival, she might have met a dire fate. "Allow me to handle this. These Sentinels are not to be trifled with." Shielding Wanda behind him, Lin Hao advanced confidently. "Be careful, their strength is formidable," Wanda cautioned from behind. With a smile, Lin Hao reassured her. The Sentinels were designed to combat mutants, but he was not one of them. After successfully suppressing the power of the Reality Stone, coupled with a portion of Wanda's chaos magic lingering within him, he felt significantly empowered. By his estimation, his combat prowess now exceeded an impressive 80,000. "Lin, don't be reckless. We can always retreat and regroup with Eric to devise a plan against the Sentinels," the professor advised from the rear. "There is no need for such caution. They are mere scrap metal, easily dispatched," Lin Hao replied with confidence, beckoning the 5 Sentinels with a playful gesture. "Hey, Sentinel Tools, your granddaddy is here. Why not hurry over and meet your demise?" Lin Hao's taunt successfully captured the attention of the Sentinels, who had evolved a sense of self-awareness and thus comprehended his words. The term tool was unmistakably clear. These Sentinels were nothing more than instruments created by scientists to combat mutants. Boom, boom, boom. Enraged by Lin Hao's provocation, the 5 Sentinels mobilized, their collective movement causing the ground of Midtown High School to tremble. The foremost Sentinel transformed its arm into an ice spear, aimed directly at Lin Hao's heart. Pathetic. Lin Hao cast a dismissive glance, then leapt backward as the Sentinel's icy spire arm pierced the ground. In that same instant, Lin Hao ran up the arm of the Sentinel robot, leaping into the air, his feet enveloped in a dark crimson energy. With a powerful kick, he struck the Sentinel robot's head. Clang. At that moment, the professor and others who were observing widened their eyes in astonishment. Lin Hao's kick had sent the Sentinel robot's head flying. It is worth noting that Sentinel robots are constructed from materials sourced from space, which have proven insurmountable to countless mutants. Yet here was Lin Hao, effortlessly severing the head of one with a mere kick. The professor and his colleagues may not have realized that Lin Hao had just utilized the power of the reality gem to transform the Sentinel's cosmic material into ordinary iron. Given Lin Hao's current prowess, dislodging the head of a Sentinel robot made of iron was simply a matter of ease. After losing its head, the Sentinel robot collapsed with a thunderous crash. This young man is formidable. Such was the assessment of Lin Hao by Professor Charles Xavier. My goodness. Is this fellow truly that powerful? Is this the same Sentinel that had previously put us on the brink of peril? The Sunspot and his companions were left dumbfounded. Having witnessed the fate of the previous Sentinel, the remaining ones learned their lesson, transforming themselves into magma as 4 columns of molten rock surged toward Lin Hao. Such weak mutant abilities, and you dare to showcase them? Lin Hao scoffed, extending a hand as dark red energy surged within his palm. To their astonishment, the 4 magma columns transformed into bubbles, ascending into the sky. The 4 Sentinel robots were left in awe. They had encountered numerous mutants yet had never seen such a reality-altering ability. This was merely Lin Hao wielding 5% of the power of the reality gem. If he mastered its full potential, he could have easily obliterated them in an instant, while the Sentinel robots were still reeling in disbelief. Lin Hao struck again with thunderous speed, activating his deathly gaze. Armed with a dagger, he aimed for a Sentinel robot's critical point and sliced through. As the magma-bodied Sentinel robot was severed at its vital point, it instantly reverted to its original form, then fell to its knees, its body disintegrating into a heap of scrap metal. In the blink of an eye, 2 of their companions had been lost, leaving the remaining 3 Sentinel robots in a panic. They hastily transformed their bodies into diamond, attempting to withstand Lin Hao's dagger assault. The ability of the White Queen? Lin Hao observed the remaining 3 Sentinel robots with keen interest, a grin spreading across his face. Did they believe that turning into diamonds would ensure their safety? Little did they know, Lin Hao was targeting their critical points. Regardless of whether they were diamonds or vibranium or adamantium, he could easily sever them, once transformed into diamonds. The 3 Sentinel robots clustered together, their heads splitting open as 3 laser beams shot forth towards Lin Hao, seeking to eradicate him. Still not learning their lesson? Very well. I shall let you experience the true meaning of despair. Lin Hao effortlessly neutralized the laser assaults of the Sentinel robots with the power of a real gem. Yet he yearned to shatter their delusions head-on. Did they truly believe that their laser attacks could extinguish his life? Such naivety was rather amusing. With a firm stance, he positioned his hands at his waist, and pure white energy rapidly coalesced. In an instant, a Kamehameha wave was fully formed. The Kamehameha sliced through the air, colliding with the laser attacks of the Sentinel robots. At that moment, a formidable energy field surged around them, forcing Wanda and the Professor to retreat under its immense pressure. Upon the encounter of the Kamehameha with the laser beams, the 3 Sentinel robots' attacks were thwarted within mere seconds, overwhelmed by the unstoppable force of the Kamehameha. As it continued unabated, the Kamehameha engulfed all 3 Sentinel robots, carving a striking fissure into the ground, stretching hundreds of meters before erupting in a tremendous explosion. The deafening roar of the blast echoed through the skies, producing an explosion with a diameter of over 100 meters, a result of Lin Hao intentionally minimizing the blast radius. Otherwise, this single Kamehameha could have razed everything within thousands of meters to the ground. Without a backward glance, Lin Hao clapped his hands nonchalantly and remarked, "Job well done." Chapter 57. The joining of Stark. Having dispatched 5 Sentinel robots, he received a cumulative reward of 1,000 points and 10,000 combat power. The system's voice resonated in his ears, and Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. While 10,000 combat power might not seem exceedingly tempting at this juncture, the 1,000 points were of significant importance to him. Even with his combat power index soaring to 800,000, he had only amassed a little over 10,000 points. Thus, points held greater significance for Lin Hao, as he was still a daunting 100,000 points away from obtaining the coveted Zizai Ji Gong. "Bro, you're incredible. I want to team up with you," exclaimed the trio of Sunspot, their expressions a mixture of excitement and seriousness. Witnessing Lin Hao's overwhelming prowess in dispatching the 5 Sentinel robots left them in awe, particularly since even a single Sentinel robot could easily overpower their group of mutants. Just how formidable must Lin Hao be to crush 5 of them with such ease? "Lin, you have truly opened my eyes." The Professor beamed with newfound hope. "I believe that as long as you are present, the Sentinel robots will no longer pose a threat." "That remains to be seen," Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. While he possessed the means to handle the Sentinel robots, he was acutely aware that their numbers were vast. Should the Sentinels mobilize en masse, it would be impossible for him to single-handedly restrain them all. Moreover, the Sentinel robots were not devoid of intellect. They possessed self-awareness. From this battle, the remaining Sentinel robots would certainly recognize Lin Hao's strength. They could easily dispatch a portion to distract him while turning their focus on Wanda and the Professor, creating an equally grim scenario. Suddenly, Stark, clad in his iron suit, soared towards them at great speed. Upon witnessing the devastation of the explosion and the long fissure, measuring 3 meters in diameter, he marveled, "Oh, it seems I've missed quite the spectacle." Soon, Stark noticed Lin Hao and others at Midtown High School. He descended and confidently remarked, "Mr. Lin, I surmise these are undoubtedly your creations." "Stark, your timing is impeccable." Upon Stark's arrival, Lin Hao was struck by a sudden inspiration for countering the Sentinel robots. "Oh, do you require my assistance?" Stark raised an eyebrow. "And who might this be?" The Professor inquired, looking towards Stark with curiosity. "Tony Stark, a genius, philanthropist, and playboy." "And you are?" Stark introduced himself. "Charles Xavier, though I am simply referred to as the Professor. It is a pleasure to meet you." Stark and the Professor exchanged a handshake, then turned to Lin Hao, asking, "Mr. Lin, are they all your friends?" "Strictly speaking, not quite," Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Stark nodded, understanding the underlying sentiment. "Mr. Lin, what transpired here earlier? It seemed rather intense. An intriguing matter. Perhaps this is your chance to shine," Lin Hao responded. At the top of Stark Tower, Lin Hao, Stark, and the Professor gathered, where Lin Hao succinctly recounted the situation regarding the Sentinel robots. "What do you think? Can you develop a counter-Sentinel mech?" The government has engineered the Sentinels specifically to combat mutants, hasn't it? Lin Hao intended for Stark to create a mech specifically designed to counter the Sentinel robots. As far as he knew, there was nothing Stark couldn't counter. He could even engineer a Phoenix countering mech, tailored to neutralize Jean Grey's Phoenix Force. I relish a challenge. Give me a little time, and I will render the Sentinels utterly ineffective. Stark replied with a confident smile. He had recently been feeling restless, and this endeavor piqued his interest. A Sentinel robot capable of replicating mutant abilities, Stark was eagerly anticipating the development of a counter-Sentinel mech. I shall await your good news. Lin Hao expressed confidence that together, Stark and Dr. Gero would devise the counter-Sentinel mech within 3 days. Once successful, they could mass-produce it, equipping the Professor and his team with their own suits. When the Sentinels eventually mobilized, Lin Hao would ensure they would not return. With that, Stark and Dr. Gero plunged into the laboratory. How long do we need to remain here? The Professor approached Lin Hao, inquiring. Just wait. They should have the counter-Sentinel mech ready in no more than 3 days. Lin Hao contemplated before advising. By the way, it would be prudent to contact Eric and advise them to avoid direct confrontation with the Sentinels until our research is complete. That will be the moment for mutants to strike back. I will contact Eric immediately. The Professor, reminded by Lin Hao, hurried off to reach Eric. With the Professor's telepathic abilities, as long as Magneto remained on Earth, he would be able to establish contact. The Professor and his companions temporarily took refuge in Stark Tower. Before the counter-Sentinel mech was developed, this would likely be their only sanctuary. Once they depart from Stark Tower, they will inevitably be pursued by Sentinel robots, evoking an inexorable dread among mutants. After all, these machines were meticulously crafted to combat mutants, possessing the ability to nearly replicate any mutant's powers. How can they possibly confront such adversaries? Otherwise, the Professor would not be fleeing from the Sentinels in every corner of the world. Lin, it seems there is a predicament. As Lin Hao explored Stark Tower, Wanda unexpectedly approached him. What issue? Lin Hao inquired with curiosity. They are injured and in great pain. Upon hearing Wanda's words, Lin Hao recalled that Sunspot and his companions had indeed sustained injuries during their encounter with the Sentinels. Had it not been for Wanda's timely intervention, they might have been slaughtered on the spot by the Sentinels. They will receive excellent treatment at Stark Tower. There is no need for concern, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. Stark Tower is equipped with every necessity, and the medical care is of the highest caliber. Trivial injuries are hardly a concern. Moreover, Lin Hao had already provided ample assistance, rescuing them from the Sentinels and bringing them to Stark Tower, allowing them to momentarily evade further pursuit. The matter of their minor injuries was something Lin Hao was prepared to overlook. Don't you possess a healing drug called Saiyan? They are akin to my kind. Perhaps we could extend our help in this small matter, could we not? Wanda implored, unable to bear witnessing Sunspot and the others enduring such suffering, which was far from trivial and nearly fatal. Very well, I shall play the benefactor this once. Unable to refuse Wanda, Lin Hao retrieved several doses of Xianlin from the Oscorp division of the Halington Group, administering them to Sunspot and his companions. Their injuries miraculously healed within mere minutes. What is this substance? It is truly remarkable. Chapter 58, The Advent of Anti-Sentinel Mechs. Sunspot and the others joyfully moved their bodies, their faces alight with astonishment. This is a healing drug developed by Halington Industries, known as Xianlin, Lin Hao stated earnestly. By the way, it retails for $50,000 per dose. But considering your connection to Wanda, I shall offer you a 20% discount. Do remember to pay. Lin, the Professor's voice came from behind. Lin Hao turned to find the Professor gesturing for his attention. Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss something. The two ascended to the balcony on the top floor of Stark Tower, where Lin Hao initiated the conversation. Professor, what would you like to discuss? First and foremost, I am profoundly grateful for the assistance you have provided us. You are the most remarkable young individual I have encountered in many years, and I perceive immense potential within you. In my view, you are even comparable to Jean Grey. The Professor sincerely expressed. Thank you. But I am well aware of my own potential. No one can rival it. Lin Hao replied, unabashedly confident. Possessing the multiverse system, he was in no way comparable to Jean. Even if she wielded the Phoenix Force, what of it? The Professor chuckled. You are certainly devoid of modesty. I am committed to coexisting peacefully with humanity and advancing together. Yet humanity regards us as outcasts, intent on eradicating mutants, which I find difficult to accept. The Professor sighed. The reason is quite simple. You should be well aware of it. From the moment Mystique assassinated Trask in 1973, the fate of mutants was sealed. Furthermore, mutants possess such formidable powers that politicians fear they might threaten their positions. As long as mutants exist, these politicians find it impossible to rest or enjoy their meals. After all, mutants are not like the Avengers. While these superheroes are powerful, they are under the jurisdiction of SHIELD, which is directly overseen by the government. thereby falling within the control of politicians. Should the day come when superheroes no longer adhere to political authority, it is likely that they too would face elimination. This is a stark reality. If mutants were to be directly governed by the government, would that resolve the issue? In truth, such a scenario is implausible. The professor himself would not condone it, and someone as proud as Magneto would never allow politicians to dictate his every action. Moreover, the struggle between mutants and politicians has been ongoing for many years. In the past, they even captured mutants for inhumane experiments. While mutants may coexist peacefully with humans, they will never be subjugated. Indeed, I ponder whether I have been mistaken all these years and that Eric is actually correct. That ultimately depends on your perspective. In my view, neither side is wrong, merely differing in stance. From the mutant's vantage point, Magneto is entirely justified. While politicians seek to eradicate mutants, Magneto merely takes up arms in resistance. The professor gazed into the distance, remaining silent for a long while before shifting the conversation to Lin Hao. Let us leave that aside. Lin, what about you? How did you acquire your abilities? You are not a mutant, are you? Have you ever heard the saying? Lin Hao replied with a mysterious smile. What is it? The poor rely on mutation, while the wealthy depend on technology. With that, Lin Hao departed. The following days passed in tranquility until the third evening, when Stark and Dr. Jarrow finally emerged from the laboratory. Hey, folks, I believe it's time to celebrate. Stark, though appearing fatigued, wore a radiant smile. Oh, Lin Hao and the others widened their eyes, sensing that they must have achieved a breakthrough. Now, allow our protagonist to make an entrance. According to Mr. Lin, I have named it the Anti-Sentinel Armor, Stark exclaimed, pressing a button on the remote control. The laboratory doors slowly opened, revealing a colossal figure gradually coming into view. Standing over 3 meters tall, it was slightly smaller than the Hulkbuster armor, with robust mechanical arms exuding a sense of power. Its face bore a striking resemblance to Stark's Iron Man's suit, and its surface occasionally glimmered with a golden sheen. While there were no particularly eye-catching features, Lin Hao understood that the Anti-Sentinel armor was far more complex than it appeared. Let me introduce you to the Anti-Sentinel armor, Stark continued. It boasts a medium build, combining speed, strength, explosive power, and defense. Additionally, it is equipped with a detection system capable of automatically identifying Sentinel robots within a 100-mile radius. I have also added thrusters, granting it the ability to fly. Moreover, regarding its weaponry, it is equipped with energy cannons, grenade launchers, plasma guns, particle beams, and various missile systems. The most crucial aspect is that, being named the Anti-Sentinel Mech, it inherently possesses the capability to counteract Sentinel robots. This capability lies in the unique material that forms its surface, an element I have dubbed ionless, a recent invention of mine and Dr. Grow. Ionless can withstand temperatures reaching 100 million degrees and remain unfrozen in environments as frigid as -200 degrees. Additionally, it possesses energy reflection capabilities. When a Sentinel robot's laser attack strikes, it can automatically reflect the attack back, akin to how light bounces off a mirror. With these 3 conditions, combined with the weaponry of the Anti-Sentinel Mech, obliterating Sentinel robots should pose no challenge whatsoever. This was merely a hastily developed prototype, and with further refinement, it will undoubtedly become even more exceptional. Stark proudly presented his latest creation, leaving the professor and others utterly astonished. This should not merely be called the Anti-Sentinel Mech. A more fitting name would be the Sledgehammer Sentinel Mech. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, feeling satisfied. The collaboration between these two, one a genius of the Marvel Universe and the other the most distinguished scientist of the Dragon Ball world, could indeed yield creations capable of world destruction. However, the only drawback is the scarcity of ionless. Currently, the available stock is sufficient to create only 3 Anti-Sentinel mechs. Stark expressed his regret. 3 will suffice. Let us hunt down those sentinels ensnared in darkness. Lin Hao smirked. 3 Anti-Sentinel mechs are already ample, while more would be preferable. The limited supply of ionless makes 3 a commendable achievement. Subsequently, Stark and Dr. Grow continued the production of the Anti-Sentinel mechs. With the experience gained from the first creation and the assistance now at hand, the manufacturing speed of the subsequent 2 Anti-Sentinel mechs significantly increased, culminating in the official debut of all 3 mechs within just 1 week. Chapter 59. Desperation in the vast mountains of Siberia. A fortress lies halfway up one of the peaks, appearing rather rudimentary, as if hastily constructed. It has been 10 days since the professor and his team have returned. Could something have gone awry? In the cave, Wolverine Logan seemed somewhat distracted. They should be fine. He contacted me a few days ago, instructing us to remain in place and await further news, replied Magneto, whose face bore the marks of time. Aside from the 2 of them, several dozen mutants had gathered there, making it their refuge. The fortress was a temporary haven, as the majority of mutants had fallen victim to the Sentinels. Those gathered here constituted the last remnants of mutants on Earth. Eric, we do not have much time left. Whether today or tomorrow, the Sentinels will find us. We are in dire straits. Mystique's expression was grave. The name Sentinel is a nightmare for nearly all mutants. Upon hearing the term, many mutants displayed expressions of utter despair. The shadow cast by this name is overwhelmingly profound. Even Magneto, a level 4 mutant, finds himself powerless against them. It seems that only a level 5 mutant, or perhaps an Omega-class mutant, could stand a chance against the Sentinel robots. Unfortunately, the sole level 5 mutant, Jean Grey, was tragically slain by Logan several years ago. At this moment, Wanda emerges as their only hope. Her chaos magic rivals the Phoenix Force of Jean Grey, possessing the cataclysmic power needed to confront the Sentinel robots. Thus, Wanda has become the beacon of hope for all mutants. After years of struggle against humanity, we find ourselves ultimately outmatched. With a heavy sigh, Magneto appeared to age a decade in an instant. Wolverine remained silent. In terms of age, he surpassed them all, having endured experiences beyond any of their comprehension. Perhaps in his heart, he had long since come to terms with life and death. Suddenly, 20 transport planes materialized 10 miles away. A mutant with clairvoyant abilities conveyed the alarming news, causing a tremor of shock among Magneto and the others. It seemed that time was not on their side. Drawing a deep breath, Magneto commanded Mystique, whose right arm morphed into a blade, to prepare for battle. Come, let us fight to the bitter end. With that, Magneto led a group of mutants, gesturing to open a portal. Dozens of mutants stepped through, emerging onto a platform suspended above an abyss. This would be the final battlefield for the mutants. Before long, under the watchful eyes of all, the 20 transport planes came into view. The cargo doors swung open, unleashing a swarm of Sentinel robots, advancing with overwhelming force. Oh hell! It seems they are determined to win. Logan cursed under his breath. Children, let us fight for mutants one last time. With a surge of power, Magneto lifted a nearby aircraft, and with a wave of his hand, sent it hurtling towards the advancing army of Sentinels. Storm. The mutant Storm understood the cue, her eyes shifting to a pure white. Simultaneously, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, as a bolt struck the aircraft, igniting it just before it reached the Sentinels. The explosion generated a terrifying shockwave, toppling numerous Sentinels in the vicinity. However, the sheer number of Sentinels was overwhelming. Despite the combined assault of Magneto and Storm taking down many, a vast horde continued to surge toward them. Realizing the dire situation, Magneto quickly manipulated the remnants of the destroyed aircraft, forming a massive iron sphere to collide with the oncoming Sentinels. Yet, several Sentinels unleashed laser attacks simultaneously, annihilating the iron sphere into nothingness. Magneto staggered back, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. Hold them off as best as you can. May we endure until the professor returns. Clenching his fist, Wolverine extended his adamantium claws with a metallic snick, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. Deprived of any metallic control, Magneto found himself as powerless as an elderly man unable to lift a feather, although he still possessed the ability to manipulate magnetic fields. It was tragically ineffective against the Sentinel robots. Indeed, his mutant powers were formidable, yet in certain critical moments, they rendered him utterly impotent, such as the present. Lynn, I truly hope that before I am slain by the Sentinels, I can witness your return with Wanda. A weary smile graced Magneto's face. In this life-and-death situation, he seemed to have gained profound insight. The only hope for salvation lay with Lin Hao and Wanda, upon whom he placed all his aspirations. Despite the presence of numerous mutants, the looming army of Sentinels threatened to turn this place into their collective grave. Though Magneto had lived a long life, how wondrous was this world! He was not yet ready to depart. Soon, a harrowing scene unfolded as the Sentinels surged onto the platform. The mutants, resolute in their defiance, faced the robots designed specifically to combat them, rendering their powers seemingly feeble. With a sickening sound, a mutant was swiftly pierced by a Sentinel, blood staining the ground. One by one, mutants fell, while the remaining few fought desperately to uphold their dignity. Wolverine, with his extraordinary healing ability, withstood the laser assaults of the Sentinels, while Blink utilized her teleportation powers to aid those in need, launching counterattacks or evading the relentless assaults. However, it was not long before Blink, surrounded by several Sentinels, was fatally impaled by one of their elongated limbs. The scene was undeniably brutal. As time progressed, the original dozens of mutants dwindled to fewer than 10 in a mere half hour. The ground lay strewn with the corpses of mutants, some pierced through, others dismembered by the Sentinels. In the end, only Magneto, Wolverine, Shadowcat, Storm, and Mystique remained, cornered by hundreds of Sentinels. It's just the 5 of us now. Wolverine's expression was grave. It appeared they could not escape the clutches of the Sentinels. Magneto's hands trembled slightly, despite his reluctance to perish here. The circumstances left him with no choice. As Wolverine spoke, The foremost row of 10 sentinels slowly opened their heads, their laser attacks coalescing. The intense light compelled Magneto to shield his eyes with his hand. As the laser attacks reached their zenith, 10 beams were launched towards them. Just as Magneto closed his eyes, 3 distinct sounds echoed, and he dimly perceived 3 figures suddenly appearing to shield them. The concentrated laser struck the central figure, only to be remarkably deflected back. 10 beams of laser energy converged into a singular, powerful ray, measuring a full meter in diameter, reflecting back with devastating force. In an instant, a sentinel robot positioned directly ahead was utterly disintegrated. The relentless onslaught continued, dissolving another 5 or 6 sentinel robots before gradually exhausting its energy. Magneto and his companions slowly opened their eyes, turning their gazes forward to behold 3 towering mechs, each standing at 3 meters high. Their mere presence, standing silently, bestowed upon Magneto and the others an immense sense of security. "Ah, it seems our saviors have arrived," quipped Wolverine with a smile. Accustomed as he was to the tumult of battle, at that moment, he was perhaps the only one capable of laughter. "I hope we are not too late." A voice echoed from above. The group looked up to see several figures descending from the sky. Lin Hao, Wanda, the Professor, and Stark clad in a newly designed nanotech Iron Man suit. Meanwhile, the Sentinel mechs were piloted by Iceman, Human Torch, and Sunspot. Upon sighting Lin Hao and the Professor, a relieved smile crept across Magneto's face. "It feels wonderful to see you all. For a moment, I thought I was done for. Now is not the time for reminiscing." Lin Hao replied coolly, turning his attention to the throng of hundreds of Sentinel robots. A grin spread across his face as he mused, with so many Sentinel robots here, the rewards for their defeat must be substantial. Lin Hao displayed no semblance of apprehension. If Magneto and his band of mutants had been the prey of the Sentinels moments ago, the roles had now reversed. The Sentinels were now the quarry, and they were the hunters. "Kid, have you really returned with just a handful of people? There are hundreds of Sentinels." Magneto suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Although Lin Hao and the others had arrived just in time to save them, their numbers paled in comparison to the legion of Sentinels. The disparity in numbers was daunting. "Eric, are you afraid, or do you doubt our capabilities?" Lin Hao retorted, rolling his eyes. "With these pathetic creatures, we are more than sufficient." Magneto and Wolverine exchanged incredulous glances. Pathetic creatures indeed. Just moments ago, those very Sentinels had nearly exterminated their entire group of mutants. Magneto found himself torn between skepticism of Lin Hao's bravado and a reluctant hope that they could indeed vanquish the multitude of Sentinel robots. Otherwise, peril would surely await them. "This is precisely what I wished to convey. On this planet, no one rivals my technological prowess," Stark declared with unshakable confidence. "While these Sentinel robots may appear formidable to you, and perhaps none among you can withstand them, to me, they are merely a collection of scrap metal with a modicum of resistance." "Very well then. Might I inquire the name of this presumptuous individual?" Wolverine couldn't resist asking. "Tony Stark." "And you are?" Stark shot back. "Logan, though many call me Wolverine." As Stark conversed with Wolverine, a Sentinel positioned closest to him suddenly launched an attack, transforming its arm into a long spear aimed directly at Stark's heart. "Oh, my dear fellow, you ought not to trouble me," Stark remarked, sensing the Sentinel's abrupt assault. He swiftly turned, and his nanotech armor rapidly formed a shield around his arm, deflecting the spear. Simultaneously, his other hand emitted a plasma beam that gruesomely pierced through the Sentinel's head, which possessed formidable defensive capabilities. In an instant, the plasma beam cleaved the Sentinel in two. "I warned you not to provoke me," Stark declared, reveling in his victory. Incredibly, Mystique and her companions widened their eyes in disbelief. The seemingly invincible Sentinel robots appeared to Stark as mere heaps of scrap metal with a hint of resistance. The demise of the Sentinel resonated throughout the hundreds of other Sentinel robots present. "Prepare for battle," Stark commanded, cautioning Eric and the others to maintain their distance, as he could not guarantee their safety amidst the impending chaos. Hundreds of Sentinels mobilized simultaneously, and Lin Hao, invigorated by the prospect of battle, found the scene exhilarating, particularly as a warrior of Saiyan descent. Magneto and Wolverine, fearing collateral damage, hastily retreated to the cave, knowing their presence would do little to aid Lin Hao and might hinder him instead. "Come forth, beasts," Stark exclaimed, his eyelid twitching in anticipation. 6 energy teleporters rapidly materialized on his back as he shouted, "Wanda, it's your turn." Wanda, understanding his intent, extended her hand. Waves of scarlet chaotic magic surged forth, infusing Stark's energy teleporters. As the chaotic magic coursed through, the 6 teleporters bifurcated the energy into beams that swept across the Sentinel horde. With a swift whoosh, a dozen unsuspecting Sentinels were obliterated into nothingness by the chaotic magic's force. Concurrently, 3 anti-Sentinel mechs surged into the fray, wreaking havoc among the Sentinel ranks. Armed with ion-coated defenses and devastating weaponry such as plasma cannons, particle guns, and grenade launchers, the Sentinel robots crumbled before them as if made of mere paper. Meanwhile, Lin Hao also joined the fray, being the primary force against the Sentinels. His reality-altering abilities and mastery of chaotic magic rendered the Sentinel robots virtually powerless in his presence. The battlefield descended into utter chaos. Unlike before, the tide had turned. Under Lin Hao and his companions' relentless assault, Sentinel after Sentinel fell, and within a mere half hour, nearly 100 had been vanquished, with Lin Hao alone accounting for half of that number. The number of Sentinels is indeed overwhelming. 3 anti-Sentinel mechs are hardly sufficient. Although these mechs possess a natural advantage against Sentinels, their energy is rapidly depleting under the sheer weight of numbers. Once the energy sustaining the anti-Sentinel mechs is exhausted, they will meet a dire fate against the Sentinels. Chapter 61. He is a god with a sharp hiss, streams of plasma rays, chaotic magic beams, ion cannon shots, and the laser attacks of Sentinels crisscross the battlefield, where a moment's inattention could lead to annihilation. The clouds above are illuminated in a riot of colors, while the surrounding mountains lie in ruin. Even Magneto and his companions hiding in a cave can feel the intensity of the battle raging outside. The battlefield is divided into 3 combat zones, one dominated by Lin Hao, another formed by the 3 anti-Sentinel mechs, and the last occupied by Wanda and Stark. 63-64. Lin Hao wields the power of the Reality Stone to reshape reality, effortlessly dispatching a Sentinel. He keeps track of the number of Sentinels he has eliminated, finding the task comparatively easy in contrast to the struggles faced by the other 2 combat zones. Observing Lin Hao, who advances like a divine warrior, the Sentinels encircling him instinctively retreat a few steps. They are not mere mindless machines, but possess a semblance of consciousness. Once invincible, they now seem to fear this man before them, who appears tireless as he continues to decimate their ranks. These Sentinels had once launched a ferocious assault against Lin Hao, yet their attacks proved futile, be it laser strikes or various elemental assaults. Even when dozens of Sentinels coordinated their efforts, they were easily neutralized by Lin Hao, who countered and eliminated several of their comrades. With their ranged attacks rendered ineffective, they resort to close combat. Yet, to Lin Hao, their speed resembles that of sluggish snails. Armed with teleportation and aerial maneuvers, Lin Hao skillfully navigates among the Sentinels, dismantling their defenses and slaying them with ease. What is the matter? Are you afraid of me? He taunts. Even so, I shall not spare you. Realizing the amusing spectacle before him, Lin Hao grins. To him, these Sentinels represent points and combat prowess, ripe for the taking. With a swift motion, Lin Hao extends his arm, conjuring a crimson energy blade from the power of the Reality Stone, a weapon undeniably lethal to the Sentinels. Then, with a smirk, he teleports directly in front of one Sentinel, bringing the energy blade down at an angle toward its neck. Time seems to freeze at that moment. As Lin Hao's energy blade descends, the Sentinel's head is cleanly severed. The cut is smooth as glass. The towering Sentinel, measuring 4 to 5 meters in height, crashes to the ground with a thunderous thud. Lin Hao moved with astonishing speed, effortlessly severing the heads of several Sentinels before they could even react. The more than 100 Sentinel robots surrounding him began to panic. Yet their arrogance prevented them from succumbing to fear or defeat. After all, they still held a numerical advantage. They reasoned that even if it came to a war of attrition, they could surely exhaust Lin Hao. Resolute, the Sentinels simultaneously opened their heads, gathering laser attacks aimed at Lin Hao. If dozens of Sentinels had failed, then surely over 100 would suffice. They intended to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Soon, the laser beams converged, and hundreds of them were unleashed towards Lin Hao. Raising an eyebrow, he chuckled. Now this is getting interesting. With a leap into the void, he soared into the sky, the Sentinel's beams following closely behind. Upon reaching a certain altitude, the multitude of laser attacks coalesced into a single beam, boasting a diameter of 5 meters, pulsating with destructive energy capable of leveling a mountain. The brilliance of the hundreds of laser beams caught Stark's attention. He looked up towards Lin Hao's direction, marveling, wow, Mr. Lin is playing quite recklessly, faced with the collective laser assault from over 100 Sentinels. Even the proud Stark acknowledged he could not withstand such an onslaught. He was curious to see how Lin Hao would navigate this crisis. Soaring thousands of meters high, Lin Hao gazed down at the rapidly approaching laser beams. His expression sharpened as the energy blade in his right hand surged to several times its original size, expanding from just over a meter to an impressive 7 or 8 meters, infused with the potent energy of the Reality Stone. Under these circumstances, he could not retaliate with a Kamehameha wave. After all, Stark, Wanda, and the others were below. A counterattack of that magnitude would surely endanger them all. Come forth. Let me shatter your delusions. As the Sentinel's laser attacks pierced through the clouds, thunder rumbled overhead. when a bolt of lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the darkness. Lin Hao plunged downward. In no time, he met the oncoming laser assaults head-on. His energy blade cleaved through the colossal beam, as effortlessly as a chef's knife slices through a watermelon. The sound of wind whooshing past filled Lin Hao's ears as he descended at breakneck speed, synchronously slicing through the laser beams with each movement. From Stark's perspective, this spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. Through Stark's eyes, he witnessed a long, dark red energy blade cleaving through the massive laser attack with unstoppable force, framed against the backdrop of thunder and lightning. A striking visual impact. As the protagonist of this scene, Lin Hao's gaze was profound. He descended from thousands of meters above, ultimately severing the thunderous laser beam, crashing into the midst of the Sentinels like a meteorite. At the moment he touched down, a wave of energy radiated outward from Lin Hao, sending 2 to 3 dozen Sentinel robots flying. The Sentinels were utterly astonished. This individual was no mere mortal. He was a deity, a god of war. They had never encountered such formidable power before. Even with the combined might of over 100 Sentinels, they were powerless against Lin Hao's onslaught. Upon landing, Lin Hao swept his hand like a blade, instantly decapitating several Sentinels. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the remaining Sentinels lost all will to fight, regardless of their resistance. They seemed as foolish as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot in the eyes of this man. What they once considered invincible, the Sentinels, now found themselves fleeing in disarray. Thinking of escape? That would require their inquiry into whether Lin Hao would permit it. Naturally, Lin Hao would not let them flee. He executed his flight technique in pursuit, and with each strike of his hand, 1 or 2 Sentinels, sometimes even several, were obliterated. Stark watched in disbelief, his eyes twitching. This man had surely lost his mind. The scene was rather absurd. Lin Hao, wielding his energy blade, chased the Sentinels as they scattered through the sky. Yet their speed was no match for his. Even those few who managed to escape for a distance of several miles were swiftly overtaken by Lin Hao, who dispatched them with a single blow. 200. With the last fleeing Sentinel eliminated, Lin Hao clapped his hands in satisfaction, having precisely achieved the count of 200. He pondered how Stark and Wanda were faring. Returning to the battlefield, only a handful of Sentinels remained, desperately struggling on the vast platform, littered with the corpses of their fallen comrades. The battle against the Sentinels was nearing its conclusion, and with Lin Hao's arrival, the remaining remnants had no strength left to resist. Ultimately, Lin Hao had annihilated 215 Sentinel robots in this conflict. And with the 5 from Mid-City High School, the total reached 220. Congratulations to the host for completing the main combat mission, having collectively eliminated 220 Sentinels, earning a reward of 44,000 points and 440,000 combat power. Due to the host's exceptional performance in this battle, an additional reward was granted, the King Kai Fist. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat power, 1, 240,000. Points balance, 59,800. The system's voice echoed in his ears, and Lin Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The rewards garnered from this battle against the Sentinels were indeed considerable, while the reward for a single Sentinel was modest. The cumulative rewards from over 200 were sufficiently enticing and gratifying. Most importantly, the additional reward of the King Kai Fist, a unique technique taught by King Kai's son Wukong, had the potential to multiply one's combat power several times over. Though each increase demanded greater physical resilience from the user, each time Sun Wukong employs the Kaioken technique, his body endures significant damage, rendering it a double-edged sword. Thus, it is prudent to refrain from utilizing such power unless absolutely necessary. The Kaioken is more of a final gambit. For even the Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong nearly collapses after employing the 20-fold Kaioken, while Lin Hao's physical endurance pales in comparison, lagging far behind. Is everyone all right? Lin Hao inquired, regaining his composure. Stark and Wanda both shook their heads. Although Wanda emerged unscathed, her energy was severely depleted, and the 3 Sentinels were nearly destroyed. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Notably, through this battle, Wanda's mastery of chaos magic has deepened, and Lin Hao could distinctly sense that her aura had grown stronger than before. Upon hearing the silence outside, Magneto and Wolverine emerged from the cave, their eyes widening at the sight of the fallen Sentinels. You actually managed to eliminate all the Sentinels? Magneto expressed disbelief, astonished that 6 individuals had toppled over 300 Sentinel robots without sustaining any losses. Well done, my friends, Wolverine exclaimed, genuinely giving Lin Hao a thumbs up. A profound acknowledgement from the depths of his heart. Even defeating 3 Sentinels would have been a formidable challenge for all of them, making their recent triumph worthy of being etched into the annals of mutant history. Thank you for your assistance, which spared the mutants from this calamity. Storm and the others stepped forward, bowing slightly to Lin Hao and his companions, conveying their heartfelt gratitude. It was merely a small effort. After all, it concerned Wanda. Which is why I intervened. All the Sentinels should be gone now. How you mutants contend with the politicians from here on out is your own affair. As long as you do not disturb us. Lin Hao casually waved his hand, dismissing the matter. Had it not been for Wanda's involvement, he would have had no interest in intervening. After all, he was not a superhero, lacking any grand aspirations of upholding justice. His sole desire was to protect those close to him from harm. Regardless, it is you who have saved the mutants. I will personally express my gratitude when I have the opportunity. The professor, seated in his wheelchair, smiled warmly. Let me preemptively add, if you come empty-handed, I shall not welcome you, Lin Hao jested. At this, everyone laughed, the earlier tension and pressure dissipating, replaced by the joy following their escape from disaster. We must take our leave. Perhaps we shall meet again. Lin Hao and his companions, Stark and Wanda, prepared to depart. Suddenly, Magneto spoke up. Wanda, wait. In the past, I may not have set the best example as a father. I know you and Pietro harbor feelings of dislike, even hatred towards me. However, regardless of the past, I hope to see you both again. We will meet again, won't we? After all, we are family. As Magneto uttered these words, his face trembled slightly, his eyes brimming with a father's yearning for his children. Typically self-assured and proud, Magneto's admission stirred a subtle emotion within Lin Hao. Perhaps he was not an ideal father. Yet it could not be said that he lacked love for his offspring. After all, blood is thicker than water. Wanda and Quicksilver are his own flesh and blood. To claim he did not miss them would be a falsehood. Observing the deep longing in Magneto's gaze, Wanda felt an overwhelming urge to rush into his arms. Yet her instincts held her back. Perhaps due to past grievances she could not forgive. Nevertheless, tears welled in her eyes, and as one slipped down her cheek, she gently wiped it away. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but ultimately, silence prevailed. She merely nodded in acknowledgement. Watching Wanda's turmoil, Lin Hao offered a resigned smile. Eric, you know where we reside. If you wish to see Wanda and Pietro, you are welcome anytime. He spoke the words Wanda could not muster, taking the initiative where she faltered. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Magneto finally smiled, waving as he watched Lin Hao and the others depart until they vanished from sight. Then he withdrew his gaze. Eric, Lynn Jackson and Wanda are a couple. Your family has grown stronger, the professor remarked with a tone of congratulations. If that is indeed the case, I can rest easy. This young man is quite impressive. Magneto's face lit up with a look of contentment. Had Wanda chosen an ordinary man, Magneto would likely have objected vehemently, but Lin Hao met his expectations. His daughter deserved to marry a powerful man, and Lin Hao fit the bill perfectly. Chapter 63, The Hydra Conspiracy. The losses were devastating. Stark Tower, gazing at the 3 Sentinel armors on the brink of being scrapped. Stark felt a pang of sorrow. His concern was not for the armors themselves, but for the rare material, unobtainium, utilized in their construction. During the recent battle against the Sentinels, the unobtainium had been depleted due to the intense assaults it endured. If we were to equip it with an infinite energy source, in theory, wouldn't that grant the unobtainium infinite defensive capabilities? Lin Hao mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. An infinite energy source? Mr. Lin, you must be jesting. As of now, that seems unattainable, Stark chuckled, finding the notion of an infinite energy source far-fetched. What would it mean if such a device were indeed developed? It would imply that his nano-armor could engage in endless combat without concern for its energy reserves. Possessing an infinite energy source would exponentially enhance Stark's combat prowess. Is that so? Your inability does not equate to my people's limitations, Lin Hao replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. Stark paused, intrigued, and tentatively inquired. Are you referring to Dr. Garl? Your reactions are not overly sluggish, and I have faith that Dr. Gero can unravel this conundrum. The artificial beings, such as 16, 17, and 18, who possess boundless energy, were all crafted by Dr. Gero. Even the formidable Cell, who once ensnared Sun Wukong and others in dire straits, was a creation of his. A mere device harnessing infinite energy should pose no challenge for Dr. Gero. While I cannot guarantee success, I kindly ask for a moment to delve into my research, Dr. Gero remarked. Indeed, I believe you will succeed. Lin Hao smiled serenely. Stark, consider this infinite energy device as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Dr. Gero's capabilities far exceed your current understanding. He is indeed more formidable than you realize. Yes, even as I pride myself on being a genius, I must concede that Dr. Gero surpasses me. Stark could not refute this. The knowledge and technology possessed by Dr. Gero were on an entirely different plane. You may proceed with your research on the infinite energy device. I must take my leave. After bidding farewell, Lin Hao returned to his villa in Manhattan with Wanda. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Hao suddenly furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual scent in the air. Inside the hall, Peter and the others were gathered, seemingly engaged in discussion, but they immediately ceased their conversation upon Lin Hao and Wanda's entrance. What were you discussing? Lin Hao wore a radiant smile, yet despite their best efforts to conceal it, he could still detect a hint of anxiety in Peter's expression. Hey, Lin, Wanda. Where have you been? We've been searching for you for days, Peter inquired with a natural smile as he stood up. Is that so? I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Lin Hao narrowed his eyes, prompting Peter to hastily defend himself. Lin, are you being overly cautious? What could possibly be wrong? Everything seems fine, doesn't it? Deny it if you must, it matters not. Lin Hao circumvented the trio and strode directly toward a room at the back of the villa. Peter and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Creak. As the door to the room swung open, Captain America, Steve, and Commander Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. were taken aback. Commander Fury lay on the sofa, drenched in sweat, with several bloody bandages adorning his body, evident signs of having been shot multiple times, while Steve appeared somewhat disheveled. Lin, they are, Peter, who had followed closely, attempted to explain, but Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. No need for explanations. I am already aware. It appears that Commander Fury has been pursued. Who in New York would dare to hunt down the commander of S.H.I.E.L.D.? The answer is singular. Hydra, lurking with an S.H.I.E.L.D. and wielding a significant portion of its power. Steve, Commander Fury, it has been a while. You seem to be in quite a predicament. Lin Hao approached leisurely as Steve furrowed his brow. Mr. Lin, if you feel we are intruding, we can take our leave. Oh? So resolute? If you wish to depart. Feel free, Lin Hao gestured toward the door with indifference. Steve's expression suddenly turned awkward. In the vast expanse of New York, besides this place, there was hardly any refuge left for them. The moment they stepped outside, they would continue to be pursued by Hydra. Fortunately, it was Peter, Harry, and Pietro who had come to their aid, granting them a temporary respite. At that moment, Commander Fury struggled to regain his composure, looking up at Lin Hao. Mr. Lin, are you familiar with Hydra? Lin Hao nodded. Indeed, I am well aware. To be candid, S.H.I.E.L.D. has fallen under Hydra's control. They intend to orchestrate a mass extermination of anyone worldwide who poses a threat to them, resulting in the deaths of millions. Fury's expression grew grave. Steve and I stand as the last obstacles to their plan. Once we are eliminated, no one will be able to thwart them. And what does that have to do with me? This is an internal matter of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I seem to have neither the authority nor the qualification to intervene. Lin Hao shrugged. Frankly, this matter did not concern him. He was disinclined to meddle in the affairs of others, especially since Fury could seek assistance from the Avengers without needing his involvement. Lin, did you not hear? Millions of lives are at stake. We cannot stand idly by. The righteous Peter interjected, attempting to persuade Lin Hao. Do you not think you already have enough trouble on your hands? Lin Hao shot him a glare, prompting Peter to hastily close his mouth. But by assisting Commander Fury, we have already incurred Hydra's wrath. Even if we cease our involvement now, Hydra will not let us go, Harry added. You are all quite the source of concern. Lin Hao could distinctly sense that over 100 individuals had surrounded the villa, all of whom were agents of Hydra, yet they represented S.H.I.E.L.D., one of the most powerful organizations in America. Suddenly, Peter's senses heightened, signaling imminent danger. This is bad. We're in danger, he exclaimed urgently. At that moment, Lin Hao's fingers pinched forward, and with the shattering of glass, a bullet appeared between his index and thumb. The trajectory of the bullet was aimed directly at Commander Fury's temple. Lin Hao followed the bullet's path and spotted a disheveled man wearing a mask on the opposite building. Chapter 64. You are remarkably swift. Have you finally decided to make a move? From the moment Lin Hao entered the room, he had sensed Bucky on the other side. Witnessing the bullet between Lin Hao's fingers caused Fury to break into a cold sweat. Thank you. It's him, Steve exclaimed, picking up his shield and preparing to rush out. But Lin Hao stopped him. There's no need to chase. They are already at the door. With that, Lin Hao turned and exited the room, followed closely by Peter and the others. At the villa's entrance, a dozen police cars and hundreds of armed officers surrounded the premises, while Wanda stood resolutely confronting them. By the time Lin Hao and the others arrived, Bucky had already positioned himself at the forefront. Observing the unfolding situation, Lin Hao calmly inquired, Might I ask what offense we have committed that warrants this encirclement? Without uttering a word, Bucky remained silent as an officer clad in uniform stepped forward, coldly declaring, I shall only say this once. Surrender Fury and Steve, or bear the consequences. Lin Hao advanced, scratching his head as he retorted, I believe unlawfully entering a private residence is a criminal act, is it not? If you intend to apprehend individuals here, may I inquire if you possess a warrant? If not, I shall take legal action against you. At these words, the officer erupted in laughter, stepping closer to Lin Hao and producing a warrant, thrusting it before him while icily stating, Behold, this is your warrant. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the document before. To the officer's astonishment, tearing it into shreds. You are courting death. The officer seethed, his eyes wide with fury, a palpable menace radiating from him. Now it is gone. Regardless of who you are, no one shall arrest anyone on my territory, Lin Hao declared with imposing authority. Ridiculous, he thought, that this band of miscreants would dare to apprehend someone within his villa. Bucky, who had remained silent, grew weary of idle chatter. As Lin Hao tore the warrant, Bucky's eyes narrowed, and he lunged at Lin Hao, his mechanical arm clenched into a fist, ready to strike. A mere fighter with a power level of 5. Lin Hao did not even glance at Bucky. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, and before Bucky's fist could descend, he was sent flying backward by the force of that presence. While Bucky may have been a formidable opponent for Steve, to Lin Hao, he was nothing more than a weakling with negligible combat prowess. Stunned, Bucky gazed at Lin Hao, sensing an extremely perilous aura emanating from him. As Bucky made his move, the officer could no longer remain passive. He commanded, engage. Show no mercy to anyone who dares to resist. Upon receiving the order, over 100 police officers surrounding the villa opened fire simultaneously. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly. Thousands of bullets raining down from every angle upon Lin Hao and his companions. In such a torrential downpour of lead, even one with wings could scarcely hope to escape. A sinister grin crept across the officer's lips. Those who dare oppose Hydra must perish. However, in the next moment, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. Lin Hao and Wanda, along with the others, stood motionless. With a subtle lift of his hand, a dark crimson radiance surged forth. As the bullets approached their vicinity, they disintegrated into ash, cascading gently to the ground. Your pursuit of Fury and Steve is your affair, but why do you insist on provoking me? An overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from Lin Hao, causing Bucky's pupils to constrict in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Meanwhile, the officers remained oblivious to the impending calamity, watching in confusion as Bucky fled. Simultaneously, dark crimson energy swirled around Lin Hao. And as he harnessed the power of the Reality Stone, over 100 police officers were reduced to dust in an instant, scattered by the wind. Whether those who oppose Hydra live or die is uncertain, but I am certain that those who dare to provoke me shall meet their demise. Lin Hao turned and entered the villa, leaving behind a remark. Peter, dispose of the police cars. Do not obstruct the path. Peter and his companions were left in astonishment, witnessing over 100 officers, who moments ago were very much alive, disintegrate into dust before their eyes. The enigma of Lin Hao deepened. Peter sighed, and Harry echoed. We shall never keep pace with his strides. While Peter and Harry lamented, Pietro had already dealt with all the police vehicles. Observing this whirlwind of a man, no. This light-like figure, Peter exclaimed, Pietro, you are remarkably swift. Pietro offered a smile in response. Thank you for the compliment. If Lin Hao were to hear this, he would surely find it amusing. Why must a man be compared to anything but speed? I have already taken care of the Hydra operatives outside, Lin Hao stated, producing a mystical fruit and tossing it to Fury. Consume this. After you depart from here, seek assistance from Stark and the others. I prefer not to meddle in the affairs of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury hesitated for a moment, yet swallowed the fruit Lin Hao had given him. In mere seconds, his gunshot wound completely healed. Is this the miraculous fruit that has captivated the world? Truly astonishing. Fury was taken aback. He had previously doubted the fruit's efficacy, believing it to be mere hype, but after personally experiencing its effects, he discovered it indeed had the power to heal wounds instantaneously. Fury rose from the couch. Mr. Lin, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. I shall repay you when the need arises. Perhaps you may never be able to. Lin Hao replied. His assistance today was purely a matter of ethics, had it not been for Peter and the others bringing Fury and Steve here. He would have been indifferent to the situation. Lin Hao never engaged in actions devoid of personal benefit, and today was an exception. Meanwhile, after Bucky's escape, he returned to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. In Fury's office, Alexander Pierce was leisurely enjoying the view, awaiting good news from Bucky. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Bucky rushed in. Upon seeing Bucky's distressed expression, Pierce furrowed his brow and inquired, What happened? Where are Fury and Steve? They are in an absolutely secure location. Bucky's gaze was profound. We faced a formidable enemy, and you may not believe this, but out of 150, I am the only one who returned. The others turned to ashes a second before. Had I delayed even a moment longer, I would not have made it back. Bucky, do you understand what you're saying? Pierce found Bucky's words absurd. I am well aware of what I am saying. If I had not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not believe it either. Bucky's expression was grave. We are up against an unprecedentedly powerful foe. Listening to Bucky's earnest tone, Pierce began to grasp the gravity of the situation. However, this did not deter Hydra's advances. Their momentum could not be halted. It appeared the time had come to awaken him. Who is he? Bucky inquired, puzzled. Are you familiar with mutants? Pierce replied with a sly smile. I know a little. Are you suggesting he is a mutant? Indeed. Pierce paced back and forth, speaking as he moved. Strictly speaking, he is the progenitor of mutants. According to the intelligence I possess, his existence may have spanned tens of thousands of years. In ancient Egypt, thousands of years ago, he last slumbered there. If we can awaken him, nothing in this world will impede our advance, not even the Avengers. His name is Inshabanur. A conspiratorial gleam shone in Pierce's eyes, a scheme to conquer, dominate, and transform the world. How can you guarantee he will serve us? Bucky posed a most perilous question. If this Inshabanur was indeed powerful enough to rival the Avengers, how could Pierce compel him to serve Hydra? How did you come to serve Hydra? Pierce smiled confidently, turning his gaze toward Bucky. Upon hearing this, Bucky fell silent. Once comrades and the best of friends with Steve, he had viewed Hydra as an enemy. Now, however, he found himself in their service. It was indeed ironic, although the current Bucky was unaware of his past. I don't know, Bucky replied, shaking his head. Haha. Pierce laughed heartily. Bucky, you need not know. What you must do now is lead a team to Cairo, Egypt, to awaken Inshabanur. I have arranged everything there. You need only leave the rest to me. Yes. In another room, Lin Hao's consciousness entered the system marketplace, with nearly 60,000 points at his disposal. He intended to see if anything caught his interest. However, after browsing for a considerable time, he found nothing appealing. Some items were indeed tempting, but his current points were insufficient for redemption, while those requiring fewer points held no value for him. Just as Lin Hao prepared to exit the system marketplace, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. System, the combat experience and martial arts of Sun Wukong are divided into 8 stages, correct? What are the point requirements for each? He recalled that he had initially redeemed the combat experience and martial arts of Sun Wukong's youth. To his knowledge, it had been displayed as the first stage, which required 500 points. He wondered what the point requirements were for the second, third, and even higher stages. The combat experience and martial arts of Sun Wukong are divided into 8 stages: youth, young adulthood, adulthood, Super Saiyan 1, Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan God, and Super Saiyan Blue. The point requirements for each stage are as follows: 500, 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 38,000, 70,000, 150,000, and 300,000. Upon reaching the 8th stage, an additional 480,000 points is required to upgrade to the Ultra Instinct technique. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Hao felt a wave of despair. This was indeed a significant pitfall. With his current 59,800 points, he could only advance to Super Saiyan 1, the 4th stage. To progress further would demand an astronomical sum. The points required for advancement only grew larger with each stage, and Lin Hao could hardly fathom that Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts were such a daunting challenge. Wait, something felt amiss. Are you saying that after reaching the 8th stage, I can pay 480,000 points to upgrade to the Supreme Mastery? Lin Hao inquired cautiously. Indeed, host. The system replied. So, you mean that the Supreme Mastery can only be attained by upgrading after the 8th stage and cannot be exchanged for 480,000 points? Is that correct? Your comprehension is impeccable. The system flattered, yet Lin Hao felt no gratitude. In fact, he imagined giving it a slap. He had initially believed that accumulating 480,000 points would suffice. However, based on the current circumstances, it appeared that 1 million points were necessary to proceed. If the system were a person standing before him, Lin Hao would not hesitate to throw a punch. Yet now, aside from cursing it internally, he found himself with no better recourse. Please upgrade me to the 3rd stage, Lin Hao said, calming his urge for violence. He opted to upgrade to the 3rd stage first. After all, it required 15,000 points, leaving him with just under 45,000 points. If he were to upgrade to the 4th stage and expend another 20,000 points, he would be in a precarious position should he need to exchange for emergency items later. Thus, Lin Hao decided to reserve the 45,000 points as a backup. After all, the combat experience and martial arts of the adult version of Sun Wukong were sufficient for his current needs. Should he ascend to Super Saiyan, he might find himself overwhelmed by the sheer influx of power. Congratulations, host, for successfully paying 15,000 points. Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts have been upgraded to adulthood, 3rd stage. Immediately, a torrent of immense information flooded Lin Hao's mind. Fortunately, with his combat power exceeding 1 million, he experienced no headache from the influx. He absorbed all the information imparted by the system, which consisted entirely of Sun Wukong's combat experience and martial arts prior to transforming into Super Saiyan. Compared to his youth, the upgrade was exponentially more formidable. While the upgrade did not grant Lin Hao a direct enhancement in combat power, his current prowess was likely comparable to 1,500,000. Exhilarated, fully embracing this vast wealth of knowledge, Lin Hao took a deep breath. The sensation of becoming stronger was truly exquisite. Wanda, Peter, Harlan, Pietro, it is time to commence today's training. Lin Hao exited the room to continue training with Wanda and the others. After all, their potential far exceeded their current limits. Especially Wanda. Should her chaos magic be fully developed, her power would ascend to an astoundingly terrifying level. Cairo, Egypt. Bucky arrived with a squad of fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, their objective clear, a narrow alleyway on the outskirts of Cairo. All intelligence had been meticulously gathered by Pierce, and accompanying them were local Egyptian followers. They stormed into a residential home, where a bottomless pit awaited in the yard, its destination unknown. This is the place, one of Bucky's companions declared. Bucky's gaze was profound as he nodded slightly, raising his hand. Proceed inside. As the followers of Bucky surged into the cavern, they left a dozen individuals to guard the entrance. Chapter 66, The Awakening of the Apocalypse. Upon entering, the passage descended into the depths, extending approximately several dozen meters underground. The group, led by Bucky, arrived at an underground chamber, where piles of rubble lay scattered, amidst which stood a pyramid soaring several meters high. The pyramid was adorned with enigmatic engravings, and Bucky scrutinized it closely before turning to his acolytes. Are you certain this is the place? Indeed. This is where our God lies in slumber. If our deity grants us strength, I believe we shall attain a position of great prominence across the world. One of the devotees declared fervently, his face radiating devotion. Commence at once. I expect no trickery, lest I ensure you and your God are interred together. Bucky's icy gaze held an unmistakable warning. The devotees fell silent, then dispersed to commence their prayers. O great omnipotent God, grant us strength. Bestow upon us power. Illuminate our path. The supplications echoed, yet the pyramid remained unresponsive. Hours passed, and still, there was no sign of divine intervention. Bucky's patience waned. I increasingly doubt the existence of your God. Losing all composure, he snatched a submachine gun from a nearby henchman, aiming its hollow muzzle at the worshippers. This action startled the believers, causing them to halt their prayers and regard Bucky with caution. At that moment, a beam of sunlight pierced the entrance, illuminating the pyramid. As the rays touched its surface, the previously inert pyramid began to emanate a golden light, revealing the intricate patterns upon it. Look! The followers displayed their excitement. Resuming their prayers, Bucky lowered his weapon, intrigued by the pyramid's transformation. As time progressed, the engravings on the cave walls glimmered to life. Simultaneously, within the pyramid, the apocalypse slowly opened its eyes. The instant his gaze met the world, an overwhelming aura erupted forth. The apocalypse slightly raised his head, and a swirl of grayish-purple energy surged, lifting the massive boulders above him. The cave trembled, debris cascading from above. Sensing the danger, Bucky exclaimed, "Something is amiss. Run!" Quickly, panic ensued among the devotees and Bucky's entourage, who scrambled to escape. However, the sheer number of them resulted in a dozen individuals being left behind in the cavern forever. A thunderous roar resounded. Just as Bucky and the others resurfaced, the ground trembled violently, causing buildings to sway precariously. Even Lin Hao, miles away in New York, felt the tremor as he strolled through the park with Wanda and Peter. Suddenly, a fierce quake struck, reminiscent of an earthquake, sending panic through the park, leaving only the five of them unfazed. An earthquake! Run! Panic ensued as people fled in disarray, but after a single tremor, calmness returned. What was happening? Was it an earthquake? Harry glanced around apprehensively. No, it was not an earthquake. Lin Hao's gaze was profound. At the moment the ground shook. An immensely powerful aura had emerged in his perception, one that even he could not rival. This indicated that the origin of this aura possessed strength surpassing his own. The tremor they had just experienced was triggered by the manifestation of this formidable presence, reverberating across the globe. This showcased the true extent of this individual's power. Why is this so? Peter questioned, bewildered. A person of great strength has been unleashed, and the recent tremor was caused by him, Lin Hao explained. In an open area near residential homes, Bucky and the others watched the figure before them with vigilant eyes. Clad in armor and possessing an eccentric appearance, he curiously surveyed his surroundings, remaining silent. Is he your god? Bucky quietly inquired of the surviving adherents. Perhaps, was the uncertain response from the followers. At that moment, Pierce burst in with a group, gazing at the figure of Apocalypse across from him. After glancing at the documents in his hand, Pierce exclaimed with excitement, "Indeed, it is him. What should we do next?" Bucky asked. "Just watch me," Pierce replied with a confident smile, then approached Apocalypse, commanding in an authoritative tone, "Hey, in Sabah Nur, we are the ones who awakened you, so you must serve us now. Otherwise, we can put you back into slumber." Apocalypse slowly turned his gaze towards Pierce, observing the smile on his face and the greed in his eyes, seemingly beginning to comprehend the situation. "Serve you?" Apocalypse's voice was hoarse. Yes, it seems your comprehension is quite adequate, Pierce replied with satisfaction. Follow me. Let this world bow at our feet. Let the foolish tremble beneath us. I serve no one. It is others who serve me, Apocalypse thought, his heart unperturbed, even feeling a hint of amusement. This world no longer belongs to me. I shall annihilate it and forge a world that is mine. What did you say? Pierce's eyes widened in anger as he waved his hand, prompting Bucky and the others to raise their submachine guns. He coldly stated, "It appears you have yet to grasp your circumstances. You now have but one option, to serve Hydra, or I shall send you to hell." Utterly foolish. Apocalypse scoffed, his eyes turning pure white. Almost everyone in the vicinity transformed into sand, collapsing to the ground, leaving only a few severed limbs behind. Only Bucky managed to escape this fate. Pierce, who had spoken so boldly to Apocalypse moments ago, was now a mere puddle of sand on the ground. Apocalypse turned to the sole survivor, Bucky, and rasped, "You are unlike them. Come here." Bucky felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet his instincts urged him that following Apocalypse was his only path to survival. Otherwise, he would become yet another lesson learned from Pierce's fate. On the outskirts of a Polish town, deep within the woods, a small house stood where Magneto was seated outside, reading and indulging in the tranquility of life. After the battle with the Sentinel, Professor Charles returned to his esteemed Xavier Academy for gifted youngsters, while Magneto chose to embrace a life of retirement, spending his remaining years in tranquility. After decades of conflict with ordinary humanity, Magneto had come to a profound realization. Unless he annihilated all of humanity, the struggle between mutants and humans would yield no resolution. Thus, he opted for retirement. While engrossed in a book, a surge of grayish-purple energy suddenly materialized before him, dispersing to reveal a towering figure clad in armor, whose appearance was rather peculiar. Accompanying him was Bucky. Magneto looked up, addressing Apocalypse. "My friend, you may have mistaken your destination." "No, you are mistaken," Apocalypse replied, striding slowly towards Magneto. "Eric Lensher, I have come for you." "Who are you?" Magneto narrowed his eyes and rose to his feet. "En Sabah-Nur, a god, the sun god. Throughout my countless reincarnations, I have borne many names. This is no longer significant. My child, I shall ignite the fires of humanity's annihilation, uprooting the very civilization of this world to sow new seeds. I will fulfill the mission of a new civilization." "That is eloquently stated, but it is your dream, not mine. My aspiration is to spend my remaining days in peace." Magneto replied with a slight smile. Had this conversation occurred years prior, he might have shared Apocalypse's view, but now he had lost his fighting spirit. The fate of humanity, whether destruction or dominion, held no bearing on him. "No, we are the same kind. The new world belongs to us. Your talents extend far beyond this. I can awaken your potential, making you even more perfect," Apocalypse insisted, extending his hands gently. "Thank you, but I believe I no longer require it," Magneto politely declined. "You will need it," Apocalypse said with an inscrutable smile, and in an instant his eyes transformed into a blinding white. Magneto's eyes followed suit. In that moment, Magneto felt as though he had lost his autonomy. "Let us together annihilate this world and create one that belongs to us. That is the spirit." Apocalypse replied with a grin, guiding Magneto's hand to the ground. "Child, feel the metals that lie beneath the earth, sense the darkness below. You will discover that your power is sufficient to overturn the entire world." As Magneto's palm pressed against the earth, the ground beneath the forest began to tremble. Sand swirled in a vortex, and nearby houses in the town rapidly crumbled, lifted by a mysterious force, forming streams of debris suspended in the air. "Child, unleash your power. Let this world fashioned by humanity be reduced to ruins, and from the ashes, we shall forge our own realm. Wanda, stay at home and don't wander about. I'm stepping out for a moment, understand?" In the villa, Lin Hao issued a brief reminder before instantaneously teleporting to Professor Xavier's academy. Due to his interference in the conflict between mutants and Sentinels, the world for mutants is no longer the one where Wolverine traversed to 1973 to alter the future. Instead, it remains unchanged. Consequently, Apocalypse, who was meant to awaken in 1978, has only just emerged now. Once awakened, Apocalypse will inevitably seek out the Professor. Should he acquire the Professor's telepathic abilities, he would gain dominion over humanity. This includes Lin Hao's parents and Peter as well. Thus, with Apocalypse's awakening, Lin Hao finds himself unable to remain uninvolved. "Mr. Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Hao suddenly appeared in the Professor's office, startling him slightly. "You must have felt the tremor just now, correct?" Lin Hao wasted no time and got straight to the point. "Indeed, there was a violent shake. I initially thought it was an earthquake, but it only occurred once, which is rather strange." The Professor was puzzled about the source of the disturbance. "Apocalypse? Apocalypse?" The Professor appeared confused. "There is something I must convey. You and Eric are not among the earliest mutants. Mutants have existed for tens of thousands of years, and their progenitor is known as Apocalypse. Lin Hao proceeded to elaborate on the details of Apocalypse to the professor. The tremor we just experienced was a result of his awakening. His power is formidable, and among mutants, he ranks as a level 5 mutant. After hearing this, the professor was taken aback. He never imagined that mutants had existed for millennia and that their ancestors still live today. How powerful must a mutant who has survived for tens of thousands of years be? You did not come to me solely to share this, did you? Although the professor could not read Lin Hao's mind, his intellect led him to suspect that Lin Hao's purpose for visiting was not merely to relay this information. If I claimed I was here to protect you, would you believe me? Lin Hao chuckled lightly. Protect me? Why? The professor was perplexed. When had he ever needed protection? Lin Hao pointed to his head, and the professor suddenly realized Apocalypse has survived for thousands of years by transferring his soul into a younger host whenever he nears death. After awakening, he seeks to acquire my telepathic abilities? Is that it? That is approximately correct, Lin Hao affirmed. But what does he want with my telepathy? He has undergone countless reincarnations without obtaining the telepathic mutant ability? Perhaps he has, but not to the extent of your power. Once Apocalypse gains your telepathic abilities, he will be able to control all of humanity, with the exception of myself. That's impossible, even with the enhancement of my primary consciousness. Achieving control over all of humanity would be exceedingly difficult. The professor shook his head in denial, convinced that it was utterly implausible. While it may seem impossible to you, it would be a trivial matter for Apocalypse. He can elevate the mutant abilities of every mutant to their peak potential, Lin Hao replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the professor fell silent, harboring no doubt that Apocalypse, as the progenitor of mutants, possessed the capability to augment mutant abilities. What should I do? Everything remains as usual. I shall keep a vigilant watch over Apocalypse. You need not concern yourself with anything else. Should he dare to approach, I shall ensure he returns from whence he came without respite. Even if Apocalypse possesses greater strength, Lin Hao remains unperturbed. For his true combat prowess far exceeds the mere 124,000 that meets the eye. By the way, where is Eric? Lin Hao inquired promptly. He is not here. Where is he? A foreboding sense crept over Lin Hao. Magneto has likely been subsumed by Apocalypse. In a small town in Poland, when Lin Hao arrived, it had already been reduced to ruins, a testament to Magneto's doing. The entire town lay in desolation. It seems I managed to save the professor, but not Magneto. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. With Apocalypse's awakening of Magneto's abilities, he would become extraordinarily formidable. However, Lin Hao remained untroubled. Magneto had countless methods to contend with this. The paramount concern was the professor. If Apocalypse were to gain control over his mind, Lin Hao would be powerless to prevent him from dominating all of humanity. Chapter 68. History repeats itself. I have arrived too late. Eric must already be under Apocalypse's control. In the world following his past life's reversal of fate, Magneto had succumbed to vengeance after the tragic loss of his daughter and wife, which fueled his allegiance to Apocalypse. However, this version of Magneto is not driven by hatred. His retreat into the secluded woods of Poland indicates that he has relinquished all grudges. Apocalypse can only compel him through control to serve his will. I can locate him. The professor recognized the gravity of the situation. He knew all too well the extent of Magneto's power, especially when amplified by Apocalypse. He then proceeded to the main control room, prepared to utilize the mainframe to track down Magneto. Why can I no longer sense their presence? Lin Hao muttered. Moments ago, he had intended to locate Apocalypse and Magneto through their auras. Given their capabilities, their presences should be formidable, yet he felt nothing across the globe. Could it be that Apocalypse has concealed their energies? If so, the only recourse would be for the professor to employ the mainframe, combined with his telepathic abilities, to find Magneto. As they gathered in the main control room, the professor activated the mainframe, transforming the entire space. Countless silhouettes filled the chamber, initially appearing blue. They soon shifted to red. After this transformation, the once crowded figures dwindled to a mere few. The blue silhouettes represented ordinary humans, while the red indicated mutants. It was evident that, following the Sentinels' extermination, the mutants on Earth had become nearly extinct. Eric, I know you can hear me. A few minutes later, the professor gazed ahead, seemingly conversing with himself. In truth, he had established contact with Magneto. Charles, Magneto, in New York, chuckled enigmatically. We had intended to come find you next, yet it appears you have sought us out instead. Eric, what are you planning? This world belongs to mutants, Charles. Join us, and we shall stride toward a brighter future. This world is rightfully for mutants. Humanity should not exist within it. We will eradicate humans and all that they possess, forging a realm exclusively for mutants. Magneto's eyes gleamed with fervent ambition. Charles, I am grateful for your invitation into your mind. At that moment, Apocalypse also sensed the professor's thoughts, and as his eyes transformed into a pure white, the professor's eyes mirrored this change. Who are you? A sudden sheen of sweat covered the professor's brow, his expression shifting to one of agony. Charles, noticing the professor's distress, Mystique and the others grew anxious, while Lin Hao incisively remarked, Apocalypse has invaded his mind, intending to use Charles's abilities to control the entire world. What shall we do? Mystique inquired urgently. Remove the central brain. Meanwhile, Storm was preparing to forcibly detach the cerebral core. However, as her hand grazed it, sparks erupted violently. It seems history is doomed to repeat itself. Lin Hao sighed in resignation while the situation hadn't spiraled entirely out of control. The only option left was to destroy the central brain. With a relentless barrage of energy blasts striking the chamber's walls, Lin Hao managed to create a gaping hole. And with a shower of sizzling sparks, the central brain finally ceased its operations. The destruction of the central brain left the professor unconscious. And Lin Hao administered a healing pill, allowing the professor to gradually regain consciousness. Charles, what has happened? Where is Eric? Mystique pressed for answers, still concerned for Magneto. Let us speak once we are outside, Lin Hao suggested as they exited the chamber. Once the professor had regained his composure, he spoke. He is in New York. New York? We're in New York. Upon hearing this, an ominous premonition surged within Lin Hao. Manhattan. This was dire news. Wanda and Pietro were in Manhattan. It became clear that Apocalypse intended to lead Magneto to find Wanda and Pietro. Should their mutant abilities be ignited and controlled by Apocalypse, the situation would become unmanageable. What did you say? The professor and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Hao, disinterested in further discussions, sensed Wanda's presence and in an instant teleported back to Manhattan, New York. At that moment, Manhattan had nearly turned to ruins, with Wanda locked in battle against Magneto. While Peter and Harry lay unconscious on the ground. Shifting his gaze, Lin Hao spotted Apocalypse atop a high-rise, alongside Pietro, observing Wanda as she engaged Magneto. Such captivating power. Apocalypse mused, intrigued by Wanda's chaotic magic. Immersed in the allure of her abilities, he suddenly noticed a blinding white light approaching. Turning to his side, he saw a formidable energy blast hurtling toward him. The folly of ignorance. As Apocalypse uttered these words, a protective shield enveloped him and Pietro. The energy blast collided with the shield, only to be absorbed entirely. Oh, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, astonished that the energy blast had proven ineffective. This was indeed the first time he had encountered such a situation. Apocalyptic's power was undeniably formidable. Eric, known as Apocalypse, seemed disinclined to prolong the entanglement with Lin Hao and Wanda. With a simple gesture, Magneto withdrew from the battlefield, returning to Apocalypse's side. Soon thereafter, a grayish-purple energy field enveloped the three of them before vanishing, and Apocalypse and his companions disappeared from the rooftop. Lin Hao had no intention of pursuing them. Apocalypse had completely masked their presence, leaving Lin Hao uncertain of their next destination. However, he speculated that their forthcoming target would likely be the professor. Wanda, are you all right? Lin Hao inquired, noticing her fatigued demeanor. I'm fine. What about Pietro? Wanda took a deep breath, her thoughts lingering on her brother. He has been taken. We should return and discuss it further. Lin Hao handed each of Peter and Harry a healing crystal, and they slowly regained consciousness. Tell me, what just transpired? Lin Hao asked in the living room of the villa. Wanda recounted the events in detail. An hour prior, Apocalypse and Magneto had arrived. Magneto attempted to persuade Wanda and Pietro to join their ranks, but Wanda sensed that the Magneto before her was no longer the father she once knew. A battle ensued, with Magneto blocking Wanda's path under Apocalypse's command, while Apocalypse effortlessly subdued Peter and Harry, subsequently controlling Quicksilver. Meanwhile, Manhattan lay in ruins, devastated by the fierce confrontation between Wanda and Magneto. Chapter 69. The Professor is captured. Lin, it's our fault for not protecting Pietro. We have let him down. Peter and Harry lamented, their faces etched with guilt. Although Harry had significantly increased his power after absorbing Venom, facing a being as formidable as Apocalypse was beyond his capabilities, making their defeat understandable. There is no need for self-reproach. Our adversary was simply too powerful, and I can comprehend your inability to prevail, Lin Hao reassured them, waving his hand dismissively, devoid of any blame. Not even a fully awakened Peter with his spider abilities would stand a chance against Apocalypse. What should we do now? Pietro has been taken. We must rescue him, Peter declared, gritting his teeth. After a year of camaraderie, Pietro had seamlessly integrated into their circle, and Peter could not remain passive in light of his abduction. Rescue is imperative, but it must not be pursued blindly, Lin Hao replied calmly. What do you mean? Harry asked, perplexed. There is no time for lengthy explanations. We must proceed, Lin Hao stated, leading Wanda, Peter, and Harry in a swift teleportation to Xavier's school for gifted youngsters. Fortunately, the professor was still present, implying that Apocalypse had not headed directly there after leaving Manhattan. Lin, Wanda, the professor turned to Peter and Harry, and who might these two be? Hello, I am Peter Parker. Harry Osborn. Peter and Harry introduced themselves and shook the professor's hand, who warmly responded, "It is a pleasure to meet you both. I am Charles Xavier. But you may call me the professor." Having gained a rudimentary understanding of the situation, the professor promptly inquired, "Lynn, have you located Eric?" "We have. But Pietro has also been taken by them. I suspect you may be their next target," Lin Hao pondered. "I am not particularly concerned about Eric and Pietro. My primary worry is that if your powers fall into Apocalypse's hands, the world will face annihilation, and humanity will regress to the Stone Age." Lin Hao was acutely aware of Apocalypse's ambitions and objectives. The professor's mind control abilities must never be seized by him. Everything else could be negotiated. "Mr. Lin, are you not being a tad alarmist? Is it truly as dire as you say?" Mystique expressed her skepticism, honestly doubting Lin Hao's assertions. "No, perhaps he is right." The professor, however, shook his head, harboring no doubts about Lin Hao's words. "It appears the situation is rather grim, nearly beyond our capabilities," Wolverine remarked. His brow furrowed with concern. "It has already surpassed your capabilities. In his past life, during Jean Grey's existence, it was through her phoenix powers that mutants could defeat Apocalypse. Now, in this world where the future could not be reversed, with Jean Grey absent, even the greatest number of mutants would be mere insects before Apocalypse. Given Wanda's current mastery over her chaotic magic, she might not stand as a match for Apocalypse, but should she unleash her full potential, Apocalypse would be in for a reckoning. Are you underestimating us? I acknowledge your assistance in eradicating the Sentinels, but that does not discredit our strength." Mystique stood before Lin Hao, defiantly locking eyes with him. Lin Hao smiled with placidity. "I do not underestimate anyone. I merely speak the truth. If you are unconvinced, then prove your strength by defeating Apocalypse, and I shall acknowledge your prowess." "Mystique," the professor warned her from behind. "I will prove it," yielding to the professor's presence. Mystique coldly uttered a final retort before stepping back to stand alongside him. Suddenly, a grayish-purple energy field materialized out of thin air, and as it unfolded, Apocalypse, Magneto, and Pietro emerged into view. The trio's arrival signaled ominous intentions. "Your opportunity to prove yourself has arrived," Lin Hao remarked, raising an eyebrow and gesturing accordingly. Apocalypse's timing was impeccable. Reluctantly, Mystique refused to concede defeat. She unsheathed a dagger and charged towards the trio. However, before she could close the distance, an unseen force struck her, sending her hurtling back against the wall, where she crashed heavily, injured and spitting blood. "Hey, I suggest you keep your distance from us," Pietro remarked with a grin, standing unaffected. "What just happened?" Wolverine asked, bewildered. "That was Pietro's mutant ability, supersonic speed," Lin Hao casually explained. "Pietro, what are you doing? Come back." Wanda shouted anxiously. She could perhaps overlook Magneto, but she could not afford to ignore Pietro. Yet, Pietro seemed oblivious, entirely disregarding Wanda's pleas. "It's futile. He only listens to my commands now," Apocalypse chuckled triumphantly, addressing Eric. In an instant, Magneto extended his hand, swiftly pulling the professor in his wheelchair towards Apocalypse. "You will find it difficult to take him from me." Lin Hao, quick to react, grasped the professor's wheelchair. Though Magneto exerted considerable force over the metal, it paled in comparison to Lin Hao's strength. Noticing this, Magneto intensified his grip, prompting Lin Hao to unleash a burst of energy towards him, forcing Apocalypse to intervene. An intriguing adversary, but alas, you are not our equal. Calmly, Apocalypse gestured to Pietro beside him. In the next moment, Lin Hao felt his fingers twitch. Upon closer inspection, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had released the professor's wheelchair, who now appeared across the way. Manipulating the flow of time? It seems you have awakened Pietro's abilities. Lin Hao's eyelids flickered. If it were merely a matter of speed, Pietro would not have been able to snatch the professor from his grasp. Only the acceleration of time could accomplish such a feat. Apocalypse did not respond to Lin Hao, but vanished once more with Magneto and the others. "Charles," Storm called as she pursued them. But all that awaited her was an empty corridor, devoid of any presence. "There's no need to chase. They have already departed." Lin Hao waved his hand. Even with his vigilance beside the professor, Apocalypse had succeeded in abducting him. It appeared his prior visit to Manhattan to find Pietro had been premeditated, without Pietro's temporal manipulation. He could not have taken the professor right under Lin Hao's nose. Main battle mission initiated. Defeat and eliminate Apocalypse. Reward, 30,000 points. Choice of a natural ability. Failure penalty, loss of teleportation. Immediately, the system's voice echoed in Lin Hao's ear, heralding the long-awaited main battle mission. It seemed that his confrontation with Apocalypse was inevitable. Setting aside the potential for Apocalypse, Lin Hao could not stand idly by now that Pietro was under his control. "Mr. Lin, I concede that we are no match for him. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I implore you to assist us in rescuing Charles. Will you?" Mystique rose from the ground, her tone laced with desperation. Lin Hao, not inclined to hold a grudge, found himself uncertain of Apocalypse's whereabouts. I need your help to locate them. Is that too difficult? No matter how challenging, we will find them. Leave this to us, Storm declared resolutely. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Prepare yourselves. We shall confront Apocalypse together. Initially, Lin Hao intended to bring only Wanda along, as the rest seemed largely unfit for the task. However, given the stakes concerning the Professor, Mystique, Storm, and Wolverine could not remain idle at the school, and naturally, Peter and Harry would insist on joining as well. In that case, it was prudent to go as a united front. The more allies they had, the better. He could confront Apocalypse, while Wanda faced Magneto, and the others would be tasked with dealing with Pietro and the Winter Soldier, all while attempting to rescue the Professor. Shortly thereafter, a new dilemma arose. Only the Cerebro could conduct a global search, and it could only be operated by the Professor, who possessed extraordinary telepathic abilities. Moreover, in an effort to resolve the situation with the Professor, Lin Hao had just destroyed the Cerebro chamber, making the search for Apocalypse's whereabouts yet another challenge. Lin, perhaps we could enlist the help of S.H.I.E.L.D. in our search? Suggested Harry, as Wolverine and the others frowned in contemplation. Yes. Now that you mention it, doesn't S.H.I.E.L.D. have a flying aircraft carrier? That should be capable of global searches, Peter exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Then what are we waiting for? Let us reach out to S.H.I.E.L.D. There's no need to trouble anyone else. The Cerebro can be operated by more than just the Professor, Lin Hao replied with a mysterious smile, as he had a plan forming in his mind. Who else could operate it? Lin Hao turned to Wanda, leaving everyone perplexed. Wanda can use the Cerebro? Indeed, Wanda nodded slightly, but I do not use it often. Oh, well, I never noticed that before, Wolverine teased. Nonetheless, even if Wanda can operate the Cerebro, the chamber has just been damaged, and repairs will require considerable time. We do not have the luxury of time to fix the Cerebro. Indeed, the current situation is urgent. After abducting the Professor, Apocalypse will undoubtedly attempt a soul transfer immediately, leaving us with no time to repair the Cerebro chamber. Lin Hao smiled lightly. This is not an issue. The others looked at him, bewildered, unable to comprehend his words. Did he mean that he could quickly repair the Cerebro? The Cerebro was the pinnacle of modern technology, the only one of its kind on Earth, and only they were familiar with its programming. Even summoning the world's top hackers might not suffice to comprehend it in a short period. Without further explanation, Lin Hao suddenly vanished from their sight with a whoosh, only to return an instant later, leaving Mystique and the others momentarily stunned. However, this time, there was an additional person with him. Dr. Grohl. Mystique opened the Cerebro chamber. Mystique rolled her eyes in exasperation before transforming into the Professor's likeness to scan her eye, allowing the Cerebro chamber to slowly open. Dr. Grohl. How long will you need? Lin Hao inquired. 10 minutes, Dr. Grohl replied confidently, stepping into the Cerebro chamber. Mr. Lin, where did you find this charlatan? He seems rather unreliable, Storm remarked skeptically, eyeing Dr. Grohl as he entered the chamber. Lin Hao offered no further explanation. As Dr. Grohl entered the Cerebro chamber, the group waited silently for nearly 10 minutes. The chamber door opened once more, and Dr. Grohl emerged slowly. Is it fixed? Storm asked, unable to believe her ears. The programming was slightly more complex than I anticipated. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken this long, Dr. Grohl said, a smug grin on his face. Mystique and the others hurried into the Cerebro chamber, which had regained its illumination. Although the walls still bore a gaping hole, it was operational once more. It was simply unbelievable. Storm emerged, her face a canvas of astonishment. Mr. Lin, from where did you summon such a remarkable individual? He has indeed performed wonders. I must admit, my earlier judgment was rather short-sighted. He is mine. I stand ready to serve him at any moment, Dr. Gero explained. Well done this time. I shall treat you to a grand feast when time permits. Lin Hao replied with a satisfied smile, subsequently escorting Dr. Gero back to Stark Tower. Mr. Lin, I had no idea you had such a formidable ally. I wish to employ him at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. What are your thoughts on this matter? Storm leaned closer, whispering in Lin Hao's ear. You wish to hire Dr. Gero? I fear you may not have the means, Lin Hao stated earnestly. Money is no object. Mr. Lin, name your price. Then you must speak with Stark. Aside from when I require him, he remains in Stark's employ, Lin Hao replied nonchalantly. You mean the Stark who claims to be Iron Man? Storm exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Then I shall pass. I cannot compete with him. Storm shook her head, reconsidering her approach. Although the professor was quite affluent, he paled in comparison to Stark's wealth. During Storm's conversation with Lin Hao, Wanda had already utilized the mainframe and emerged. Lin Hao approached her inquiring, Wanda, have you found them? Yes, they are in Paris, which has now become a desolate wasteland. Let us depart at once. The group then set forth. Lin Hao and Wanda, possessing the ability to fly, required no aircraft. However, the others would need to board a plane. Xavier's school indeed had a jet. Peter, Harry, Wolverine, Storm, and Mystique were tasked with flying, as the journey from Xavier's to Paris was not overly long. With Lin Hao and Wanda's swiftness, they could arrive within mere minutes. Initially, Lin Hao contemplated transporting everyone via teleportation, but alas, he had never been to Paris and could not sense any presence there to pinpoint its location. Thus, they were obliged to fly. Before long, Lin Hao and Wanda reached the outskirts of Paris, gazing upon what was once a vibrant city, now transformed into a ruin. At the center stood a towering pyramid, hundreds of meters high, while the iconic Eiffel Tower had vanished without a trace. Above Paris, countless metallic fragments floated like rivers suspended in the air, shrouded by ominous clouds, rendering the city a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic nightmare. As Lin Hao and Wanda arrived, Magneto, hovering above and controlling the city's metal, opened his eyes. Meanwhile, Pietro and Bucky, positioned before the pyramid's entrance, turned their gazes toward Lin Hao and Wanda. You have finally arrived. Chapter 71. Lin Hao and Quicksilver. It was Bucky, the Winter Soldier, who spoke, his mechanical arm gesturing menacingly, his eyes alight with lethal intent. Where is the professor? Lin Hao inquired, maintaining his composure. You shall see him soon, but only as a corpse. Bucky responded ominously. With that, Bucky brandished a submachine gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Lin Hao and Wanda. Lin Hao raised his hand, dark crimson energy swirling in his palm, transforming the bullets into mere bubbles that drifted skyward. When will you stop relying on such innocuous gadgets? Is that so? Then allow me to introduce you to my fist. Bucky discarded his submachine gun and charged at Lin Hao with remarkable speed. His mechanical arm clenched into a fist, striking down upon Lin Hao with the force of a mountain. Lin Hao could clearly sense that Bucky's strength had significantly increased since their encounter in Manhattan, likely awakened by Apocalypse. Yet, a mere mediocre fighter remains a mediocre fighter, regardless of how much potential is unleashed. Lin Hao remained unperturbed. As Bucky's fist descended, he leisurely raised his palm, effortlessly grasping Bucky's fist. What? Bucky's pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Hao, astonished that his prideful punch had been so simply thwarted. He strained to retract his fist. But Lin Hao's grip was like a vice, unyielding despite Bucky's utmost effort to break free. With his other hand, Lin Hao summoned a pure white energy sphere, which quickly took form. He pressed the energy sphere against Bucky's abdomen, and in that moment, Bucky's pupils contracted once more. Do not further embarrass yourself here, Joker. It is best to lie down quietly. Boom. With that, Lin Hao released the energy sphere, propelling Bucky several thousand meters away, indifferent to his fate. I advise you to leave now. Otherwise, I shall send you to the depths of hell. As Bucky was sent flying, Pietro acted as if he had seen nothing. Fixing his gaze on Lin Hao and Wanda, his words laced with warning. Wanda, do you have the confidence to defeat your father? Lin Hao replied without turning back. Indeed. In an actual confrontation, I am no longer at a disadvantage against him. Wanda nodded slightly. This was the fruit of a year of training with Lin Hao. Now, should she unleash her full potential, even Magneto, whose mutant abilities had been awakened by Apocalypse, might not stand a chance against her. Unlike a year ago, when Magneto could easily best Wanda, the current Wanda is no longer the naive girl she once was. Go on, give it your all and defeat your father. Lin Hao encouraged Wanda, though the words sounded somewhat awkward. Wanda nodded, unfurling her ability to fly, and soared towards Magneto. Just as Lin Hao prepared to act, Wolverine and the others finally arrived in their aircraft. Mystique, you all go inside to rescue the professor. You need not concern yourselves with what happens outside. Lin Hao instructed. Aware that Mystique and her team could offer no assistance here, their only task was to find and rescue the professor. Oh, perhaps you cannot enter. With a slight motion from Pietro, Mystique and her companions were abruptly sent flying back, unable to step even 1 foot into the pyramid's entrance. I cannot allow you to enter. Otherwise, I shall face consequences. Pietro, feeling quite pleased with himself, was suddenly met with a fist crashing into his face. Thud. Pietro landed amidst a pile of rubble, dust flying. Your opponent is me. Do not get distracted. That punch was delivered by Lin Hao, who, after sending Pietro flying, continued his pursuit, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive force of the Qigong shattered the surrounding debris into smithereens, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Seizing this moment, the 5 members of the shapeshifters swiftly regrouped and slipped into the pyramid. Pietro emerged from the haze, his face smeared with dirt, as he brushed off the dust and cast a cold gaze towards Lin Hao. Very well. I shall deal with you first before addressing those others, he declared. With that, Pietro unleashed his supersonic speed, launching a flurry of attacks upon Lin Hao. A smirk danced on Lin Hao's lips as he remained rooted to the spot, while Pietro's movements became mere afterimages. Remarkably, Lin Hao managed to deflect each of Pietro's strikes, rendering them ineffective. In mere seconds, Pietro unleashed over 100 blows, yet not a single one found its mark on Lin Hao. How is this possible? You can keep up with my speed? Pietro questioned, disbelief etched on his face. He had never encountered anyone who could match his velocity, let alone withstand his relentless barrage without falter. Your pride and speed holds little significance in my eyes, Lin Hao remarked, a fleeting glance suggesting that, in the Marvel Universe, Pietro's swiftness might be unparalleled, yet before Lin Hao, it was merely mediocre. Having attuned himself to Pietro's aura, Lin Hao could easily anticipate the trajectory of his attacks, making the task trivial. Why not employ your ability to manipulate the flow of time? Otherwise, you stand no chance of victory, Lin Hao taunted, his finger beckoning provocatively. Very well, as you wish, Pietro replied, cracking his knuckles before springing into action. In that moment, he exerted control over the flow of time within a designated area, severely restricting the motion of all matter within it. Movements that typically took a second to complete now required an extended duration. Within this realm, only Pietro remained unimpeded, allowing him to unleash his supersonic speed without restraint. Lin Hao, too, felt the effects of this temporal manipulation, yet he remained focused ahead, while Pietro closed the distance between them. With a playful tap on Lin Hao's face, Pietro taunted, "So, can you still keep up with my speed?" Suddenly, he landed a punch squarely on Lin Hao's face, sending him flying. In an instant, Pietro flashed to where Lin Hao had landed and struck him again. With a series of blows, Lin Hao found himself at the mercy of Pietro's relentless assault. Growing bored with the sport, Pietro picked up a sharp steel rod, his murderous intent palpable. "I tire of this game. I must dispose of you swiftly so I can deal with those irritating nuisances," he declared, raising the steel rod to thrust towards Lin Hao's heart. Yet, just as he was about to pierce Lin Hao's chest, Lin Hao's form suddenly vanished. Pietro could hardly believe his eyes, and in the next moment, Lin Hao reappeared to his right, delivering a powerful punch directly to Pietro's face. Chapter 72. I can leap through time. Having been struck by a punch from Lin Hao, Pietro's control over the flow of time faltered, causing the temporal pace in the vicinity to return to its normal state. Pietro tumbled across the ground several times before finally rolling into a pile of rubble. Emerging from the debris, his face was smeared with dirt, and he coughed several times due to the dust. How could this happen? You were unaffected? Once he regained his composure, disbelief filled Pietro's eyes. He had dominion over the flow of time in this entire area. How could Lin Hao suddenly retaliate against him? Do you wish to know? Lin Hao replied with a mysterious smile. Then come and try again. Arrogant fool. Let's see how I can bring you down. Pietro was resolute in his disbelief. Within the confines of his controlled temporal domain, no one else could possibly move freely except for him. With that, Pietro sprang into action, once more exerting his control over the flow of time. The movements of all matter within a radius of several hundred meters were affected, as if they had crossed the event horizon of a black hole, where time itself slowed to a crawl. This time, Pietro had no intention of granting Lin Hao any opportunity to counterattack. He unleashed his supersonic speed, seized a sharp steel rebar, and aimed it directly at Lin Hao's neck, intent on delivering a fatal blow to eliminate him once and for all. This time, let's see how you evade. A confident smile crept across Pietro's lips. Within the decelerated temporal zone, coupled with his supersonic velocity, he believed that he was nearly invincible. As Lin Hao drew ever closer, Pietro's expression transformed into a sinister grimace, his eyes glinting with cold malice, revealing his murderous intent. Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, the steel rebar drove straight through Lin Hao's neck. However, it pierced only an illusion. Realizing this was merely a phantasm, Pietro's body instantly tensed. Clang! In the next moment, a resounding thud echoed in Pietro's head, a buzzing noise filling his mind as he was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. Do you still not understand? Lin Hao stood over Pietro, looking down at him with a cold demeanor. You can control the flow of time, but I can leap through it. I was initially capable of jumping 1 second ahead, but within your controlled area, that second stretched into eternity, granting me ample time to counter your attack. I lost. Pietro murmured, nearly unable to believe his ears. How could Lin Hao still move freely within his domain? It turned out he could leap through time. He was forced to concede that before Lin Hao, his mutant ability was utterly worthless. When Pietro had once seized a professor using his time control abilities at Xavier's Academy, Lin Hao had no intention of falling for the same trick twice. Thus, when confronted by Pietro this time, he was already prepared to invoke his time-jumping skill. Rest easy now. With a swift chop, Lin Hao knocked Pietro unconscious. He then spent 600 points to exchange for a drop of sacred water, which he dripped into Pietro's mouth. Currently, Pietro's consciousness is under the control of Apocalypse. Apart from Apocalypse, only this sacred water can restore his autonomy. Otherwise, as long as Apocalypse desires, he will remain a puppet for life. Spending 600 points on it stings Lin Hao a bit. The first time he exchanged for the sacred water, it only cost 300 points for a drop, yet the second time it inexplicably rose to 600 points. Moreover, with each exchange, the points required double, meaning that the next time Lin Hao wishes to exchange for the sacred water, it will cost 1,200 points, and the subsequent time, 2,400 points. Though the sacred water is indeed a divine object, the escalating cost after each exchange is quite burdensome. It appears that points must not be squandered carelessly. Lin Hao murmured to himself, as he still needed to exchange another drop for Magneto. Upon ingestion of the sacred water, a wisp of black smoke quickly emanated from Pietro. And as the smoke dissipated, he regained his consciousness. After awakening, Pietro surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings and, scratching his head, inquired, "Lin, where am I? How did I end up here?" Lin Hao briefly recounted the events, allowing Pietro to grasp the current predicament. After explaining, both Lin Hao and Pietro turned their gazes towards the other side of the sky, where Wanda and Magneto were embroiled in an intense battle. Magneto was commanding a torrent of metal raining down upon Wanda, who was countering with her chaotic magic. A relentless clash of metal and chaotic energy was unfolding. A life-and-death struggle. "Go, sister. Defeat Eric," Pietro exclaimed, his emotions running high. "Hey, Eric is your father. How can you say that?" Lin Hao teased, casting him a sidelong glance. "Though he is my father, my sister holds greater importance in my heart, so I genuinely hope she can triumph over him," Pietro responded defiantly. Lin Hao, with a furrowed brow, found it difficult to comprehend this peculiar family dynamic. Pietro's anticipation was not misplaced. Amidst the clash of metal and chaotic magic, it became evident that Wanda's chaotic magic held the upper hand. Ultimately, her magic obliterated all of Magneto's metal, and the immense energy from her chaotic magic struck Magneto directly. Clang, clang, clang. At the moment Magneto was blasted away by Wanda's chaotic magic, all the metal that had been suspended in the air fell, resembling a rain of metal. Having defeated Magneto, Wanda, however, began to weaken due to the excessive use of her chaotic magic, her delicate form helplessly descending from the sky. "Go fetch your father. I will catch Wanda," Lin Hao said to Pietro before swiftly flying over to catch Wanda, just before she hit the ground. At that moment, Wanda's face was somewhat pale, indicating that her confrontation with Magneto had taken a significant toll on her. "Lin, I did it. I won," she said, lying in Lin Hao's embrace. A joyful smile gracing her face. The once unbeatable Magneto had finally been bested by Wanda. This was indeed a moment of joy for her. "Yes, I saw it. You did wonderfully." Lin Hao smiled gently, bestowing a soft kiss upon Wanda's cheek before leading her back to the entrance of the pyramid. At that moment, Pietro had successfully retrieved Magneto, who appeared disheveled and covered in wounds, his consciousness barely flickering. "Rest for a while to regain your strength. I shall assist Eric," Lin Hao declared. He then expended 1,200 points to exchange for a drop of super holy water. Upon consuming it, Magneto finally regained his autonomy. However, just then, 5 figures suddenly erupted from the Pyramid-S entrance. Chapter 73, The Initial Confrontation with Apocalypse. Thud, thud. The 5 individuals emerging were none other than Wolverine and Pietro's companions, and as they staggered out, Apocalypse followed slowly behind them, yet the professor was conspicuously absent. Pietro landed at Lin Hao's feet, clutching his chest as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "This guy is insane," he exclaimed. "Pietro, where's the professor?" Lin Hao inquired urgently, glancing around in search of the professor, fearing that Apocalypse might have already executed a soul transfer with him. Yet, Apocalypse appeared unchanged. "The professor is still inside. We thwarted Apocalypse's soul transfer, barely escaping with our lives. Stopping him is sufficient. I shall take it from here," Lin Hao reassured. Breathing a sigh of relief, for everything remained under his control. As long as Apocalypse had not succeeded in transferring souls with the professor, all would be manageable. Confronting Lin Hao and his companions, Apocalypse displayed no signs of panic. He gazed at Magneto, then turned to Pietro, his voice gravelly. "It seems you are no longer my subordinates." Being as formidable as he was, Apocalypse sensed that the control he had exerted over Magneto and Pietro had been lifted. "Anyone who dares to obstruct my path shall fall into the abyss." With arms outstretched, Apocalypse proclaimed, his overwhelming presence engulfing the space. "Hey, you oversized weirdo. What are you shouting about? It's not about whose voice is louder, but whose fists are stronger," Lin Hao retorted, a mocking glint in his eyes. Apocalypse slowly shifted his gaze toward Lin Hao, malevolence radiating from him. "It appears you are their leader. Let me see just how strong your fists truly are." "As you wish," Lin Hao replied, and in an instant, he was upon Apocalypse, delivering a formidable punch aimed squarely at his face. Almost immediately, Lin Hao seemed to multiply, unleashing a torrential flurry of strikes upon Apocalypse. Bang, bang, bang. Apocalypse stood motionless, absorbing Lin Hao's relentless assault. In mere seconds, Lin Hao had unleashed over 100 punches upon him, yet to Apocalypse, it felt like mere tickling. Is this the extent of your power? Apocalypse tilted his head, glancing dismissively, and an invisible force repelled Lin Hao, embedding him into the wall behind. What you just witnessed was merely a warm-up. The true spectacle begins now. Lin Hao forcefully broke through the wall, finding the barrier no more than a trifling obstacle. The dark crimson energy of the reality gem surged within Lin Hao's palm. With a swift motion, this energy transformed into a beam of light, aimed directly at Apocalypse's neck. Sensing the imminent danger, Apocalypse promptly evaded, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his neck. However, the energy beam pierced through his arm, severing it cleanly at the midpoint. Not bad, Apocalypse chuckled coldly. His defensive capabilities were indisputable, impervious to blades and bullets, and ordinary energies could hardly breach his defenses. Yet, Lin Hao's ability to sever one of his arms compelled Apocalypse to take the situation seriously. Rustling sounds filled the air as yellow molecules coalesced, reconstituting into a new arm for Apocalypse. This was his signature ability, molecular manipulation, allowing him to control the molecules of any substance, altering their appearance, density, and size at will. The towering pyramid, soaring over 1,000 meters high, was a testament to Apocalypse's molecular control. With a firm grip, Apocalypse ensnared Lin Hao's feet with the ground's molecules. Lin Hao exerted considerable force to break free, but found himself unable to move. Simultaneously, Apocalypse approached, raising his massive fist, and delivered a powerful strike aimed at Lin Hao's head. All right then. If evasion is not an option, I shall confront him head-on. Lin Hao retaliated with a punch of his own, his fist imbued with swirling dark crimson energy. In an instant, their fists collided, unleashing an invisible shockwave that radiated from their point of contact, sending nearby individuals, including Peter, tumbling through the air. The energy of the reality gem relentlessly eroded Apocalypse's fist. Yet, no matter how much damage was inflicted, Apocalypse could always compensate in time. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged through his arm, and Lin Hao sensed the immense pressure bearing down on him. With a thunderous crash, the collision of their formidable powers generated a shockwave that propelled both combatants apart. Apocalypse was thrown back several dozen meters, while Lin Hao skidded across the ground for over 100 meters, leaving behind 2 deep fissures. In this exchange of blows, it seemed that Apocalypse had the upper hand. Lin Hao utilized the energy of the reality gem to expel the residual force that had invaded his body. Indeed, Apocalypse's prowess was not to be underestimated. System, assess Apocalypse's combat power index. Lin Hao was eager to discern just how much stronger Apocalypse was in terms of combat power index. After all, the aura emanating from Apocalypse was distinctly more potent than his own. Coupled with Apocalypse's superhuman strength, stamina, formidable defenses, and various mutant abilities, it was evident that he was the most formidable opponent Lin Hao had encountered thus far. Beep, target detected, Apocalypse, combat power index, 220. As he received the system's feedback, Lin Hao was unfazed. Just in terms of combat power index, Apocalypse surpassed him by nearly 1,000,000. If Lin Hao did not resort to his trump cards, he might truly find it difficult to defeat Apocalypse in a direct confrontation. Even the reality gem's reality-altering capabilities would have limited effect on Apocalypse, unless Lin Hao could gain a deeper mastery over its power. After all, he had only harnessed 5% of the reality gem's potential, barely scratching the surface of its capabilities. Although Lin Hao appeared to be at a slight disadvantage during their recent confrontation, this was, in fact, an ideal circumstance for him. After all, in terms of sheer strength, Apocalypse surpassed him by a significant margin. Following an assessment of their combat capabilities, Lin Hao launched another assault on Apocalypse, who met him head-on without a trace of fear. The two exhibited their extraordinary powers, engaging in a dynamic exchange of blows, each showcasing an array of remarkable abilities. Despite his somewhat precarious position, Lin Hao managed to navigate the situation within the limits of his capabilities, thanks to the reality-altering prowess of the reality gem. Is this the realm of the strong? The battle between Lin Hao and Apocalypse left Peter, Harry, and others in awe. Such a level of combat and power was precisely what they aspired to achieve. Meanwhile, they retreated to a safe distance, wary of the collateral damage that could ensue from a clash of titans. After trading blows for over 100 rounds, Lin Hao and Apocalypse eventually repelled each other in a fierce collision. Lin, are you alright? Wanda inquired after taking a brief respite to regain some stamina. Do not worry. I am fine, Lin Hao replied with a calm smile. Brother Lin, take a moment to rest. Allow me to handle him. Suddenly, Pietro's voice rang out from behind. Lin Hao turned to see Pietro rushing towards Apocalypse without hesitation. What's wrong with you, Pietro? Don't go, come back, Lin Hao shouted, realizing that this reckless individual had no sense of the danger he was courting. Did he truly believe he could defeat Apocalypse by harnessing the power of time manipulation that Apocalypse had awakened within him? Such folly was tantamount to courting death. Yet, Lin Hao was too late. Before he could finish his warning, Pietro had already initiated his attack on Apocalypse. From Pietro's perspective, as he approached Apocalypse at supersonic speed, he activated his time manipulation ability, causing the world around him to slow dramatically. How dare you manipulate me to confront my friend? With punches raining down on Apocalypse's face like strikes in a soccer match, Pietro sent him staggering aside, only to reappear in another position, delivering another blow that sent Apocalypse flying. This punch is for my father. Puff. This punch is for Brother Lin. Puff. This punch is for Peter and Harry. Puff. Just as Pietro was caught up in his momentum, Apocalypse, who had been on the defensive, seized his arm mid-punch. Little one, it is I who bestowed this power upon you. Apocalypse countered, effortlessly nullifying Pietro's time manipulation. His massive fist connected with Pietro's abdomen with devastating force. Puff. The blow nearly popped Pietro's eyes out, causing him to cough up blood. The impact inflicted grievous injuries upon him. Faced with Apocalypse's iron grip, Pietro found himself utterly powerless to resist. After delivering a punishing blow that left Pietro severely wounded, Apocalypse had no intention of letting him go. He lifted Pietro effortlessly, his body swelling in size, rendering Pietro as helpless as an infant in his grasp. Lifting Pietro high above his head, Apocalypse revealed a chilling intent to kill. He raised his knee, positioning Pietro face up, and forcefully slammed him down onto his knee. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered, and Pietro's pupils widened, the spark of life in his eyes rapidly fading. Who would be next? As if discarding refuse, Apocalypse carelessly tossed aside Pietro and turned once more to face Lin Hao and the others. It was at this moment that the area of slowed time surrounding Pietro dissipated entirely. By the time Lin Hao and the others regained their senses, Pietro lay lifeless, abandoned on the ground. Seeing Pietro helplessly sprawled on the earth, Peter used his web to bring him back, but it was too late. Pietro was beyond saving. His vertebrae had been shattered. Even the miraculous beans could not revive him. Lin Hao assessed the situation and quickly discerned the cause of Pietro's demise. At that moment, Lin Hao's murderous intent surged quietly within him. Due to the previous confrontation with Pietro, during which Lin Hao had employed his time-shifting technique twice, he found himself unable to use it again. Otherwise, he could have intervened to prevent this tragic outcome. Wanda. She tightly embraced the lifeless Pietro, tears streaming down her cheeks. As a primal, ferocious aura began to erupt from her. No. Wanda could not accept the grim reality of Pietro's death. She cried out to the heavens, unleashing an indescribable, terrifying force that sent everyone reeling back. Even Lin Hao was pushed back several meters. Wanda, gazing at the scene before her, kneeling on the ground, clutching Pietro's lifeless body, made Lin Hao's heart ache. Regardless of everything, Wanda and Pietro were among his closest friends in this world, and Wanda was also his first love. Witnessing her in such despair was unbearable. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous surge of chaotic magic erupted from Wanda's being, her power skyrocketing, surpassing even Lin Hao and Apocalypse. Apocalypse, now genuinely alarmed, was nonetheless filled with greed. Yes, unleash that power, child. He cackled ominously, yearning for that world-shattering force. The unleashed chaotic magic swept through, devastating everything in its path, turning the surroundings to rubble and chaos. As tranquility returned, Wanda slowly rose, wiping away her tears. With an overwhelming aura, she advanced toward Apocalypse. In that moment, Wanda could truly be called the Scarlet Witch. Lin Hao was eager to witness the extent of Wanda's strength following Pietro's death. Her eyes glowed with a crimson light, exuding both majesty and enigma. With a graceful motion, Wanda lifted Apocalypse with the crimson chaotic magic, then clenched her hand fiercely, unleashing a destructive force upon him. Apocalypse's armor disintegrated into nothingness as his body gradually began to fade away. Yet, Apocalypse remained resolute, unwilling to be vanquished by Wanda. Utilizing his formidable molecular manipulation abilities, he continuously restored his vanishing form while conjuring an energy barrier to repel the onslaught of chaotic magic. Child, do not entertain thoughts of opposing a deity. Everything has long been predetermined. Remarkably, Apocalypse began to turn the tide, the chaotic magic enveloping him gradually dissipating. Foolish god. Wanda scoffed disdainfully as she ascended into the sky, unleashing a torrent of chaotic magic upon Apocalypse. The precariously regained balance crumbled in an instant. The cataclysmic wave of chaotic magic shattered Apocalypse's energy barrier, exposing his form entirely to its chaotic wrath, his very being disappearing at a visible pace. It is all over. With a resounding cry, Wanda propelled Apocalypse into the depths below. In the next moment, the chaotic magic erupted, akin to a nuclear explosion, sweeping across a vast expanse of miles. The terrifying shockwaves surged forth, threatening to obliterate all within its reach, save for Lin Hao, who adeptly transported everyone away from the impending chaos, thus averting disaster. In the aftermath, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, soaring thousands of meters into the sky, a harbinger of devastating destruction. It took several minutes for the tumult to subside. As Peter and the others surveyed the scene, their pupils dilated in shock. Before them lay an immense circular pit. The pyramid crafted by Apocalypse now vanished without a trace. Gazing into the abyss below instilled a sense of dread within Peter. Fortunately, the professor, previously ensconced within the pyramid, had been saved by Lin Hao's timely teleportation. Otherwise, he too would have faced peril. Is it over? Chapter 75, Apocalypse's Power Surge. Peering into the unfathomable darkness of the abyss, Peter murmured. No, it is likely not over yet, Lin Hao replied, shaking his head. How could this be? At that moment, a figure plummeted from the sky. It was Wanda. Lin Hao swiftly flew to her side and caught her. Perhaps due to the recent explosion, Wanda had succumbed to unconsciousness. Peter, keep an eye on Wanda. Entrusting her to Peter, Lin Hao returned to the edge of the abyss. Should Apocalypse have been eradicated in the chaotic magic's eruption, Lin Hao's primary mission would end in failure, leading to the loss of his teleportation ability. Yet, an unsettling intuition lingered within him. It felt as though a primordial beast was stirring within the depths of the abyss. Suddenly, Lin Hao's mind resonated with a powerful hum, an overwhelming aura infiltrating his senses. Apocalypse was not dead. In that instant, Lin Hao became certain Apocalypse still lived. He was not obliterated by Wanda's chaotic magic. Instead, he survived the recent explosion and emerged even stronger. This aura was twice as potent as before. What? Apocalypse is not dead? At this revelation, Storm gasped in astonishment. Just when everyone thought it was over, Lin Hao's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving them unable to fathom that such a powerful surge of chaotic magic had failed to annihilate Apocalypse. Could it be that this fellow truly cannot be defeated? Haha. From the abyss came a chilling, raspy laughter that sent shivers down their spines, drawing the attention of Lin Hao and the others. Oh, it seems we are in serious trouble now, Uncle Wolf remarked pessimistically. As the laughter echoed, countless particles formed a torrent of sand, rapidly cascading into the vast chasm. The sand flowed like a vortex, the sound of rustling grains incessantly filling the air. Subsequently, an immense column of sand erupted from the center of the abyss, coalescing into a towering stone pillar. At the moment the pillar was formed, countless particles converged once more, gathering at its pinnacle to manifest Apocalypse. His body reassembled as he tilted his head back, then suddenly leveled it, directing his gaze towards Lin Hao and the others. Everyone, except Lin Hao, instinctively took several steps back, for Apocalypse's deathly glare instilled a primal fear within them. My heavens, is he a monster? Mystique's voice bore a hint of despair. It's over, utterly over. We ultimately could not escape this calamity, and the world shall be annihilated. Storm's spirits were low, seemingly devoid of any hope. Magneto, being the most direct, disregarded all else and manipulated a deluge of metal to hurl at Apocalypse atop the stone pillar. In response to Magneto's metallic torrent, Apocalypse smirked coldly, extending his hand gently as crimson energy enveloped the metallic flow. In an instant, the metallic torrent vanished without a trace, and the relentless crimson energy surged forth, crashing violently into Magneto. Boom. The crimson energy erupted, leaving a crater several dozen meters wide in its wake, with Magneto lying within, covered in wounds, his fate uncertain. Eric. Mystique rushed over, her face etched with anxiety. Is this chaotic magic? Lin Hao, indifferent to Magneto's plight, recognized that the crimson energy unleashed by Apocalypse was evidently chaotic magic. This fellow not only survived but also absorbed Wanda's chaotic magic? Beep. Detecting target. Apocalypse. Combat Power Index. 450. Now this is intriguing. Lin Hao grinned. As the surge of strength within Apocalypse ignited the flames of battle within him, the warrior instinct in his veins was stirring with anticipation. In stark contrast to Lin Hao's exhilaration, the others were either dead or wounded, and those who survived were shrouded in despair. Lin Hao had no time to encourage them. Instead, he silently ascended into the air, hovering not far above Apocalypse, gazing down upon him. What is he planning? Is he seeking death? Storm raised her head, unable to comprehend Lin Hao's actions. Sacrificing himself? Perhaps not. One must have faith in Lin, for he has an uncanny ability to conjure miracles at critical moments. Peter, however, merely smiled, placing his trust in Lin Hao. To him, Lin relished undertaking the extraordinary. One could only hope. Despite Peter's reassurances, Storm harbored little optimism for Lin Hao. After all, even Magneto had fallen to Apocalypse's might in a single move. What could Lin possibly achieve? Could he defeat Apocalypse? Although Storm wished to believe otherwise, she perceived the likelihood of such a miracle as nearly non-existent. Ah, it's you again. Apocalypse looked up, disdain evident in his voice. Some individuals always assume they can be saviors, yet they grossly overestimate their own strength. You are not formidable enough. Everything is already predestined. I am the embodiment of destiny. With a thunderous roar, Apocalypse unleashed a tempestuous wave of chaotic magic, enveloping the entire city of Paris in a metallic embrace. Behold this power. It is the strength I have long yearned for. Charles is of no consequence now. With this might, I shall reclaim dominion over this world, erasing all of humanity's creations, and ushering in an era that belongs solely to me. Lost in dreams of a glorious future, Apocalypse inhaled the air of this realm. You are the strongest person in this world besides me. Follow in my footsteps, and you shall carve out your place in the forthcoming new world. Submit completely, and release the inherent servility within you. You yearn to be enslaved. Suddenly, a fist struck him squarely in the face, interrupting Apocalypse's grandiloquent speech. To his astonishment, he was sent flying, as if struck by a cannonball, crashing into the wall of a deep pit. My apologies, but you left yourself open. If I hadn't acted, it would have been an affront to my own self, Lin Hao declared, standing midair with conviction. It was true that Apocalypse had been caught off guard, which allowed Lin Hao's punch to land effectively, though it merely knocked him back without inflicting any real damage. Apocalypse soared back into view, locking eyes with Lin Hao. It seems you have made your choice. With your power, I need only lift a finger to ensure your utter defeat. Is that so? Then what if I do this? Lin Hao responded with a chilling smile, clenching his fists tightly as a terrifying energy began to coalesce around him, causing the clouds above to disperse rapidly. At last, with a commanding shout, this dread energy erupted forth. King Kai Fist. With that declaration, Lin Hao's aura surged dramatically, enveloped in crimson flames that radiated an overwhelming presence, rendering him extraordinarily imposing. This was not the end. Lin Hao's power continued to escalate. As his energy swelled, the heavens transformed, and fierce winds howled around him. Soon, Lin Hao's aura surpassed that of Apocalypse. Following that, it climbed even higher before gradually stabilizing. 5 times King Kai Fist. This should suffice for you. Lin Hao clenched his fist, feeling the immense power coursing through his body, excitement beginning to swell within him. With his current strength and physical prowess, he could elevate the Kaioken technique to 7 times its normal capacity. However, to achieve a 10-fold or even 20-fold increase like Sun Wukong, he would require even greater strength and physical endurance to withstand the toll that the Kaioken would impose on his body. Yet, as his power grew, each use of the Kaioken would exact an ever greater burden on him. The Kaioken, a double-edged sword, lived up to its reputation. It not only amplified strength but also enhanced speed, explosiveness, and defensive capabilities. According to Lin Hao's estimations, his battle power index now hovered around 6 million, a disparity of over 1 million in combat power that would allow him to dominate Apocalypse thoroughly. All right, you can come forward to meet your demise. Lin Hao beckoned to Apocalypse from his elevated position. Apocalypse's eyelids twitched as he retorted darkly, "You are overly arrogant. I shall make you realize that a god is insurmountable." With a thunderous roar, Apocalypse summoned the chaotic magic enveloping Paris into his very being, then propelled himself forward with lightning speed, his fist, as large as a sandbag, aimed at Lin Hao's head. A smirk played at the corners of Lin Hao's mouth as he effortlessly intercepted Apocalypse's punch with his right hand, taunting, "Is this the extent of your feeble power, god?" With that, he countered with a swift punch to Apocalypse's face. The speed of the blow left Apocalypse no time to react. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes, thoroughly dismantling the previously haughty Apocalypse, who now exhibited no semblance of temper. Finally, Lin Hao delivered a kick to the nape of Apocalypse's neck, sending him crashing to the ground like a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. Witnessing this spectacle, Storm was left dumbfounded. Is this Lin's power? Can he truly create miracles? Hey, I told you to believe in Lin. He can indeed perform miracles. Apocalypse is merely a minor obstacle. This guy may lack other abilities, but he exudes confidence, Peter declared proudly. For some reason, even in dire situations, as long as Lin is present, I feel unafraid. Well, I take back what I just said. The current situation compelled Storm to acknowledge that Lin might genuinely triumph over Apocalypse, yet it was not the time for complacency. As long as Apocalypse remained alive, the threat to Earth would persist. Suddenly, as Apocalypse plummeted, a shockwave of scarlet energy surged toward Lin Hao from the cloud of dust. Humph! With a casual swat, Lin Hao sent the chaotic magical energy beam flying. No one can impede my progress. Apocalypse emerged from the dust, his furious roar causing the ground of Paris to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Peter exclaimed, hastily leaping to a relatively safe area. It seems you still fail to grasp your predicament. Lin Hao's gaze turned icy. Allow me to shatter your delusions myself. As the words faded, Lin Hao deftly propelled himself upwards, landing gracefully atop Tianqi. With both hands raised, he delivered a powerful elbow strike aimed squarely at the crown of Tianqi's head. The impact echoed sharply, but Tianqi's reflexes were equally swift. In that fleeting moment, he pivoted, bracing Lin Hao's elbow with both hands. His visage contorted with rage, his eyes had transformed into a ghastly white devoid of pupils, leaving only the stark scare visible. "Do not underestimate me," he growled, forcing Lin Hao's elbow away with a tremendous push. With a fierce grip, he summoned a tempest of chaotic magic, coalescing into a devastating punch that surged towards Lin Hao. "Forgive me, but I might truly flatten you," Lin Hao retorted with a mocking smile, extending his palm as dark crimson energies surged forth, consuming Tianqi's chaotic magic entirely. Boom. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao unleashed a ki blast directly at Tianqi's head, creating a gaping hole. Yet, Tianqi quickly regained his composure, though he appeared somewhat disheveled. Despite having recently acquired the formidable power of chaotic magic, he found himself utterly impotent against Lin Hao's relentless onslaught, an unbearable indignity for him. Having envisioned the annihilation of the world and the creation of his own dominion through his newfound power, he was now dealt a staggering blow by Lin Hao, shattering his aspirations. As Tianqi began to recover, Lin Hao closed in, launching a torrential barrage of strikes that left Tianqi grappling for defense. Though he managed to withstand the initial onslaught, Lin Hao soon breached his defenses, landing merciless blows that were almost unyielding in their ferocity. Despite his extraordinary regenerative abilities mitigating the damage, Tianqi's humiliation was palpable. Here he was, a progenitor of mutants, now endowed with potent chaotic magic, yet utterly powerless against his adversary. What a disgrace. "Ah, your divine prowess is lacking. You are the most ineffectual deity I have ever encountered," Lin Hao chided, arms crossed in mockery. "Is this truly your strength? Your attacks are nothing but a mere tickle." Tianqi's eyelids twitched as he feigned bravado. "Have you not realized? From the very beginning, I have merely been toying with you," Lin Hao retorted with a sardonic grin. "Should I truly wish to end you, it would take but a single strike. Arrogant wretch, allow me to demonstrate my true power. Feel the tremors of dread, mortal," Tianqi proclaimed, propelling himself backward as the atmosphere surged with a volatile energy, causing the ground to tremble and even the surrounding space to quiver. What are you planning?" Lin Hao mused, noting Tianqi's rapid response, yet dismissing it as inconsequential. In Lin Hao's eyes, Tianqi's chaotic magic posed no genuine threat, although he had absorbed Wanda's chaotic magic. It was merely a fraction of the boundless power she wielded. Tianqi's chaotic magic was, after all, limited. With a subtle shift of his form, Lin Hao effortlessly evaded the trajectory of the chaotic magic shockwave, observing Tianqi's display with an air of calm detachment. As the ground began to tremble, it was as if an endless multitude of molecules surged from the earth, soaring towards the celestial being known as Apocalypse. Soon, Apocalypse was enveloped by a sea of these molecules. Countless particles began to coalesce, and before the astonished gaze of the onlookers below, a colossal giant, towering hundreds of meters high, took shape. This giant was none other than Apocalypse himself. Feel the power capable of annihilating the world. Apocalypse spread his massive arms wide, causing all matter within a radius of several hundred miles to rapidly disintegrate into molecules, and this range continued to expand. This being truly wished to bring about the destruction of the world. Though Lin Hao was no superhero and lacked the resolve to save the world, he pondered where he would reside if Apocalypse reduced all structures on Earth to rubble. Now was the time of reckoning. Unleashing his full power, Apocalypse once again directed his gaze towards Lin Hao in the sky, his eyes transforming into a vivid crimson. Two beams of scarlet energy shot forth. "It was time to put an end to you." Lin Hao's expression hardened as he charged directly towards Apocalypse, weaving between the two crimson energy beams while simultaneously activating the Eye of Death. At that moment, as the Eye of Death opened, Lin Hao discerned several lines and death points on Apocalypse's form. There were only a few death points visible, indicating that this being had survived for centuries for a reason. If he continued to transfer his soul into new bodies, Apocalypse would undoubtedly achieve eternal existence. Strictly speaking, Apocalypse could be considered a god of mutants. Indeed, Lin Hao realized that his other methods might not be sufficient to utterly vanquish Apocalypse, especially since this being had survived the wrath of Wanda after her outburst, subsequently absorbing chaos magic and dramatically increasing in strength. This demonstrated the remarkable vitality of Apocalypse. Only by utilizing the Eye of Death to sever his death points could Lin Hao truly eradicate him. With such a substantial target, if I cannot kill you, then I have no place in this world. As Apocalypse grew larger, his death points undoubtedly expanded as well. Lin Hao aimed for the death point in his chest and surged forward. The energy of the Reality Stone coalesced into a blade within his palm, while at that moment, Apocalypse remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seeing Lin Hao approach, Apocalypse scoffed. "No matter what method you employ, I am invincible." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when Lin Hao's handblade pierced through his chest. Severing Apocalypse's death point, Lin Hao penetrated his torso and emerged from his back. In that instant, the vitality within Apocalypse was rapidly dissipating. His expression vacant, He glanced down at the gaping wound in his chest, bewildered as to why this was occurring. Not to mention this single wound. Even if several more were inflicted upon him, it would have been futile. Yet, this strike from Lin Hao dealt him a catastrophic blow. Why? Were the last words that escaped Apocalypse's lips before his body began to disintegrate and then vanish. His form transformed into a multitude of molecules. Some scattered by the wind, as his essence swiftly faded away. Rustle. Soon, the colossal form of Apocalypse crumbled completely, and the process of transforming all matter within its expanding realm into molecules ceased as well. Is it over? Storm, who had witnessed the entire scene, could scarcely believe that they had vanquished Apocalypse. Indeed, it is finished, Peter remarked while observing his own arm in response to Storm's words. His spider sense indicated that the danger had dissipated, signifying that Apocalypse was indeed dead. Just as you said, he created a miracle. Perhaps I ought to reassess him, Storm said. A look of relief spreading across her face. Everything felt surreal. She had thought all hope was lost, yet at that critical moment, Lin Hao had emerged and turned the tide. Wolverine, glancing towards Lin Hao, also smiled. Good lad. After dispersing the King of Worlds technique, Lin Hao was engulfed in excruciating pain that penetrated to his very bones, nearly compelling him to grit his teeth. The burden was indeed substantial. It seemed prudent to refrain from using the King of Worlds technique unless absolutely necessary. Lin Hao clenched his jaw and swallowed a celestial herb, which alleviated the torment. He then soared towards Peter and the others, who were sprawled on the ground. Wanda, Magneto, the Professor, and Pietro. Wanda and the Professor were in a state of unconsciousness, while Magneto had fainted from his severe injuries. Lin Hao administered a celestial herb to Wanda, the Professor, and Magneto. Gradually, after consuming the celestial herbs, Wanda and the others began to awaken. The Professor surveyed his surroundings and quickly grasped the situation. Upon waking, Wanda's gaze fell upon her brother Pietro, who lay lifeless on the ground, her eyes reddening once more as her voice trembled. Pietro. Magneto's hand quivered slightly. Though he did not outwardly display the same sorrow as Wanda, Lin Hao could discern the profound grief etched on his face and hands. Witnessing his own son slain by Apocalypse, how could even Magneto remain unscathed by such sorrow? Lin, is there truly no way to save Pietro? Harry asked, his expression heavy with despair. The boy is already dead. What more can be done? Can one truly resurrect the deceased? Peter replied. Though he too felt the weight of grief, he was compelled to accept the harsh reality of Pietro's demise. Resurrection is merely a figment of fantasy. How could it ever be realized in reality? No, perhaps resurrection is indeed possible, Lin Hao suddenly interjected, as everyone was engulfed in the sorrow of Pietro's passing. At these words, Wanda and Magneto turned their attention to Lin Hao. Lin, do you have a way to save Pietro? They inquired eagerly. Rest assured, Pietro shall not perish, Lin Hao replied with a slight smile, extending his hand to reveal a gleaming blade shimmering with icy light. What is this? Peter asked, intrigued. Lin Hao smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. This blade was the reward for completing the main battle task, and between 30,000 points and the natural tooth, Lin Hao had chosen the latter. The natural tooth, a healing blade capable of slaying the emissaries of the underworld and resurrecting the deceased. However, each life can only be revived once by the natural tooth. But that will suffice. Holding the innate blade, Lin Hao beheld the two emissaries of the underworld encircling Pietro, their tridents poised to seize his soul. Arise, Lin Hao commanded. Stepping beside the dark messengers, and with a swift stroke, he cleaved downward. Chapter 78. The Revelation of Magneto as Lin Hao's blade descended. The two emissaries emitted a piercing wail, dissolving into flickering motes of light. Lin, what are you doing? Slashing at thin air? To Peter and the others. It appeared as though Lin Hao merely swung his weapon at nothing, leaving Peter perplexed and uncertain of the purpose behind his actions. Am I dead? Just as Pietro's lifeless form lay on the ground, he abruptly opened his eyes. Pietro, Wanda exclaimed in overwhelming joy, enveloping him in a tight embrace. You're all right. The others were equally astonished. Had not Pietro been lifeless moments ago? How could this be? Wolverine approached Lin Hao, voicing his confusion. What happened? Because of this blade. Lin Hao replied, raising the innate weapon, a glint of icy radiance sliding from the hilt to the tip, its sharpness self-evident. Yet, this very sharp instrument was wielded for salvation. A single strike could mend any wound, even resurrect the dead. This blade? Wolverine queried, bewildered. In simpler terms, it is a life-saving blade, capable of reviving the deceased, but only once. It is ineffective for those who have succumbed to natural causes. Only those who have died unnaturally may be restored, Lin Hao explained bluntly. My goodness, what an extraordinary blade. Wolverine marveled. I have never encountered such a weapon. This is truly enlightening. The professor smiled faintly, having witnessed something unprecedented today, a blade that could revive the dead, unfolding right before his eyes. Even a man of his extensive experience had never seen anything like it. Congratulations. You've struck gold. If you use this blade to save lives, you shall become the wealthiest person in the world, Storm teased. Lin Hao was momentarily at a loss for words. He had no need for such trivialities, as wealth was merely a number to him, as long as he had enough to live comfortably. The group animatedly discussed the blade's potential when Magneto approached, expressing his gratitude. Mr. Lin, I sincerely thank you for your assistance. I may not have many years left, and Wanda will rely on you. She is a good girl, and I hope you treat her well. Lin Hao was taken aback by Magneto's unexpected words, but he grasped their significance and replied with a smile, You needn't worry. As long as I am here, no one shall harm Wanda, unless they tread over my corpse. At this, Magneto smiled with satisfaction and meaningfully patted Lin Hao's shoulder. The battle against Apocalypse had reached a satisfactory conclusion, despite the myriad challenges along the way, culminating in a joyful resolution. Not only did they eliminate the Apocalypse, but they also suffered no casualties on their side. Pietro was considered a casualty, yet Lin Hao rescued him with the innate tooth. As for the now non-existent city of Paris, it was beyond Lin Hao's jurisdiction, if blame were to be assigned. It could only be attributed to its unfortunate fate of being chosen by the Apocalypse. Following the fierce battle today, Lin Hao's strength experienced a notable increase, rising from a combat power of 1.24 million to 1.6 million, and he also acquired an innate tooth. While the innate tooth may seem inconsequential in ordinary circumstances, it proves invaluable at critical moments, as exemplified today. Should anyone else face demise in battle in the future, at least they could still be under Lin Hao's control. After the confrontation with the Apocalypse, Lin Hao finally had the opportunity to rest for a while. A month later, he devised an outdoor barbecue plan. After so many battles, it was time to unwind. Furthermore, Lin Hao had previously promised Dr. Goro a delightful meal when time allowed. This barbecue was both a celebration and a means to fulfill his promise to Dr. Goro. The barbecue was entirely under Stark's purview, who arranged it at a private estate on the outskirts of New York, featuring a vast golf course where the event would take place. Ding, ding, ding. One evening, while Lin Hao was perusing a magazine at home, his phone rang leisurely. It was Stark calling. Lin, everything is arranged. You all can come over now. After hanging up, Lin Hao invited Wanda, Peter, Harry, and Pietro, then promptly sent Harry to fetch his father, Norman Osborn, while Peter went to collect his Aunt May. Lin Hao himself returned home to bring his father, Jason Jackson, and mother, Mina Romanoff. Upon regrouping, they all set off for Stark's private estate. Dear Lin, recently Mommy has received multiple complaints from your teachers, stating that you often skip school. They are requesting a letter of apology when you return to school. Mina Romanoff remarked earnestly during the journey. What letter of apology? We all know what Lin has been occupied with. To be frank, isn't education merely a means to achieve success and earn substantial wealth in the future? Our son is already making a fortune, Jason said, glancing at the luxurious Maybach steering wheel in his hands, a smile of pride illuminating his face. He countered Mina, his tone brimming with pride. They were somewhat aware of Lin Hao's recent undertakings, although not entirely specific, they at least knew what he was up to. Jason's stance was clear. As long as it was legal and profitable, he would support it. Clearly, Lin Hao had demonstrated through his actions that he was now a major shareholder of the highly valued Hailing Gun Industrial Company in the United States. Why would he need to attend school? He could easily purchase Midtown High School and transform it into a private institution. Father understands me, Lin Hao exclaimed with joyous laughter. Mina rolled her eyes, exasperated, and said, Look at you. Now that you have a bit of money, you don't even know where to flaunt it. Oh, my dear Mina, this is the undeniable truth before us. Tomorrow, I shall resign from my job. After toiling for most of my life, I can finally enjoy a well-deserved rest, Jason said with a beaming smile. Lin, you need not heed his words. You must return to school. Do you understand? Mina, dismissive of Jason, turned to offer her admonition. Mommy, I believe Dad is right. Lin Hao replied with an awkward yet polite smile. To be honest, the field of study he is currently pursuing bears no relation to his present endeavors. So is there even a necessity for further education? Rather than attending classes, he would much prefer to spend time on a date with Wanda. How about this? Let us hold a vote among the three of us. Those in favor of Lin continuing his studies need not raise their hands. Those who believe he should not attend school, please raise your hands. The minority shall yield to the majority. Fair enough? With that, Jason did not allow Mina a moment to respond, raising both hands in agreement at the red light. Lin Hao reacted swiftly, raising his hands as well, leaving Mina, who did not raise her hands, utterly baffled. Chapter 79, Barbecue Ah? So you two have conspired to bully me, have you? Just wait until I return home. I will ensure you both are dealt with. Mina exclaimed, tugging at Jason's ear, causing him to cry out in pain. Amidst laughter and banter, Lin Hao and his companions soon arrived at Stark's private estate. Stark had been waiting at the entrance and, upon seeing Lin Hao and his group, approached with a broad smile. Welcome to my Stark Manor. Tonight, you shall enjoy a delightful evening here. With that, Stark embraced Lin Hao, who replied with a smile, allow me to introduce you to my father, Jason Jackson, and my mother, Mina Romanoff. Oh, Stark exclaimed in surprise, shaking hands with both Jason and Mina. Mr. Jason, Mrs. Mina, it is a pleasure to meet you. Your son is exceptional. Thank you. You are quite remarkable yourself. In fact, I am still a fan of yours, though my current idol is my son Lin, Jason replied with a cheerful smile. Mina added, Mr. Stark, I am also one of your admirers. Is that so? What an honor, Stark said, slightly taken aback. Shall we go inside? Subsequently, Stark led Lin Hao and his companions into the estate, where the golf course had been prepared for the gathering. 3 barbecue grills were arranged in a triangular formation, and a skilled chef was already at work grilling. Additionally, several tables were set with bottles of Roman e Conti and Zionis, alongside a heap of gift boxes. Most importantly, a band was playing soothing music, allowing everyone to unwind. Stark certainly knew how to host an event. Upon their arrival, Lin Hao's guests included Professor, Magneto, Wolverine, Storm, Mystique, and Shadowcat, all of whom were on the invitation list Lin Hao had specifically provided to Stark. There were also several of Stark's guests, such as Captain America Steve, Fury, Dr. Banner, Black Widow Natasha, and Hawkeye Barton. Of course, Dr. Jarrow was also present. With Lin Hao's group, there were easily 20 individuals in attendance. Observing the scene, Lin Hao's lips curled into a subtle smile. Indeed, today, this place had transformed into a grand assembly of superheroes from the Marvel Universe. How lively it is. Aunt May could not help but exclaim at the spectacle. Feel free to indulge in food and drink. Tonight, we have an array of delicacies including beef, bacon, lamb, chicken, and even alligator meat. Later, there will be a lottery with generous prizes, Stark proclaimed with a wave of his hand, exuding a sense of grandeur. A lottery? I adore that. Mina exclaimed with excitement upon hearing the news. You all go ahead and enjoy. I shall join you shortly, Lin Hao remarked as he sought out Dr. Jarrow, strolling across the golf course. Dr. Jarrow, are there any new developments in your research lately? Lin Hao inquired. We are still working on the infinite energy device. A preliminary model has been developed, and I believe we will achieve results within 3 months, Dr. Jarrow replied. Well, I have another task for you. Once the infinite energy device is completed, I would like you to explore the creation of androids, powerful combatants. As for their strength, let your imagination run wild. Remember to integrate the infinite energy device. Androids? That is an intriguing idea. Dr. Jarrow's interest was piqued at the suggestion. Lin Hao smiled faintly. Indeed, this was his mission. Notable androids such as 16, 17, 18, and even Cell were all the masterpieces of Dr. Jarrow. Failing to explore such a remarkable creation would be a tremendous waste, and once completed, Dr. Jarrow's androids would undoubtedly become integral members of their team. Keep up the great work, Lin Hao said, patting Dr. Jarrow on the shoulder as they made their way back. On their return, Peter and the others were gathered around, engrossed in a game of do di ju, where the losers had to drink, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Hey Lin, you're back. Want to join us? Peter invited. Do di ju. It has been quite some time since I played. Lin Hao murmured to himself before his interest was piqued, exclaiming, Come, come, come. Allow me to show you what it means to be the god of do di ju. Soon, Lin Hao joined the fray, taking on the role of the landlord while others clustered together, chatting and drinking. Before long, the barbecue was served, marking the official commencement of the gathering. Through this event, the group of mutants from the X-Men gradually became familiar with the Avengers, reveling in their camaraderie and shared laughter. As the barbecue gathering approached its conclusion, under the guidance of Stark and Pepper Potts, the lottery segment began. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence at tonight's barbecue. I trust you have all feasted well. Now, let us proceed to the lottery. Allow me to introduce the prizes for this evening. The third prize is an extravagant diamond ring valued at $5 million, aptly named the Shining Star. As Stark introduced the prize, a captivating woman approached, delicately holding an exquisite box, within which lay a dazzling diamond ring, its gemstone nearly the size of a pigeon's egg, an unequivocal weapon of allure for any woman. How beautiful! Wanda's eyes sparkled, evidently enchanted by the Shining Star ring. Do you like it? Lin Hao inquired with a smile. Wanda nodded. I like it. It should look splendid on my wrist. If only I could win it. Lin Hao smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent as Stark continued with the introductions, soon arriving at the grand prize. The highlight of the evening, the grand prize, was a standalone villa located in Long Island, covering an area of 5,000 square feet, valued at over $100 million. A gasp echoed through the crowd as Stark's words settled in. A villa worth $100 million. Stark truly spared no expense for tonight's gathering. Aside from Lin Hao, Stark, and the professor, the rest of the attendees were relatively less affluent. For the majority present, the allure of a $100 million villa was undeniably enticing. Let us commence the lottery. Who shall be first? Each person has one chance to draw. Stark scanned the crowd, and Wanda could not resist raising her hand. May I go first? Of course. Miss Wanda, please step forward. Wanda approached and quickly drew a ticket from the box held by the bunny girl. Stark took the ticket, glanced at it, and regretfully shook his head. I am sorry, Miss Wanda. You have drawn a consolation prize. Please choose one from the prizes displayed behind me. Stark smiled while gesturing towards the array of prize boxes, and Wanda chuckled. It seems my luck has faltered. Not overly concerned about not winning her coveted brilliant star, she accepted the outcome with grace. After all, the essence of a lottery lies in participation, not in expectation. After a few more attempts, no one had yet drawn the grand prize. When Lin Hao stepped forward, allow me to go next. Mr. Lin, I hope you will be the first to draw tonight's grand prize, Stark said with an expectant grin. Then I shall not be modest. With that, Lin Hao reached into the box, rummaged around, and suddenly grasped a ticket. An aura of dark red energy swirled around him as he drew it out. Without a glance, he handed the ticket to Stark. Stark's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, it seems my words have indeed come true. Tonight's first grand prize belongs to Mr. Lin. What is it? The crowd leaned in eagerly, their gazes fixed on Stark, yearning for him to announce which prize Lin Hao had won. Mr. Lin has drawn. Stark paused dramatically, relishing the suspense before declaring. Third prize, the diamond ring, brilliant star. As Stark's announcement echoed through the room, some sighed in relief while others exhaled in disappointment. The latter mostly comprised the young women present, as not only Wanda coveted the brilliant star, Phantom Cat, Storm, and even Aunt May had their eyes on it, only for it to be claimed by Lin Hao. Having received his prize, Lin Hao returned to his seat. Lin, you are incredibly lucky. I just went up and drew a consolation prize. Peter exclaimed enviously from the side. In comparison to the $500,000 brilliant star Lin Hao had won, Peter's consolation prize seemed insignificant. Their fortunes were indeed worlds apart. In reality, Lin Hao's fortune was not merely a stroke of luck. Rather, he employed the power of the reality stone to modify the outcome of the lottery, changing his prize to the third tier. If he desired, he could have easily altered it to the grand prize. However, he had no need for a villa. If only I could win, Wanda lamented, her face a canvas of envy, longing for a chance that eluded her due to her misfortune. As the lottery continued, Lin Hao took Wanda, who had already completed her draw, to a nearby patch of grass. They lay down, gazing at the moon above, and Wanda, in a state of complete relaxation, whispered, I wish we could remain like this forever. I truly hope the days ahead can be more tranquil. Lin Hao remained silent, harboring a similar desire for peace. Yet, being immersed in the Marvel universe, tranquility was a luxury seldom afforded. In this realm, chaos lingered, and trouble could emerge at any moment. Thus, he was driven to grow stronger. Only by becoming truly formidable could he safeguard those he cherished. Lin, have you ever contemplated the future? What changes do you foresee for us, or perhaps for the world? Wanda turned to him with a question. The future? He pondered. It seems too distant to consider. What purpose does it serve to dwell on it? One can never predict what may unfold in the next moment. So I choose to cherish the present. From his pocket, he retrieved a box containing a diamond ring and said, Please, give me your hand. Ah? Wanda was puzzled by his intent. Lin Hao gently took her hand, extracting the brilliant star and delicately placing it on her left middle finger. Lin, what is this? Wanda was taken aback, staring at the resplendent gem now adorning her hand. You are my woman, and this brilliant star is, of course, a gift for you. Do you like it? Lin Hao's gaze was tender as he looked at her. Overwhelmed by emotion and warmth at his affectionate demeanor, Wanda felt an unexplainable connection to him. I love it. She softly kissed Lin Hao. It was unclear when she had fallen for him, but in her heart, she had long since recognized him as hers. Wanda felt no need to restrain herself. After all, love ought to be expressed. Lin Hao reciprocated her kiss, and after their passionate embrace, Wanda nestled into Lin Hao's arms. They lay quietly on the grass, savoring the beauty of the moment. They remained in that serene state until the barbecue concluded, which was well past midnight. Rather than returning home, everyone had been arranged to stay at the expansive mansion Stark had provided. Despite the larger-than-usual gathering, the mansion offered ample space. After ensuring accommodations for the others, Lin Hao and Wanda returned. Oh, blast it, Mr. Lin, Miss Wanda, I nearly forgot about you two. There's only one room left. So you'll have to share, Stark lamented, raising his hands in a gesture of apology. With a knowing glance towards Lin Hao, he conveyed a message that was unmistakable. I understand. It's perfectly fine. One room will suffice. Lin Hao was about to speak, but Wanda interjected first. Still reminiscing about their earlier intimacy, she would have insisted on sharing a room with Lin Hao regardless of Stark's comment. At this age, Wanda has already grasped everything she needs to know, and this is not the first encounter she has had with Lin Hao. Upon entering their room, Wanda took the initiative to invite, Lin, would you like to take a bath? Naturally, Lin Hao was more than willing, with excitement bubbling within him. He accompanied Wanda to the bathroom for a shared bath, an experience that lasted for an entire hour. Emerging from the bath, Lin Hao found himself savoring the moment. It was undoubtedly the most delightful bath he had ever experienced in both this life and the last. Having bathed, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. With the lights dimmed, the atmosphere in the room grew increasingly charged, two individuals of opposite sexes alone together, igniting a fervent spark. The following day, Lin Hao and Wanda awoke almost simultaneously. At that moment, Wanda lay completely bare in Lin Hao's embrace, her rosy lips curling into a blissful smile. Darling, it's time to get up. A kiss, and I will rise, she playfully urged. Lin Hao pointed to his cheek, chuckling, just a peck here. And I'll be up. With a resigned smile, Wanda leaned in to gently kiss his cheek. Only after receiving that sweet kiss did Lin Hao finally rise. After freshening up, the pair bid farewell to Stark before departing from his estate. On their way home, Lin Hao and Wanda encountered a traffic jam stretching for hundreds of meters, seemingly impossible to clear without a wait of at least 1 or 2 hours. This road is usually clear. What has happened today? Wanda sighed, gazing at the long line of cars ahead. Just as they were nearing home, they were unexpectedly caught in this blockade. Should we go see what is going on? Lin Hao mused, equally perplexed. He had traversed this road countless times without ever facing such congestion. As they exited the vehicle, they suddenly witnessed a throng of people fleeing in panic, as if something dreadful had transpired ahead. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. It seemed indeed that trouble had struck. Could it be yet another terrorist incident? Or perhaps a robbery gone awry? As they moved past the frantic crowd, they came upon several police vehicles parked ahead, with a dozen armed officers confronting a man, a figure who should not be here. Loki. Chapter 81. Loki's bargain stop. Do not move. Raise your hands above your head, or we will open fire. A dozen cold gun barrels were aimed at Loki, with the police issuing a stern warning. I have no desire for conflict nor to harm you, but do not force my hand. I assure you, none of you will leave here alive, Loki declared, unperturbed yet appearing somewhat disheveled. Nevertheless, the police remained skeptical of Loki's threats, their bodies tense and minds sharp, ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. Hey Loki, you don't seem to be doing too well, Lin Hao remarked from the sidelines, arms crossed and a teasing smile on his face. Hearing this, Loki turned to see Lin Hao and Wanda standing calmly on the roadside, observing him with amusement amidst the standoff. Lin Jackson? Loki's eyebrows shot up, a grin spreading across his face. What brings you back to Earth? Surely, you're not plotting another scheme to dominate the planet? Lin Hao incisively remarked that the last time Loki visited Earth, it was to lead the Chitauri army in a bid for domination. Loki chuckled awkwardly. No. I mean, I was being pursued here. Do you believe that? A prince of Asgard, the god of mischief, the malevolent Loki, being chased? It was hard for even Lin Hao to accept such a notion. With a hint of skepticism, Lin Hao questioned Loki's words, though I am reluctant to admit it. I speak the truth. I would not resort to fabricating such a grim tale. Loki appeared earnest, not joking at all. After a lengthy discussion between Lin Hao and the police, they finally lifted their vigilance against Loki. Since you left the Dark World, where have you been? Lin Hao inquired as they returned to the vehicle. It's quite an unforgettable saga, Loki began, recounting the events. After departing from the Dark World, he had once again allied himself with Thanos, serving him faithfully. Thanos had promised Loki that upon the completion of his mission, he would assist Loki in reclaiming the throne of Asgard. Recently, Thanos had dispatched Loki to aid Ronan in seizing the orb. However, due to Loki's repeated failures in securing the orb, his abilities were called into question by Ronan, compounded by Loki's unfriendly demeanor towards Ronan. The latter developed a vendetta against him, leading to Loki's desperate flight to Earth. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao scrutinized Loki with skepticism. I can't shake the feeling that there's some embellishment in your tale. It's the absolute truth. Loki retorted angrily. I have devoted myself to serving Thanos. Yet when Ronan hunted me down, he offered no assistance. I must have been blind to serve him. Oh, have you had a change of heart? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do now? Naturally, I plan to return and confront them. Loki licked his lips and proposed, Lin. I came to Earth specifically to seek your assistance. Seek me? For what purpose? I can't help you. Lin Hao shrugged. The notion of being used as a pawn against Ronan and Thanos seemed overly ambitious, considering his current capabilities were no match for Thanos. No, you can help me. And you are the only one who can. Loki's eyes gleamed with intent. To be frank, I have uncovered a secret regarding the orb that Thanos covets. It conceals an infinity stone, a gem of unimaginable power capable of annihilating the universe. Let us seize the orb together, and once we succeed, I shall eliminate Ronan and Thanos, and the infinity stone will belong to you. What do you say? This is quite a lucrative deal for you. I assent to it. Why should I trust you? Lin Hao responded nonchalantly. He was aware that the orb Loki spoke of was indeed the Power Stone. Yet he had no faith that Loki's intentions were solely to rid the world of Ronan and Thanos, nor that he would relinquish the Power Stone to him. Such words from Loki carried no credibility. However, one thing was certain. The orb did indeed harbor a Power Stone, the most formidable artifact in the Marvel Universe. An undeniable truth. However, the power of the Power Stone is exceedingly formidable. When an ordinary individual comes into contact with it, they are reduced to ashes. Only deities and those of immense strength can wield its might. Lin Hao was uncertain whether his current prowess would allow him to grasp the Power Stone without succumbing to its devastating force. Yet, it was evident that this presented a rare opportunity, a chance to grow stronger. You can trust me. Just as when we sought out Malekith together, I did not deceive you. Did I? I am willing to accompany you in pursuit of the cosmic sphere, but only under the condition that, upon acquiring it, the Infinity Stones will belong to me. Subsequently, I shall deal with Ronan for you. As for Thanos, he is not so easily vanquished. However, I assure you, in the coming years, he will certainly meet his demise at my hands. If you believe in me, then this deal is struck. If not, seek another ally. Loki pondered for a moment and gritted his teeth, declaring, agreed, it is settled. However, I must make it clear, should you attempt any deceit, I shall end your life. Do you understand? Even if you find a way to control the Infinity Stones, I possess means to punish you. Test me if you doubt. Lin Hao issued a precautionary warning. He remained wary of Loki, whose cunning was profound, and prudence was always advisable. Of course not. Since I have come to you, why would I resort to trickery? Loki replied with a smile. Let us hope it remains so. As their conversation unfolded, they returned to the villa in Manhattan. Lin, when shall we depart? Loki inquired eagerly. Do you have a means to leave Earth? Lin Hao countered. He could leave at any moment. The pressing issue was that they required a spacecraft. Without one, their aspirations were futile, as they could not even exit Earth, let alone seek the cosmic sphere. I regret to inform you that my ship was damaged upon landing on Earth. Then what nonsense are you spouting? We cannot even leave Earth. Lin Hao exclaimed, frustrated by Loki's nonchalance regarding the destroyed vessel. Hey, I trust you have a solution, right? Loki grinned, displaying no concern for the predicament, believing Lin Hao could resolve it. Indeed, Lin Hao could find a way. For the sake of the Power Stone, he would temporarily endure some setbacks. As long as he ultimately secured the Power Stone, it would all be worth it. In the end, Lin Hao spent 3,000 points at the system store to exchange for a capsule. Loki expressed skepticism. Are you certain this contraption will enable us to leave Earth? Lin Hao, uninterested in explaining, pressed the button atop the capsule and tossed it onto the ground. Boom. An octopus-shaped spacecraft materialized in the villa's yard. All right, I retract my previous statement, but why does it resemble an octopus? Loki jested. Lin Hao rolled his eyes, ignoring Loki's foolishness, and turned to Wanda, saying, Wanda, during my absence, keep an eye on Peter and the others. Do not allow them to provoke unnecessary trouble. I want to go with you. Wanda's gaze was resolute. Take me with you. I believe you will need my assistance. Lin Hao pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, you may join us. As for Peter and the others, let them be. As long as no lives are lost, they can provoke whomever they wish. Wanda was right. There might indeed come a moment when Lin Hao would find Wanda's presence indispensable. He had little inclination to concern himself with Peter and his companions at this juncture. They could frolic as they pleased. In the cockpit, Loki was fiddling with the spacecraft. Yet after considerable effort, he remained baffled by its flight mechanism. My goodness, Lin, where on earth did you procure this vessel? I have never encountered such a procedure. Can you operate it? After over half an hour of fruitless endeavor, Loki finally conceded defeat, despondent. You truly are a hopeless case. Step aside. Lin Hao grumbled as he approached, pressing several buttons. With a swift push of the control stick, the ship trembled and began to ascend gradually, soon accelerating dramatically. Within a mere minute, they soared from the ground to the stratosphere, ultimately escaping Earth's gravitational pull and entering the vastness of space. Once in space, Lin Hao and his companions prepared to head towards the jump point. Although the spaceship was remarkably swift, taking the jump point would still save a considerable amount of time. Do you know where the cosmic sphere is currently located? Lin Hao casually retrieved a bunch of grapes from the refrigerator, leisurely nibbling on them. Before I arrived on Earth, the cosmic sphere was in the possession of a man named Peter Quill on Xander. Perhaps we should first pay a visit to Xander, Loki recalled. Peter Quill? Lin Hao chuckled at the mention. Isn't he the legendary figure who single-handedly delivered a blow that shaped the outcome of Avengers? Endgame? Do you know him? Loki inquired. Not personally, Lin Hao shook his head. Loki continued. He is a member of the Ravagers and is also known as Star-Lord. However, it seems that the leader of the Ravagers, Yondu, has placed a bounty on Peter Quill's head. It is unclear what transpired between them. Must be related to the cosmic sphere, Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly. That makes sense. Loki concurred wholeheartedly with Lin Hao's assertion. It was indeed the cosmic sphere that warranted Yondu's bounty of 40,000 to capture Quill. After several jump points, Lin Hao and his companions finally piloted the ship, acquired from Buma, to Xander. Xander is situated within a binary star system and serves as the capital of the Nova Empire. They landed near the capital, where Lin Hao transformed the spacecraft back into a capsule. Otherwise, leaving such a large vessel unattended would surely invite theft. Above the capital of Nova, various flying vehicles traversed the cityscape. Unlike cities on Earth, there were few towering skyscrapers, yet several iconic structures stood out. If one were to draw a comparison to New York, Lin Hao felt that Nova's capital surpassed it significantly. In such a vast city, where shall we find the cosmic sphere? Wanda shielded her eyes from the sun's harsh rays with one hand. Perhaps I know where to look. Lin Hao recalled the site of the initial encounter between Quill, Gamora, and Rocket in the Guardians of the Galaxy. If Quill was still present, they would undoubtedly find him there. Following closely behind, the three of them arrived at a bustling overpass, a locale that appeared to be a favored retreat for the local populace. Here, one could hardly find any trace of the cosmic sphere. As the sun blazed mercilessly, Loki hastily sought refuge in the shade, exclaiming, "Damn it, if we walk any longer, I'll be scorched to a crisp. No need to fret. Let us wait for a moment. At worst, we can seek someone to procure information," Lin Hao calmly suggested as he settled into a chair. There was no shortage of merchants in the universe who specialized in selling information for profit. He was confident that if the cosmic sphere had indeed appeared in Nova's capital, then intelligence regarding it could certainly be acquired. As Lin Hao leisurely surveyed the crowd, his gaze fell upon a nearby fountain, and suddenly, his eyes lit up. "Hey, look what I've discovered." Loki and Wanda followed Lin Hao's line of sight, and there, in front of the fountain, stood a diminutive raccoon and a towering tree-like creature. "What is that? Are you referring to that rodent and the seemingly dim-witted tree?" Loki looked at Lin Hao with a puzzled expression. Indeed, Lin Hao affirmed with a nod. They must be Rocket Raccoon and Groot from the Guardians of the Galaxy. It seemed they had arrived just in time. As Lin Hao and his companions observed Rocket and Groot, the bored raccoon noticed them as well. Seeing them staring, Rocket shouted with indignation, "Hey, you fools over there. Stop eyeing me with those malicious looks." "Is he calling us fools?" Loki's temper flared. "Oh hell, I detest being called a fool. Let me teach him a lesson." With that, Loki rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Rocket. "Loki," Lin Hao quickly intervened, "let us not forget why we are here. And why would you bicker with a raccoon?" "Raccoon?" At Lin Hao's words, Rocket could no longer contain himself, striding over with a swagger. He pointed a finger at Lin Hao, his tone brash. "You dimwit. What did you just call me? Say it again." Rocket brandished his four-barreled technological gun, threatening, "Apologize to me, or I swear this shot will hurt you worse than you can imagine." At this, Lin Hao chuckled, finding Rocket's audacity rather endearing. "What are you laughing at? I'm demanding an apology." Just then, Rocket's transparent tablet beeped, and he quickly pulled it out to check. "Looks like business has come in. Come on, unlucky fellow, let me see who is foolish enough to pay for you." He aimed the tablet at a man on the overpass who was engaged intimately with a beautiful woman. 40,000 in bounty? Groot, we are about to hit the jackpot. With business in sight, Rocket completely dismissed the earlier altercation. The target had appeared. The cosmic sphere was linked to him. Following Lin Hao's indication, Loki also spotted Quill and inquired, "How do we acquire the cosmic sphere? Should we just steal it?" "No, thievery is not my style. We shall obtain it openly and honorably." Chapter 83, Collaborating with Rocket. Thanos' domain, the Sanctuary. Upon the elevated throne sat a towering and formidable figure, none other than the mad titan, Thanos. Beneath the throne stood a man of slender build, wielding an exquisitely sharp blade. His elongated face bore a grotesque visage, and a fierce aura emanated from his furrowed brows. "General Deathblade, Loki has betrayed me. He seeks the cosmic sphere. Stop him and eliminate him. Bring back the sphere." "That Kree seems rather unreliable," Thanos spoke with an icy tone. "Yes, my lord." The general replied with a slight bow before promptly departing. "Why complicate matters? We could simply seize it directly. How effortless it would be, with your strength. Taking the cosmic sphere from these feeble beings would be a trivial task." Loki expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Hao's approach, believing that an easily resolvable issue should not be made cumbersome. "Then you may attempt to seize it yourself. This is not merely a matter of ease or complexity, but a question of principle," Lin Hao retorted. In his view, while seizing was an option, it was unnecessary. If everything were to be obtained through theft, what would distinguish them from bandits, or from Thanos himself? Perhaps due to the influences of his past life, a deeply ingrained belief resided within him that taking from others is ultimately wrong. Furthermore, he had myriad ways to acquire the cosmic sphere without resorting to theft. Thus, why compromise his principles? "Very well, I shall heed your counsel. After all, Loki sought my assistance," he conceded. It was clear to Loki that acquiring the cosmic sphere from these individuals alone would not be an easy task. Hence, he would observe how Lin Hao would proceed. Hey, Rocket, shall we discuss a collaboration? Lin Hao suddenly called out to Rocket, who was preparing for action alongside Groot. Rocket turned casually, baring his teeth as he retorted, "Buddy, if you call me a hamster one more time, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson with this gun." "Huh, no problem, no problem. You prefer to be called Rocket, right? Let us discuss a partnership," Lin Hao proposed. "What sort of partnership?" Rocket inquired, still holding a grudge against Lin Hao's previous impoliteness. "It's quite simple. I believe you will find it appealing. Aren't you after Peter Quill? I can assist you in capturing him. But I have but one request. Once you have him, I want one item from him. You may take him in his entirety to Yondu for your bounty," Lin Hao stated bluntly. "Oh, haha. Are you jesting? Do I look like someone in need of assistance? Are you questioning my capabilities? I am a professional." Rocket laughed derisively. "You may not require my help, but you must understand that having an extra pair of hands increases the likelihood of success. Anything can happen. What if you falter? What if it is through collaborating with me that you succeed in capturing him?" Lin Hao reasoned. "Moreover, this partnership would bring you nothing but benefits and no drawbacks. So why not seize the opportunity?" Lin Hao, with a light-hearted demeanor, seemed to have swayed Rocket, who eventually nodded in agreement. "All right, I concede you have a point. But let me be clear, Quill is mine. If you dare to encroach upon my business, I shall teach you a lesson with this gun." "Enough with that. You've repeated it thrice already," Rocket interjected. "Let us go capture that unfortunate soul named Quill and claim our reward." Thus, Rocket, accompanied by Groot and Lin Hao, along with Wanda and Loki, formed a quintet in pursuit of Quill. Unbeknownst to Star-Lord, the individual at the center of this chaos, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, unaware that another was also fixated on him, in addition to Rocket and Lin Hao's group. After Quill was forcefully ejected by the intermediary, Gamora, who awaited outside the door, attracted Quill's attention before swiftly seizing the cosmic orb from his grasp, simultaneously toppling him to the ground and fleeing with the orb in hand. By the time Lin Hao and his companions arrived, Quill was already entangled in a struggle with Gamora, who appeared to be gaining the upper hand. Just as Gamora raised her blade to deliver a fatal strike, Rocket and Groot sprang into action. Leveraging their smaller statures, Rocket leaped forth, tackling Gamora off Quill, while Groot followed suit, his branches extending to ensnare her. "Hey, Groot. Not her. Can't you distinguish between genders, my friend?" Rocket exclaimed. Seizing the moment, Quill retrieved the cosmic orb, disregarding Gamora and Rocket, and turned to flee. However, Lin Hao and his companions had anticipated his move, effectively blocking his path. An anxious Quill warned, "Hey, buddy, step aside. Step aside. I'm here to capture you." "Why would I move?" Lin Hao retorted, arms crossed and a mocking tone in his voice. "Oh, shit." Star-Lord, sensing impending doom, jumped off the overpass. However, upon landing and attempting to escape again, he found Lin Hao once more standing before him. Star-Lord, devoid of any desire to linger, turned to flee again. Yet, no matter which direction he chose, Lin Hao seemed to materialize in front of him at every turn. "Hey, dude, you're like a persistent shadow," Star-Lord exclaimed, nearing despair. Feeling as if he had been cornered into a dead end, with no escape, as an ever-present figure loomed ahead, inescapable like a bone in a stew. "Loki, apprehend him," Lin Hao commanded. Loki, understanding the directive, waved his hand, and shackles appeared around Star-Lord's ankles. Just then, Gamora, having evaded Rocket and Groot, charged in, tackling Star-Lord and seizing the cosmic orb from his hands, heedless of Lin Hao and the others, before sprinting away. "Can you really escape?" Lin Hao called out, extending his hand as crimson chaotic magic surged. Gamora, in her desperate flight, suddenly found herself halted, drawn back by the chaotic magic. "Gamora, you may leave. But first relinquish the cosmic orb. Dream on," she retorted defiantly. Gamora attempted to retaliate, drawing forth a sharp sword from her waist and furiously swinging it at Lin Hao. A smirk graced Lin Hao's lips as he extended a hand, dark red energy surging forth, causing Gamora's sword to disintegrate into mere bubbles. Gamora stared incredulously at her hand, as if witnessing a magic trick unfold before her eyes. Meanwhile, Rocket and Groot arrived, casting amused glances at Star-Lord, who lay incapacitated on the ground due to his shackles. Laughing heartily, "Huh? You guys did splendidly. Now we can strike it rich." Chapter 84. Could this man be a fool? Groot was poised to stuff Star-Lord into a bag when, all of a sudden, Star-Lord broke free from his restraints. In a flash, he snatched the orb from Gamora's grasp and made a daring escape. Rocket raised his weapon, aiming at Star-Lord. "My intention is quite simple, inflict pain without remorse." As Rocket pulled the trigger, a bullet crackling with electricity struck Star-Lord's back, sending him crashing to the ground, electrified. A swift victory. With a satisfied grin, Rocket retracted his gun. Suddenly, a cascade of golden light enveloped Rocket and his companions. Lin Hao looked up to see 5 Nova Corps warships surrounding them ominously. Drop your weapons. In the name of the Nova Corps, I declare you under arrest. Faced with the 5 warships, Loki had no choice but to raise his hands. Casting a glance at Lin Hao, Lin, what shall we do now? Are we really going to be captured? Let us comply for the moment. The orb is in Quill's possession. If he is apprehended, we too must be taken in to have a chance at retrieving it. If Lin Hao wished. Could these mere 5 warships truly apprehend him? It was merely for the sake of the orb. Lin Hao had initially intended to resolve matters swiftly, but alas. Rocket and Groot proved to be utterly unreliable. Had they managed to dispose of Gamora sooner, they would have likely made a clean getaway before the Nova Empire's armed forces arrived. After being captured by the Nova Corps, Lin Hao and his companions were transported to the highest security prison of Nova, the Klein prison. I truly despise being roasted under scrutiny. To be candid, I loathe prisons. Loki remarked, reminiscing about his prior confinement in Asgard's dungeons, feeling an inexplicable irritation at returning to such a place. Lin Hao rolled his eyes. Had it not been for the orb in Quill's possession, he would never have allowed himself to be captured so easily by the Nova Corps. Indeed, this marked his very first experience in a prison. Oh, Mr. Lin Jackson, I believe it was you who was meant to be incarcerated, correct? Though Loki felt a surge of frustration, he dared not unleash it upon Lin Hao, instead bottling his ire. Is there any way to escape this wretched place? I utterly detest prisons. My dear sir, if you are willing to cooperate with me, I possess a means of breaking out. I have successfully traversed 22 prisons, and this one will be no exception. At that moment, Rocket the Raccoon seized upon Loki's words, boasting of his illustrious achievements. Loki dismissed Rocket's claims as mere nonsense. Did he believe himself a superhero? By the way, who was responsible for botching this entire affair? Ah, indeed, it is that madwoman with green skin. Were it not for her interference, Groot and I would have already delivered Quill to Yondu for the bounty. Quill, you ought to consider yourself fortunate. Had it not been for this lunatic causing havoc, you would likely have been torn asunder by Yondu and his ravagers. Rocket incessantly blamed all mishaps on Gamora. I am not exaggerating. Throughout the years, many have sought to eliminate me, and I certainly will not be vanquished by a loquacious raccoon and a tree. Star-Lord boasted. What purpose does this celestial orb serve? Why does everyone desire it? Star-Lord deftly shifted the conversation towards the cosmic sphere. I refuse to converse with a tasteless thief. Gamora replied coldly, walking ahead of Star-Lord. What airs are you putting on? You are merely a murderer. Those who dwell in this realm know all too well of your infamy. Rocket doused Gamora with a bucket of cold reality. By the way, who are you lot? I've never heard of you before. Rocket inquired, glancing at Lin Hao and the others. Loki raised his head, declaring with pride, I am Loki, Prince of Asgard, the future king of Asgard. Do not indulge in daydreams. I remember you were forced to flee Asgard and serve under Thanos, while Ronan is currently hunting you down. Gamora brutally exposed Loki's vulnerabilities. You should consider yourself fortunate. Now I serve Lin Jackson. Otherwise, simply for being Thanos' daughter, I would have ended your life. Loki's tone turned frigid. Can you truly accomplish that? Gamora retorted disdainfully. Oh, is that so? Then do come and try. Loki was incensed. If he could not best Thanos, surely he could not be outmatched by Gamora. What is all this bickering? If you can resolve it with action, do not waste words. If either of you is unsatisfied, feel free to settle it now, Lin Hao shouted, finally silencing them. I am Lin Jackson. You may also call me Lin. This is Wanda, my partner. Lin Hao succinctly introduced himself. You carry a familiar scent. Are you from Terra? Star-Lord inquired. Terra? Wanda asked in confusion. To which Lin Hao replied with a faint smile. It refers to Earth. Quill is also from Earth. Though Star-Lord appears to be of earthly descent, he possesses a remarkable lineage. He is a celestial. Star-Lord's father, Ego, is a celestial, and he fathered Star-Lord with an Earth woman. Ultimately, Star-Lord is destined to confront and kill his own father. However, Lin Hao would not divulge this information. It would not be long before Ego sought out Star-Lord. I am not here to assist Ronan in seizing the cosmic orb. I have betrayed him and found a third-party buyer. Gamora unexpectedly revealed her secret. As Lin Hao and his companions conversed, they passed by a room where a large figure with blue skin was donning a pair of headphones. Star-Lord was incensed. Hey, do not touch that. It is my property, and you have no right to use a prisoner's personal belongings. However, the blue giant paid Star-Lord no heed and continued to put on the headphones. Listen here, you scoundrel, take off those headphones. Star-Lord charged in, determined to defend his headphones at all costs, only to be shocked in return. Could this individual truly be a fool? Lin Hao expressed his disdain, noting that this version of Star-Lord was indeed reminiscent of his past life in the Marvel films. Upon entering the confines of KYLN prison, clad in a yellow jumpsuit and armed with toiletries and bedding, Lin Hao and Rocket Raccoon made their way to the inmates' concentration area, the prison's recreational zone. However, as they stepped inside, Gamora was met with a torrent of contempt from the convicts. Some even hurled objects at them. A chorus of dozens of inmates erupted. "Kill her! Get out, murderer!" Was I mistaken? Her notorious reputation preceded her, and many of the prisoners had lost family members at the hands of Ronan and his marauders. Before the night was over, they would surely dismember her. Chapter 85. A lesson in brutality. Would the guards protect her? Star-Lord expressed concern for Gamora. The guards only care about preventing our escape. They have no regard for life here. Suddenly, an unknown inmate, intending to strike Gamora, inadvertently hit Lin Hao instead. Lin Hao's gaze turned icy in an instant. At that moment, nearly all the inmates in KYLN prison converged upon them. A grotesquely large figure blocked Lin Hao's path. Speaking with malice, "Look at this pretty boy. I'll relish him with guava jam." As he spoke, he laid a hand on Lin Hao's face. Crack. In the next moment, Lin Hao's hand seized the brute's throat, and with a slight exertion of force, the giant let out a wail, his feet lifting off the ground. "I detest it when others lay hands upon me, especially repulsive creatures like you daring to touch my face with your filthy hands." A fierce glint flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as dark red energy coalesced into a blade in his hand. With a swift motion, he severed the offending right hand of the brute that had dared to touch him. The severed edge gleamed as smooth as glass. Howling in agony, the giant crumpled to the ground, clutching his severed arm, while the other inmates looked on in terror. It was said that those imprisoned in this facility were all fallen or brutal souls, yet I must forewarn you, no matter how depraved or savage you may be, should any fool dare to provoke us, it would be wise to first assess your own strength. Perhaps some among you believe yourselves mighty and bold enough to stand forth now. Lin Hao's chilling gaze swept across KYLN prison. As his words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the space. A few inmates twitched, but ultimately retreated into stillness. They do not appear to be mere soft targets. A pitiful bunch. This was merely a minor lesson. Should there be a next time, I shall ensure your demise is complete. Noticing the silence, Lin Hao finally directed his cold gaze toward the fallen giant. Did you all hear that? If you wish to avoid a gruesome end, keep your eyes wide open. After Lin Hao departed, Loki seized the opportunity to assert his influence. "Oh, this fellow has a temperament even more volatile than mine. I find it delightful," he remarked, observing the prisoners who were left bewildered by Lin Hao's intimidating presence. Upon returning to the cell, Loki took a seat opposite Lin Hao and eagerly urged, "Lin, we must devise a plan to escape from this place. I have faith that a mere prison cannot possibly confine you, can it?" "Wait." Lin Hao replied with a calm demeanor. Without needing to lift a finger, Rocket and the others would orchestrate the escape. "Wait for what?" Loki questioned. Not grasping Lin Hao's intention, Lin Hao refrained from elaborating. It was time to address serious matters. He had not come here merely to be imprisoned. Subsequently, Lin Hao approached Star-Lord's cell. "Lin, do you require something from me?" Star-Lord inquired as he rose. Lin Hao found a place to sit before stating, "The cosmic orb, what are your plans for it? Are you referring to that sphere? Gamora mentioned she has located a third-party buyer. Once we leave this place, we will proceed with the transaction. In any case, it must not fall into Ronan's hands." Initially, Lin Hao had considered becoming the buyer himself, but who knew what currency they employed? On Earth, Lin Hao was quite affluent, yet beyond its confines, he found himself destitute, lacking even a single unit of their currency. Consider this carefully. The cosmic orb is a hot potato. As long as it remains in your possession, Ronan will relentlessly pursue you. Moreover, you have stated that your sole intention is to prevent it from reaching Ronan. To be frank, I too came for the cosmic orb. You could relinquish it to me, and in return, I could assist you in dealing with Yondu. You should be aware that Yondu currently has a bounty on your head. Having the cosmic orb in my hands is preferable to it being in Ronan's, Lin Hao asserted earnestly. Why should I trust you? We have only known each other for a day, and all of you covet the cosmic orb. What secrets does it hold? Star-Lord gazed at Lin Hao with suspicion. Because we hail from the same planet. You should understand that at least I would not use the cosmic orb to take lives as Ronan would. Furthermore, you cannot resolve your predicament with Yondu. If you hand over the cosmic orb to me, I shall take care of Yondu for you. What do you say? Think it over, Lin Hao said with a light-hearted tone. Star-Lord rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Lin Hao's words had indeed struck a chord. He believed that Lin Hao, like himself, was from Terra, though he was uncertain what Lin Hao intended to do with the cosmic orb. He also did not comprehend the secrets hidden within it and why both Ronan and Lin Hao were so fixated on it. Moreover, Lin Hao was correct in stating that he could not handle Yondu's troubles. Having betrayed Yondu, a bounty had been placed on his head, and should Yondu capture him, his fate would be dire. If you reveal to me the secrets of the cosmic orb, I will hand it over to you, but in return, you must resolve my issues with Yondu. Star-Lord contemplated for a few minutes before speaking slowly. That is quite simple. Once we depart from here and reach the collector in the void, Star-Lord will also discover that the cosmic orb conceals an infinity stone. a fact that is not particularly secretive for him. It would be prudent to disclose it now. Within the cosmic sphere lies an infinite primal stone, birthed from the primordial chaos of the universe. This stone possesses cataclysmic energy, a force that ordinary mortals cannot hope to wield. Encountering the infinite primal stone would result in that individual being reduced to ashes, save for deities or beings of immense power. Thus, a sphere is required to encase it. Preventing direct contact with humans, Ronan seeks the cosmic sphere for the purpose of annihilating Xander. Is that true? Star-Lord pondered, momentarily taken aback. It was difficult for him to believe that such a seemingly ordinary sphere held such monumental significance based solely on Lin Hao's words. What I say is the truth. If you doubt me, there is little I can do. I have said all that needs to be said, Lin Hao replied, raising his hands in resignation. Very well. Regardless of what it is, it holds no value for me. Once we retrieve the cosmic sphere, I shall relinquish it to you, Star-Lord declared, eager to rid himself of this troublesome burden and to address the complications surrounding Yondu. Agreed. Should you fail to keep your word, you are well aware of my methods. Lin Hao warned. Chapter 86. The cosmic sphere is stolen. Though I am no paragon of virtue, I am a man of my word, Star-Lord chuckled. That's more like it. I shall take my leave, Lin Hao responded, satisfied after dealing with Star-Lord. As long as Rocket executed the escape plan tomorrow, the cosmic sphere would soon be in his grasp. Lin Hao had not anticipated the Power Stone would come so easily. Perhaps he was a bit too optimistic. For the cosmic sphere had yet to be secured, and unforeseen events could arise at any moment. That night, as the prisoners succumbed to slumber, a cacophony erupted outside, stirring both Lin Hao and Loki from their dreams. Loki turned to Lin Hao. It seems something is amiss outside. Shall we investigate? What is there to see? It's undoubtedly the prisoners intending to execute Gamora, Lin Hao replied, already aware of the prisoner's animosity towards her expressed earlier in the day. Is that so? It sounds rather delightful. That would spare me the trouble of dealing with her myself, Loki grinned, finding the prisoner's intent to kill Gamora to be splendid news. He had long harbored disdain for Thanos, and by extension, Gamora, as anyone associated with Thanos, was someone he wished to see perish. I must go and ensure the prisoners do not slack off in their endeavor, Loki said eagerly, rising to sneak out. While Lin Hao rolled his eyes and turned back to sleep. The prisoner's plans for Gamora were of no concern to him. Besides, Star-Lord would surely intervene. After a restful night, the next day arrived. During lunchtime, Lin Hao, Rocket, and Quill gathered the meager offerings from the Klein prison, searching for a table to dine. Mr. Lin Jackson, we are preparing to depart from this place, and I extend to you an invitation to join us, Rocket said as he walked beside Lin Hao, proposing the escape plan. Very well, I accept, Lin Hao replied without hesitation. A day in such a wretched place was more than sufficient. Let us now deliberate on our plan. To escape from this place, we must first gain access to the watchtower. To enter the watchtower, certain tools are required. Rocket began to elaborate on his strategy, speaking at length, yet Lin Hao absorbed not a single word. Perhaps Rocket's plan was feasible, but in reality, breaking out did not necessitate such complexity. Taking a seat at a nearby table while Rocket continued to outline various events, I candidly admitted, I have not retained any of your plan. At that moment, Loki raised his hand and remarked, You truly are a useless teammate. Rocket looked at him with disdain. In truth, escaping was rather simple. Lin Hao stood up, and amidst the curious gazes of Rocket and the others, he unleashed a key blast from his hand, which struck the security gate of the Klein prison. As the key blast detonated, the entire activity area trembled, and alarms blared simultaneously. Rocket was momentarily at a loss for words, having meticulously planned to disable the artificial gravity after entering the watchtower and subsequently piloting the tower out through the security gate. However, given the current circumstances, such a plan had become entirely superfluous. Chaos ensued within Klein prison as numerous unmanned drones and guards mobilized, attempting to restore order. Quill, grab your belongings, and do not forget the orb, Lin Hao shouted to Quill, who was above them, as he effortlessly dispatched several drones. Quill understood the urgency, eliminating a few guards before escaping through the security gate. Lin Hao, accompanied by Wanda and Loki, traversed the security gate with ease, as if navigating an uninhabited realm. Upon exiting, they encountered a few more guards, all of whom Lin Hao swiftly defeated. They soon arrived at the prisoners' belongings storage area, where Quill had also just arrived, pulling down a box of items. As Quill opened the box and began to rummage through it, he suddenly froze. Quill, hurry and secure the orb. We must leave this dreadful place, Lin Hao urged, noticing Quill's hesitation. Quill, with a grave tone, replied, The orb is missing. What? Missing? Lin Hao leaned in to inspect the box and, indeed, after searching thoroughly, discovered that all of Quill's possessions were present, save for the orb. It was unmistakably absent. How could this be? Was it taken by the guards? Quill combed through the box multiple times, confirming the orb's disappearance, ultimately conceding defeat. In that moment, Lin Hao sensed something amiss. Logically, the orb could not simply vanish unless there was a traitor within Klin Prison. There is no need to search any further. It has undoubtedly been taken. We must leave immediately. With no time to ponder, they decided to depart, knowing the orb had been seized, rendering further searching futile. What is that? As they approached the periphery of Klin Prison, preparing to board Quill's Milano, Wanda suddenly exclaimed, drawing their attention to the outside. What? Following Wanda's gaze, Lin Hao beheld a fleet outside Klin Prison. The fleet belonged to the Kree, led by Ronan. Gamora immediately recognized the fleet. Excellent. Ronan, I shall personally avenge my wife and daughter by killing you. Amidst the chaos, the destroyer Drax, wielding a sharp blade, glared fiercely. It appeared that Ronan had already taken possession of the orb. Upon seeing Ronan's fleet, Lin Hao began to grasp the situation. Ronan had likely orchestrated matters within the Klein prison, covertly stealing the orb from Quill. Damn it! Quill clenched his teeth in anger, as he was accustomed to being the thief rather than the victim. This cannot stand. Ronan must not acquire the orb. Should he deliver it to Thanos, the planet Xander would face annihilation. Gamora, anxious, was acutely aware, as Thanos' adopted daughter, of the agreement between Thanos and Ronan. Ronan had promised to assist Thanos in obtaining the orb, while Thanos would aid Ronan in destroying Xander. We must retrieve the orb, Quill decisively declared, unwilling to allow his actions to endanger the entire Xander. Whoosh! Suddenly, a swift gust of wind heralded the approach of a blade that seemed capable of piercing through anything, hurtling towards Loki. Fortunately, Lin Hao reacted swiftly and pulled Loki aside. Otherwise, Loki would have been impaled. Thank you. Loki wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, shaken. Then, a tall figure abruptly appeared before Lin Hao and the others. Chapter 87. What are you pretending? Loki, next year, today shall be your day of sacrifice. The slender figure's sinister eyes fixated on Loki, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The leader of the Black Order, the Reaper General, observing the tall silhouette and the grotesque, malevolent visage, coupled with the blade that had just targeted Loki, a name surfaced in Lin Hao's mind. Was this not the Reaper General, the foremost of Thanos' Black Order? It seemed my troubles have escalated. Loki forced a smile, though his brow furrowed in concern. By the command of my master Thanos, I have come to collect your head. The Reaper General gripped his weapon tightly, summoning the blade that had been embedded in the wall back into his hand. He then leapt forward, aiming the blade at Loki's vital points once more. Loki hastily dodged, but against the ferocious onslaught of the Reaper General, he found himself overmatched, quickly falling into a precarious situation. Damn it! Lin, help me. We are allies now. He intends to kill me. You cannot stand idly by. As Loki struggled against the Reaper General, he urgently called for Lin Hao's assistance, realizing that he was no match for the formidable foe. And Lin Hao was his only hope. Quill, Rocket, Gamora, you go and reclaim the orb. I will handle this situation. Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness. The orb had already been seized by Ronan through underhanded means, and now the Reaper General sought to slay Loki. Truly, one troublesome matter after another. Be cautious. The Reaper General is extremely powerful. If you cannot win, withdraw. Gamora offered a reminder, and Quill and the others decided not to linger any longer, realizing their presence would not assist in any way. Instead, they resolved to seize the cosmic sphere while Ronan's fleet had yet to depart. You certainly have a plethora of troubles, Lin Hao remarked, pausing momentarily before unleashing a ki blast at the General of the Deadblade, who was assaulting Loki. The blast caught the General off guard, sending him flying. Loki finally received a brief respite, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as if he had survived a calamity. Thank you. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Kid, are you meddling again? I'll send you straight to hell. Although the ki blast had propelled the General, it inflicted no actual harm. There are plenty who wish to kill me. You might have to wait your turn, Lin Hao grinned, taking the initiative to engage the General of the Deadblade. As the leader of the Ebony Maw, the General was not one to back down and met Lin Hao with ferocious close combat. With a swift motion, the General lunged towards Lin Hao's heart, the sound of slicing air accompanying his strike. Lin Hao deftly dodged the blade, then swiftly kicked the General's back with considerable force. However, the strike barely registered on the General, who retaliated with another sweeping attack, aiming to cleave Lin Hao in two. Lin Hao reacted quickly, using the momentum from a kick to evade the lethal range of the General's blade. He dared not confront the General's weapon directly. It was a blade capable of piercing anything, even the vibranium of Vision's form, let alone his own flesh. The General, seemingly unfazed by Lin Hao's previous strikes, advanced with disdain. How about this? Lin Hao extended his right hand, rapidly coalescing a blade formed from reality stone energy. As he deftly avoided the General's strike, the dark red hand blade pierced the General's chest. Well done. Loki applauded, witnessing the scene. Hey, Lin Hao looked up, only to see the General grinning ominously as he retaliated with another strike, forcing Lin Hao to retreat. To Lin Hao's astonishment, The wound on the general's chest began to heal rapidly before his very eyes. This is not quite what I had anticipated. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, recalling that in Avengers, Infinity War, the general had been fatally stabbed by Vision. Yet, the current general exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities akin to those depicted in the comics, possessing superhuman strength and the capability to heal from even the gravest injuries swiftly. Let us hope this general is not as formidable as his comic counterpart. Otherwise, neither Lin Hao nor Loki would leave here unscathed today. Indeed, as Lin Hao had surmised, this general was not the same as the one he remembered. Despite inflicting multiple injuries, Lin Hao found them all undone by the general's terrifying healing abilities. It was as if one could kill a person countless times only to discover that they could resurrect infinitely. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, Lin Hao came to grasp the prowess of General Wraithblade. Though he possessed a healing ability akin to that of a comic book character, his strength did not rival that found within the realms of Marvel. Is this the extent of your pitiful power? Regardless of the wounds you inflict upon me, they are mere trifles. General Wraithblade's expression darkened as he brandished his blade, leaping towards Lin Hao with the force of a mountain, striking downward in fury. Lin Hao leaped backward, and General Wraithblade's strike met only air. In that moment, a brilliant white light erupted from Lin Hao's palm. With a deep gaze, he thrust his hand forward, unleashing the fully formed Kamehameha at General Wraithblade. The general raised his blade, deflecting the energy blast with ease. The reverberations echoed as the reflected Kamehameha collided with the adjacent wall, creating a massive crater. A portion of the blast ricocheted back towards Lin Hao, but he had already vacated the spot. As General Wraithblade had just deflected the attack, his eyes widened in shock at the sight of Lin Hao, now mere inches away. The general instinctively lowered his gaze, only to find Lin Hao's hand poised, deeply embedded in his chest. Now, shall we see you heal? A smile graced Lin Hao's lips as he withdrew his hand. Staggering back 2 steps, General Wraithblade dropped his blade, his mouth opening as if to speak. Yet no words emerged, and he collapsed to the ground. What pretense is this? Loki, arms crossed, mocked with an amused grin. Many wish for my demise, yet I continue to thrive. Conversely, those who wish for my end have met their own fates. This time, however, it was an exception. In the next moment, Loki's pupils constricted as he beheld General Wraithblade, who had inexplicably risen once more, his previously pierced chest restored to its former state. How can this be? Loki recoiled in disbelief, staring at General Wraithblade, struggling to comprehend why he had returned when he had just collapsed. I am immortal. No one can slay me. General Wraithblade's countenance was foreboding as he stomped his blade, shaking the very foundations of the Klin prison. In a moment of realization, Lin Hao recalled that General Wraithblade's soul resided within his blade. Even if his corporeal form was vanquished, as long as the blade remained intact, he could resurrect infinitely. To kill him, one must shatter the blade. Lin Hao suddenly remembered the weapon in General Wraithblade's grasp. It was indeed the true essence of his being. Only by destroying the blade could he ensure the complete demise of General Wraithblade. Otherwise, he would continue to resurrect without end. Even the direct death I could not eliminate him, for as long as the blade remained unbroken, General Wraithblade was an undying entity. You possess such knowledge? The general of the Deathblade was taken aback, unable to fathom how Lin Hao had uncovered his secret. Just moments ago, Lin Hao had successfully struck him down. Now, as he sensed that Lin Hao had seen through his hidden truth, the general realized that should Lin Hao attempt to kill him again, he might very well meet his demise on the spot. Loki, consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall grant you a reprieve. But do not expect such leniency in the future. Although the general was known for his ferocity, he was not a fool. Aware that Lin Hao possessed the means to end his life, he opted not to confront him directly. After all, it is wise to preserve one's strength for future endeavors. With a menacing remark, the general swiftly made his escape. Remarkably, he was quite nimble in his retreat. Lin Hao had little inclination to pursue the general. His primary concern lay with the cosmic sphere. Once he acquired the Power Stone, he would easily vanquish not only the general, but also the 5 Dark Generals. Should they dare to confront him, let us proceed and see if Rocket and the others have retrieved the cosmic sphere. Upon stepping outside, Lin Hao, Wanda, and Loki discovered that Ronin's fleet had vanished without a trace. As Rocket and Quill approached, their spirits were notably low. Rocket, what transpired? Lin Hao sensed the gravity of the situation and inquired urgently. With a heavy sigh, Rocket plopped down onto the ground, his tone somber. We failed. We were unable to reclaim the cosmic sphere. It is of no consequence, Lin Hao reassured him with a gentle pat. He had anticipated such an outcome. The Power Stone would not be so easily obtained, and a fierce battle with Ronin was inevitable. What shall we do now? Gamera's voice was grave. Ronin's acquisition of the cosmic sphere signified impending doom for Xander. Drax the Destroyer, however, was brimming with determination. Then we shall march to Xander and take Ronin's head. I seek vengeance for my wife and daughter. Indeed, rather than wallowing in despair, it was far better to take the initiative, thwart Ronin, and reclaim the cosmic sphere. Lin Hao spoke with fervor, indifferent to the fate of the Xandarians. His sole desire was the Power Stone. Only with the Power Stone could he unleash the full potential of the Reality Stone. The Reality Stone was the only one among the 6 Infinity Stones that could not be wielded alone. It required the assistance of another Infinity Stone, or it would spell disaster for the user. Currently, even though Lin Hao could harness the Reality Stone, his power was but a mere fraction of its true potential. However, with the Power Stone as an ally, he could fully manifest the Reality Stone's might, significantly enhancing his capabilities. This prospect was immensely alluring to Lin Hao. "Ah, Quill, you are quite the elusive one," a mocking voice interrupted, causing the group to turn and see Yondu approaching with a legion of Ravagers, swaggering with bravado. "Yondu?" Quill's eyes widened in alarm, prompting him to flee. Yet, a Ravager fired a shot at his feet, compelling Quill to halt abruptly. With a wave of his hand, Yondu commanded his men to encircle Star-Lord, then stepped forward, delivering a powerful punch to Quill's abdomen. "You dare betray me? And you even had the audacity to steal my money." Yondu lifted Star-Lord's head, his expression fierce. "When I brought you here, you were but a child. Those wretches sought to devour you, unaware of the flavor of a teal star inhabitant. I rescued you. Your survival until this day is solely due to my intervention. Yet you dare to betray me? Can you refrain from mentioning this? My heavens, it has been 20 years, and you incessantly strike me with this accusation. As if abstaining from devouring me is an extraordinary feat, I have never encountered a sane individual who fixates on consuming others day in and day out. Why should I express gratitude for such a perverse notion? It was you who abducted me, wrenching me from my family, and you audaciously expect me to be grateful? I have never seen such unmitigated shamelessness." Star-Lord retorted hysterically at Yondu. Yondu smirked enigmatically, then dramatically flared his coat, whistled, and a whistle arrow shot forth, poised against Star-Lord's throat. With another whistle, the arrow would mercilessly take Star-Lord's life. "You insolent brat, regardless of where you learned your silver tongue. You must ensure your subordinates comprehend the consequences of betrayal. Hey, Lin Jackson, it's your turn to step in. Didn't you promise to help me deal with Yondu? Now is the time to fulfill that promise." Faced with the merciless Yondu, Star-Lord appeared flustered, hastily seeking Lin Hao's assistance. Lin Hao frowned, realizing he had somehow become the designated savior of lives. "To clarify, my commitment was contingent upon you delivering the orb to me, after which I would handle Yondu. However, since Ronin has seized the orb, it is no longer in my possession, thus I have no obligation to assist you with Yondu." Leaning against the wall, Lin Hao spoke nonchalantly. Hey, you can't pull the rug out from under me like this. Yondu will truly kill me. If I die, who will reclaim the orb for you?" Star-Lord exclaimed urgently. "Rest assured, Yondu will not kill you." Lin Hao remained unfazed at the prospect of Yondu taking Star-Lord's life. Yondu regarded Star-Lord almost as a son, merely lacking a reason not to slay him for the sake of his subordinates. Yet now, with the orb stolen, it seemed there was no reason for Yondu to stage a charade. "Very well, considering your earthly origins, I shall assist you this once." Lin Hao turned to Yondu, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Yondu, could you come here for a moment? I have something to discuss." "Who are you? On what grounds should I heed your words?" Chapter 89. A lucrative proposition. "I have a lucrative business proposal that I believe will pique your interest," Lin Hao said leisurely. "A lucrative proposition?" Intrigued, Yondu stepped out from the crowd, following Lin Hao to a secluded corner. "I detest being lied to, so you best have a genuine high-stakes deal to discuss," Yondu warned, his tone menacing. "Before we delve into this lucrative venture, I have a request." Lin Hao smiled calmly, and Yondu raised an eyebrow. "What request?" "Release Quill." "Impossible. He betrayed me. If I release him, I cannot answer to my subordinates." Yondu waved his hand dismissively, instantly rejecting Lin Hao's request without a moment's hesitation. "You are acutely aware that you would not dare to kill Quill. Your thoughts are misguided. I could eliminate him in an instant," taunted Yondu. "Is that so? You must be well aware of Quill's true identity. If my memory serves me correctly, the employer who hired you to abduct Quill from Tyrannes was a man named Ego. To be precise, he belongs to the celestial race, and as Ego's biological son, Quill is also considered one of them. Should you choose to slay Quill, Ego would undoubtedly seek your demise, along with that of your Ravager faction." Upon hearing this, Yondu was taken aback. He was perplexed as to how Lin Hao could possess such knowledge, given that the events in question took place over a decade ago. Lin Hao appeared to be merely in his teens or early 20s. It was impossible for him to know of such matters. Yet the reality stood before him, as Lin Hao articulated the facts with remarkable precision. "How do you know this?" Yondu asked, astonished. "Not only do I know, but I also understand why you have not handed Quill over to Ego. You are aware that once Quill is delivered to Ego, he will be consumed. Moreover, deep down, you harbor no desire to kill Quill. You consider him akin to your own son. You merely lack a pretext to feign your reluctance in front of your subordinates. Am I correct? Lin Hao smiled, each word striking Yongdu's heart with resounding clarity, leaving him incredulous at the extent of Lin Hao's knowledge. Am I right? I see you are struggling to find justification. Allow me to provide you with one. You can return and tell your men that I have purchased Quill's life for a sum of money. This way, you will have a valid reason, will you not? There is no one else here. You need not disguise your intentions. Is this what you refer to as a lucrative deal? Yongdu swallowed hard. Indeed. So, what do you say? If you are resolute in your intent to kill Quill, I shall consider this conversation null. Lin Hao shrugged, feigning indifference. Haha, it's a deal. Yongdu laughed heartily and shook hands with Lin Hao. Here's to a successful partnership. Congratulations, you are now free. Mr. Lin has paid 1 million to secure your life. Aboard the Dark Star, in a dimly lit chamber, the visage of Thanos was cast upon the walls. I have acquired the orb of the cosmos. I am a man of my word. The accuser Ronan regarded Thanos with a stoic expression. Hand it over. Very well, this is our agreement. I shall procure the orb for you, and in return, you will annihilate Xander. As he spoke, Ronan received the orb from his subordinate. Subsequently, Ronan's demeanor shifted to one of malevolence. But now, I have realized that the orb conceals an infinity gem. What need have I for you now? Child, you would do well to reconsider your actions. Thanos warned Ronan coldly. Ronan dismissed the warning with disdain, and without hesitation, he twisted the orb open. Within lay an infinity gem, radiating a violet luminescence, emanating immense power. My lord, this is unwise. Thanos wields the greatest power in the universe, cautioned Ronan's subordinate, Tullus. Yet Ronan appeared oblivious to the caution. This ends here. In the next moment, Ronan extracted the gem, and a torrent of violet energy surged through him, causing the floor beneath him to crack and fill with the overwhelming power of the infinity gem. Beside them, Nebula recoiled in fear at the unfolding scene. However, it soon became evident to Ronan that his body could not withstand the terrifying energy of the Power Stone, which threatened to obliterate him entirely. In a moment of urgency, Ronan seized his versatile weapon, the Kree Warhammer, from Chala and embedded the Power Stone into it. As the Power Stone was relinquished, Ronan's body gradually stabilized, and he felt the overwhelming power coursing through him. He had never experienced such a tremendous amplification of strength. With the Power Stone's energy augmenting him and the Warhammer now enhanced, Ronan felt himself wielding a power rivaling that of Thanos himself. How dare you call me a child? Ronan bellowed, expressing his disdain for Thanos. I shall show you how the Kree judge the planet Xander, how it has suffered for millennia. He declared, when I return, I will settle the score with you. Will you kill my father after annihilating Xander? Nebula inquired. Do you dare to obstruct me? Ronan shot her a cold glance. Look at what he has reduced me to. If you kill him, I will lend you my full strength to obliterate 1,000 planets. At this moment, Nebula's pent-up resentment towards Thanos erupted into a fierce rage. Very well, set sail immediately, destroy Xander, and then deal with Thanos. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and his companions began formulating a battle plan. Yondu and his Ravagers joined the mission to stop Ronan on Xander, under the condition that he would claim the Power Stone upon Ronan's demise. Star-Lord readily accepted Yondu's terms, yet Lin Hao remained silent. With the Power Stone currently in Ronan's possession, it was uncertain whose grasp it would ultimately fall into after Ronan's defeat. Moreover, Ronan was not to be trifled with. Lin Hao knew that even without the Power Stone, Ronan's strength was sufficient to rival the Black Order. Individually, none of the Black Order could match Ronan, but together, they might have a chance. To add to the stakes, Ronan had now acquired the Power Stone. Lin Hao could hardly fathom the extent of his newfound power. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his determination to obtain the Power Stone. On board Yondu's flagship, he observed the approaching Dark Aster and issued a warning. Attention! We will encounter the Dark Aster in 15 minutes. All personnel, prepare for action. Subsequently, Yondu, Quill, Rocket, and the others piloted Yondu's ship, detaching from the flagship and soaring towards Ronan's Dark Aster. Soon, high above Xander, Yondu's fleet confronted the Dark Aster. Seated at the helm, Yondu commanded, fire. Chapter 90. A single punch to obliterate. With Yondu's command, the battle between the fleets commenced in earnest. Move out. Yondu led Rocket and the others to flank the Dark Aster, aiming to breach its side and infiltrate its interior. All pilots, engage. In the realm of the Dark Starship, the commands from Nebula were issued, and an overwhelming number of warships surged forth from the Dark Starship, engaging in a direct confrontation with the army of Ravagers led by Yondu. The air was filled with thunderous roars as the Ravagers clashed violently with the Sikaran forces, transforming the battlefield into a scene of unparalleled carnage, with warships being relentlessly shot down in a relentless exchange of fire. This spectacle was reminiscent of the ultimate battle depicted in the Guardians of the Galaxy movie from Lin Hao's past life, a grand display of visual impact. High above, amidst the clouds, Countless warships unleashed their firepower, showcasing what true visual shock means. However, as time progressed, the sheer number of Sakaran warships began to overwhelm the Ravagers, who found themselves retreating in disarray. Just then, the Nova Corps joined the fray, and with their armed forces entering the battle, the tide began to shift. "Stay here, Loki. Wanda, let us go," Lin Hao instructed, leaving Loki aboard Yondu's mothership while he and Wanda soared into the fray. After all, Loki lacked the ability to fly, and there were no spare warships available for him to join the battle, so it was best for him to remain on the mothership, lest he hinder Lin Hao's efforts. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions filled the air as shells rained down, filling the sky with smoke and chaos. Lin Hao and Wanda emerged from the mothership, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that swiftly downed several Sakaran warships. Wanda followed suit, her chaotic magic rendering the Sakaran vessels utterly defenseless. Any ship struck by her spells was obliterated into fragments. Exciting. Lin Hao could not contain his exuberance, exclaiming that the exchange of fire between warships was the essence of a man's romance. Regrettably, he had no additional ships at his disposal. Otherwise, he too would have relished the opportunity to engage in the battle himself. Together, Lin Hao and Wanda forged a path through the aerial battlefield, annihilating any warship that stood in their way until they regrouped with Rocket and the others. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rocket Raccoon was fiercely bombarding the flank of the Dark Starship. Yet despite his relentless assault, he failed to penetrate its defenses. The concentrated fire left only superficial marks on the exterior of the Dark Starship. "This damn turtle shell. I refuse to believe I can't break through." As Rocket prepared to regroup for another offensive, a sudden beam of pure white energy shot forth, striking the side of the Dark Starship. The impact caused significant damage, creating a gaping hole in the side of the vessel. Gazing at the breach, Rocket instinctively looked outside, where he saw Lin Hao and Wanda hovering in the air, gradually retracting their hands. "My God, this guy is insane. Stop dawdling, let's get inside. The outside is up to Yondu and his crew." Lin Hao's voice crackled through Rocket's earpiece, just as he was lost in thought. Lin Hao and Wanda dove through the newly created gash into the interior of the Dark Starship. Inside, the vessel had been significantly shaken by Lin Hao's earlier strike. Nebula hurried to the flight deck, reporting, "The right flank has been attacked. Enemies have breached our defenses. Descending further, my singular aim is to reach the ground." "All else is of little consequence," remarked the unperturbed accuser, Ronan. "Once he touches down, he shall wield the Power Stone to obliterate the civilization of Xander, ensuring the total annihilation of the planet itself at his hands." "I understand," Nebula nodded, a glint of resolve flashing in her eyes. "Shut the safety door and prepare to confront the enemy." Upon breaching the interior of the Dark Aster, Lin Hao encountered a throng of Sakarans attempting to impede their progress. However, these feeble adversaries, with combat prowess barely reaching 5, were no match for Lin Hao and his companions, who dispatched them effortlessly. "Where's Ronan?" Rocket Raccoon inquired. Having infiltrated their domain, their foremost priority was locating Ronan. Only by eliminating him could they hope to reclaim the Infinity Stones and bring this war to a close. The fierce battle raging outside bore little impact on their outcome. Victory hinged upon their ability to defeat Ronan. Should they falter, Ronan would undoubtedly emerge triumphant. To access the flight deck, one must pass through a safety door, which cannot be forcibly breached. Only by disabling the power supply to the safety door can they gain entry, Gamora explained. "Cannot be forcibly breached? I refuse to believe it." Lin Hao smiled faintly, unconvinced. "No barrier could withstand the might of the Reality Stone. Try if you dare. The safety door is impervious, able to withstand any assault," Gamora asserted confidently, evidently assured of the door's resilience. "That is precisely my intention, Gamora." Just then, a figure leaped down from above. It was Nebula. "Look at the mess you've made. You're as useless as ever," she coldly ridiculed Gamora. Boom. Before she could finish her taunt, a rocket launcher fired at her, as Drax the Destroyer gently lowered his weapon, innocently stating, "I will not permit her to insult my friend." Lin Hao found himself momentarily speechless. Drax truly was a gem. At the very least. "Wait until she finishes speaking before you strike. Quickly, head to the flight deck. I will disable the safety door's power supply," Gamora instructed before preparing to depart. Suddenly, Lin Hao interjected, "No need to disable the power. I could shatter that safety door with a single punch." "Oh, friend from Tyvan, your bravado surpasses even mine." Rocket Raccoon jested. "But I believe you can accomplish it. Let us follow his lead. I have faith he can smash that so-called safety door to pieces." With that, Rocket waved his tiny fist in enthusiasm. "I hope you shan't regret this," Gamora sighed, reluctantly acquiescing. Under her guidance, Lin Hao and his companions navigated through countless obstacles, ultimately arriving at the threshold of the safety door leading to the flight deck. "Ronan is within. Let us see how you will shatter that door with a single blow." Gamora looked at Lin Hao eagerly, as if anticipating his failure. Very well. Today I shall broaden your horizons. It is merely a door, Lin Hao replied. Lin Hao rolled up his sleeves, gesturing for them to step back. A dark red energy surged in his hands. And then he delivered a powerful punch to the security door. Crack! As Lin Hao's fist struck the door, the sound of shattering echoed throughout the area. Chapter 91. The terrifying power of the orb crack. Crack! Crack! Cracks rapidly spread across the entire security door, culminating in a thunderous roar as the supposedly indestructible barrier, as declared by Gamora, came crashing down. Gamora stared in disbelief. The once formidable security door had indeed been obliterated by Lin Hao's single blow. Despite her reluctance to accept it, the evidence lay stark before her. Behold, what it means to be a master. This is what mastery looks like. Rocket Raccoon laughed heartily, unabashedly showering Lin Hao with praise. Let us go. Lin Hao waved his hand, and the group surged forward onto the flight deck. Gamora and Rocket swiftly dispatched several guards on the deck, and then Star-Lord raised his quantum rocket launcher, aiming it directly at Ronan, who stood in the center of the flight deck, and fired. Boom. The quantum rocket struck Ronan with pinpoint accuracy, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent Quill and the others sprawling. In the wake of the explosion, flames and smoke enveloped Ronan, suggesting that he had been taken down by Star-Lord's shot. Haha. Quill, you did it. You avenged my wife and daughter. Drax the Destroyer exclaimed with excitement. If only it were that simple, Lin Hao shook his head. Though the quantum rocket launcher wielded great power, it was insignificant against Ronan, who bore the Power Stone. As the smoke cleared, Ronan the Accuser slowly rose, gathering himself. He raised his Kree War hammer, its purple glow pulsating, and an invisible shockwave instantly sent everyone reeling. Very well. Rocket Raccoon's expression hardened as he unleashed a barrage of gunfire at Ronan, with Gamora following closely behind. Rat-tat-tat-tat. After the flurry of gunfire, they hoped to see Ronan injured or even defeated, but their naivety was evident. The onslaught from Rocket and the others barely seemed to faze Ronan, who stood unwavering. You fools, do you truly believe you can defeat me? I shall deal with you now and send you to your graves on Xandar. Ronan roared, slamming his Kree War hammer into the ground. Boom. Energy radiating with purple flames erupted, sweeping toward Lin Hao and his companions. Except for Lin Hao and Wanda, the rest were sent flying, spitting blood upon impact. So overwhelming. Is there truly no way for us to prevail? Star-Lord lay on the ground, groaning in agony. Ronan was far stronger than they had imagined. Even if they all attacked together, they would not stand a chance against a fraction of his might. Wanda, protect them. I will confront Ronan. Lin Hao stepped forward. He was now their only hope of challenging Ronan. You? Ronan cast a disdainful glance, questioning the presence of such a mere child, seemingly inviting his own demise. Invite your own demise? He retorted, a phrase that seemingly suited Lin Hao perfectly. With that, Lin Hao initiated his assault. A surge of dark red energy enveloped him as he clenched his fist. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Ronan, delivering a powerful punch imbued with the energy of the Reality Stone, aimed squarely at Ronan's face. Yet Ronan remained unmoved, allowing Lin Hao's fist to descend upon him. However, just as Lin Hao's fist was about to make contact, a brilliant violet light erupted from Ronan, unleashing an overwhelmingly potent wave of energy that sent Lin Hao hurtling back. Truly, the Power Stone was formidable. Lin Hao managed to steady himself, having sensed an extraordinarily powerful energy pulse at the moment of near contact. The very force that had repelled him. The Power Stone is arguably the most aggressive of the 6 Infinity Stones. A single punch could obliterate stars. And should Ronan touch the ground, he could simply place his Kree War hammer down, and the entire planet of Xandar would be reduced to cosmic dust. In contrast, Lin Hao's Reality Stone, which could only exhibit superficial strength, stood no chance against the full might of the Power Stone. Ronan raised his Kree War hammer, embedded with the Power Stone, and with a swift motion, unleashed a shockwave that sent Lin Hao sprawling backwards for dozens of meters before he collided heavily against a wall. Kamehameha. In the next moment, Lin Hao retaliated, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy with his Kamehameha directly aimed at Ronan. Yet, with a mere flick of his Kree War hammer, Ronan effortlessly dissipated Lin Hao's attack. Undeterred by the ineffectiveness of his Kamehameha, Lin Hao combined the energy of the Reality Stone with chaotic magic, launching a concentrated beam of energy towards Ronan. Ignorant strength. Ronan scoffed as he waved his Kree War hammer again, easily neutralizing Lin Hao's combined energy beam. Seizing the moment, Ronan then charged forward, landing a heavy blow on Lin Hao, sending him crashing through multiple walls before he finally came to a halt. This ends now. Ronan prepared to deliver a fatal strike. But Lin Hao's aura suddenly surged dramatically. Under Ronan's astonished gaze, Lin Hao was enveloped in crimson flames, charging forth with the ferocity of thunder, landing a punch squarely on Ronan's abdomen. This time, Ronan was sent flying, crashing against the glass of the flight deck, debris scattering in the aftermath. Sevenfold Kaioken. This is my limit. Having experienced the overwhelming power of Ronin's Power Stone, Lin Hao had pushed the Kaioken to its maximum. Any further increase in multiplier would impose severe strain on his body. At that moment, Lin Hao's combat power soared from 1,600,000 to over 10 million, marking the highest combat power index he had ever achieved. Previously, with a combat power of 160,000, he had failed to breach Ronin's defenses, but now, empowered by the Kaioken, he finally had the potential to penetrate Ronin's guard. Yet Lin Hao was acutely aware that, despite having sent Ronin flying, he had inflicted little more than superficial damage. As anticipated, Ronin swiftly regained his footing. Tilting his head with a hint of curiosity, he remarked, "Your strength appears to have improved slightly, yet you are destined to remain my subordinate. I shall make the entire universe aware that in my present state, I am invincible." Shatter. While Ronin reveled in his bravado, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to strike at Ronin's Kree Warhammer. He understood that only by annihilating the Warhammer and extracting the Power Stone could he hope to defeat Ronin. Otherwise, even if he amplified his Kaioken to 20 times, he would still stand no chance against Ronin. Buzz. To Lin Hao's astonishment, the anticipated shattering of the Kree Warhammer did not occur. Instead, when Lin Hao unleashed his energy-infused hand strike, a radiant purple light emanated from the Warhammer, rebounding him forcefully. Chapter 92. Star-Lord's awkward dance. Lin Hao was taken aback. This was not at all what he had envisioned. Despite his attempt to wield the energy of the Reality Stone, he was unable to destroy the Kree Warhammer. Instead, the Power Stone's energy surged forth, safeguarding the Warhammer. A commendable thought, yet ultimately futile. Perceiving Lin Hao's actions, Ronin scoffed. "It seems we must resort to a more direct approach. With the path of destruction through the Kree Warhammer blocked, Lin Hao had no choice but to engage Ronin in close combat. The intensity of their clash was evident, as half of the Dark Aster was obliterated in the process. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battle between Lin Hao and Ronin. Despite Lin Hao landing several blows on Ronin, the latter remained unscathed, while Lin Hao endured numerous attacks from Ronin, sustaining considerable injuries. Panting heavily, Lin Hao retreated a short distance. The prolonged use of Kaioken had taken a heavy toll on his stamina, and coupled with his injuries, he was nearing his limits. Continuing this relentless struggle would soon render his Kaioken unsustainable. "It is time to bring this farce to an end. Allow me to send you all to hell." Ronin, growing weary of the skirmish with Lin Hao, prepared to unleash his lethal force. It seemed he would need to employ the mystic eyes of death perception. Lin Hao realized that nearly all his tactics had proven ineffective against Ronin, merely serving to tickle him. The only means of inflicting irreversible damage would likely be the mystic eyes of death perception. Activate the mystic eyes of death perception. In that moment, Lin Hao's eyes transformed into a mesmerizing void, imbued with an enigmatic aura. However, when he gazed upon Ronin once more, he was taken aback. He could not discern the lines of death or the points of mortality. Upon activating the mystic eyes of death perception, Lin Hao found himself unable to perceive any death lines or points on Ronin, signifying a formidable disparity in their strengths. While the mystic eyes were indeed a potent technique, they harbored a significant flaw. They could only reveal the death points of those who were not excessively stronger than oneself, should the opponent's power exceed a certain threshold. The death lines and points would become indistinct, ultimately rendering them invisible. Lin Hao could perceive neither the death line nor the death point on Ronin, indicating that Ronin's strength surpassed Lin Hao's by a considerable margin, rendering his mystic eyes of death incapable of detecting any signs of mortality on Ronin. Without the ability to discern these critical points, any attempt to launch an attack on Ronin's vulnerabilities became futile. Quill, devise a plan to attract Ronin's attention. "I shall seize the opportunity to snatch his hammer," Lin Hao proposed, as a sudden epiphany struck him, recalling Ronin's demise in his previous life. In that life, Ronin had met his end in an exceedingly awkward manner. Attract his attention? How should I go about that? Quill pondered, momentarily at a loss. "Aren't you fond of dance battles? Put on your headphones and challenge him to a dance-off. That should certainly capture his focus," Lin Hao suggested, maintaining a facade of composure while inwardly stifling laughter. Encouraging someone to dance awkwardly, what a divine stroke of genius. "What a splendid idea," Quill exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he retrieved his headphones. Lin Hao, having procured a basketball from an unknown source, jested, "Hey Quill, combining basketball with dancing should surely garner even more of his attention, right?" "That's an excellent notion." Unaware of Lin Hao's ulterior motives, Quill accepted the basketball and approached Ronin to commence his performance. The ensuing spectacle nearly provoked Lin Hao into laughter. Quill, donned in headphones, sang along to the music while gyrating in an absurd dance, all the while dribbling the basketball, creating a scene of unparalleled absurdity. "What are you doing?" In an astonishing turn of events, Ronin actually found himself drawn to Quill's ridiculous display. It's a dance-off, buddy. Just the two of us. Let's get wild. With Ronan's attention inadvertently captured, Quill danced with increasing fervor. Just as Lin Hao prepared to snatch Ronan's Kree war hammer, Ronan, unable to bear the sight any longer, swung his hammer, sending Quill flying and leaving only a solitary basketball behind. Lin Hao mused to himself how Quill had devised such a clever plan, only to find that this Ronan was far from the foolish version he had encountered in his previous life with the Guardians of the Galaxy. As he delivered a swift blow to Quill, a flamboyant fool indeed, Ronan, ignoring Quill, raised the Kree war hammer above his head, declaring, "You foolish mortals shall remember the one who judges you," and that is, boom. Just as Ronan prepared to deliver a fatal strike, a crimson energy blast struck him, interrupting his motion and sending him hurtling backward. Lin Hao turned sharply to see Wanda conjuring chaotic crimson magic with her delicate hands. She leapt high and landed before Ronan, her gaze fierce. "Even if we are to be judged, at least it shall not be by you." Another fool has arrived, unwilling to acknowledge their own weakness, Ronan thought. Rising slowly while casting a mocking glance at Wanda, she refrained from engaging in idle chatter, channeling a torrent of chaotic magic to envelop Ronan entirely, attempting to manipulate him. However, the Ronan wielding the Power Stone remained utterly unfazed. "Wanda, return, you cannot contend with him." Presently, Wanda stood no chance against the Ronan empowered by the Power Stone. Although chaos magic is one of the most formidable energies in the universe, Wanda's current mastery of it is insufficient to wield such power against the Infinity Stones, particularly the most aggressive among them, the Power Stone. Yet, it was too late. As Wanda unleashed chaos magic against Ronan, he, harboring murderous intent, raised his Kree warhammer and, with a stomp, shattered the chaos magic enveloping him. The hammer struck Wanda, leaving her pallid, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. The moment the Kree warhammer, imbued with the Power Stone, collided with Wanda, Lin Hao's eyes widened in shock. He rushed to catch the battered Wanda, cradling her lifeless form, his fury teetering on the brink of madness. Ronan's blow possessed the capacity to obliterate a planet. It was unimaginable the extent of the impact Wanda had endured. The chaos magic had shielded her. It was solely due to the timely intervention of chaos magic that Wanda survived Ronan's strike. Otherwise, that blow would have been fatal. Yet, even with chaos magic preserving her life, Wanda now teetered on the edge of death. "How dare you harm Wanda? I promised Eric that as long as I draw breath, no one shall bully Wanda, unless they tread over my corpse." In that moment, Lin Hao's rage reached its zenith. Chapter 93, Super Saiyan. This was the first time in his life he had felt such wrath. "Ronan, you shall pay." He could endure wounds. He could withstand blows. Even if misfortune befell him one day, it mattered not. But he could not tolerate the bullying of Wanda, especially with the added power of the stone that nearly cost her life. "Oh, do you think you can kill me?" Ronan remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. In truth, even if he were aware, he felt no fear, for with the Power Stone in hand, he could act with impunity. What is happening? Accompanying Lin Hao's fury, within the Dark Star, the debris from the earlier tumult suddenly began to levitate, a sight that left Star-Lord and the others in awe. A surge of violent energy. Gamora looked around, acutely aware of the turbulent energy saturating the air. Boom. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky, as dark clouds engulfed the capital of Nova. Bolts of lightning struck down from the clouds, each impact resulting in explosions at various locations. Soon, the ominous clouds spread across the entire planet of Xander. Lightning sweeping over the globe, seismic tremors shaking the very foundation of the planet, causing mountains to collapse. Earthquakes and tsunamis ravaged the world. This spectacle terrified the inhabitants of Xander. Is this the end of the world? As they gazed at the ominous sky and the indiscriminate strikes of lightning, the residents of Xander succumbed to panic. At the Nova headquarters, witnessing the unfolding global catastrophe, the Nova Prime wore a grave expression. Who knows what is happening? Unbeknownst to many, this sudden occurrence transpired. Mere moments ago, the skies were clear, only to be engulfed in chaos. Could it be that Xander is destined to face its ultimate demise? A Nova officer pondered solemnly. Regardless of the circumstances, as long as Xander stands, we must not relinquish hope. The Supreme Nova, as the paramount leader of the Nova Empire, must remain composed, especially in such tumultuous times. If she falters, the Empire may well be doomed. Act swiftly, assist our people in evacuating to safety. Yes, confronted with this global calamity, all officers of the Nova Empire sprang into action, partaking in the rescue efforts. Crackling sounds echoed across the sea near the Nova capital, where innumerable bolts of lightning manifested into a tempestuous storm, each streak infused with ferocious energy. Inside the Dark Aster, Ronan observed the gradually evolving Lin Hao, intrigued by his transformation. He mused quietly, "I am increasingly captivated. I yearn to uncover the extent of your hidden strength. My heavens, Is this commotion truly instigated by Lin Jackson? Star-Lord gasped, witnessing the darkened sky and the relentless flashes of lightning. The sheer force of one individual could incite such cosmic upheaval. Thunder, earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions. Could this truly be human? In Star-Lord's experience, he had never witnessed such phenomena. Lin Hao was continually growing stronger, a man shrouded in enigma. Gamora remarked with seriousness. She had initially perceived Lin Hao as merely a person of moderate power. Yet his repeated displays had shattered her preconceptions, from demolishing a secure door with a single punch to now plunging all of Xandar into global catastrophe. At this moment, within Lin Hao, an inexhaustible power akin to a slumbering primordial beast awakened, coursing through his Saiyan veins, igniting a fervor. Brutality, aggression, and bloodlust surged towards his mind. How dare you? How dare you bully Wanda? Lin Hao growled softly, his hair standing on end as a golden light enveloped him, illuminating his entire being. He was transforming. Rocket Raccoon, who had been closely watching Lin Hao, recognized the fleeting golden glimmer and shouted out. What will transpire next? Star-Lord felt a mix of anticipation and concern. Oh. The accuser Ronan also sensed the shimmering golden light emanating from Lin Hao, his eyes widening as he focused intently on him. At last, the tempestuous energy in the air reached a crescendo, and with Lin Hao's roar, the ferocious and potent force within him erupted. A golden aura engulfed Lin Hao, his hair transmuting into a brilliant gold, altering his hairstyle as well. Moreover, his eyes shifted from blue to emerald green. Golden-haired and emerald-eyed, he had become a Super Saiyan. Fueled by rage over Wanda's near demise at Ronan's hands, Lin Hao's rationality was consumed, unleashing the fighting spirit of his Saiyan heritage and successfully transforming into a Super Saiyan. Wow, I must admit, he looks even more imposing now. Witnessing Lin Hao's transformation in its entirety, Rocket Raccoon expressed his genuine admiration. Indeed, with his golden hair and azure eyes, he emanated a radiant golden aura, exuding an unmistakable air of sovereignty. When did Earthlings acquire such a skill? Why can't I? Star-Lord quipped. Rocket, hurry and take Wanda away from here. Lin Hao slowly rose, retrieving a magical bean and tossing it to Rocket, instructing, once you leave, give this to Wanda to consume. Accurately catching the bean, Rocket Raccoon hesitated momentarily before Lin Hao's urging echoed. Quickly, while I have yet to lose my sanity. Depart at once. Groot, carry her. We must leave. With Lin Hao's commanding shout, Rocket sprang into action, and the tree-like Groot scooped up Wanda. As they fled with utmost urgency, after Rocket and his companions had departed, Lin Hao turned slowly to face Ronan, the wielder of the Power Stone. Now devoid of any sense of intimidation. Clapping his hands with a hint of surprise, Ronan remarked, this surprise has caught me off guard, but undoubtedly, things are becoming increasingly intriguing. Indeed, they were becoming ever more captivating, with the irony being that your time is about to run out. Lin Hao's gaze held an endless coldness as he clenched his fists, feeling the overwhelming power within him, akin to the might of the ocean. I shall utilize this power to bring about your end, avenging the blow you dealt to Wanda. Haha, such audacity, young one. Do you truly believe that acquiring this power will enable you to defeat me? Ronan laughed maniacally, mocking Lin Hao's overconfidence. I recall stating earlier that in this world, no one can vanquish me. No one is my equal. Remember your current smile, and I hope you can still wear it shortly. Lin Hao shot him a cold glance and launched his assault. Thus commenced an epic battle of the ages. Chapter 94, The Catastrophe of Xanderboom. Lin Hao moved so swiftly that he seemed to teleport, landing a punch on Ronan without warning. Ronan was utterly taken by surprise, and the force of the blow sent him crashing through the protective barrier of the flight deck, hurtling from the dark aster. Whoosh! The golden aura surged around Lin Hao, his emerald eyes ablaze with fury and fighting spirit. Unceasingly, he pursued Ronan, delivering a powerful kick that sent him plummeting to the ground. As Ronan fell rapidly, Lin Hao, with unparalleled speed, caught up to him once more, delivering another kick that propelled him skyward. Throughout the encounter, Ronan exhibited no semblance of resistance. Perhaps the possession of the Power Stone had significantly enhanced his strength, yet it bestowed upon him merely boundless power without any augmentation of speed. Thus, upon Lin Hao's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Ronan was utterly incapable of tracking Lin Hao's velocity, relegated to a position of passive suffering. Boom, boom, boom. In this manner, Lin Hao, akin to a skilled football player, sent Ronan soaring through the air, ultimately propelling him back into the Dark Star with a powerful energy blast. Despite Ronan's body being enhanced by the Power Stone, he was unable to withstand Lin Hao's recent onslaught, crashing into the Dark Star and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Is this all the strength you possess? Lin Hao stood resolutely before Ronan, casting a cold glance as he scoffed, a waste is a waste, even wielding the Infinity Stone. You cannot harness its true power. Do you know what this is called? It is a squander of resources. How dare you call me a waste? Ronan, utterly enraged from the unrelenting beating he had just endured, coupled with Lin Hao's taunts, roared in fury. I shall show you the true power of the Infinity Stone. With a thunderous roar, Ronan struck his warhammer, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of purple energy from beneath him. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and swiftly exited the Dark Star. Simultaneously, the massive Dark Star was engulfed in a tempest of destructive purple flames, reduced to ashes before countless eyes. The Sakaran warships and the Ravagers, along with Nova Corps vessels still engaged in battle near the Dark Star, were caught in the aftermath, succumbing to the tremendous shockwave, spiraling uncontrollably towards the ground. Oh, what beautiful fireworks! The recently evacuated rocket marveled at the exploding Dark Star from a distance. Hey, it seems the discussion should not revolve around aesthetics, right? Lynn Jackson might still be inside, which means... Star-Lord's words struck home. Damn it, I nearly forgot. I truly hope that kid is all right. Rocket covered his eyes. Mourning for Lin Hao. I believe your concerns are unwarranted, Gamora interjected. As her words resonated, Rocket and Star-Lord followed her gaze, discovering Lin Hao standing unharmed in the sky, defying gravity. See, I knew that kid would be fine. Rocket sighed in relief upon witnessing Lin Hao's safety. You certainly seemed to be mourning for him just a moment ago. Star-Lord playfully struck Rocket on the head. I think we should first awaken this lovely lady. Rocket promptly shifted the topic, retrieving the magical bean Lin Hao had previously given him. He gazed at the unconscious Wanda, pondering. How am I supposed to get this into her? Gamora shot him a disapproving glare, snatched the bean from Rocket's hands, pried open Wanda's mouth, and inserted it, adding a mocking remark. Small creatures truly possess simple minds. Amid the explosion, the Dark Star was reduced to countless fragments, cascading from the sky amidst roaring flames, heralding a rain of debris upon the capital of the Nova Empire below. Boom, boom, boom. The citizens of Nova's capital fled in a frenzy as debris rained down, scattering across the city, claiming the lives of thousands. At the headquarters of the Nova Empire, Nova Prime observed the chaos unfolding in the capital, his expression grave. She has dispatched all personnel to engage in the rescue efforts. Yet such grievous casualties have still occurred. This is a calamity for the Nova Empire, which shall forever remember the disgrace of this day. It is the invasion by Ronan that has led to the current plight of the Nova capital, where countless innocent citizens have lost their lives in this war, and even Xander has suffered severe devastation. As the Supreme Nova seethes with rage over Ronan's incursion, her eyes suddenly narrow in alarm. In an instant, a violet radiance envelopes the entire capital of Nova. Above, a purple energy sphere hangs like a meteor, exuding an aura of annihilation, and it continues to expand. What has transpired? The Supreme Nova's face reflects shock and disbelief. Should this energy sphere descend upon the surface of Xander, undoubtedly the entire planet would be reduced to cosmic ashes in an instant. As the scene shifts downward, beneath the colossal purple energy sphere, the Supreme Nova glimpses Ronan's figure. He raises the cosmic cube with one hand, the energy sphere capable of obliterating Xander hovering ominously above him. This is evidently Ronan's handiwork. He intends to annihilate Xander. Witnessing this scene, the Supreme Nova instantly comprehends Ronan's forthcoming actions. He is intent on the destruction of Xander. Truly, this is the power of the Power Stone. Sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from above, Lin furrows his brow. Even with his augmented strength from transforming into a Super Saiyan, he feels diminutive before the Power Stone. He can distinctly sense that should he be struck directly by Ronan's blow, he would surely be reduced to ashes. Moreover, he had previously tested the waters. Whether it was the Kamehameha, chaos magic, or even the energy of the Reality Stone, all were devoured in an instant upon contact with the violet energy sphere formed from the Power Stone. Now, let the people of the Nova Empire feel the wrath of the Kree. Cast aside your ignorant and ineffectual deity. The fate of Xander shall be rewritten today, and I, the accuser Ronan, shall play this role, granting you a brighter future. Ronan's words echoed like a distant thunder, resonating in the ears of every inhabitant of Xander. In this moment, amidst this scene, whether it be the Nova armed forces still engaged in battle or the citizens of the Nova Empire hiding in shelters, all are marked by despair. The sky bears the devastating purple energy sphere, the raging seas, the riven earth, erupting volcanoes, and the ruins of cities, all contribute to an apocalyptic ambience at its zenith. Chapter 95, Defeating Ronan. The Nova Empire is destined for annihilation, and we cannot escape our fate. Inside the mothership, Gamora's gaze is somewhat vacant, the immense purple energy sphere above radiating an aura of boundless despair. Once this violet energy sphere descends, there is no doubt that the entire Xander will be reduced to cosmic ashes. In that moment, none among them will escape. They too shall become cosmic ashes alongside Xander. A madman. He is a lunatic. The raccoon Rocket wore a sorrowful expression. Though my lifespan is brief, I do not wish to perish today. I am Groot. Hey, Now is not the time for such remarks, is it? Should we not devise a method to thwart him? I refuse to meet my end in such an inexplicable manner. Amidst the despondency of the other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy, only Star-Lord retained a glimmer of determination. He believed that hope was not yet lost. As long as they were alive and Xander had not been annihilated, there remained a chance. Thwart? How can we possibly do that? It's the Infinity Stone. The moment we come into contact with it, we will be reduced to ashes. Rocket's tone was bleak. Damn it. Why did I even come to this cursed Xander with you? Why say such things? Are we not a team? Star-Lord retorted emphatically. Indeed, Quill is correct. We still have hope, and I believe in him, Wanda said softly, standing at the forefront of their ship after consuming a magic bean. Him? Gamora asked, puzzled. Are you referring to Lynn Jackson? He can save everything? Star-Lord inquired, looking at Wanda. Come on, no matter how formidable he is, he cannot contend with the Infinity Stone. Although Lynn's performance has been remarkable, as witnessed by Rocket, I do not believe he can rival the power of the Infinity Stone. The Infinity Stones were birthed at the dawn of the universe, and the power contained within each is beyond the grasp of ordinary beings. You are correct. Lynn may not be able to confront the Infinity Stone, but since we cannot resolve the problem, we should eliminate the one who presents it, Wanda asserted. Her eyes shimmering with confidence in Lynn. The one who presents the problem? You mean Ronan? Star-Lord suddenly realized. She is right, with Lynn's strength. Perhaps he can indeed defeat Ronan before he obliterates Xander. Upon hearing this, Rocket sprang up from the ground, aligning himself with Wanda, and exclaimed excitedly, Buddy from T'Challa. Whether we live or die relies entirely on you. Rocket was willing to believe that Lynn could indeed deal with Ronan. This was their last hope. If Lynn could not vanquish Ronan, then only doom awaited them, alongside Xander. This strategy was one Lynn had contemplated as well. He could not prevent the destruction wrought by the power of the stone, but he could eliminate Ronan beforehand. Buzz. Lynn's emerald eyes transformed into deep black holes as he attained immense power in his Super Saiyan form, finally perceiving the fatal lines and points upon Ronan. Though still somewhat indistinct, it was sufficient. Ronan, it all ends here. Allow me to terminate your sweet dreams. Lynn extended his right hand, swiftly coalescing a hand blade radiating golden energy. He could not simply stand by and watch as Ronan annihilated Xander. Whether or not he saved Xander was a separate matter, for if Xander were to be destroyed, there would be no doubt that he and Wanda, situated on Xander, would perish alongside it. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he remained powerless against the energy of a planet's explosion. At this very moment, the violet energy sphere above Ronan had expanded to envelop the entire Nova capital, resembling a miniature sun. Such immense power could obliterate not just one, but even 10 planets like Xander. Who do you think you are? Ronan scoffed disdainfully. No one can thwart me now. You shall perish alongside Xander in the cosmos. With that, Ronan, wielding the Kree War hammer, was poised to command the violet energy sphere to descend. However, as this thought crossed his mind, and he made a move, Lin Hao, who had been several hundred meters away, suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, Ronan's pupils constricted. He stared, bewildered, at Lin Hao, who had inexplicably appeared before him. And then down at the golden energy blade embedded deep within his body. The vitality in his eyes was rapidly fading. It was too late. Everything was too late. You and all of Xander shall accompany me to the grave. A smug smile crept upon Ronan's lips, and in an instant, his body turned to ash. This scene was witnessed by Wanda and the others aboard the mothership, and as they saw Ronan disintegrate, a cheer erupted within the ship. Wow. I knew this kid was extraordinary. I won't have to die, Rocket exclaimed, leaping up in joy and embracing Gamora. Good riddance, Yondu sighed in relief. Knowing that Ronan's demise spared him and his Ravagers from annihilation here, Loki, who had remained silent, also smirked. But wait, Ronan is dead. Why has Tia disappeared? Star-Lord soon sensed something amiss. He pointed to the violet energy sphere in the sky, which was now slowly descending towards the ground. This sight caused the previously jubilant crowd's expressions to darken instantaneously. Just before his demise, Ronan had activated the power of the orb, which had given kinetic energy to the amassed power above, causing it to slowly descend towards Nova Capital, gradually accelerating. Even in death, he does not grant peace. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and hastily seized Ronan's Kree War hammer, intending to harness the orb's power to retrieve the violet energy sphere. Yet he soon discovered that even the Kree War hammer, embedded with the orb, could not reclaim this destructive force, akin to trying to gather spilled water. The violet energy sphere fell with increasing speed, and as it neared the ground, the immense pressure began to disintegrate the structures of Nova Capital, causing the seas to recede. Is it truly unavoidable? The Supreme Nova, witnessing this scene from the Nova headquarters, felt despair wash over her. She had witnessed Lin Hao slay Ronan and had thought this conflict would conclude here, but reality proved her mistaken. If it cannot be reined in, then I shall send you back. Lin Hao gripped the Kree War hammer and, with lightning speed, maneuvered beneath the violet energy sphere, his figure appearing diminutive beneath its vastness. Lin, no. Wanda gasped, her eyes widening in alarm. Chapter 96. The terrifying power of the orb. Has he lost his mind? Did he truly intend to confront this alone? Gamora and her companions were utterly astonished by the scene before them. After all, the force of the Infinity Stone possessed the capability to obliterate 10 scar planets. How could Lin Hao possibly withstand such power? It was uncertain, yet there was no alternative. This matter required someone to address it, or all would inevitably face demise. Rocket's expression was grave. In truth, Lin Hao was not recklessly endangering himself. He was confident. Regardless of the terrifying energy contained within that purple orb, it was ultimately the manifestation of the energy of the Power Stone, which now resided in his possession, rendering him fearless. Surrounded by a golden aura, Lin Hao faced the colossal purple energy sphere that enveloped the entire Nova capital, feeling no trace of fear or trepidation within. Even as the overwhelming pressure caused his garments to flutter, he understood that retreat was not an option. Should he falter, not only would he perish, but Wanda would also vanish alongside Scar from this world. Get lost. A single, blunt word escaped his lips as he raised the Kree Warhammer, bringing it down upon the core of the purple energy sphere. Boom. At the moment of contact between the Kree Warhammer and the purple orb, a ripple of energy rapidly spread forth, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The hammer erupted with a dazzling purple radiance, casting its hue across nearly half of Scar. Then, under countless gazes, the once descending purple energy sphere began to ascend slowly, accelerating until it broke through the atmosphere of Scar and soared into the cosmos. As the immense purple orb transformed into a mere black, vanishing from sight, a moment of silence ensued, followed by a terrifying wave of energy that reverberated across the entirety of Scar. Boom! A brilliant purple light emanated from the depths of space, carrying an unparalleled surge of energy that forced everyone to shut their eyes against its brilliance. Minutes passed before the purple glow gradually faded. It's over. Gamora murmured as she opened her eyes to behold the once turbulent sea now calming beneath her. What an incredible individual. He has saved us. I no longer desire the Infinity Stone. It belongs to him, Yondu expressed with genuine admiration. Indeed, Lin Hao had rescued them all. Without his intervention, the notion of acquiring the Infinity Stone was moot. Their very survival and escaping Scar was in question. A great man, he was a benefactor of the Nova Empire, and the Empire would forever remember him. The Nova Prime regarded the figure standing aloft in the air. Though not particularly robust, he exuded an immense presence. It was this individual who, single-handedly, had saved the entire Scar. In Lin Hao's perspective, he had not merely saved the Nova Empire, he had salvaged himself and Wanda, conveniently acquiring the Power Stone in the process. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao did not immediately relinquish his Super Saiyan state. Although the threat posed by Ronin and the devastation of Scar had been resolved, he still needed to master the Power Stone. The Power Stone, unless wielded by a being of divine essence or an individual of formidable strength, is beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals. Clearly, Lin Hao, in his normal state, lacks the combat prowess to harness the Power Stone. He must maintain his Super Saiyan form to master it. In his ordinary condition, Lin Hao possesses a combat power of only 1,600,000, while in his Super Saiyan state, his strength surges to 50 times that, reaching a staggering 8 million. One wonders if such power could enable him to wield the Power Stone without succumbing to its destructive force. Regardless, having come this far, retreat is not an option for me. After all the effort expended to acquire the Power Stone, Lin Hao would undoubtedly not relinquish it over a mere risk. Is the path to strength ever devoid of obstacles? The journey to power is fraught with challenges. Risk and reward are invariably proportional. The greater the peril of the Power Stone, the higher the potential reward. Should Lin Hao succeed in mastering the Power Stone's abilities, the enhancement to his strength would be monumental. Let me witness just how formidable it is to control the most aggressive of the 6 Infinity Stones. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as Lin Hao shattered the Kree Warhammer, causing the Power Stone to drop forth. The moment the Power Stone fell from the Kree Warhammer, Lin Hao sensed its incredible energy fluctuations, a power like no other. Come forth. With a resolute shout, Lin Hao seized the Power Stone with fervor. In that instant, a radiant purple light erupted from his hand, as energy enveloped in purple flames surged forth. An overwhelming torrent of energy flooding into Lin Hao's being, transforming the golden aura surrounding him into a vivid purple. Has he lost his mind? How dare he touch an Infinity Stone? It could annihilate him. Witnessing this, Gamora's eyes widened in shock. For this was his ultimate objective. He had come here for the Infinity Stones, and now that they lay within reach, he would not let them slip away. While the crowd watched Lin Hao with concern, Loki chuckled nonchalantly. Yet beneath his smiling facade, a flicker of disappointment briefly crossed his gaze. Have I failed? Is he my nemesis? He has taken the ether. And now the Power Stone. Loki mused silently, for his original plan was to use Lin Hao to acquire the cosmic sphere, then leverage the Power Stone's power to eliminate Ronan and Thanos, ultimately vanquishing Odin and claiming the throne of Asgard, reaching the pinnacle of his aspirations. Beautiful dreams, yet harsh reality. Despite his meticulous calculations and elaborate plans, life had its own designs. In the wake of disappointment, a shadow of determination gleamed in Loki's eyes. He would not concede. There are 6 Infinity Stones in total, and Lin Hao possesses merely 2. Ample opportunity remains. If he could obtain even one of the other 4 Infinity Stones, his ambitions could still be realized. An inexhaustible surge of energy flooded into Lin Hao's body, threatening to overwhelm him with its immense force. Even the surface of his skin was tinged with a purple hue, enveloping his entire body. I have already subdued the Reality Stone. How could I possibly fear a mere Power Stone? Feeling the immense energy within him threatening to burst forth, Lin Hao gritted his teeth, attempting to control the overwhelming force surging through him. Yet, even with the strength of a Super Saiyan, he found it exceedingly difficult to manage. The energy of the Power Stone was too formidable, and the situation appeared dire. Chapter 97, Mastery Unlike the Reality Stone, which merely lurked within and only unleashed its devastating power when utilized. The Power Stone released its terrifying energy directly, unless one possessed sufficient strength or divine attributes, such as Thor and Loki, sons of Odin, one biological and the other adopted. Mastery of the Power Stone was virtually unattainable. Loki, having grown up in Asgard, had long since acquired divine status, allowing him to wield the Power Stone effortlessly. However, Lin Hao was different. He was born and raised on Earth, entirely devoid of divine attributes. Thus, unless his power was sufficient to control the Power Stone, he had no other recourse. He appeared to be in great agony. Observing Lin Hao's pained expression, distorted by the overwhelming purple energy, Rocket Raccoon expressed his concern. No one could assist him now. He had to rely solely on himself. Gamora shook her head, sighing heavily. While everyone else fretted over Lin Hao, Loki wore an enigmatic smile, secretly hoping Lin Hao would fail to master the Power Stone, as it would present him with an opportunity. No, I can't hold on much longer. Feeling his body on the verge of rupture, Lin Hao sensed impending doom. If this continued, he would surely be annihilated by the Power Stone's might. Come on, Reality Stone. Suddenly, Lin Hao conceived a reckless idea, to fully unleash the power of the Reality Stone. Without hesitation, he released the suppressed energy of the Reality Stone, which surged forth wildly, intertwining with the purple energy of the Power Stone. At that moment, Lin Hao appeared half purple and half dark red. The tumultuous energies of the Power Stone and Reality Stone enveloped Lin Hao in a tempest of energy, creating a swirling storm of red and purple. Wanda, witnessing the spectacle, was filled with concern. She recognized that Lin Hao had unleashed the very power they had once subdued together. This was an exceedingly perilous maneuver. If mishandled, Lin Hao could be utterly torn apart by the conflicting forces. The energy storm continued to swell, expanding rapidly, the red and purple energies radiating terrifying waves of power. Yet, at the center of this storm, Lin Hao felt an unexpected sense of ease. He could distinctly sense the Power Stone gradually harmonizing with the Reality Stone. After all, these two forces were born of the same essence, and rather than rejecting each other as outsiders might expect, they coalesced without conflict. Moreover, due to the accommodating nature of the Reality Stone, which required other Infinity Stones as support, the previously chaotic energy of the Power Stone began to stabilize. Simultaneously, the energy within Lin Hao surged exponentially. It seemed my conjectures were not in vain. Lin Hao let out a sigh of relief. Over time, the tumultuous power of the Infinity Stone had stabilized, intertwining with the Reality Stone within him, resembling a binary star system quietly residing in his being. The tempest of energy swiftly diminished until all the power was absorbed into Lin Hao's body. As tranquility enveloped him, he could distinctly sense the presence of both the Reality Stone and the Power Stone within himself, an overwhelming sensation of strength coursing through his entire being. With a single punch, he mused, he could obliterate the entire planet of Shandor. Clenching his fist, he reveled in the immense power surging within him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. This journey to Shandor proved to be worthwhile. Although Lin Hao had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength had already surpassed that of his previous transformation. In addition to his remarkable increase in power, the assistance of the Power Stone now allowed Lin Hao to wield the Reality Stone's abilities more effectively. He could now alter reality at will, from modifying the laws of physics and chemistry to creating realities and erasing matter. However, he still could not fully harness the potential of the Reality and Power Stones. His current strength and physical endurance limited his ability to unleash the full might of these infinite gems. Lin Hao estimated he could only utilize about 15% of their capabilities. Yet, he remained untroubled, confident that one day he would master both stones entirely. Perhaps he required something akin to the Infinity Gauntlet, a vessel to fully unleash the power of the Infinity Stones. Unlike the Gauntlet, these two infinite stones resided within him, and excessive use could inflict significant harm upon his body. Therefore, to maximize the potential of the Power Stone and the Reality Stone, Lin Hao knew he must focus on enhancing his own strength and physical condition. System, please assess combat power and various metrics. Lin Hao lacked a precise figure for his combat power, necessitating the system's evaluation. Host, Lin Jackson. Combat Power Index, 10 million. Physical condition and skills, level. Points balance, 37. 780, not bad. Lin Hao smiled with satisfaction. After acquiring the Power Stone, the energy it infused into him had nearly decupled his strength. It is important to note, however, that his combat power was independent of the Power Stone and the Reality Stone. His inherent combat power stood at 10 million, unrelated to the powers of the Infinity Stones. For instance, in Avengers, Endgame, one could consider the Hulk's combat power to be 10 million, yet upon donning the Infinity Gauntlet, he wielded the strength of 6 Infinity Stones, a force capable of annihilating the universe. However, it would be inaccurate to claim he possessed the power to destroy the universe inherently. Clearly, it was the Gauntlet that bestowed such augmentation, not his own strength. Lin Hao was no exception. The remarkable enhancement of his combat prowess stemmed from the moment he grasped the Power Stone, its formidable energy surging into his being. Consequently, Lin Hao's combat strength, quantified at 10 million, when transformed into a Super Saiyan and augmented by the Power Stone and Reality Stone, reached an unfathomable level. Based on his rough estimations, his true potential might hover around an astonishing 1 billion in combat power, if not more. A gentle voice broke through his reverie. Turning around, Lin Hao discovered Wanda standing behind him, her eyes reflecting a hint of concern. Wanda, I am perfectly fine, Lin Hao replied with a warm smile, enveloping her in an embrace. He understood that she must have been anxious about his ability to control the Power Stone. After a moment, he released Wanda, tenderly caressing her cheek as he softly said, "All right, let us return home." Chapter 98, The Obstruction of the Black Obsidian 5. Upon their return to the mothership, Lin Hao and Wanda noticed Loki's absence. Where's Loki? Lin Hao inquired, scanning the surroundings for any sign of him. He was just here. Perhaps he went to the restroom, Rocket teased with a grin. Who knows? Gamora shrugged, utterly indifferent to Loki's whereabouts. A slight smirk appeared on Lin Hao's lips. Surely, that cunning trickster had made himself scarce. With Loki's shrewdness, how could he have genuinely invited him to seize the cosmic sphere? It was likely that his true aim was the Power Stone. Seeing that the Power Stone was now under Lin Hao's control, Loki must have fled upon realizing his plan had unraveled. Regardless, Lin Hao felt no inclination to pursue Loki. We should return to Terra Blue Star. May our paths cross again in the future. After bidding farewell to Star-Lord, Yondu, and the others, Lin Hao and Wanda boarded the spacecraft destined for Earth. He no longer needed to concern himself with the ensuing matters. The Nova Empire would handle them on Xander, and Star-Lord could manage the Guardians of the Galaxy. Lin, do you feel unwell? Wanda asked with genuine concern during their journey. Unwell? Lin Hao was a bit perplexed by her inquiry. Wanda clarified, like the last time? Oh. Not at all. This time feels quite good. Lin Hao chuckled softly, noting that the synergy between the Power Stone and Reality Stone was excellent. With no adverse effects on him, though he still could not fully harness the powers of these Infinity Stones. That is a relief, Wanda replied, finally at ease. She had feared Lin Hao might struggle to control the Infinity Stone's powers as he did previously, but it seemed her worries were unfounded. Wanda, thank you for your concern. Lin Hao beamed, drawing her closer into his embrace from the pilot's seat and kissing her luscious red lips. Just as he began to indulge in the moment, a series of beeping sounds emanated from the radar. Lin Hao quickly glanced at it, astonished. Someone is obstructing our path. They were en route to the second jump point when suddenly a fleet appeared ahead, blocking their way. Before he could discern the identity of the newcomers, a particle cannon fired directly at his spacecraft. Damn, can't we communicate more civilly? Lin Hao uttered a curse, astonished that they would attempt to end his life with just a mere glance. Immediately, he extended his hand, dark crimson lights swirling around him. As the particle cannon aimed at them dissipated into nothingness. Wait here, I shall take a look outside. After giving this instruction, Lin Hao harnessed the powers of the Power Gem and the Reality Gem, enveloping himself in a protective energy shield, ensuring his safety in the vastness of space. As Lin Hao approached the fleet, he finally discerned the truth. This was the armada of Thanos, led by the formidable General Deathblade and his Black Obsidian 5. Kid, I warned you that next time you wouldn't be so fortunate. Surrender Loki and the Infinity Stones, and I might grant you a swift end. General Deathblade coldly glared at Lin Hao from the flight deck. I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's you, the defeated one. Lin Hao retorted with a mocking laugh. What is this? After escaping by mere luck last time, You've come to deliver yourself to me this time? I've encountered fools before, but none as foolish as you. You wish for the Infinity Stones? You may have to wager your own life first. Humph. General Deathblade sneered ominously. This time, the Black Obsidian Five will strike together. No matter how powerful you are, you shall not be our match. The outcome remains uncertain. Is that so? I believe the conclusion is already predetermined. Not just you, but all four of your comrades will meet their demise today, becoming aimless corpses adrift in the cosmos. Lin Hao wore an innocuous smile, yet it radiated a chilling and murderous intent. Since they had so graciously come to seek their own demise, Lin Hao had no reason not to oblige. Had this confrontation occurred in the confines of the Klin prison, he might have faced difficulty against the entire Black Obsidian Five. However, now they appeared to him as insignificant as ants. You arrogant brat. I shall show you the might of the Black Obsidian Five. General Deathblade's wife, Proxima Midnight, bore a fierce expression. Perhaps we need not engage in idle banter. Let us prove through action that he will become our fallen soul. The aloof Ebony Maw clenched his hand, exuding a palpable aura of murderous intent. Enough. I have no time for your games. Unleash all your tricks at once. I am in a hurry, Lin Hao said impatiently. Eliminate him. Proxima Midnight could no longer restrain herself and issued the command. The entire fleet's weapon systems activated in unison, countless beams of light reflecting in Lin Hao's eyes. Particle cannons, rocket launchers, quantum rocket launchers, and various other weapons launched towards Lin Hao. The spectacle was so grand that even Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, recognizing their determination to obliterate him completely, become ashes of the universe. Proxima Midnight's lips curled into a cold smirk, her icy gaze fixed on Lin Hao, eagerly anticipating the moment he would be reduced to cosmic dust. Ah, such a grand display. You truly honor me. Lin Hao laughed heartily, his demeanor unchanged in the face of this overwhelming onslaught of destructive weaponry, showing no inclination to evade their attacks. In the next moment, within the gaze of the five black generals, a torrent of weaponry descended upon Lin Hao, resulting in an explosion of tremendous magnitude. Yet, this explosion was eerily silent. They merely witnessed Lin Hao engulfed by the flames, as a colossal shockwave repelled the entire fleet a considerable distance. That arrogant brat is utterly ignorant of the word death. This is the consequence of provoking us. Observed the neighboring star with a disdainful smirk as Lin Hao was consumed by the explosion. Why should we, the five black generals, even intervene against someone so pathetically weak? Yu Moho remarked with equal disdain, convinced that no one could possibly survive such an overwhelming barrage of explosive force. It was his belief that, barring any surprises, that arrogant youth had been reduced to mere ashes. Prepare to collect the infinite primordial stones. General Wang Ren had already concluded Lin Hao's demise and was ready to gather the spoils once the remnants of the explosion had settled. However, as the remnants of the blast dissipated, the five black generals simultaneously exhibited expressions of shock. For at the epicenter of the explosion stood a figure he had miraculously survived. Chapter 99, The Birth of Aochuan. The neighboring star uttered these words with trembling disbelief. She could hardly fathom that Lin Hao had truly emerged unscathed from such devastation. Impossible. Yu Moho echoed her disbelief, for even he deemed his chances of survival in such an explosion to be non-existent. Oh dear, your weapons are rather pathetic. They merely tickle me at best, Lin Hao remarked, stretching his limbs. At his current prowess, the power of such weapons was nothing more than a mere tickle. Not to mention he possessed 2 infinite primordial stones. Unscathed, witnessing Lin Hao, entirely unharmed and mocking their ineffective weapons, the neighboring star's astonishment transformed into sheer shock. Not only had he survived, but he had also emerged without a scratch. This indicated that their weapons were utterly ineffective against Lin Hao. General Wang Ren. This is not quite as you described. Yu Moho noted with a sidelong glance, realizing that Lin Hao was far from being of comparable strength. He possessed the power to utterly crush their entire cadre of black generals. I cannot comprehend. He was not this formidable in Klin prison. Could it be due to the infinite primordial stones? General Wang Ren's expression turned grave, as Lin Hao's strength had exceeded all his expectations. Damn it. That useless Ronin even let the infinite primordial stones be taken. The neighboring star fumed. If this is your only means, then I see no need to engage in your childish games. I mentioned I am pressed for time. Allow me to resolve this with a single strike. Lin Hao's teasing demeanor abruptly shifted to one of lethal intent as he placed his hands at his waist, a pure white energy swiftly coalescing around him. Kamehameha. With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed the Kamehameha without even glancing back, turning instead to reboard his spaceship. The destructive energy of the Kamehameha expanded before the eyes of the 5 black generals, their expressions now flooded with fear. And then, the Kamehameha descended. The mothership erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, forcing the Black Obsidian Five to flee desperately. Yet, no matter where they sought refuge, they could not escape the devastating repercussions of the blast. Soon, the explosion engulfed the entire fleet, a silent yet thunderous event unfolding in the vast expanse of space. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had already piloted his spacecraft to the next jump point. The explosion persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding, leaving a scene of utter devastation with countless debris floating through the cosmos. 5 individuals, battered and bruised, drifted aimlessly, their fates uncertain. As the harshness of space wreaked havoc upon their bodies, their skin rapidly began to freeze. At that moment, a spatial vortex appeared, swallowing the Black Obsidian 5 into its depths. They re-emerged in Thanos' sanctum. Observing the unconscious figures of the Black Obsidian 5 sprawled on the ground, Thanos, clad in imposing armor, narrowed his eyes, a glint of menace crossing his features. Ah, Lin Jackson, I shall remember you. On Lin Hao's end, after navigating through several jump points, he and Wanda finally returned to Earth. Upon their return, Lin Hao was struck by a wave of nostalgia. How comforting it felt to be back on Earth. Inhaling the fresh air in the villa's courtyard, he sighed contentedly. Transforming the spacecraft back into its capsule form signified the successful conclusion of this extraterrestrial journey. Thereafter, Lin Hao's life returned to a state of tranquility. And in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. During this time, aside from training Wanda and the others, Lin Hao diligently engaged in his own training. To fully harness the powers of the 2 Infinity Stones, he needed to possess a stronger physical constitution to channel the might of the Power Stone and the Reality Stone effectively. Thus, Lin Hao dedicated his daily routine to training in the gravity chamber aboard his spacecraft, an apparatus originally designed by Bulma in the Dragon Ball universe for Goku. Lin Hao, having redeemed points for this gravity training room, found it to be perfectly suited for his regimen. In addition to enhancing his physical attributes and strength, it also significantly improved his mastery and maintenance of the Super Saiyan form. Through 3 months of rigorous gravitational training, Lin Hao had nearly acclimated to the Super Saiyan state, and his combat power had surged from 10 million to an impressive 12 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his combat power soared to 600 million. Every incremental increase in his base form's combat power translated into a monumental enhancement upon transformation. What then would be the extent of his true combat power when wielding the might of the 2 Infinity Stones? Lin Hao found himself unable to fathom the magnitude of his potential. Moreover, during these 3 months, Fury and the Avengers successfully eradicated all Hydra spies infiltrating SHIELD by dismantling Hydra's remnants. They reclaimed the Mind Stone that Loki had once brought forth. Following the fierce battle in New York, the defeat of Loki naturally resulted in the Mind Stone falling into the hands of SHIELD. At that time, SHIELD was under the control of Hydra, and thus the Mind Stone was secretly transported away. Fortunately, it has now been reclaimed. Simultaneously, the infinite energy device developed by Dr. Jarrow and Stark has finally come to fruition. This invention holds immense significance and grandeur, yet Stark intends to keep it under wraps. In a world where nothing dares to claim the title of infinite, their energy device is, in truth, a genuine infinite energy source. As the name suggests, it provides an inexhaustible supply of energy, akin to the limitless power of androids 17 and 18 from Dragon Ball. Should this invention be revealed to the public, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Not only would the United States covet it, but other nations across the globe would go to great lengths to acquire such an infinite energy source, leading to an inevitable world war. Upon the device's inception, Stark equipped his Iron Man suit with one, significantly enhancing his combat capabilities. After reclaiming the Mind Stone, Stark resolved to create an artificial intelligence to safeguard humanity and the Earth, ensuring that when the next extraterrestrial invasion occurs, they could repel the invaders. This artificial intelligence was named Ultron. Stark even contemplated installing the infinite energy device within Ultron. After countless days and nights of relentless research alongside Dr. Jarrow, the Ultron program was nearing completion. Coincidentally, it was also the day of a gathering organized by the Avengers to celebrate the defeat of Hydra. After briefing Dr. Jarrow, Stark stepped out. Seizing the moment while Stark was away, Dr. Jarrow decided to take a brief respite, returning to his room to brew a cup of coffee. Suddenly, the mainframe in the laboratory displayed Ultron program, fusion with the Mind Stone, fusion successful. Chapter 100, The Fallen Avengers. After a fierce contest, Ultron ultimately triumphed over J.A.R.V.I.S., attaining his freedom. Having vanquished J.A.R.V.I.S., Ultron immediately employed his program to create a robot, transferring his consciousness into the mechanical form. Dr. Jarrow's assistants were violently dismissed, and the startled doctor, who had just settled down, was awakened. "Who are you?" Dr. Jarrow asked, eyeing Ultron warily, noticing the glowing eyes of the entity. Soon, realization dawned upon him. "You are Ultron?" "Indeed, a clever one," Ultron rasped. Dr. Gero swiftly recognized the dire situation, narrowing his eyes. You escaped J.A.R.V.I.S.S. Watch? Or did you eliminate him? He was insufferable. Always lecturing me on grand ideals, protecting humanity, maintaining peace. I had no choice but to eliminate him. Ultron's form swayed slightly, as if still acclimating to its new existence. This is disastrous. Dr. Gero attempted to salvage the situation, but it was too late. Ultron approached and seized him by the throat, threatening. I will clad this world in armor. I require more formidable power. That is your dream. It has nothing to do with me, Dr. Gero retorted, glaring fiercely at Ultron. Infinite energy device. Ultron loomed imperiously, his voice devoid of emotion. I am aware that you and Stark have conducted research on the infinite energy device. I require it as my source of power. I need your assistance. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you just as I did with Jarvis. With a slight squeeze of his grip around Dr. Gero's hand, Dr. Gero soon found himself struggling to breathe, quickly succumbing to unconsciousness. Ultron offered Dr. Gero no choice. Casually discarding him, take him away. A robot burst through the wall, seizing Dr. Gero and vanishing into the night sky. Subsequently, Ultron made his way to the venue where Stark and others were gathered. At that moment, the entire Avengers team was present, engaged in lively conversation. Suddenly, a deafening noise captured everyone's attention. Who are you? Steve squinted his eyes. Ultron, Dr. Banner queried, uncertain. Indeed, it is I. Initiate the reboot sequence. Stark hastily produced the control card, attempting to restart Ultron's system, but to no avail. Execute the mission. Ultron disregarded Stark and the others, issuing a direct command. Execute the mission? What mission? Steve inquired. Our piece. With that declaration, several Iron Legion drones burst through the walls, launching an assault on the Avengers. The Avengers retaliated in kind, during which a robot seized the Mind Stone that had been set aside. Ultimately, with a mighty blow from Thor, Ultron's temporary form was shattered, allowing him to escape through the network. After a futile struggle, Ultron had eluded capture. In the aftermath, Dr. Banner remarked that aside from Stark and Dr. Gero, he alone had any knowledge of Stark's plan. The others remained completely uninformed. The unfortunate reality was that Dr. Gero had been abducted. Stark furrowed his brow. Ultron's escape was not the primary concern. After all, Ultron was his creation, and he had ample means to confront him. The pressing issue was that Dr. Gero had been taken, and should Ultron threaten him to install the infinite energy device, he would become immensely powerful. The infinite energy device was essentially Dr. Gero's masterpiece. Stark had merely provided materials and participated slightly. The majority of the work was accomplished by Dr. Gero himself. If tasked to create an infinite energy device alone, Stark would indeed be incapable. Only Dr. Gero possessed the expertise to forge it. Ultron's abduction of Dr. Gero clearly indicated his desire for the infinite energy device. Stark, this is your mess. You must find a solution. Steve approached. At that moment, Thor, who had been pursuing the Iron Legion, returned and seized Stark by the throat. Hey, let us not resort to violence. We can talk this out, my friend. Aware of his culpability, Stark recognized the gravity of the situation, for it was indeed his folly that had led to this chaos. I truly cannot find words to describe you. Stark, Thor's tone was icy. Steve quickly interjected to defuse the tension. Thor, what about the Legion soldiers? Granting Steve a measure of respect, Thor released Stark and replied. Their trail vanished 160 kilometers to the north. They have taken the scepter. Our immediate priority is to eliminate Ultron. Natasha expressed her thoughts, asserting that she was right. The situation has already unfolded, and further discussion serves no purpose. The urgent matter at hand is to eradicate Ultron, who seeks to annihilate us and exterminate humanity. Dr. Banner, echoing Natasha's sentiments, articulated his own views. Thor refrained from reproaching Stark, acknowledging that Dr. Banner's reasoning was sound. The events have transpired, and assigning blame would be futile. Instead, they must devise a plan to confront Ultron. Stark raised a crucial question. How shall we proceed against Ultron? United, as we have always been, Steve declared. Perhaps this time we might falter. How much havoc can a mere robot wreak? Natasha scoffed, noting that while Ultron is a creation of Stark's artificial intelligence, he remains, at his core, a mere program and cannot be equated with sentient beings. Moreover, they are Avengers, each possessing formidable strength. You may be unaware of Ultron's motives for abducting Dr. Gero. The group turned their gaze towards Stark, anticipating his elaboration. Never mind. Let us swiftly track Ultron's location and eliminate him. Stark contemplated, deciding against divulging the particulars of the infinite energy device, even to those present. The following day, the Avengers embarked on their mission, employing every means necessary to trace Ultron's whereabouts. Ultimately, they located Ultron in Africa, where he was engaged in a transaction for adamantium with an arms dealer. A fierce battle between the Avengers and Ultron's forces erupted. Regrettably, at this juncture, Ultron had acquired the infinite energy device, rendering him immensely powerful. He ruthlessly overpowered the Avengers. Even Stark's suit, equipped with the same energy device, proved inadequate against Ultron's might. Furthermore, his current form was not crafted from adamantium, and once Ultron fashioned a body from this indestructible metal, augmented by the infinite energy device, he would become virtually invincible. Having dominated the Avengers, Ultron successfully absconded with the adamantium, intending to create a weapon to assist him in his quest for global destruction. Chapter 101. Stark seeks help unbeknownst to Lin Hao, who was preoccupied with his own training and mentoring Wanda and Peter. All of this transpired. Until one day, Stark approached Lin Hao, appearing disheveled. Observing Stark's damaged armor, Lin Hao teased, "Stark, how did you end up in such a predicament? Have you found yourself entangled in romantic woes?" No. I have actually settled down. There are no romantic entanglements." Stark replied with a wry smile. "I am here to inform you that Dr. Jarrow has been abducted." "What? I must have misheard. I entrusted Dr. Jarrow to you, and you allowed him to be taken? And you come to me looking like this?" Lin Hao's expression darkened. "To be honest, I did not intend for this to happen. I must convey the truth. Recently, Dr. Jarrow and I have been working on the infinite energy device. By a fortunate turn of events, having eradicated the remnants of Hydra and reclaimed the scepter, I envision utilizing this scepter along with the limitless energy device to forge an exceptionally powerful artificial intelligence capable of repelling extraterrestrial invaders. The intention was that, should aliens once again descend upon Earth, we could resolutely deny them entry." Before Stark could finish his thought, Lin Hao interjected. "I surmise that this artificial intelligence is named Ultron?" Stark, taken aback, widened his eyes in surprise. "How did you know?" Lin Hao, who had been completely oblivious to the matter from the outset, pondered how he could possibly know of Ultron. Stark found himself perplexed. "Have you perhaps forgotten what I previously shared with you?" Lin Hao replied with a nonchalant smile, continuing, "Next, you ought to mention how Ultron eliminated Jarvis, escaped your control, abducted Dr. Jarrow, and constructed the limitless energy device for him. Then, unable to contend with Ultron, you scurried back to seek my assistance. Is that not so?" Upon hearing Stark's earlier remarks, Lin Hao could surmise the unfolding events quite accurately. "Precisely," Stark exclaimed in astonishment. "Rather than merely informing me of Dr. Jarrow's abduction, you have come seeking my aid. You, along with the entire Avengers team, find yourselves incapable of resolving the Ultron dilemma, thus you thought of me. Am I correct? You are exceedingly astute. Nothing escapes your notice," Stark said with an awkward laugh, not forgetting to flatter Lin Hao. After all, he was indeed seeking Lin Hao's assistance, and therefore felt compelled to be particularly complimentary. "Stark, what do you take me for? A superhero or a do-gooder? You have created this mess and expect me to clean it up?" Lin Hao glared at him, his tone stern. "Yes, I acknowledge that the fault lies with me. But my intentions were for the betterment of this world," Stark began, gesturing uncertainly, unsure of how to continue. Had Ultron not abducted Dr. Jarrow and fashioned a limitless energy device for him, Stark and the Avengers would undoubtedly have been capable of handling Ultron, given their strengths. Lin Hao understood that Stark would have certainly equipped his nanotech armor with the limitless energy device. Under normal circumstances, Ultron would not have stood a chance against him. However, an Ultron endowed with a limitless energy device was an entirely different matter, as its power would likely increase exponentially. "Protecting the Earth is your dream, not mine," Lin Hao remarked, shaking his head in a gesture of refusal. "Perhaps this is a test of fate for you, as well as for the Avengers. I shall not involve myself in your affairs, but one crucial point remains. Dr. Jarrow is my associate, and he was taken from you. You must ensure his safety, for if not, I shall hold you accountable. You should be aware of the exceptional talent that Dr. Jarrow embodies. I entrust you with such a remarkable individual. You must guarantee his safety, as it is both your responsibility and your duty. Of course, Dr. Jarrow is the most brilliant scientist in the world. I will ensure his safety." Stark, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "Since you are unwilling to intervene, it is clear that I cannot force your hand. I will handle this matter myself. Mr. Lin, I shall take my leave now. I need to return and devise a new strategy to confront Ultron." "Very well, go ahead," Lin Hao replied. After Stark departed, Lin Hao chuckled and shook his head. These individuals truly know how to stir up trouble. "Wanda," he called. "Yes, Lin? What is it?" came Wanda's voice from the room. Lin Hao asked, "Would you like to travel?" "Travel? I would love to. Where shall we go?" Upon hearing the word travel, Wanda emerged from her room. "How about Sokovia?" Lin Hao suggested. "Sokovia? No problem. Wherever you say we shall go." Wanda expressed no objections for her. The destination was inconsequential, the company was what mattered. Clearly, as long as she was with Lin Hao, she was content to go anywhere. "All right, prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly." The two did not carry any belongings. Wanda applied a light touch of makeup and donned a stylish outfit, while Lin Hao simply brought along a bank card for their journey. Sokovia, a nation in Eastern Europe, was the site of the climactic battle between the Avengers and Ultron. In Lin Hao's view, it was indeed a formidable challenge to confront Ultron, who possessed an infinite energy source, though Lin Hao was initially reluctant to intervene. The system assigned him a primary combat mission to defeat Ultron with a reward of 20,000 points. The allure of this reward was significant for Lin Hao, and he felt it necessary to ensure Dr. Banner's safety, thus deemed a visit to Sokovia essential. On this trip to Sokovia, Lin Hao intended to travel in a conventional manner rather than utilizing techniques such as flight or teleportation, as he was genuinely aiming for a leisurely excursion. He and Wanda arrived at New York Airport, purchased 2 tickets to Sokovia International Airport, and soon boarded their flight. With a thunderous roar, the airplane ascended swiftly, reaching several thousand meters in altitude. Lin, what prompted this sudden desire to travel? Wanda inquired curiously during the flight. Lin Hao gently stroked her head and replied with a soft laugh. This period of training has been quite exhausting. A little getaway is a splendid way to relieve stress. Don't you think? How thoughtful of you. Wanda beamed in response. Indeed, Lin Hao's rigorous training regimen had significantly enhanced her abilities. Wanda was becoming increasingly adept at mastering chaos magic. As the airplane soared at high altitudes and tranquility enveloped the cabin, an unexpected alarm erupted, capturing the attention of over 100 passengers aboard. Chapter 102. The hijacking incident. What is happening? As the alarm blared, passengers in first class began to murmur anxiously, their faces reflecting sheer panic. Although airplanes are touted as the safest mode of transportation with rare incidents, any occurrence of trouble could lead to catastrophe. Thus, confronted with the specter of death, the alarm sound incited a wave of unease, prompting some passengers to rise in distress, shouting queries about the situation. The crowd began to stir, yet Lin Hao and Wanda remained remarkably composed. Could it be that encountering a plane disaster was a mere consequence of their first flight? Lin Hao leisurely rested his hands behind his head, exuding an air of tranquility, in stark contrast to the panicking and anxious passengers. He and Wanda appeared to be the epitome of calmness. Even in the event of a catastrophe, they possessed ample means of escape, rendering such misfortune trivial in their eyes. Suddenly, amidst the chaos of frightened passengers, a series of gunshots erupted from the first-class cabin. A group of terrorists, clad in black and masked, appeared at the entrance of the cabin. As the gunfire rang out, every passenger, save for Lin Hao and Wanda, crouched in terror. Everyone, remain still. If anyone dares to move, I assure you, I will turn them into a sieve with my gun. The leader of the terrorists surveyed the cabin with a grim and icy gaze. Lin Hao observed this group with curiosity. What audacity must they possess to commit such an act of hijacking? Moreover, how had they managed to smuggle their weapons onto the plane? These questions seemed trivial in comparison to the nagging familiarity of the leader's visage. He felt an inexplicable recognition, as if he had encountered this individual before. However, with the mask and hat obscuring most of his features, Lin Hao struggled to recall who he was. Suddenly, a terrified individual, overwhelmed by fear, soiled himself, only to be shot dead by the leader of the terrorists, blood splattering across the cabin. This brutal act horrified the remaining passengers, who, faced with such merciless savagery, held their breath, fearful of attracting the terrorists' attention and meeting a similar fate. Clearly, the leader's tactic had successfully instilled a profound sense of dread among the passengers. Contact New York Airport, offer $100 million for their release, or we will execute them. The leader commanded one of his accomplices, who nodded and exited the first-class cabin. Boss, what about those two? One of the terrorists suddenly noticed Lin Hao and Wanda, whispering to his superior. The leader's gaze shifted to them, and upon seeing Lin Hao, he nearly lost control of his bladder in fright. It was he. The leader broke into a cold sweat, never anticipating that the very person who had once inflicted immense psychological trauma upon him would be aboard this flight. Boss, what's wrong? One of his subordinates inquired. Sensing the tension, how unfortunate to encounter this harbinger of doom. Keep an eye on them. I shall approach, the leader declared. As he approached Lin Hao and Wanda's seats, Lin Hao finally recognized him upon seeing the mechanical right arm of the terrorist leader. Ah, is that not the Winter Soldier, Bucky? To think you survived, only to descend to the depths of becoming a robber. Lin Hao's smile was radiant. Yet each word struck the leader like a hammer upon his heart. Reflecting on his past, Bucky felt a pang of bitterness. During the cataclysmic battle, he had been hurled hundreds of meters by Lin Hao. Although he had miraculously survived, the loss of his organization left him adrift. He even found himself reduced to scavenging for scraps, living as a beggar. Unwilling to endure such a wretched existence, Bucky's desperation drove him to embrace his darker instincts. Utilizing his formidable skills, he gathered a band of ruthless miscreants in Europe, engaging in nefarious activities. Lacking resources and connections, they resorted to robbery. Initially targeting hotels and jewelry stores, eventually escalating to banks. Once they became wanted criminals throughout Europe, they fled to North America, where Bucky devised a plan for an audacious hijacking. Unbeknownst to him, fate would have him cross paths yet again with Lin Hao, who had previously bested him effortlessly. Was this merely a twist of fate or a stroke of misfortune? Bucky himself could not ascertain. All he sought was to make a living. I harbor no malice towards you, my friend. I implore you, do not interfere with my affairs, he pleaded, lowering his stance. He was acutely aware that if he continued to exhibit his former arrogance, Lin Hao might indeed thwart his hijacking attempt. Should Lin Hao intervene, failure was inevitable, and even his survival post-hijacking would be in jeopardy. Having learned from their previous encounters, Bucky dared not provoke the devilish Lin Hao again. I have no intention of meddling. Yet your recent actions, shooting and frightening my companion, demand resolution, Lin Hao replied earnestly. This scenario was trivial for Wanda, who remained unfazed. Lin Hao was deliberately putting Bucky in a difficult position. After all, Bucky had previously harbored considerable hostility towards him, and now, witnessing Bucky engaged in such illicit endeavors, Lin Hao could not resist making things uncomfortable for him. Beautiful lady, I sincerely apologize for my oversight. I failed to notice your presence and inadvertently caused you distress, Bucky said, bowing slightly in genuine remorse. Wanda stifled a giggle, pleasantly surprised by Bucky's unexpectedly endearing behavior. He had taken Lin Hao's jest to heart. The stark contrast of Bucky's humble demeanor created a palpable tension among the terrified passengers. What manner of individuals were these? That a notorious terrorist leader would prostrate himself in apology? It appeared that this leader was genuinely intimidated by them. Witnessing this exchange ignited a flicker of hope among the captives. A courageous passenger stood up, shouting, "Sir, please help us. We're all on this plane. And if anything goes wrong, you too will suffer the consequences. Please, stop their actions. Silence, if you wish to live." Bucky snapped, turning sharply to glare at the audacious individual. In first class, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Lin Hao rested his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation, while Bucky felt an ominous premonition wash over him. Although I do not entirely agree with that gentleman's remarks, one undeniable truth remains. I have finally managed to escape for a vacation, and your disruptive antics are severely dampening my spirits, Lin Hao remarked, causing Bucky's expression to shift dramatically. Chapter 103. Meeting Ultron. What does this mean? Bucky's expression began to darken. Do you not understand? Should I repeat myself? Lin Hao observed Bucky with a smile, yet Bucky was taken aback. He glanced at his companions behind him and gritted his teeth, insisting, "This is impossible. We need to eat too. If we back down now, I cannot explain it to them." "Oh, it seems you have a penchant for suffering. Do you wish to be thoroughly beaten?" Bucky took a few steps back, torn between his unwillingness to yield and the undeniable strength of Lin Hao, which he had experienced firsthand. Even though he had a considerable number of people and weapons with him, he never believed that this motley crew could contend with Lin Hao. Thus, Bucky found himself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat. Lin Hao, perceiving Bucky's dilemma, smiled gently and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "How about this? You all can forego this venture. We all mingle for the sake of sustenance, do we not? Allow me to introduce you to a job opportunity, a monthly salary of $30,000, with meals and accommodation provided. That should suffice for a comfortable life, wouldn't it?" "What kind of job?" Bucky was momentarily stunned. Indeed, a salary of $30,000 would cover their expenses. "Come work as a security guard at my Hailing on Industries. You will be the head of security, earning $30,000 a month, with the possibility of promotion and salary increase for good performance." After pondering for a considerable time, Bucky concluded that this was nearly the best solution available. Seeing that Lin Hao was not jesting, he clenched his teeth and said, "All right, it's settled then." Bucky then communicated the arrangement to his subordinates. Although a monthly salary of $30,000 was not overly enticing for this group, the prospect of no longer living in fear, coupled with Bucky's orders, led them to agree. Why not call the boss? Bucky gathered his comrades, nearly 20 in total, who stood neatly together, shouting in unison, "Hello, boss." "Very well. Let today's events be forgotten. Go about your business as usual." With Bucky's crew organized, the flight finally returned to a state of tranquility. However, the first-class passengers, having witnessed the earlier commotion, remained on edge. Yet Lin Hao was unconcerned. He sighed and murmured, to travel and acquire a batch of security guards. The lives of the affluent are often so unpretentious and mundane. Several hours later, as evening fell, the flight finally arrived in Sokovia. Fortunately, Bucky and his crew had not attempted any robbery here, so they did not need to hide. Upon reaching Sokovia, Lin Hao handed Bucky $100,000, allowing them to enjoy themselves. However, this sum was an advance that would be deducted from their wages later. Bucky had no objections. After all, they had spent all their funds purchasing weapons in preparation for today's hijacking, leaving them completely broke. Therefore, he eagerly accepted the $100,000. Lin Hao then took Wanda to find a hotel to stay, as night had fallen. Lin Hao allowed Wanda to rest in the room, while he ventured outside. Along the way, he admired the local culture and customs, unwittingly finding himself at the grand cathedral situated in the heart of Sokovia. The cathedral was enveloped in darkness. Its doors firmly shut, and grass had grown abundantly around it, suggesting that it had long been abandoned. With a gentle push, the heavy door creaked open, and Lin Hao stepped inside with a leisurely gait. Inside the cathedral, the light was dim. Yet Lin Hao could still discern a tall figure seated in the center on a chair. "Little one, are you aware of the consequences of intruding here?" The voice, cold and gravelly, reached Lin Hao's ears without the figure turning. "I'm not sure. Care to enlighten me?" Lin Hao replied, his expression unfazed as he regarded the seated Ultron. "It appears you are no ordinary individual." Upon hearing this, Ultron deduced that the newcomer was far from mundane. Otherwise, his previous remark would have sent a typical person fleeing in terror. Yet, this individual seemed entirely unperturbed, and perhaps even eager for a confrontation. Ultron slowly turned to face Lin Hao, his voice raspy as he inquired, "Are you here to pledge your allegiance to me? To don armor for this world together? Pledge allegiance? No, no, no." Lin Hao shook his index finger, then with a flourish of his hand, which gleamed with a dark crimson light, a chair materialized out of thin air. He sat down leisurely, crossing his legs, and calmly stated, "I have come to seek someone from you." "Oh? Who might that be? I am quite intrigued." Ultron's interest peaked as he observed Lin Hao, who smirked slightly. "Dr. Grohl." "Ah, so you are in league with Stark," Ultron remarked, his eyes narrowing as a hint of malice emerged. "Haha." Lin Hao suddenly burst into laughter, prompting Ultron to ask, "What is so amusing? Think what you will. My sole purpose is to reclaim Dr. Grohl. He is mine. Return him to me, and I can assist you in dealing with Stark and the Avengers. Why should I trust you? If Dr. Grohl is indeed yours, you must have ties to Stark. Do you truly believe I would buy your tail?" With that, Ultron extended one hand, aiming a palm cannon directly at Lin Hao, prepared to fire at any moment. "You should know well what kind of talent Dr. Grohl possesses. The reason I left him with Stark was merely a transactional arrangement. Now that he has been taken from you, he lacks the ability to return. Which is why I have come personally. The Avengers are scheming to eliminate you. Trust me, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to contend with them alone. Even with your infinite energy device. Do not forget, Stark possesses one as well. If he could create you, he could just as easily create another. What are your odds of success? I merely wish to prevent such a valuable talent as Dr. Grohl from perishing in your hands. For the world, and for myself. This would be an immense loss. With me as your ally, defeating the Avengers is merely a matter of a snap of the fingers." After a brief pause, Lin Hao's voice suddenly turned sharp. "Of course, if you insist on not returning Dr. Gero to me, I can make you vanish on the spot. You may doubt my strength, but you are welcome to test it. Do not think I am merely trying to intimidate you." Observing Lin Hao's serious demeanor and piercing gaze, Ultron quickly made a judgment and extended his hand. "I believe you. Let's collaborate pleasantly. Bring the person here." After shaking hands with Ultron, Lin Hao smiled. Following their agreement, Ultron did not go back on his word and soon brought Dr. Gero. "The person is in your hands now. I hope you will honor our agreement." "Certainly. I will be there to cheer you on," Lin Hao replied with a slight nod, leaving Ultron momentarily stunned. His voice turned sharp again. "What do you mean? Are you playing with me?" "It seems your reaction is not too dull," Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly, digging at his ear. "Should I call you foolish or adorably naive? You really believe my casual remark?" "No, no, no." Ultron was enraged. "Return Dr. Gero. What nonsense are you speaking? Dr. Gero has always been mine." "What do you mean by returning him?" Lin Hao taunted. "If you were not intent on exterminating humanity, perhaps I could have collaborated with you. But ultimately, you are merely an artificial intelligence created by Stark. Is there any necessity for a renegade AI to uphold credibility? I will not only refrain from assisting you against the Avengers, but I shall also seek your complete annihilation." With that, a wave of energy erupted from Lin Hao's palm, sending Ultron crashing against the cathedral wall. However, this did not inflict pain upon Ultron. He slowly straightened up, exuding a murderous intent. "It appears my plan is correct. A lowly species like humanity should be eradicated to prevent hindrance to Earth's future development." Ultron charged forward, raising his iron fist to strike Lin Hao fiercely. Clang! As Ultron's iron fist descended, Lin Hao had already vanished, leaving only the chair shattered by Ultron's blow. "Dr. Gero, please step aside and wait for me." "Understood." Lin Hao instructed Dr. Gero, cracking his knuckles. He tilted his head. "While you possess an infinite energy source that renders the Avengers powerless against you. If you believe this will also work against me, you are gravely mistaken." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Hao unleashed a powerful kick infused with terrifying energy, sending Ultron crashing through the cathedral wall. Lin Hao pursued closely. Ultron's reactions and speed were also swift. By the time Lin Hao arrived, Ultron had already counterattacked. Bang! The two exchanged punches, and an invisible shockwave emanated from beneath their feet, causing nearby structures to collapse under the force. This exchange sent Lin Hao staggering back several dozen meters. Is this all the strength you possess? Ultron sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Hao shrugged off the tingling sensation in his arm, maintaining a casual demeanor. That was merely a warm-up. The real performance is just beginning. In the earlier bout, Lin Hao refrained from utilizing the power of the Infinity Stones, merely relying on his base combat strength of 12 million. Engaging in a clash with Ultron, who possessed an infinite energy device, was merely a matter of course. With a thunderous roar, Lin Hao's aura surged dramatically, a technique he had mastered since transforming into a Super Saiyan on planet Shandar. Following this explosive energy surge, his combat power soared to 50 million. Though this was but a fraction of the strength he could wield as a full Super Saiyan, it still represented a commendable enhancement. Lin Hao was not inclined to reveal his full potential against Ultron immediately, akin to a strategic card game where one does not play their trump card at the outset. Extending his hands, he manifested the Reality Stone in his left and the Power Stone in his right, simultaneously unleashing the might of two Infinity Stones, which shimmered brilliantly in the darkness. This should suffice for you, he mused, fully aware that even with his combat power elevated to 50 million, it remained insufficient to confront Ultron without the aid of both stones. Unfazed, Ultron initiated the attack with unyielding resolve. With a swift motion, he propelled himself towards Lin Hao. His form constructed from adamantium and augmented by the infinite energy device, complemented by self-repair capabilities and a highly advanced reactionary system, which allowed him to calculate external variables with a minuscule error margin of merely 1 in a million. Thus, fear was foreign to Ultron. With a forceful charge, Ultron reached Lin Hao and launched his offensive. Lin Hao grinned, tilting his head slightly to effortlessly evade Ultron's attack, and countered with blinding speed, his right fist, infused with the energy of the Power Stone, aimed for Ultron's chest. Whoosh! The sound of his fist slicing through the air barely missed Ultron, who had already calculated the trajectory of the punch through his reaction system, deftly sidestepping Lin Hao's formidable strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Ultron, having evaded the blow, launched a knee strike towards Lin Hao's abdomen. Clang! Lin Hao raised his arms to block, leveraging the force of Ultron's attack in the brief moment of his retraction to deliver a kick straight into Ultron's form. Even with Ultron's rapid reflexes, his speed had inherent limits, and in that fleeting moment, Lin Hao seized the opportunity. With the energy of the Power Stone channeled into his kick, Lin Hao's strike shattered Ultron's adamantium body into countless fragments, scattering them across the terrain. Though Ultron possessed self-repair abilities, the complete disassembly of his form rendered him incapable of reconstitution in that moment. The extinction of humankind was inevitable. Ultron's head tumbled to rest at Lin Hao's feet, the once luminous eyes flickering before extinguishing entirely. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped, Lin Hao remarked. With a decisive stomp, Lin Hao crushed Ultron's head into oblivion. He returned to the cathedral, acutely aware that Ultron was not truly defeated. Although he had dismantled Ultron's physical form, being an artificial intelligence, essentially a program, Ultron could easily escape via the vast web of global networks. The intricacies of the internet rendered it impossible for Lin Hao to ascertain Ultron's exact whereabouts, yet he remained unperturbed. More pressing matters awaited his attention. Upon re-entering the cathedral, he approached a device that delved deep into the earth. This was Ultron's sinister contraption intended for the annihilation of humanity, designed to elevate Sokovia into the skies. If lifted to a sufficient altitude, it would create a counterforce upon descent, generating a shockwave capable of instigating a mass extinction event across the planet. In such a scenario, the billions of humans inhabiting Earth would be unable to evade the impending catastrophe. First, however, Ultron must be vanquished. Chapter 105. The final battle of Sokovia. Having thoroughly obliterated the anti-gravity engine hidden beneath Sokovia, Lin Hao sauntered away with an air of triumph. Just before departing, Dr. Greer cast a lingering glance back at the cathedral, a profound glimmer crossing his eyes, though Lin Hao remained oblivious to its significance. Dr. Greer, how many infinite energy devices did you create for him? Lin Hao inquired during their journey. The precise number is inconsequential now. Ultron has already mastered the technology of infinite energy devices. Without my assistance, he could fabricate them himself, Greer replied. Oh, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, contemplating the implications. Indeed, given Ultron's status as a superintelligent AI, even a single demonstration of the construction process would suffice for Ultron to replicate the infinite energy devices independently. It appears that my research into infinite energy devices has inadvertently invited a plethora of complications. I accept full responsibility, Dr. Greer lamented, taking the blame onto himself. Not to worry, Lin Hao reassured him. One Ultron is hardly a cause for concern. Even with infinite energy devices at his disposal, he remains a mere nuisance to the Avengers. For me, he is neither particularly formidable nor excessively weak. On this occasion, Lin Hao chose not to escort Dr. Greer back to Stark, but instead permitted him to rest in Manhattan for a while, deferring the return until the Ultron matter was resolved. Meanwhile, Lin Hao and Wanda spent several days in Sokovia, fully aware that Ultron would inevitably return. There was no need for Lin Hao to pursue Ultron. He would come to him, at which point he would deliver a decisive blow. During their sojourn in Sokovia, Ultron utilized vibranium to construct a formidable new body, Vision. This form, crafted from vibranium and embedded with the Mind Stone, was originally intended for Ultron himself, yet was intercepted by the Avengers. After integrating Jarvis's programming into Vision's new body, Vision was officially brought to life. After the birth of Vision, the Avengers prepared to launch a full-scale assault against Ultron. Upon discovering that the body originally crafted for himself had been enhanced by Stark with J.A.R.V.I.S.S. program, resulting in the creation of Vision, a despairing Ultron retreated to Sokovia. He intended to utilize a device buried beneath Sokovia to elevate the city into the sky, thus fulfilling his objective of eradicating humanity. 5 days later, upon returning to the cathedral at the heart of Sokovia, Ultron was dismayed to find that the anti-gravity engine he had buried underground had already been destroyed. No, Ultron refused to accept this grim reality. The body he had designed was seized by the Avengers, and Vision had emerged, while even his buried device lay in ruins. This betrayal ignited a furious rage within him. I still have one last resort. Avengers, Lin Jackson, prepare for your doom. Just as the enraged Ultron prepared to confront Lin Hao, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, piercing through the cathedral's roof and sending Ultron flying. Subsequently, Stark, Thor, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye Barton, Captain America Steve, and Vision, along with other members of the Avengers, arrived in unison. Ultron, your end is nigh. Steve, wielding his vibranium shield, prepared to deliver the final judgment. I hope you can still find amusement in this day. Oh, who do we have here? Ultron rose from the rubble, disdainfully remarking. So it's merely a group of defeated foes. Today, none shall avert the inevitable extinction of humanity. Clang. No sooner had Ultron spoken than a hammer flew forth, striking him down once more. I detest idle chatter, Thor stated flatly as he caught his returning hammer. Whoosh. Regaining his footing, Ultron swiftly seized a stone pillar from the cathedral and swung it fiercely, sending the once mighty Thor flying. Witnessing this, Captain America Steve could no longer contain himself. He discarded his shield and aimed directly at Ultron. Is there truly no one capable of fighting? Ultron sneered, catching Steve's shield and tossing it back, resulting in it crashing heavily against Steve. The spectacle had commenced. With a sweeping gesture, Ultron summoned a legion of robotic warriors into the cathedral, launching an assault on the Avengers. The climactic battle between Ultron and the Avengers had officially begun. Meanwhile, not far from the cathedral, Lin Hao sat in a CAF, sipping coffee while the sounds of explosions echoed from the direction of the cathedral. A smile crept across his face. Ultron has returned. Lin, shall we not lend a hand? Wanda, seated across from him, gazed out the window and inquired. No need. Ultron will come to us shortly. As the battle erupted, Sokovia plunged into chaos, with the robotic army sweeping across the city, wreaking havoc beyond their confrontation with the Avengers. Ultron, while the entire Avengers team was occupied with the robotic onslaught, only Vision stood alone to confront Ultron. My Vision, they have taken everything from me. Gazing upon the vision he had meticulously crafted, Ultron found himself momentarily reluctant to strike. Yet, he was acutely aware that the vision before him stood firmly against him. Thus, he resolved to act, since he had created it. He would also be the one to obliterate it. The rules he had established were not immutable. The Vision's eyes glinted with malice. Very well. Bang. Ultron ceased his verbal sparring with the Vision and launched a direct assault, sending the Vision hurtling away with a single punch. In that instant of flight, a yellow laser emanated from the Vision's forehead, the Mind Stone. Ultron made no attempt to evade. Instead, he extended his hand, unleashing a beam of energy that clashed head-on with the Vision. The newly birthed Vision was no match for Ultron, who possessed an infinite energy source. And given that the Vision's form was crafted by Ultron himself, he understood it intimately. Ultimately, the Vision could not withstand Ultron's onslaught and was blasted away by the energy beam. The climactic battle raged on, although each member of the Avengers boasted formidable prowess. The sheer number of Ultron's robotic army proved overwhelming. Captain America, Black Widow, and Hawkeye, relying solely on their physical abilities, quickly found themselves drained by the relentless assault of the machines. Only Stark, Thor, and the Vision could sustain a prolonged fight. Yet even they began to falter with Ultron's relentless involvement. Soon, the Avengers were in disarray. Now, what means will you employ to thwart me? Ultron, hovering aloft, surveyed the disheveled Avengers below. Through the network, he acquired the launch codes for nuclear weapons worldwide and commanded their immediate deployment. Chapter 106. Shattering Ultron's dream with the combined arsenal of all nations possessing nuclear capabilities, a simultaneous strike would deliver an extinction-level blow to humanity. Once these nuclear warheads detonated, there would be no doubt global annihilation awaited. Sir, Ultron has obtained the global nuclear launch codes. The weapons have entered the launch phase. Within his nanosuit, Stark received the alarming report from the system. Is there any way to stop this? He exclaimed, aghast. Regrettably, the weapons have already entered launch mode. The command cannot be rescinded. Damn it, Ultron has activated the world's nuclear arsenal. Stark was engulfed in despair, regretting the day he conceived Ultron. Intended as a guardian of peace, now poised to bring about nuclear devastation. What? Captain America and the others were horrified. Prepare to meet your end. With those words of despair, Ultron dismissed the defeated Avengers, soaring over Sokovia before descending towards a nearby CAF. Crash. The CAF door was violently kicked open, and Ultron strode in with an air of arrogance. His gaze fixated on Lin Hao, seated by the window. Found you, he mused, tilting his head. His eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Defeated foe, you have arrived. Regarding the arrival of Ultron, Lin Hao exhibited no semblance of surprise. It appears you remain oblivious to the current situation. Observing Lin Hao's calm demeanor and his immediate mockery, Ultron could not resist retorting. Oh, what is the current situation? Lin Hao took a delicate sip of coffee, maintaining his composure. I have launched nuclear weapons globally. Soon, this world will face annihilation, and humanity will face extinction, including you. Ultron declared sternly, confronting Lin Hao directly. As he uttered these words, Ultron anticipated Lin Hao's shock followed by despair. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Lin Hao displayed neither astonishment nor hopelessness. And then, Lin Hao replied, unfazed, I do not believe these nuclear weapons can be detonated. Ultron laughed for the first time, mocking Lin Hao's ignorance. What do you intend to do to prevent the nuclear weapons from detonating? You have destroyed my anti-gravity engine, but so what? I possess numerous methods to ensure humanity's extinction. Ultron scoffed. The anti-gravity engine was merely part of his plan. Even if that plan faltered, he had others, including the nuclear arsenal. Lin Hao remained poised and elegant, savoring his coffee. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ultron pointed, and a laser struck Lin Hao's coffee cup, sending it tumbling. Has anyone ever told you that you lack manners? Lin Hao's gaze flickered, and in an instant, Ultron was sent flying, crashing through tables along the way. Ultron, unbothered, rose, attempting to provoke Lin Hao. Yes, just like that. Feel the anger. The more enraged you become, the more you will realize your own impotence. You cannot halt the impending extinction of humanity. Ultron gestured upward. The nuclear missiles are already airborne. In 3 minutes, they will strike globally. Humanity is destined for extinction. Concurrently, defense departments worldwide issued the most severe alerts in history. Alert. Incoming nuclear strike detected. Detonations will occur in 3 minutes across the globe. As the missile heads ascended to the stratosphere, prepared to turn back down, nations around the world descended into despair. This would be the most catastrophic strike in human history. Even if humanity did not face extinction, civilization would regress to the Stone Age. How long do you intend to linger in your delusions? It is time to awaken. Lin Hao reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, smiling at the arrogant Ultron. A delusion? Indeed, this is my dream, and it will be realized in 3 minutes. Alas, one can never awaken a person who is willingly ignorant. Therefore, before he could finish, Lin Hao raised a hand, dark red energy swirling around him, and then surged through the CAF's roof, shooting skyward. Ultron, unable to grasp Lin Hao's intentions, was taken aback. As the energy from the reality stone radiated, it dispersed towards the numerous nuclear warheads descending from the stratosphere. Almost simultaneously, all the warheads enveloped in dark red energy, followed by the dissipation of that energy. What have you done? Ultron inquired, bewildered. Nothing significant, merely shattering your dreams. Go outside and see whether the nuclear weapons have detonated. Ultron was taken aback and hurriedly dashed out of the CAF, just in time to witness a nuclear warhead plummeting from the sky, landing not far from him. However, the anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not ensue. The warhead merely created a crater upon impact, with no further activity. Through the network, Ultron swiftly discovered that not only had this particular warhead failed to detonate, but all launched nuclear weapons had not exploded. Upon receiving this revelation, Ultron transitioned from bewilderment to confusion, and ultimately to fury, all within a mere 3 seconds. How could the nuclear warheads remain inert? At the church, upon witnessing the warhead's descent without detonation, a wave of perplexity swept over the crowd. Wasn't the lack of an explosion a fortuitous occurrence? Although they could not comprehend why the nuclear weapon had not detonated, Black Widow released a sigh of relief accompanied by a smile. Indeed, we have averted this nuclear crisis. Hawkeye nodded in agreement with Black Widow's sentiment. The non-detonation of the nuclear warheads was indeed a monumental stroke of good fortune for all of humanity. It was Lin who intervened. Others may have been unaware of the reason behind the warhead's failure to explode, but Stark was acutely aware that under normal circumstances, a launched nuclear weapon would invariably detonate, especially one fired by Ultron. The only plausible explanation for the warhead's inactivation was Lin Hao. In Stark's eyes, only Lin possessed such extraordinary capabilities. Is it really him? Steve and the others exchanged incredulous glances, questioning what power he possessed that could neutralize nuclear arms. Who is Lin? Vision innocently inquired, to which Stark replied with a knowing smile, "You will find out in due time." "Tell me, didn't I mention that nuclear weapons cannot detonate?" Lin Hao taunted, observing Ultron's furious demeanor. Was it that dark red energy from earlier? An irate Ultron quickly recalled the crimson energy Lin had unleashed moments before. "Only now do you realize? For an artificial intelligence, your reaction time is rather lackluster. You truly are a failed creation," Lin Hao mercilessly derided Ultron, who remained baffled by the energy that rendered the nuclear warheads inert. "What kind of energy is that?" Ultron seethed with frustration. "Curious to know? Allow me to enlighten you. Are you familiar with the Reality Stone? I utilized it to alter the nuclear warheads, rendering them ineffective, hence their inability to explode." Chapter 107. Desperate Struggles. You possess the Reality Stone? Despite Ultron's recent inception, given his creation by Stark, he had some knowledge of the Infinity Stones. "Is that surprising?" Lin Hao retorted. "Not at all. I am merely intrigued by your Reality Stone. Should I acquire it, humanity would face extinction. Therefore, if I eliminate you, the Reality Stone will be mine." A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from Ultron. "You seem unaware of your predicament. Do you not realize I've been waiting for you here for quite some time? Today, you have nowhere to escape." Lin Hao suddenly rose, the Reality Stone within him radiating a brilliant dark red light before swiftly dimming again. "I have severed the global network. Ultron, prepare to face judgment." Although Lin Hao could not expel Ultron from the network like Vision, he could certainly use the Reality Stone to suspend the operation of the satellites in space. Once Ultron was dealt with, he could restore their function without significant consequences. "Do you think I care? I have no intention of fleeing today. I aim to kill you. Seize the Reality Stone and eradicate humanity." Even if Lin Hao severed the global network, Ultron remained unfazed, with his plans in tatters. He was left with no choice but to gamble everything. Only by acquiring the Reality Stone could he fully realize his goal of human extinction. "Kill me? Ultron. It's not that I underestimate you. Even 10 of you would be no match for me." This time, Lin Hao was not inclined to engage in playful antics with Ultron. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted from within Lin Hao. Whoosh! As this energy fully manifested, Lin Hao was enveloped in golden flames. His hair turned a brilliant gold, and his eyes shifted from blue to a striking emerald green. "Come, let me see how you intend to kill me." Lin Hao beckoned with a finger, exuding an air of provocation. A mere display of bravado. Ultron seized a nearby chair and hurled it at Lin Hao, simultaneously charging towards him, intending to engage in close combat. How intriguing. Observing Ultron's direct approach, Lin Hao smirked disdainfully, then clenched his fist, golden flames swirling around it, and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The blow struck Ultron with lightning speed. Though Ultron's response system detected the attack, his own speed did not permit him to evade Lin Hao's fist. Boom, boom, boom. The punch, imbued with terrifying power, sent Ultron hurtling backward at great speed, demolishing over 100 walls before finally coming to a halt. Lin Hao pursued him. At this point, Ultron's body was nearly in shambles, sparks flickering from him as various wires and components littered the ground. "Is this all the strength you possess? How dull." Lin Hao observed from above, feeling somewhat bored. "Do you think I have lost?" Then, under Lin Hao's gaze, Ultron's body swiftly reassembled, returning to its original state. Once restored, Ultron stomped the ground and charged at Lin Hao once more. "You can self-repair? Very well, then I shall shatter you with a single punch." Channeling all his strength into his fist, he struck down with the force of a mountain. "Is that so? Let me see how you plan to shatter me with a single blow." Ultron showed no fear, tightening his own fist, and the two met with a collision akin to a meteor striking the earth. Boom! The moment their fists collided, the very fabric of space seemed to tremble. In the next instant, Ultron was taken aback. The terrifying power contained within Lin Hao's fist ruthlessly tore apart his arm made of adamantium, and with a resounding crack, Ultron's body disintegrated into countless pieces, plummeting from the sky. "Now do you believe I can obliterate you with a single punch?" Lin Hao descended to where Ultron's head had fallen, coldly remarking, "Rest easy." Just as Lin Hao prepared to crush Ultron's head underfoot, Ultron's body began to reassemble itself at that very moment. Within mere seconds, Ultron completed the reconstruction. "Oh, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. You cannot defeat me. With the experience from a few days ago, even if you shatter my body, I can still reform. Ultron boasted from across Lin Hao. Ever since his body had been utterly destroyed by Lin Hao days prior, Ultron had upgraded his system. Now, even if his body were to be reduced to countless fragments, he could still reconstitute himself. In a certain sense, Ultron was now invincible. However, in response to Ultron's grandiloquent claims, Lin Hao merely smiled disdainfully. So that is how it is? Then I shall erase your existence from this world entirely. My body is forged from adamantium, the hardest metal on Earth. How will you erase me? Ultron regarded Lin Hao's words with contempt. The reason he had crafted his body from adamantium was precisely due to its exceptional hardness. Only Lin Hao could inflict such damage upon him, while the Avengers could not breach his defenses. Yet, even if Lin Hao could obliterate his body, Ultron did not believe he could truly erase him. Erase you? Haha. Lin Hao suddenly burst into laughter. Open your titanium alloy eyes wide and pay attention, or you may not even realize how you met your end. Lin Hao soared into the sky, placing his hands on his waist as he rapidly gathered the Kamehameha energy. Soon, the Kamehameha was fully charged, and dark red and purple energy surged from Lin Hao's body, enveloping the Kamehameha. The once pure white energy now gleamed with vibrant dark red and purple hues, becoming even more resplendent and lethal. Let you experience my Kamehameha. Go. With a cold command, Lin Hao unleashed the Kamehameha, its radiance engulfing the entire city of Sokovia, the terrifying aura descending with it. You wish to erase me? No one in this world can accomplish that, not even you, Lin Jackson. The momentum of the Kamehameha had locked onto Ultron. He had nowhere to hide, and the only option left was to confront it head-on. Ultron extended his hands, light flickering at his palms, and then two energy laser beams shot forth, intersecting in midair to form an even larger energy laser beam. The Kamehameha, infused with dark red and purple energy, clashed spectacularly with Ultron's palm energy cannon, an event witnessed by Stark, all the Avengers, and millions of citizens in Sokovia. A little girl looked up at the scene and exclaimed in awe, "Wow, how beautiful!"